Chapter 101. 8th Generation Demon Sealer. If I don't investigate just because it's a little dangerous, then what will happen in the future when I face dangerous situations? I'd probably be even more willing to hold back. That's not the proper attitude with which to face the law of the jungle in the cultivation world. This demon sealing jade is from Patriarch Reliance. It's obviously an artifact from the demon sealing sect. Furthermore, I myself am a disciple of the demon sealing sect. I must figure out what's going on. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he thought back to the demonic technique used by Shengwan Xiao and the demonic magic of Patriarch Reliance. Stubbornness filled his heart as he entered the cave. That having been said, I still need to be extremely cautious. If there are any signs of enemies that I can't contend with, then I'll leave immediately, with no regrets. Meng Hao's eyes shined with determination. Lightning-filled mist arced around him, his two wooden swords hovered around, and the feathers spun in a protective spiral. A look of utmost caution covered his face, and spiritual energy emanated out from him. He would instantly be able to sense even the slightest sign of trouble. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, his body was stronger. He could fly and had spiritual sense. All of these made it easier to protect himself and ensure that he lived a long life. They also gave him the opportunity to face dangerous situations with confidence. At the moment, if Meng Hao were of the Qi condensation stage, even if he had the courage to enter this place, he simply couldn't. It was pitch black, and Meng Hao felt the threatening pressure of the intense coldness which continuously roiled out from up ahead. Within the cold, there was also the faint blood qi, which became thicker and thicker the further Meng Hao proceeded. A look of caution on his face, he continued onward. 300 meters in, he stopped momentarily and used a wooden sword to cut a hole into the earth wall. Then, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a talisman, which he placed inside the hole. This talisman was the one he'd acquired from Wang Tingfei that day long ago. He moved onward until he was about 600 meters into the cave. There, he stopped and produced 10 flying swords from within his bag of holding, which he stabbed into the walls. As he proceeded further into the cave, he continued to stop every few hundred meters and make such preparations. If anything unexpected happened, then he would have some backup life-saving options during his retreat. By the time Meng Hao was about 1,200 meters into the cave, the mist surrounding him had begun to seethe and roil. A faint moaning sound could be heard. A look of concentration appeared on Meng Hao's face, and he stopped momentarily. He looked around carefully for a long moment before proceeded further into the cave, following the red rope with flickering eyes. Soon he was 1,500 meters. Suddenly, a piercing shriek emanated from within the recesses of the cave, along with an ear-splitting roar. The mist surrounding him flickered with massive quantities of electricity, which formed together to form a lightning globe. With a boom, it shot out and slammed into an indistinct figure up ahead. The figure flickered and disappeared. Meng Hao gasped. His lightning flag was very powerful, even more so now that he was at the Foundation establishment stage. The fact that it hadn't exterminated the indistinct form proved how powerful the figure was. Meng Hao stopped for a moment, hesitating. He looked up ahead in the cave, rubbing the demon sealing jade. Gritting his teeth, he moved forward. He continued on another 600 meters, bringing him a full 2,000 or more meters into the cave. The intense cold caused his body to quiver. The blood qi buffeted against him, filling his nostrils with every breath he took. Dark, crimson patches had begun to appear on his skin, and his eyes glowed red. I'm 2,000 or more meters in, only about 300 meters from the end. His eyes had shined with more redness. At the moment, his unwillingness to let a matter drop had flared up. He moved forward, the full power of his Foundation establishment cultivation base in play. His Tao pillar thrummed, sending boundless spiritual energy coursing throughout his body. He moved faster, speeding down the tunnel. In the space of a few breaths, he caught sight of what appeared to be the end of the cave, as well as the sword he had sent in. As things became clear, he realized that the cave was not 2,500 meters deep as he had thought. 2,500 meters in was a round platform, in the middle of which was a hole, 2 meters wide. The rope, which appeared to be soaked through with blood, disappeared into the deep hole, which seemed to drop down into eternity. Meng Hao's sword was embedded into the side of the platform, which was why he had assumed the cave was 2,500 meters deep. He was surprised to see this. But then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The demon sealing jade was now emitting a massive amount of blinding light. It was then that he noticed a corpse, sitting cross-legged next to the platform. In the corpse's hand was an ancient-looking jade slip. This slip also emitted a brilliant glow, as if it were somehow connected to the jade slip he held in his own hand. Before Meng Hao had the chance to process all of this, a shrill scream filled the air. A blurred figure raced toward him. The mist defended him, but Meng Hao could clearly see a 6-fingered hand pressing against it, reaching toward him. It stopped about 2 meters from him, where a massive conglomeration of lightning resisted it. A ghastly coldness emanated from the hand, which appeared to belong, not to an adult, but a child. Meng Hao was shoved backward. Eyes flashing, he waved his hand, and the two wooden swords shot toward the eye. Distinct figure. However, despite the sword's incredible speed, the figure was faster. It dodged and then shot backward to crouch next to the round platform. Underneath the glow of the ancient jade, Meng Hao could not see it clearly. It had an emaciated body, like that of a feral animal. But upon closer examination, it looked more like a 7- or 8-year-old child. Its eyes were completely red, and as it stared at Meng Hao, it opened its mouth to reveal black teeth. It screamed. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, although coldness gleamed in his eyes. Sword auras began to glow around the two wooden swords as they circled Meng Hao. Suddenly, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. From within the hole in the flat platform, 10 dim streams of light emerged as 10 figures appeared which looked exactly the same as the child. They radiated viciousness as they stared at Meng Hao. If this was the extent of it, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But, behind the 10 phantoms, revealed by the glow of the ancient jade, Meng Hao saw a white-haired man floating up out of the hole in the platform. His face was devoid of blood, and he wore a white robe. His white hair floated about him. His eyes were closed, and a vicious scar stretched from his forehead down to his chin. The flesh around the wound stretched back to reveal bone. The 10 phantoms surrounded him. The whole scene caused a profound sense of danger to well up in Meng Hao. His scalp grew numb, and he began to inch backward. Before he could even take 3 steps, a shrill screaming filled the air. The 10 phantoms launched themselves from the platform, shooting directly toward Meng Hao. It was at this moment that the demon-sealing jade flew into the air of its own volition. A bright glow spread out from it. At the same time, the ancient jade in the hands of the corpse next to the platform also flew up into the air. An ancient and profound voice filled the air. Ancient Tao, tenacious desire to seal the heavens, benefaction for all in the mountains, inevitable Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas, perennial will. It boomed throughout the ancient cave, causing the 10 phantoms to emit blood-curdling screams. Meng Hao watched as they instantly transformed into black smoke. The white-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. Within his eye sockets were no eyes, only bloody holes. It looked as if the eyes had been dug out years ago. As his eyes opened, the 2 ancient pieces of jade emitted beams of light which interlocked to form a restrictive spell filled with magical symbols. It settled down over the area, causing the white-robed man to begin to tremble, unable to move further. He slowly lifted his right hand, pushing against the restrictive spell. He himself made no sound whatsoever, but his action caused the entire cave to begin to shake. All of this happened too quickly. Meng Hao breathed raggedly as he looked at the 2 ancient pieces of jade. He lifted his hand and instantly, 2 pieces of jade flew toward him to land on his palm. The second piece of ancient jade was inscribed with a magical character. Meng Hao had seen this character before in his studies in the magic pavilion in the Reliance sect. It was the character 48. As soon as it touched his hand, a profound voice filled his mind. It sounded ancient, as if it were being projected from a time long, long ago. It echoed out in his mind. The League of Demon Sealers has existed as long as the Tao. I am the 8th generation Demon Sealer Taoist Master. I am determined to walk the path of Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas. In all likelihood, I will perish, so I leave my sentience along with my clone here to resolve the ill-fated relationship between Danu and myself. Sealed 3 million meters down, pressed down by the weight of this section of the Milky Way Sea, buried. Grief and sorrow are part of the Tao of heaven and earth. However, I am a Demon Sealer Taoist master, and I must not allow distractions into my heart. So I leave my clone here to accompany her and resolve her demonic resentment. If you are of the League of Demon Sealers, place a drop of your blood onto the jade in confirmation. If you are not of the League of Demon Sealers, then remove yourself from this place. If the jade leaves without tasting blood, you will be cursed for 3 generations. Your descendants will never see the moon, and you shall perish. The voice disappeared, and the glow from the ancient jade slowly faded. Meng Hao muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. He wasn't sure whether or not to place a drop of blood onto the ancient jade. But if he didn't, then he didn't dare to take the jade away. He didn't fully believe the warning uttered by the ancient voice. And yet, he couldn't ignore it. Chapter 102. 8th Demon Sealing Hex. Murmuring to himself, Meng Hao frowned. He looked over toward the black hole. At the moment, there was not just one white-robed man floating there, but about 7, all in different positions. Their bloody gazes were fixed upon him. Although he couldn't see their eyeballs, Meng Hao's entire body grew cold. This place was incredibly bizarre, and he was filled with the desire to leave as soon as possible. But then he looked down at the ancient jade pieces in his hand, and resolve filled his eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the second ancient jade. As soon as the blood drop splashed onto it, it began to vibrate. A gaseous substance appeared in front of Meng Hao, which solidified into a gray-colored chi. It shot toward him, entering his body in the spot between his eyebrows. A roaring sound filled his mind, and then an archaic voice sounded out again within his head. This time it was more clear, as if the speaker were standing next to his ear. I was not always the 8th-generation demon sealer Taoist master. It was outside of the 6th mountain that I gained enlightenment from the left behind by the 7th-generation demon sealer Taoist master upon his death. I willingly cut away my past and reversed my Tao, inheriting the past generation's Tao. I roamed creation, and eventually refined half of the sea outside the 6th mountain in order to forge the demon sealing jade that is required of each generation. With the help of the demon sealing jade, I mastered the 7th demon sealing hex. Since ancient times, each new generation of the League of Demon Sealers must create a new hex. Therefore, I created the 8th demon sealing hex. Throughout my life, I sought out the other scattered hexes, but sadly by the time I reached the Tao tribulation of the 9 mountains and seas, I had only found 3. What a pity. Successor, if you are lucky, able to absorb the 8th demon sealing hex and then create the 9th demon sealing hex. Then the League of Demon Sealers will be in accord with the law of the Tao. The League of Demon Sealers seeks out the great demons of heaven and earth, drawing out the aura of all the living things under vault of heaven. Seizing demonic lives, refining demonic blood, using it and then the concepts of demonic sealing, demonic construction, and demonic transformation. I don't know which generation of demon sealing you are, perhaps the 9th. If so, you're lucky, but at the same time unlucky. 9 is ultimate number, a peak of deterioration. The path you tread is filled with many variables. This clone only possesses the 8th demon sealing hex. I now pass it on to you. This hex uses demonic chi as its foundation and can seal bodies, seal spirits, seal immortals, seal divinities, seal the luck from the heavens, seal all living things in the world. The voice echoed out in Meng Hao's head more and more clearly until it became a thunderous roar that branded itself onto his mind. The brand was an ancient character, the character for sealing. Eventually the echoing roar faded away. Meng Hao didn't know it, but 10 days had passed in the outside world while he had been immersed in the branding process. Another full moon had arrived. In the valley outside, the moonlight pierced into the mists, causing them to churn and seethe like seawaters. The Toad Geyser once again arrived on the scene. This time, there was an additional cultivator of the 9th level of chi condensation. He had obviously just broken through to the 9th level. Nonetheless, this filled the group with complete confidence. Now that Brother Sun has made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, we will definitely pull out 1,500 meters.
Right.
We've waited for this day for too long. If we can pull out 1,500 meters, then our ancestral spirit will awaken. Our cultivation bases will raise to another level. If the luck exists, we might even reach foundation establishment. It's hard to determine the probability of foundation establishment luck. However, according to the ancient records passed down from our ancestors, pulling out 1,500 meters will definitely bring some type of luck with it. They exchanged gleaming glances, then immediately went to work under the thick moonlight. Of course, Meng Hao couldn't be further from their minds. As far as they were concerned, he had long since passed away. They spat out globules of blood and formed the black blade. The mists began to spin into a whirlpool, and then the red rope appeared. The Toad Geyser grabbed a hold of it and let out a howl as he pulled. A thunderous boom echoed out, and the rope began to move. The movement reached down through the valley into the cave, all the way to the spot where Meng Hao stood, then further down into the magically sealed hole. As soon as the rope began to move, expressions of panic appeared on the faces of the 8 or so white-haired men. Suddenly, nearly a dozen of the phantoms which looked like 7 or 8-year-old children appeared. Their shrill screams echoed throughout the deepness of the cave. One of the strange properties of this rope was that when it was pulled, it began to emit massive amounts of intense coldness, as well as a rotten smell. The glittering restrictive spell trembled, as if it might collapse at any moment. Time passed. The 7 men outside heaved on the rope, gradually pulling out 15 meters. The roaring grew more intense, and even more coldness poured out. The rotten smell grew many times thicker and stronger. Soon, a panting sound could be heard in the cave. It sounded as if some living thing were in the midst of some sort of struggle. A figure appeared, screaming shrilly. It launched itself at the shining restrictive spell. The spell shook, and cracks appeared on its edges. It was at this moment that Meng Hao's eyes became fully clear. He shook himself and took in a deep breath. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he became aware of what was happening in the ancient cave. He saw the rope moving, as well as the rapidly collapsing restrictive spell. There was no time to think. He clasped his hands and bowed toward the corpse. Then, carrying his mist with him, shot back toward the cave entrance. Before he could move even 30 meters, the shining restrictive spell shattered. 10 emaciated phantoms shot out, followed by the 8 white-haired old men. All of them aimed directly for Meng Hao, screaming as they approached. Behind them, thin streams of blackness floated up out of the deep hole. They looked like hair. The panting sound from within the hole became clearer. Something inside was struggling fiercely, as if it desired nothing more than to burst out of the hole. Meng Hao's face was pale, but his eyes shined brightly. His Dao pillar began to rotate, sending the power of Foundation establishment coursing throughout his body. He dashed forward several dozens of meters. Unfortunately, the emaciated, childlike phantoms behind him were even faster. Over and over again, they crashed into Meng Hao's lightning mist. Booms echoed out as the lightning mist rapidly began to deteriorate. The childlike phantoms didn't seem to feel any pain. Every time they were knocked away by lightning bolts, they immediately charged back again. Everywhere Meng Hao looked, spirits charged toward him. Sword auras shined out brightly as the wooden swords circled around him. Feathers spun, causing a wind to blow out. Meng Hao moved onward as quickly as possible. That was when the 8 white-haired men drew close. At the same time, several of the childlike spirit phantoms appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Meng Hao felt a profound sense of danger. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding. 100 flying swords appeared, forming into a sword rain, which charged forth. Boom! As soon as Meng Hao uttered the word, the flying swords detonated, turning into a cloud of shrapnel that swept the phantoms off of their feet. Meng Hao raced past them toward the entrance of the cave, which was now about 1,500 meters away. The shrieking behind him grew more intense. More and more black tendrils billowed about. They were nearly 300 meters behind him. Meng Hao didn't have time to look closely. He knew that if he slowed even a little bit, he would most likely lose his life. Even the slightest delay in reaction on his part, and he would be finished. With great risk comes great reward. Getting the 8th demon sealing hex makes all of this worth it. Too bad I haven't gained complete enlightenment regarding the hex, otherwise I could use it right now. He took a deep breath and pushed forward at top speed. The cave entrance was now almost 1,200 meters away. It was then that the white-robed men behind Meng Hao raised their arms and waved their fingers toward him. The finger attacks made Meng Hao's entire body turn cold. Without hesitation, he flickered his hand in an incantation and waved backwards. The feathers surrounding him shot back, then suddenly detonated. Another 100 swords appeared from within his bag of holding. They also shot back and then exploded. A massive boom filled the cave tunnel, resounding outwards and diminishing the power of the white-robed men's finger attacks. However, despite this, they still bore down on Meng Hao. His face was pale as the mist around him shook. A gap opened up. His body instantly became freezing cold, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood instantly froze into solid chunks. It felt as if the power of his cultivation base dropped by half. He was in great danger. However, amidst the danger, Meng Hao suddenly grabbed the red rope. He pulled it, borrowing from its power to shoot forward. Meanwhile, out in the valley, the 7 men gasped for breath. Gritting their teeth, they continued to heave on the red rope, pulling continuously. Behind them were over a dozen poison beasts, mouths clenched onto the rope as they pulled with incredible might. Damn it, how come it suddenly became so Evie, what's happening? We just pulled out 300 meters, it shouldn't be like this. The 7 men were shocked, and anxious expressions appeared on their faces. Suddenly, the rope pulled back on them, jerking them dozens of meters forward. Then the tugging force disappeared. But moments later, even as they gritted their teeth and pulled on the rope again, it was tugged backwards with great strength. As they cried out to each other in confusion, Meng Hao was inside the cave, pulling on the rope to launch himself forward. He coughed up more blood. Without hesitation, he consumed some medicinal pills, not wasting any time as he used all his power to flee. His expression was grim. The lightning mist around him was growing thinner and thinner. If his reaction time had been any slower in dealing with the finger attacks from the white-robed men, Meng Hao's body would have been frozen to death. Chapter 103, Treasures. What is that thing? Panted Meng Hao, his heart grim. With no time to even wipe the blood from his mouth, he popped a Foundation establishment pill into his mouth. Because of the level of his cultivation base, the pill would not cause his body to be paralyzed. Its power instantly flushed out the coldness. No one but Meng Hao could be so wasteful. His body seems to transform into a flash of light as he pulled on the rope, borrowing its power to shoot even closer to the cave mouth. As of now, he was only 600 meters away. At his heels, roughly 9 meters away from him, were the black tendrils of hair and the other phantoms. Further back, 2,500 meters into the cave, at the end of the floating black mass of tendrils appeared a human head. The red rope penetrated the head between the eyebrows and then continued to stretch down into the darkness. It was a woman's head. The beauty of her features was difficult to describe, as if she didn't belong in the mortal world. Her open eyes were filled with confusion and frustration, as if before her death, there were too many things that she didn't understand, and too few answers. To Meng Hao, 600 meters was not very far. Given his current cultivation base, he should be able to cross the distance in the space of a couple of breaths. But the coldness in the cave was affecting his speed, and the relentless attacking pursuit behind him forced him to concentrate. The hair tendrils continued to spread out, and it seemed as if it would reach Meng Hao's feet at any moment. Meng Hao took a deep breath, then lifted his hand toward the rocky wall. As he pushed against it, the power of his cultivation base exploded out to activate some of the backup magical items he had placed there. 10 flying swords suddenly flew out, shooting toward the tendrils, and then exploding. A boom echoed out, shaking the cave. Meng Hao shot forward, pulling fiercely on the red rope. Outside in the valley, the 7 cultivators' faces were pale white. 3 of them spat up blood, and staggered backward. The remaining 4 gritted their teeth and held on. Behind them, the poison beasts seemed to be losing power. Maybe this time there will be an incredible treasure. That's why it's so heavy.
Right.
When we pulled out that spirit-sealing rock, it was incredibly heavy. Haha, we'll pull out a similar treasure this time. Don't be stingy with your medicinal pills. We have to pull out this treasure. The 3 injured cultivators gritted their teeth, panting. They pulled out medicinal pills and consumed them. With looks of excitement and anticipation, they once again stepped forward and pulled on the rope. Down in the cave, Meng Hao borrowed momentum from the rope to fly another 300 meters. The black tendrils were now a bit further away from him. His eyes gleaming, his hand shot out toward the cave wall, to where he had hidden the talisman. It began to emit a golden light, which swirled about and then coalesced into a blurry figure which was impossible to see clearly. It turned and, emanating a shocking power, charged toward the black hair and the other pursuing spirits. As the explosion billowed out, Meng Hao leaped forward. The pursuing spirits shrieked madly, charging once again toward him. A cold look appeared in his eyes, and he said a single word. The talisman would now serve an additional function. Another explosion ripped through the ancient cave. Borrowing the momentum of the explosion, Meng Hao surged forward. He was now only 30 meters from the cave mouth. He took hold of the red rope and pulled hard. In an instant, he shot forward 30 meters, flying out of the cave. As he shot out of the cave, 10 phantoms charged forward. However, they stopped immediately when they reached the cave mouth, shrieking as if they dared not step outside. Their shrieks echoed out, but did not leave the valley. There seemed to be some sort of restrictive spell in place. As such, the 7 struggling men outside didn't hear it. Meng Hao held onto the red rope, allowing it to pull him upward. He turned and looked back down at the cave. As he did, he heard the voice of a woman, filled with frustration and doubt. It also carried with it a billowing sense of grief, which shook Meng Hao. The Dao, what is the Dao? The voice grew shrill as it spoke, causing Meng Hao's heart to seize with pain. He drew further and further away from the valley floor, passing through layer after layer of mist, until he neared its border. Pull. Let's see what treasure comes up. Maybe it's another spirit-sealing stone. Whatever it is, we definitely will not have wasted our effort this time. The 7 men pulled excitedly, their eyes burning with passion. And then Meng Hao emerged. Their mouths dropped open, and they stared at what they had painstakingly pulled up. The red rope dropped from their hands. They gaped, dumbstruck, their minds spinning out of control. This was something they couldn't possibly have predicted, and it left their brains blank. They had expected a treasure, but instead had ended up with Meng Hao. They couldn't believe their eyes. This, damn it, what's going on? How can this be? That's the outsider from before. He's not dead after all. But how could it be him that we pulled up? Their minds reeled, especially the toad geezer, who had no reaction other than to gape. As for the cultivator who had lost the spirit snake, when he recognized Meng Hao, his eyes filled with rage. It's that damned outsider, he said angrily, taking a step toward Meng Hao. He couldn't believe that he had spat up so much blood in his efforts to pull Meng Hao out of the mist. His rage billowed up. As he walked forward, Meng Hao looked at him calmly. As he did, the man's body suddenly began to shake and his organs felt as if they would stop working. His cultivation base seemed as if it had lost its ability to function. The blood drained from his face, and astonishment filled his eyes. A massive pressure bore down on him, causing him to shake so violently that he thought he might fall into pieces. Meng Hao continued to look at him. This was the crushing power caused by the vast difference in their cultivation bases. The man knew that by merely lifting his hand, Meng Hao could explode him into 1,000,000 pieces. An intense, indescribable dread welled up within him. Shaking, he coughed up blood, so scared that he didn't even dare to take a step backward. The 6 other men had already begun to feel sick to their stomach, but seeing Meng Hao standing there like an imposing mountain, their hearts shook. They knew that this mountain could exterminate them all in an instant. He's hovering in the air. It was at this moment that the Toad Geezer's face changed. Looking at Meng Hao's feet, he realized that this flight was not the same method used as when he and his fellows flew on their poison beasts. This was true flight. A Foundation establishment expert. The words pounded into their hearts, causing all of the men's expressions to change. Their faces were filled with shocked disbelief. They remembered that 2 years ago, he was only a 9th-level Qi condensation cultivator. They even had assumed him dead. But here he was again, this time in a position vastly superior to theirs. As a Foundation establishment expert, he could end their life at any time. There were faces pale as they all cupped their hands and bowed deeply to him. The junior generation offers greetings to the elder generation, said the 7 men, their fists clasped in front of them. Dread filled their hearts as they thought about what would happen if Meng Hao suddenly turned hostile. This was especially true of the man who had lost his spirit snake. Anxiety filled him. His body trembling, he dropped to the ground to kowtow to the expressionless Meng Hao. Even as he dropped to his knees, Meng Hao lifted his hand and waved it forward. A flying sword appeared. It was an ordinary sword, but it contained the power of Meng Hao's Foundation establishment cultivation base. It shot forward, disintegrating as it did so. The shrapnel shot down toward the spirit snake cultivator. A blood-curdling shriek rang out. He was of the 9th level of Qi condensation, but blood showered out of his body, and he was killed instantly. His body toppled down into the mist. The other 6 men stood there trembling, not daring to even flee. They kowtowed to Meng Hao, not showing any reaction whatsoever to the attack just now. Actually, the man's death had come as no surprise. From the time that Meng Hao had first appeared until this day, he had been most venomous in expressing his hatred for him. If Meng Hao did not eliminate him, the other 6 men would have found it strange. That, in turn, could have given birth to other problems. Although Meng Hao had not been a part of the cultivation world for a very long time, he had experienced many things in the past 6 years. He was not the soft-hearted scholar he once had been. When killing became necessary, he did it without hesitation. Enmity had been created 2 years ago when the man had attacked him and then had his spirit snake killed. The man was of the 9th level of Qi condensation, so it was impossible to tell whether or not he would reach Foundation establishment. Killing him now would prevent any future troubles. From the incident with Ding Xian, Meng Hao had learned that even when attacking enemies weaker than yourself, you must be quick and thorough in the kill. From the incident with Wang Tingfei, he had learned that even an opponent with a lower cultivation base could harbor resentment and pursue vengeance ruthlessly. In these 6 years, Meng Hao had matured, both in his personality and in his methods of dealing with matters. Chapter 104. A great wind arises. The rock spreads its wings. As he looked down at the 6 men who trembled in fear like cicadas during winter, Meng Hao for the first time experienced the strength and respect shown to powerful experts in the cultivation world. It would be more accurate to say respect and fear. 2 years ago, these men had been willing to attack him even though he was of the 9th level of Qi condensation. But now, each and every one of them was shaking in his boots. I want you to tell me everything you know about this place, said Meng Hao coolly. If you hide anything from me. He let his words trail off as his gaze swept over them. They trembled as they saw the remnants of the red glow emanating from his eye. The glow was filled with a demonic air, and when they saw it, their pupils shrank reflexively. The sight seemed to have been branded onto their spirits. Their expressions changed. They looked terrified to the extreme and would clearly not hide anything from Meng Hao. They told him everything, even taking out the village's ancient records and giving them to Meng Hao. They showed him maps, ancestral poison recipes, everything. Several days later, Meng Hao left the valley region, respectfully sent off by the 6 cultivators. His bearing was calm and his face expressionless as he sat cross-legged on an enormous green leaf, which transformed into a multicolored beam and shot toward the southern domain. After he left, the 6 cultivators relaxed a bit. As for the man who had died, they had long since chosen to forget that. They did not have the slightest shred of a desire to seek vengeance. They simply gazed off in the direction Meng Hao had taken and hoped he would never return. A few more days passed. It was late at night in the deep valley. There, in a region impossible to see, was the mouth of an ancient cave. Everything was calm. Within the cave was a red rope, as well as several spirits who looked like 7- or 8-year-old children, squatting there about 2,500 meters into the cave. Occasionally they would let out a howl or two. The rope went down into a hole that seemed endless. It stretched down into the earth, deeper and deeper. Soon, a woman's head could be seen, pierced by the rope. Her face was pure white, her eyes open, gazing frustratedly at the darkness. Past the head, the hole continued to stretch down, along with the red rope. 30,000 meters, 300,000 meters, 1,500,000 meters. There, it began to smell like the sea. In fact, at this point, seawater could be seen. The ropes sank into the seawater, continuing on, seemingly without end. If someone could see that far down, 3 million meters, they would be gazing upon a pitch-black sea. The rope stretched on into the sea depths to this area. It was impossible to tell exactly how far the sea and the rope stretched. Up ahead was a stone formation that appeared to be thousands and thousands of meters in diameter. Massive stone boulders had been erected, ring after ring, layer after layer. In the very center of the stone formation was a wooden coffin, onto the surface of which was attached the red rope. The distance between this location and the mountain valley is difficult to describe. The rope is simply too long and not completely straight either. If someone pulled on it with incredible force, perhaps about 1,500 meters, then maybe you could measure it at approximately 3 million meters. It seemed the coffin had been in this location for a very, very long time. At this moment, a scraping sound could be heard. Along with the scraping, the lid of the coffin slowly began to open. It moved upwards about 3 inches. A blackness seeped out of the coffin, spreading out into the seawater. The name of this sea was the Milky Way. This sea existed between two great subcontinents of the world. As the blackness spread out into the sea, a school of 100 fish, each about the size of a palm, swam quickly through the water. The blackness enveloped them. Time passed, and the blackness slowly shrank down. Then disappeared. The school of 100 fish had been reduced to bones. Except for one remaining fish. Swishing its tail, it swam out from within the bones. Its body was pitch black, and growing out of its body were 2 tentacles. The tentacles swiftly grew longer and longer, until they were nearly 300 meters in length. As it swam upwards through the water, the tentacles writhed, making the fish look terrifying. It moved upward rapidly, as fast as lightning. As it raced upwards, the Milky Way sea around it began to churn and roar. Suddenly, it broke through the surface, soaring up into the night sky. The instant it left the sea, a tremor ran through its body. In the blink of an eye, its body expanded, and its appearance changed. Soon it was 30 meters long, 300, 3,000, 30,000. Within the space of a few breaths, it had grown to nearly 300,000 meters in length. It was now no longer a fish, but a bird. It appeared to be an enormous rock. An aura of death roiled off of the rock's body. It seemed ancient, as if it had just awoken from a deep slumber. Its life force was not strong, and its eyes were dim. It seemed as if its life might flicker out at any moment. Rebirth. The resonant voice sprang out from the rock's mouth as it flapped its wings and began flying in the direction of the southern domain. Despite its enormous speed, if it wanted to leave the Milky Way Sea and reach the southern domain, it would need to fly for more than half a year. Meanwhile, Meng Hao sped along through the sky, sitting cross-legged on the enormous green leaf. Black clouds roiled above him, and lightning crashed down all around him, along with pouring rain. However, the rain didn't touch Meng Hao. The leaf emitted a glowing shield which blocked the rainwater. Meng Hao shot through the stormy night, occasionally illuminated by the flashes of lightning. He lowered his head to look at the jade slip he held in his hand, a look of deep thoughtfulness in his eyes. According to the legends, that cave in the valley leads to the Milky Way Sea. The villagers have been watching over that area since ancient times, and every full moon, they pull on that rope. Every time they do, they get rewards of some sort. The whole thing seems a little fishy. He turned his head, and his eyes glittered as he looked out through the thunderstorm toward the location of the mountain valley. Bits and pieces of some larger story seemed to be coming together. He put the jade slip back into a bag of holding, within which were a large assortment of bottles and jars. They contained various formulas refined by Old Man Toad and the others, as well as a collection of poison pills created by their clan. They had given these gifts in tribute to Meng Hao, as well as a handful of jade slips. Most of the poisons would be deadly to someone of the Qi condensation stage, but would have less of an effect on someone at Foundation establishment.
How?
There were a few that were special. For example, one was called Delight Pill. It would turn into a mist that, when inhaled, would cause the victim to have sexual hallucinations. He glanced over the various poison pills and then retrieved another jade slip. This jade slip contained maps of the area. He noticed one area which would take about half a year to travel to that contained a teleportation portal. The teleportation portal was controlled by a clan of cultivators and was the only one in the area. Using it would allow him to teleport to the southern domain, which would cut a huge amount of time off of his journey there. After teleporting into the southern domain, he would be only about a half-month's travel from the border of the state of Eastern Emergence, one of the 9 states of the southern domain. The 9 states of the southern domain form the center of the southern domain. 9 flourishing mortal nations, each one of them much larger than the state of Zhao. With such a huge amount of mortals, the resources available are even greater, and thus, the rise of the illustrious sects and clans of the southern domain. 5 great clans and 3 great sects. Each exists in its respective nation. As for the ninth nation, its proximity to the western desert caused it to become a flourishing trading hub. Eventually, it came to be called the Black Lands. Meng Hao put the jade slip away. There wasn't much information. However, it corroborated what he'd learned back in the Reliance sect. As of now, he could visualize a rough outline of the southern domain, although it wasn't very detailed. Once I get to the southern domain, I'll have to acquire a better map, then I'll understand things better. He looked up at the rain and lightning, his eyes glowing brightly. I have a lot of acquaintances in the southern domain. Elder sister Su, elder brother Chen, Fatty, and Wang Tingfei. A smile appeared on his face, a smile filled with stubbornness. It's been many years. Meng Hao is coming. Several months later, in an endless strip of barren mountains, atop a tall mountain peak, a thunderous boom rang out. It was a beautiful mountain, dotted with various stockade villages. The mountain peak was connected to surrounding mountains by long iron chains, which seemed to form a huge spell formation. In the sky above, 2 people were locked in magical combat. Below, crowds of people looked up in awe. One of the combatants was a burly man who appeared to be over 30 years of age. Bare-chested, a golden-colored centipede was wrapped around his right hand. His left hand flickered in an incantation, and a gigantic sail appeared. It rippled in the wind, emitting a piercing, shrieking sound. The other person was Meng Hao. He was not using the lightning flag, nor had the wooden swords appeared. A simple flying sword circled around him which he used to attack. At the same time, he flashed an incantation gesture, and a howling flame python flew forth, over 60 meters in length. Next, multiple spinning wind blades appeared, amazing the onlookers. A massive boom echoed out, and the 2 of them each shot backward. The burly man laughed and clasped his hands in respect toward Meng Hao. Brother Meng, your cultivation base is extraordinary. I, Shan, truly admire you. Meng Hao lifted his hand. The flying sword returned to circle around him. He smiled and returned the salute. Brother Shan is being modest. You only attacked with 80% of your power, but I had to use all of my power to defend. I am the one to be doing the admiring. The words seemed casual, but when he heard them, the burly man's heart shook. 2 days ago, Meng Hao had arrived here and had asked about being able to use their teleportation portal. This place was unlike the mountain valley Meng Hao had just come from. The chiefs of the stockade villages in the area were all Foundation establishment cultivators. They welcomed Meng Hao enthusiastically, treating him to a feast and exchanging tips about cultivation with him. In order to prove the extent of his power, he had agreed to a sparring match with one of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Brother Meng is the one being modest. You attacked casually, and not with your full strength. I'm really curious how much of your power you used. The man's eyes shined. The sparring match had been his idea. But as it had proceeded, he had grown more and more apprehensive. Both of them were at the Foundation establishment stage, but it seemed as if his opponent were only using about half of his power. Furthermore, Meng Hao had been able to tell how much power he was using. When might I be able to use your teleportation portal? Said Meng Hao, sidestepping the question. He smiled, although the smile didn't touch his eyes. He had actually not even used a third of his full strength. Oh, that's simple. You can use it today. The burly man nodded, muttering to himself. Soon after, the spell formation within the mountains activated, and Meng Hao's body disappeared. As the glow faded, the burly man surnamed Shan frowned. Next to him were 2 men of the 9th level of Qi condensation. As Meng Hao disappeared, one of them said, Chief, that guy? I'm not sure where he came from, said the burly man, his voice deep. His magic is strange, as is his Foundation establishment cultivation base. I felt him out with some attacks, and could tell that he's an experienced fighter. He came here alone, but seemed completely at ease. He must have some unique and special techniques. Yeah, it's not worth it to provoke him. When he had attempted to feel out Meng Hao, he had failed. Meng Hao kept his power sealed up tight. This caused the man's fear and suspicion to grow stronger. The teleportation portal couldn't be used by just anyone. If your power is not sufficient, it could take your life, which happened occasionally. Therefore, he let Meng Hao use the portal to ensure that no calamity befell his village. Chapter 105. Poison Blossoms in the Right Eye. There is a wide plain on the border of the state of Eastern Emergence, in the center of the southern domain. There, the glow of a teleportation spell appeared, then faded. Outside of the teleportation portal, 7 or 8 cultivators of the Qi condensation stage sat cross-legged. They stood up as Meng Hao appeared, saluting him with clasped hands. These cultivators were posted here to defend the teleportation portal and to receive visitors to the village. When Meng Hao appeared, and they sensed the deepness of his cultivation base, their respect for him grew even greater. Meng Hao walked out of the teleportation portal. His eyes swept over the cultivators, then flickered up to the sky above the wide plain. Everything looked unfamiliar. He glanced back at the portal spell, marveling at the range of its teleportation. Ignoring the surrounding cultivators, Meng Hao shot up into the sky. He did not use a flying sword or the enormous green leaf or the treasured fan, but rather his cultivation base. His body transformed into a prismatic beam of light as he disappeared into the distance. The 7 or 8 cultivators watched as he left, their veneration for him growing. I wonder if I'll ever be able to become a powerful foundation establishment expert. Stop dreaming. Even if you did reach foundation establishment, at the very best you would have a fractured foundation. People like us can only imagine what it would be like. Only people groomed by the great sex have a chance to get a foundation establishment pill. And even amongst the great sex, the numbers who do are few. Most people go their whole lives without even touching one. Even with a foundation establishment pill, people with latent talent like ours would only have a tiny chance of succeeding. The foundation establishment stage, that is true power. The cultivators sighed. Being assigned to guard duty in this location, they rarely had a chance to see foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing Meng Hao had filled their hearts with admiration and envy. Days passed, and the entire time, Meng Hao did not use any flight-bestowing treasures, even though it forced him to waste a bit of spiritual power. He was as cautious as ever. This was the center of the southern domain, and he knew he had to be especially careful. He had offended too many people from here, the Violet Fate sect, obviously, as well as eccentric Song and Wang Tingfei. Time passed, and soon he neared the state of Eastern Emergence. The closer he got, the more cautious he grew. During the past months, he had attempted to use the 8th demon sealing hex almost every day. However, no matter what he did, he wasn't able to gain the enlightenment he needed. Everything seemed a blur. 10 days after leaving the teleportation portal, Meng Hao was flying along, when suddenly his expression changed. His body trembled, and he fell out of the sky. His face pale. He hit the ground running, making a beeline for a nearby forest. He waved his hand toward a tree up ahead that was large enough for 3 people to encircle with their arms. The tree cracked open, sending splinters of wood out into the air. Meng Hao leaped into the fissure, immediately sitting down cross-legged. His face was turning a deep purple color, and his body was trembling. He spat out the lightning flag, which immediately transformed into a protective lightning mist. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he attempted to take control of the poison that was flaring up within him. This time, the flare-up lasted for 3 days. The entire time, Meng Hao sat there, his jaw clenched tight. The pain of the poison within his body felt like insects ripping his insides apart. His eyes were blood-red and savage, and would have shocked anyone who could see it. Suddenly, in the pupil of his right eye appeared a demonic face that seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. Somehow, it also had the appearance of a blossoming flower. Meng Hao was aware of this. More than ever, he desired to dispel the poison. On evening of the 3rd day, a vicious wolf wandered into the area and caught the scent of blood. It eyed the cavity in the tree where Meng Hao sat, and then shot forward. Just as it was about to reach the tree, a hand shot out from within, latching onto the wolf's neck. It squeezed. A cracking sound could be heard. The wolf didn't even have a chance to cry out before it died. It twitched for a moment, and then went still. His face pale, Meng Hao emerged from the tree. His eyes glittered, shining with an intense killing aura. Every time the poison flared up, he had a stronger desire to kill. The flickering, laughing, crying demonic face in his eyes seemed to be having a strange effect on all of the qi in his body. Meng Hao looked down at the dead wolf he held. He flicked his hand, and the body was consumed with flames. Ash drifted out from Meng Hao's hand. The fire flickered on his face. He looked much less a scholar now, and much more a vicious cultivator. In the past 2 years, the poison has flared up 9 times. But this time was different. Why did a demonic face appear within my right eye? He reached up and felt his right eye. The demonic face slowly faded away. Meng Hao experimentally circulated his cultivation base. When he did, the demonic face appeared again. His body transformed into a shining beam of light as he continued on toward the state of Eastern Emergence. It was a large nation, about 10 times larger than the state of Zhao, filled with cultivators and sects. The largest of the sects was the Violet Fate sect, which acted as the leader of the other sects. You could definitely say that the state of Eastern Emergence was the base of operations for the Violet Fate sect. Meng Hao knew this, but had no other options. Going around the nation would involve traveling a huge distance. He wanted to get the stat E of Blue Clouds, where the Black Civ sect was, a location actually closer to where the state of Zhao had been, but which was on the other side of the state of Eastern Emergence. Fortunately, the state of Eastern Emergence was huge, so if he was careful, it shouldn't be difficult to hide. It wasn't like the state of Zhao, which was small enough to make searching for people easy. Furthermore, he was no longer of the Qi condensation stage. Now that he was of the Foundation establishment stage, he could protect himself much more easily. His decision made, he entered the state of Eastern Emergence. If I keep going on in this direction, there is a city of cultivators. Meng Hao flew through the air, passing through the border. He wore a long, black robe and a wide bamboo hat. His eyes flickered about as he surveyed the lands of the state of Eastern Emergence. There were few mountains, mostly wide plains. There were cities of mortals scattered about everywhere, connected by trade routes that were filled with horse carts. The hustle and bustle was far greater than that in the state of Zhao. As he flew through the air, other Foundation establishment cultivators flew past him, going in different directions. That was something which would be a rare sight in the state of Zhao. There were also many Qi condensation cultivators. You could say that the spiritual energy throughout the state of Eastern Emergence was greater than that of some of the famous mountains within the state of Zhao. In fact, there were some places where the spiritual energy was so dense that it made Meng Hao apprehensive. Several days later, Meng Hao finally saw a majestic city rising up in front of him on the horizon. It would take a mortal many hours to travel 50 kilometers, but Meng Hao arrived at the city gate in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn. It was currently dusk, and as the sun set over the city, it looked like a gigantic coiling dragon, its head lifted up to look at the heavens. As he approached the city, he felt a pressure pushing him down from the sky. He landed on the ground and proceeded forward on foot, lifting his head up to gaze at the city. Even though he had seen cities before, this sight moved him. There were other cultivators around him, some alone, some in groups of 4 or 5. Above, the sky was completely clear. There was a restrictive spell in place overhead that prevented flight, and the only thing that could be seen was its colorful glow. It made everything seem celestial in nature. The gate was guarded by cultivators of the 8th level of Qi condensation. There were also guards on top of the city walls, and Meng Hao could see that they were of the 9th level of Qi condensation, on the threshold of reaching Foundation establishment. This is a great city of cultivators of the southern domain. As he contemplated, Meng Hao began to more fully understand the power the Violet Fate sect wielded in this great nation. Meng Hao okayed ahead and noticed that as people entered the city gates, they paid a tax of spirit stones. Just as he was about to do the same, a whistling scream could be heard approaching in the air. The sound was very sudden, causing all the cultivators in the area to lift their heads. Off in the distance, a beam of light shot toward the city. It was violet-colored and roughly 30 meters wide. It approached like a screaming shooting star. In its midst was a middle-aged man wearing a splendid garment. His face was expressionless, and he flew toward the city center as if the restrictive spell emanating from within meant nothing to him. The pressure exuded by his body sent looks of shock to appear on the faces of the cultivators on the ground. A wind kicked up, turning into a whirlwind, which swept across the land. A core formation eccentric. Only people like that can ignore the city's restrictive spell and fly. Keep your voice down. That's Reverend Bai Hong of the Violet Fate sect. They say that years ago, someone from the Cloud Resemblance sect was disrespectful to him, so he slaughtered the entire sect. He's cruel and ruthless. The buzz of conversation slowly died out. Meng Hao looked off into the distance, his expression calm, but his heart pounding. Lowering his head, he entered the city. The largest city of cultivators he'd ever been in before was Milky Way City in the state of Zhao. Entering this great city in the state of Eastern Emergence, he felt as if his worldview had suddenly expanded. Items used in cultivation were available everywhere, and tall buildings rose up as far as the eye could see. Qi condensation and Foundation establishment cultivators bustled about, and Meng Hao even caught sight of 2 core formation cultivators like the Reverend Bai Hong from moments ago. Meng Hao is the only person wearing a wide bamboo hat, which actually caused many people to turn and look at him. He hesitated a moment before ducking into a random shop. When he came out, the hat was gone. His expression was calm as he walked past several more shops, and then began to walk through some snaking alleys. Suddenly, his body shot backward 30 meters, and his hand shot out like lightning. It came to rest on the neck of a boy of about 15 or 16 years of age. Meng Hao lifted him up and pressed him against the wall. The boy's cultivation base was not very high. It was at about the 6th level of Qi condensation. His body was bony, but his eyes seemed to be filled with wit and cunning. His face twisted as Meng Hao lifted him up. The boy knew that by exerting just a bit of spiritual power, Meng Hao could turn him into ash. "Why are you following me? I'll give you 1 sentence to explain yourself." Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he held the trembling youth. The young man looked at his black robe and loose, long hair, and it seemed as if death itself were hovering in front of him. Chapter 106. The Day the Resurrection Lily BL. In 7 colors. "Senior, I can help you find the things you need in the city," blurted the young man hurriedly. He was nervous, and fear shone in his eyes. He believed what Meng Hao had just said. He knew he would only have 1 chance to explain himself clearly, otherwise, he would be exterminated. It wouldn't matter that they were within the city limits. Meng Hao gave the young man a look. He didn't say anything, but the young man was clever, and picked up on Meng Hao's intention. He continued speaking. I'm Qiolin of the junior generation, he said, the words pouring out, his heart pounding. I was born here in Eastern Greatness City, so I know the place well. I noticed you when you entered the city. I can tell that it's your first time here. You need someone who knows their way around to help you find what you're looking for. I'd like to offer my services. Senior, for only 50 spirit stones, you can save yourself a lot of time. I can help you find what you need much faster. He looked nervously at Meng Hao. He wasn't lying. Everything he'd said was the truth. He had done this type of thing before, but this was the first time he had encountered someone like Meng Hao, who exuded such a deadly air. Meng Hao looked over him coldly, and then slowly loosened his grip. He frowned. The more the poison flared up, the stronger his killing intent seemed to grow. It seemed to be slowly affecting his personality. Qiolin took in a deep breath and then said, "What is it you seek to buy, sir?" "Poison pills," replied Meng Hao coolly. "Poison pills." Qiolin stared in surprise. He thought for a long moment, and then his eyes glittered, and he went on to provide a vivid description of this aspect of the city. "Senior, there are not many shops in the city that specifically sell poison pills. But poison pills are still medicinal pills, and there are lots of shops in the city that sell medicinal pills. There are 2 shops that could be considered the best. One of them, called the 10,000 Pills Pavilion, has the most variety of pills. It's very famous, and when they have auctions, even Foundation establishment cultivators will attend. There's another shop that's a bit smaller, but they conduct trade with the Western Desert, so they have a lot of imported items. They say the apothecary there used to work with Grandmaster Pill Demon of the Violet Fate sect. He was some kind of boy genius when it came to medicines. Which place would you like to go to, sir?" Meng Hao thought for a moment, then said, "The 10,000 Pills Pavilion." Qiolin nodded and led the way off. Having his help really did save Meng Hao quite a bit of time. They walked quickly through the city, and within about an hour, arrived at a 7-story pavilion. A huge stone stele had been erected next to it, upon which were written the characters, 10,000 Pills Pavilion. "I can't really go inside," said Qiolin. "I'll wait out here for you, sir." Looking around, Meng Hao noticed that there were quite a few disciples of the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation milling about. With a slight nod of his head, he entered the 7-story building. As for Meng Hao, he had cast a bit of spiritual sense onto him to ensure that he didn't try anything funny. Now that he was of the Foundation establishment stage, he was becoming much more familiar with the usages of spiritual sense. In the 10,000 Pills Pavilion, qi condensation cultivators were restricted to the 1st floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were for Foundation establishment. Core formation was the requirement to enter the 4th floor. Meng Hao walked around a bit, frowning as he glanced over the various medicinal pills. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, and he left. Qiolin immediately stepped forward. "Let's go to the 2nd place you mentioned," said Meng Hao, continuing to frown. Qiolin was clever, so he didn't ask any questions. He immediately led Meng Hao away. It was nearing evening when they finally arrived in a relatively remote part of the city, to a shop that seemed to have been there since ancient times. "This place is small, and it has 3 rules," Qiolin told Meng Hao. "The first rule is that you can't enter unless you put up a deposit of 50,000 spirit stones. The deposit is non-refundable, whether or not you buy anything. The second rule is that only 1 person at a time may enter. Everyone else must wait outside. Furthermore, only 20 people are allowed in each day. Once 20 people have entered, others must wait until the following day. The third rule is that once inside, random questions are not allowed. Every question asked must be accompanied with a payment of spirit stones." Meng Hao stared in surprise for a moment, before understanding showed in his eyes. He walked forward. He hated to lose spirit stones, but if it led to being able to dispel the poison, then it would be worth it. The door of the shop was closed. On it hung a plaque with the number 18 written on it. Meng Hao settled his qi and calmed his mind, then stood there quietly. Qiolin stood next to him. Finally, when the sun was about to drop over the horizon, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged man walked out. A frown was on his face, and he didn't even look at Meng Hao and Qiolin. He walked out, turned, and then clasped hands and bowed to the old man who had shown him out. When he saw the middle-aged man, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his head. He had seen this man before. It was none other than Reverend Bai Hong, whom he had seen flying through the sky earlier in the day. The old man who stood in the shop door was of the late Foundation establishment stage. For a core formation eccentric to salute him in such a manner was very unusual. Reverend Bai Hong turned and then transformed into a colorful beam of light that shot off into the air. A screaming whistle echoed out, after which the old man in the shop blew. "Get it, Meng Hao." Without hesitation, Meng Hao produced a bag of holding, inside of which were 50,000 spirit stones. He respectfully handed it over. The old man accepted it with a slight nod, then turned and entered the shop. Meng Hao followed him, glancing back as the door closed behind him. The number on the plaque changed from 18 to 19. The shop wasn't very large. There were no shelves. Instead, there were 7 pill furnaces of various sizes, 2 long tables, and an oil lamp. The light was relatively dim, although to cultivators, this didn't matter. They could see everything clearly. "How can I help you?" said the old man coolly, sitting cross-legged behind one of the long tables. Meng Hao said nothing, instead slapping his bag of holding to produce a jade vial. He pushed it across the table toward the old man. The old man picked it up and opened it, then gazed at it closely. He lowered his head and sniffed it, then tipped it over. Blood flowed out onto the surface of the table. The jade vial contained a sizable amount of blood, which Meng Hao had extracted from his body. "Interesting," said the old man, his voice low. He stared at the blood on the table. He lifted his hand, and a long, silver needle appeared. He dragged it through the blood, and immediately, the needle began to glow. Then, in the blink of an eye, it began to melt with rot. In an instant, it had turned into bits of ash, which floated out in the air. The old man's eyes glistened. He smacked the table with his left hand, causing the blood to fly up into the air, where it congealed into a globule. He then smacked his bag of holding, and a withered seed appeared. He flicked his finger, and the seed merged into the globule of blood. The blood instantly began to contract, and soon was gone. The seed was no longer withered, but rather plump and nearly bursting. As it floated in the air, it slowly began to sprout. Meng Hao watched with rapt attention as all of this happened, growing more and more nervous. He had spent a lot of spirit stones, all to attempt to dispel the poison. The seed sprouted, forming into a long branch, upon which a single leaf grew. The leaf eventually grew into a flower. As soon as the flower appeared, the old man's face went pale. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. The petals of the flower were 3 different colors, yellow, blue, and red, interlocking with each other. The flower itself had the appearance of a demonic face that was laughing and crying at the same time. The demonic face flower floated there in the air, seemingly alive. It was extremely bizarre. "A 3-colored resurrection lily," said the old man in a hoarse voice. He stared at the flower, his eyes shining. "When this poison flares up 3 times, it forms a complete cycle. After 3 cycles, the flower will bloom. After it blooms, a demonic face that seems to be both laughing and crying will appear in your right eye. It will come and go depending on your usage of your cultivat. Ion base. If you circulate your cultivation base for a long time, it will grow more clear. At this stage, the poison will not injure you, and in fact will protect you from all manner of other poisons. However, your desire to kill will grow stronger. After 3 more cycles, the flower will bloom again, and when the poison flares up, another demonic face will appear in your left eye. At this point, your desire to kill will be even stronger. You will become incredibly bloodthirsty. At this point, not only will you be immune to a vast array of poisons, you will begin to emanate a poison miasma. Your flesh will become incredibly tough, and you will be more resilient than the average cultivator. However, you will find that your body is also becoming more and more stiff. Your agility will be reduced, and your life force will slowly become dim. You will often be surrounded by a death aura. After this, the flower will bloom a 3rd time," said the man, his voice filled with profundity. Your mind will be lost, your life will be gone. Your body will transform into a 3-colored resurrection lily. The person who planted the seed in you will come to pick the flower. Sometime after the transformation, you will turn into a 4-colored resurrection lily. Mortal, Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, Tao seeking. 7 stages, 7 colors, 1 for each stage. Eventually, the resurrection lily will bloom in 7 colors. The flower descends, immortal ascension, 1,000 years. In ancient times, cultivators used this flower in order to achieve immortal ascension. The old man gazed at Meng Hao. Hearing the man's word caused him to shiver, not from cold, but from fear. He frowned as he thought about everything the man had said regarding the poison. "Fellow Taoist, please, don't joke with me. I have ordinary latent talent, and no special treasures that people are pursuing. It wouldn't be worth it for an enemy to plot against me with such a rare flower." The old man looked at him with a smile, but said nothing. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, then produced another bag of holding which he placed down in front of the old man. The man nodded. "Young friend, what you said is both correct and incorrect," said the old man slowly. "This 3-colored resurrect flower is not complete, it's defective. It won't bloom past 3 colors. Otherwise, no one in the world would be able to dispel it for you." "How can I dispel it?" When the man didn't respond, Meng Hao threw over another bag of holding. Meanwhile, outside the shop, the stars and moon had appeared in the evening sky and lanterns were being lit throughout the city. A woman appeared in the distance, dressed in a long, sleeveless, white garment. She was incredibly beautiful, graceful and slender. Her appearance underneath the moonlight was like that of a celestial being. She looked cool, calm, and very refined. Her appearance was beyond ordinary in every aspect. As the lamplight filled the city, she walked up to the shop. When she saw the number 19 on the plaque on the door, a slight smile appeared on her face that caused Qiulin's heart to race. Meng Hao himself had seen this woman before in the Reliance sect. She had accompanied Wang Tingfei when he left the sect. This was Wang Tingfei's fiancée, Chu Yuyan. 1. The name Resurrection Lily is based on a real plant, although I doubt its appearance in real life is anything like how it's supposed to look in ISSDH. Chapter 107. Spring and Autumn Tree. There are 3 methods to deal with this poison, said the old man, collecting the bag of holding. The third method is to simply alleviate the pain caused by the poison. There are 3 types of spirit fruit that you can eat which will have this effect. A second method can be used to suppress the effects of the poison and also reduce the frequency of the flare-ups. For this, you need a spring and autumn tree. 1 tree can suppress the poison for 1 year. By the way, this type of tree is actually capable of doing more than just suppressing a vast variety of poisons. It's very rare, but not impossible to acquire. The only downside is that using it will cause the poisoning will deepen. Also that the rebound effect is severe. If the time comes when you cannot suppress the poison anymore, it will erupt violently and you will be unable to dispel it. As for completely eliminating the poison, and this is the first method, it's actually quite simple. Find someone of the senior generation who is in the spirit severing stage. They can easily eliminate the poison for you using the power of the spirit severing stage. Very well, seeing how readily you spend such quantities of spirit stones, I might as well tell you of a fourth method. If you somehow have the good fortune to acquire a poison-dispelling pill personally concocted by Grandmaster Pill Demon, then you could use it to completely eliminate the poison. However, said the old man calmly, Grandmaster Pill Demon holds a lofty position in the Violet Fate sect. It would be very difficult. Meng Hao thought for a moment, then without another word, pulled out another bag of holding. He cared a lot about spirit stones, but they were simple material possessions which could not compare to the value of his own life. The old man accepted the bag of holding, eyes glittering, and a smile appeared on his face. I know a question you're going to ask. Where can I buy it? Asked Meng Hao coldly, his expression grim. There's no way for outsiders to know about this yet. But considering my status, I'm special, so I happen to have heard the news. In a month, a trading caravan from the Western Desert will arrive here. When they do, the 100 Treasures Pavilion will host an auction. One of the items they will be selling is Spring and Autumn Tree. 100 Treasures Pavilion? Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he thought back to the 100 Treasures Pavilion in Eastern Refinement City in the state of Zhao. 1. Meng Hao stood, and with a last glance at the old man, turned and walked to the door. When he opened it, the first thing he saw was a refined, beautiful woman. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Middle Foundation Establishment Stage, thought Meng Hao. His face showed nothing as he walked forward. The woman in white's expression was normal. As Meng Hao left, she walked into the shop. As she did, her brow furrowed slightly, and she looked back at Qiulin and Meng Hao as they walked off. He seems familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. Chu Yuyan didn't pay much more attention to it. The year she had seen Meng Hao on the top of the East Mountain of the Reliance sect, he had only been at the 6th level of Qi condensation. Even though he had snatched away Wang Tingfei's chance at joining the inner sect, Chu Yuyan hadn't paid much attention to him at all. 6 years had passed since then, and she had long since forgotten about him. If you want to re-experience the introduction of Chu Yuyan and Wang Shifan, you can reread Chapter 35. She had forgotten Meng Hao, but he hadn't forgotten her. Meng Hao couldn't possibly forget the middle-aged Dao protector who had stood there that night. Neither could he forget the woman who had seemed to be on such intimate terms with Wang Tingfei. That was definitely her. Meng Hao walked faster, his expression cold, but his thoughts racing. Based on her reaction, she hadn't recognized him. In any case, he had changed a lot recently, especially in terms of his cultivation base. It would be difficult for anyone to connect the current Meng Hao with the old one. I was a nobody back then. She seemed so close with Wang Tingfei. She must be the disciple of a great sect. I wouldn't have made any sort of impression on her. But her cultivation base is in the middle of the foundation establishment stage. I wonder what Wang Tingfei's cultivation base is like nowadays. He thought back to everything that had happened that year, and barely perceptible cold smile appeared on his face. Qiulin walked beside him, looking thoughtful. He looked back and then suddenly stopped walking. Now I know. That was Chu Yuyan, he said. Chu Yuyan? Asked Meng Hao, his expression flickering as he looked back at Qiulin. You mean the woman back there? Yeah, said Qiulin excitedly. She's a chosen from the Violet Fate sect, and also one of the 4 great beauties of the Southern Domain. That was definitely her. Oh. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. According to the rumors, gushed Qiulin, when she was born, a celestial lotus bloomed. Her latent talent is incredible, and her beauty is extraordinary. She was taken in by Grandmaster Pill Demon as a personal apprentice. Her beloved, Wang Tingfei, is a chosen from the great Wang clan. The year they got engaged, the entire Southern Domain was talking about it. He might be well informed about the affairs within the Southern Domain, but as he spoke, he didn't notice the look which appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. They continued on, and Qiolin proceeded to talk about various matters related to Chu Yuyan. At Meng Hao's request, he led him to an inn in a far corner of the city. Meng Hao asked him a few questions regarding the auction, and then paid the spirit stones he owed. By the time Qiolin left, it was late at night. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room in the inn, his eyes twinkling. His mind was filled with the various things Qiolin had told him about Chu Yuyan. Enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn. He frowned. I wonder if there is some way to use Chu Yuyan to get Grandmaster Pill Demon to make me a poison dispelling pill. When he thought about Grandmaster Pill Demon, he couldn't help but think about Ding Xian's Foundation Establishment Pill. Ding Xian was also an apprentice of Grandmaster Pillmaster. Meng Hao laughed bitterly. He had killed the man's apprentice, and also offended the Violet Fate sect. Dispelling the poison in that way would be very difficult. After a while, he began to meditate. Meng Hao had found that after reaching Foundation Establishment, he needed larger amounts of spiritual energy, much more so than he'd needed in the Qi condensation stage. In order to reach the middle of the Foundation Establishment stage, he would need to form 4 Dao pillars. Right now I only have 1 Dao pillar. Because of the crack on the Dao pillar, I have a flawless foundation. Plus, I established my foundation after reaching the 13th level of Qi condensation. Furthermore, my cultivation is based on the Sublime Spirit Scripture, making my Dao pillar gold-colored. My enlightenment is deeper, and I have much more spiritual sense. I don't think that many people in the early stage of Foundation Establishment would be my match. I've never fought someone of the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, so I'm not sure, but I think I could hold my own. His eyes shone as he thought of his match with the burly man surnamed Shan. At that time, he had come to have a much better understanding of the power of his flawless foundation. When the time came to form his second Dao pillar, he would be prepared. I need some medicinal pills suitable for the early Foundation Establishment stage, he said, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes and spit out the lightning flag. A field of lightning mist sprang up, within which arcs of electricity sparkled. If anyone tried to make a move against him, they would immediately shoot out to protect him. Within the mist, Meng Hao once again attempted to use the 8th demon sealing hex, and once again failed. However, with each of his failed attempts, he seemed to grow closer to enlightenment. The night passed uneventfully. As dawn broke the next morning, Meng Hao opened his eyes. He left the inn to explore this city of cultivators in the state of Eastern emergence. He wanted to find some medicinal pills suitable for Foundation Establishment, and hopefully learn something about the spring and autumn tree. Half a month passed, during which time he explored almost all of the shops in the city. This place was filled with an incredible variety of medicinal pills and magical items. However, the prices were very high. After considering his options for a long time, Meng Hao purchased a common medicinal pill, which was useful during the Foundation Establishment stage. This pill was called Masked Establishment Pill, and was suitable for the early Foundation Establishment stage. There are quite a bit of pills that are suitable for the Foundation Establishment stage, but it seems that their efficacy is just ordinary. The really high-quality medicinal pills are exclusively available from various sects. It's hard for outsiders to get their hands on them. The only chance to even see them would be during an auction. Another half-month passed. Meng Hao had grown much more familiar with the city. At the moment, he sat in the restaurant of his inn, next to a window, looking down at the throngs of people below. In his hand was a cup of alcohol, which he sipped as he thought. I've consumed far too many medicinal pills over the years. I've pushed my cultivation base with a quantity of pills far exceeding the average person. He frowned. It's not that the city didn't have pills suitable for the Foundation Establishment stage, or that the prices were too high. It was a problem of the 5 medallions. In the city, there were 5 types of medallions available that determined who could have the chance to buy certain products. Without one of the medallions, even if you had the money to buy certain items, you couldn't. That was the rule in the city, and also the way that the Violet Fate sect could control the distribution of medicinal pills within the nation. 5 types of medallions. The only way to acquire one is to do some sort of meritorious service. So annoying! Meng Hao lifted up the cup of alcohol and took another drink. His frown deepened. Thankfully, I don't need a medallion to participate in the auction. As long as I have enough spirit stones to pay the entrance fee, I can get in. Meng Hao's gaze swept the street below. As he muttered to himself, time passed. Soon, the inn's restaurant began to fill with cultivators who chatted and exchanged information. Qiolin had selected a relatively well-known inn for Meng Hao. Here, they only served drinks. In fact, they only served one kind of drink, which was called Savor the Spirit. The flavor of this alcohol was quite unique. It didn't burn going down. It was very strong, but was infused with spiritual energy. It wasn't a lot of spiritual energy, but it was enough to make the alcohol quite expensive. I heard that the trade caravan from the Western Desert arrived today. They brought way more people with them than they did in past years. I bet there's going to be a lot. of treasures up for grabs at the 100 Treasures Pavilion auction. There aren't as many resources in the Western Desert as there are in the Southern Domain, but they have a lot of very unique material that we really need here. When they show up every few years, they usually bring representatives from around 100 different merchant groups and a variety of sects from different nations. The techniques of their cultivators are very strange. I hope we have a chance to learn something from them. I don't think so. They've obviously brought more people than usual. There has to be a reason for that. I'd say there's an 80 to 90% chance it has something to do with the corpse of that immortal. The sound of voices filled the restaurant, and most of them were discussing the auction which was to take place in half a month, and how it related to the arrival of the Western Desert trade caravan. Meng Hao was getting ready to make his departure. The trade caravan didn't interest him. However, when he heard mention of the corpse of an immortal, his eyes flashed, and he sat back down and poured himself another cup of alcohol. He took a drink and continued to listen. The immortal's corpse, haha, it's been a bloodbath over there recently. 3 years ago, the 5 great sects and the 3 great clans tried to force their way into the area, but were met with failure after failure. They had no choice but to back off.
2.
The immortal's corpse must have fallen out from the heavens that year because it wanted to enter the Rebirth Cave, one of the Southern Domain's 3 danger zones. And yet for some reason, it landed about 3,000 meters away from it. Actually, it didn't just provoke a reaction from the 5 great sects and 3 great clans. The strange things that exist within the Rebirth Cave also have been emerging occasionally. Everyone wants a piece of the immortal's body. Even just a bit of it would increase anyone's hope of achieving immortal ascension. As Meng Hao listened to the buzz of conversation in the restaurant, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He thought back to the time in the state of Zhao, when the land had continued to shake over and over again. He had gotten the feeling that something from the heavens had fallen down to smash into the earth. You know what I heard? When the immortal's corpse fell down, some people saw it with their own eyes. They said its pupils were gray, and that inside, 7 stars glittered. When Meng Hao heard this, he was just lifting his cup up to take another drink. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body, and his hand began to tremble, spilling alcohol out all over. 3. 1. If you want to refresh your mind about the 100 Treasures Pavilion, as well as Meng Hao's flirtatious encounter there, you can reread Chapter 53. 2. If you want a reminder of what happened when the corpse fell from the sky, you can reread Chapter 61. 3. If you are confused regarding Meng Hao's REA, tying to hearing about the gray pupils and 7 stars, you might want to reread Chapter 59. Chapter 108. The secret struggle begins. The restaurant was filled with all sorts of people, so no one noticed Meng Hao's strange behavior. He slowly put down his cup of alcohol. His expression was as calm as ever, but his heart had suddenly begun pounding, and a roaring sound filled his head. He silently turned his head to look at the person who had mentioned the 7 stars in the eyes of the corpse of the immortal. Then he lowered his head and took another drink. You know what, it's weird. That immortal is dead, but its body still exudes a powerful pressure which caused all kinds of strange phenomena. The great sects and clans could only approach to a distance of 300 meters. I heard that recently the great clans and sects made some special preparations and were able to approach closer than 300 meters. The discussions continued until midday, whereupon people began to disperse. The person who had mentioned the 7 stars stood up, chatting and laughing with his companion. He made to leave. It was at this moment that Meng Hao lightly tapped the table. The tap emitted a roaring boom, which sent a tremor through the bodies of the nearby cultivators. Their expressions changed as they all turned to look at Meng Hao. His cultivation base suddenly emitted the massive pressure of foundation establishment, enveloping the restaurant. Then it dissipated. However, in that brief moment, the bodies of the 8th and 9th level qi condensation cultivators trembled. Their faces grew pale, and their hearts flip-flopped as they tried to remember whether or not they had said something to offend this foundation establishment expert. Elder generation. One by one, they saluted. Their hearts were filled with veneration. They knew that fighting was prohibited within the city limits, so this person wouldn't attack someone lightly. But to them, the mighty pressure exuded by a foundation establishment cultivator was incredibly powerful and caused dread to well up inside of them. You, said Meng Hao, pointing at one of the people. Come here. It was a young man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He was at the 8th level of qi condensation. When Meng Hao pointed at him, his body began to shake and the blood drained from his face. Elder generation. Fear filled his eyes, and confusion his heart. He had never seen Meng Hao before, and had no idea how he had attracted his attention. The other cultivators surrounding him quickly slipped away from the restaurant, letting out sighs of relief in their hearts. Face expressionless, Meng Hao took another drink. The young man hesitated, not daring to refuse to approach. Reverently and cautiously, he took a few steps forward. Meng Hao lifted his head and looked at him. You just said that the corpse of that immortal had gray eyes, within which were 7 stars. Is what? You said true. Senior, allow me to explain, said the young man quickly. not daring to leave anything out. I didn't see the matter with my own eyes, I only heard about it. However, I have a good friend who really did observe the whole thing personally. And where exactly is this good friend of yours? Said Meng Hao, his voice low. I haven't seen him for half a year, he replied quickly, worried Meng Hao would think he was making things up if he took too long to respond. He's a water bamboo sect disciple named Su Yan. Meng Hao frowned and nodded, waving his hand dismissively. The young man bowed respectfully and then left as fast as possible, heaving a sigh of relief. He decided that he would never again return to this place again. Meng Hao sat there thinking. There weren't many people left in the restaurant, and all of them were of the qi condensation stage. Having seen what just occurred, they all paid their bill and left, one by one. Soon the restaurant was empty. Gray pupils with 7 stars. Could the corpse of that immortal and the animated corpse I saw in the whirlpool above the Tower of Tang in the state of Zhao be one and the same? Meng Hao sat there, contemplating the corpse he'd seen and the sense of calamity he'd felt. The more he thought about, the more it seemed that some complicated matters were unfolding behind the scenes. If I want to confirm it, I'll have to see the corpse with my own eyes. After a while, he returned to his room. The matter of the immortal's corpse was now a heavy weight on his heart. He had the sinking sensation that the reason the corpse had fallen to the earth was he himself. Meng Hao spent the next half-month trying to gather more information about the corpse of the immortal. As he did, he slowly came to have a much better understanding of all the momentous events which had occurred in the past 2 or 3 years because of it. The year the corpse fell, it immediately aroused the attention of the 5 great sects and 3 great clans of the southern domain. One after another, they attempted to reach the corpse, but could never get closer than 3,000 meters. Plus, they encountered problems with the strangeness from within the rebirth cave. They made further attempts, even using various sect treasures, and were eventually able to get as close as 300 meters. The most momentous thing that happened was half a year ago. The Solitary Sword sect used their Dao reserve to break past the 300-meter mark. They were able to get 2 drops of blood from the corpse. One of the drops was purchased by the Violet Fate sect for an exorbitant price. The other was taken back to the Solitary Sword sect to be used to gain enlightenment regarding the meaning of immortality. Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his room, recording all of the information onto a jade slip. He had come across all this information at the cost of some spirit stones. There were even some cultivators from the Great Tang in the eastern lands who came to investigate. People from the western desert have also arrived. The corpse came to be called an immortal's corpse and has sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. Meng Hao was quiet for a moment. He put the jade slip away and then left the inn, his eyes glittering. In the past month, and everyone in this city of cultivators was talking about the upcoming auction. Meng Hao had already gone to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to pay his deposit and get his auction medallion. At the moment, he strode down the street. After passing through a few alleys, his robe became black. He put on his wide bamboo hat and covered his face with a mask. Lately, more and more people dressed in a similar fashion. With the auction just around the corner, there were many people who didn't want their personal affairs to be made known, and thus went about in disguise. Soon, Meng Hao reached the area where the auction was to be held. It was a large, circular public square. Numerous restrictive spells could be seen, causing glowing magical symbols to fill the air. Numerous cultivators patrolled about on guard duty, 10 of whom were at foundation establishment stage. 4 cultivators floated cross-legged in the air above the auction stage, their bodies glowing. The pressure they exuded around the area was that of the core formation stage. This was just the guard force that was visible. To organize an auction of this scale would require the support of nascent soul cultivators. A nascent soul cultivator could strike fear into the heart of an entire city. But even in the 5 great sects and 3 great clans of the southern domain, nascent soul cultivators were rare. Any nascent soul cultivator would be referred to as patriarch and would usually spend time in secluded meditation. Usually, core formation cultivators would be the ones to leave the sect to handle matters. Most of the people attending the auction were from the state of Eastern Emergence. Also present were cultivators from surrounding nations who had traveled here for the sole purpose of participating in the auction. Everyone who entered the auction square had an auction plaque. By the time Meng Hao arrived, there were already several hundred people present. More continued to stream in. Meng Hao had paid for a seat at the very far edge. He sat down cross-legged in his position, looking coldly at the stage and the square. Above the main square were 3 levels of private booths, arranged, not for cultivators with high cultivation bases, but for cultivators with high positions. Looking around at the cultivators around him, he saw a group who were clearly much taller than everyone else. They wore less clothing, and in fact, many parts of their bodies were encircled with iron hoops. Their skin was dark, and most of them had blue eyes. Each and every one of them were big and tall, their hair wild. From their strange clothing and iron hoop. P.S. It was obvious that they weren't from the southern domain. These were cultivators from the western desert. Time passed, 2 hours. Soon, When the auction square was filled with nearly 1,000 people, the sound of a bell rang out. The bustle and noise died down, and everything grew quiet. At the same time, a blinding, multicolored glow appeared in the middle of the auction stage. It expanded out to cover the entire auction square. As the glow expanded out, a man appeared on the stage, seemingly from nowhere. He was old and wore a long, expansive robe. His hair was white, and he had an ancient look. He gazed about with gleaming eyes, causing quite a commotion amongst the surrounding cultivators. It's Sir Qiao from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. So, Sir Qiao is going to personally preside over the auction. He's in the middle of the core formation stage. He's not from the southern domain. He came here several years ago from the coastal islands in the Milky Way Sea. Discussions rippled out, after which the old man on the stage coughed lightly. Then he spoke, his voice filling the entire auction square. There shall be 100 items auctioned today, he said coolly. They include medicinal pills, magical items, legacies, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, materials from the western desert, treasures of the southern domain and valuables from the Milky Way Sea. I don't need to waste time stating the rules of the auction. Lot 1 is a 1,000-year-old conch shell from the Milky Way Sea. A woman appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. She was lithe and beautiful and had an air of extreme confidence. She carried a jade tray, upon which was a black conch shell, about the size of a hand. The conch shell was covered with numerous lines, which ran and interlocked randomly across its surface. It glimmered as if it contained secrets of the heavens and the Tao. As soon as it appeared, a mysterious, celestial sound filled the air in the auction square. This treasure is 1,000 years old and emits a celestial sound, said Sir Qiao. The auction square went quiet. The veins that run through the shell are magical in nature. By imbuing them with spiritual sense for 3 days, you can add half of a 60-year cycle to your longevity. There is no reserve price for this item. As soon as he finished talking, the auction square erupted with conversations. A treasure that could increase longevity could cause quite a sensation, and even fighting. Even many of the people in the private booths were shocked. It seemed this day's auction would be quite an affair. Even though he was far away from the auction stage, Meng Hao's attention was focused on the composed young woman. An expression of shock covered his face as he realized he recognized her. This was the woman who had flirted with him in the 100 Treasures Pavilion in Eastern Refinement City. Her name was Qiao Ling. How could she be here, he thought. The state of it. Ao disappeared a long time ago. Maybe she left before all the momentous events. After all, there's 100 Treasures Pavilion in this city too. At the moment, Chu Yan stood in one of the private booths in the first level, looking down at the auction square. Next to her stood a middle-aged man, a respectful look on his face. Fellow Taoist Chu, the spring and autumn tree that you need is here. Unfortunately, the rules of our pavilion cannot be broken. If you need it, you must acquire it through auction. It is Lot 39 on the auction list. Chapter 109. The Legend of Doom. A 1,000-year-old conch shell from the Milky Way Sea, capable of increasing the longevity of a cultivator. Longevity is priceless. Long life is important to anyone. It is a thirst which springs from the soul itself. This is especially true for cultivators, even more so for those who are reaching the end of their years. To add half of a 60-year cycle to their life, they would pay almost any price. The fact that this was the first item up for auction led to quite a buzz. People immediately began calling out bids, both from the ring of private booths up above and from the throng of nearly 1,000 down below. The prices being called out for the 1,000-year-old conch shell grew higher and higher until it reached a level that left Meng Hao somewhat apprehensive. In the end, someone in the second level of private booths purchased it. Even though no one in the crowd below had been able to purchase it, their spirits were lifted by the purchase. When the second, third, and fourth items appeared, the atmosphere grew even more exciting, and the prices called out even higher. This was the first time Meng Hao had attended an auction like this, and also his first time seeing the unbridled excitement of cultivators. His mind slowly grew clear, and he looked coldly around as the cultivators called out price after higher price for the items they wished to purchase. Lot 8 is an item that many fellow Taoists have traveled here specifically to purchase, said Sir Qiao coolly. He flourished his right hand, and behind him, Qiao Ling appeared with yet another item on a jade tray. It was a fragment of black bone. Its edges were jagged, and it appeared to be a piece of a skull. There were complicated magical symbols carved into it, and it emanated an ancient, ghastly aura, which was sealed by a small shield produced by the jade tray. Even still, some of the aura drifted out, filling the auction square with what seemed to be the stench of rotten flesh, accumulated over many years. Everyone present felt an ancient aura, filled with a wild, indescribable grief. One of the 3 danger zones in the southern domain is the ancient Temple of Doom. The Doom clan arose in ancient times and did not meet with the approval of the heavens. The heavenly Tao cursed them, and thus, they died. But their spirits were not willing to pass away, so they defied the heavens to create their temple. It's hard to say how many years have passed since that time. The temple has become a danger zone, filled with incredible peril. Even nascent soul cultivators will have a hard time making it out alive. However, inside the temple is an ancient legacy, ancient spirit medicines, and ancient treasures. A few years ago, one of the Solitary Sword clan's elders made it out alive, raving about the long life pill he'd seen. I am pleased to represent the 100 Treasures Pavilion in auctioning this item, which comes directly from the ancient Temple of Doom. It has the power to ward against evil. When he finished speaking, everything was quiet. However, it didn't take long for people to begin bidding. 300,000 spirit stones. 500,000 spirit stones. That item can ward against evil. If I go into the ancient Temple of Doom, I'm dead for sure. But I'm reaching the end of my longevity. With that item, maybe I can enter the temple. 600,000 spirit stones. I'm determined to get this item. As he listened to the price going up, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He had read about the 3 danger zones of the southern domain, but he only knew some general information, nothing specific. Now he knew a little bit more of the ancient Temple of Doom, thanks to Sir Qiao. The 3 danger zones, the Rebirth Cave, the ancient Temple of Doom, and the primordial Dao Lakes. Meng Hao watched on as the bids on the item from the ancient Temple of Doom slowly increased. After a while, he closed his eyes. He wasn't interested at all in this particular item. Time passed by as item after item was auctioned off. Finally, Sir Qiao's voice rang out. Lot 38 is a bottle of refined establishment pills, 6 in total. Personally concocted by Grandmaster Pill Demon, these pills are suitable for cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. The reserve price is 30,000. The bidding shall be in increments of at least 10,000. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. Some of the previous auction items had included medicinal pills. However, the prices had been too high or not appropriate for his level. The treasures had been similar. But this refined establishment pill was the least expensive item to appear so far. 40,000 spirit stones. Qi condensation cultivators made up the largest percent of participants, and after that was the Foundation establishment stage. The number of people who made bids previous hadn't been very large, but for this item, many people began to call out prices. 50,000 spirit stones. I'll bid 80,000 spirit stones. I need those refined establishment pills. Please, fellow Taoists, for the sake of the Cloud Peak sect, allow me to take them. 100,000, said Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. He also needed these medicinal pills. The instant he opened his mouth, the cultivator who had just spoken turned around. His eyes flicked back and forth. There were too many people present. So it was impossible for him to determine who had spoken. 110,000, he said coldly. 150,000. Meng Hao didn't care a bit about the other cultivator trying to figure out who he was. As soon as he spoke, the man's gaze fell upon him. This cultivator from the Cloud Peak sect was also at the early Foundation establishment stage. He stared murderously at Meng Hao, clenching his teeth. 200,000, he said. No one else was willing to bid further. The pill was extraordinary, but 200,000 spirit stones was more than most of them could afford. Meng Hao frowned. He needed this type of pill, but in actuality, only needed one. Also, he had no way to know how high the price for the spring and autumn tree would reach. Compared to that, the pill wasn't very important. Therefore, he decided to give up. Lot 39 is a spring and autumn tree. This type of wood is not very common. It can suppress 10,000 types of poison and can be refined into the primary ingredient required to make a variety of magical items. This is the first time I've personally auctioned off this item. As such, I would like to share some classified information with all of you fellow Taoists. Spring and autumn tree is created when normal wood is struck by spring and autumn lightning. It cannot be produced by people and only appears in accordance with the luck of the heavens. Many of you probably know this already. This tree has no root, so if you place it into the earth, it will not grow. However, according to legend, this tree has a parent tree in the yellow springs of the underworld, the World Tree. His words caused an uproar in the auction square. Hearing the word World Tree even caused the cultivators in the private booths to look down in shock. Sir Qiao, rang out a voice from one of the private books. Is this World Tree you mentioned the one from the legends, which leads to beyond the heavens? Correct, said Sir Qiao, his expression calm. Its shape is like that of an ox, its bark is easily peeled off, and when this happens, the ribbon-like strand looks like a yellow snake. Its leaves are like a net. Its fruit is like that of a golden rain tree, and its trunk is like an elm tree. Its name is the World Tree. In ancient times there was a legend of an almighty power which had the potential to replace the stars within the sky. The sky was above it, and the stars outside of it. But the World Tree did not agree to be subservient to the heavens. It exploded, and its body disseminated amongst the stars. However, its will remained within the earth. During the seasons of spring and autumn, heavenly lightning will fall to destroy it. To protect itself, it creates the spring and autumn tree. Dark green leaves, a purple trunk, black flowers, and yellow fruit. There is no sound beneath its canopy, nor are shadows cast. Of course, these are just rumors that I've heard. I'm not sure if they are true or false. The opening bee. ID for the spring and autumn tree will begin at 100,000 spirit stones. Sir Qiao's words made many who hadn't previously been interested in the spring and autumn tree to suddenly be very interested. Meng Hao frowned. Before, he was confident in being able to control the price of the tree, but now, with so many people interested in it, he would surely have to pay a much higher price. He looked up at Sir Qiao standing there on the auction stage. His face was expressionless, but Meng Hao could clearly sense how shrewd and ruthless he was. Also frowning was Chu Yuyan, up in the top level of private booths. Her delicate brow furrowed, and she sighed inwardly. She realized she had been a bit rash. The 100 Treasures Pavilion had intentionally done this after she made her inquiries. Presumably, they also knew why she needed this particular tree. In the auction square, multiple people began calling out bids. 150,000, 200,000, 230,000. As for Meng Hao, he sat there watching as the price went up. He held his hand. 260,000. That's as far as I can go. It might be able to suppress poisons, but it's a consumable item. I don't need it because of some so-called world tree. I need it to dispel poison. The polite words were spoken by a soft-spoken cultivator wearing a long black robe. He saluted the surrounding cultivators with clasped hands. It was at this point that Chu Yuyan spoke up. 300,000. Her clear voice rang out, causing many people to look up, although they weren't entirely sure who had spoken. 320,000, said the other cultivator, his heart thumping. He clenched his teeth and looked up at the ring of private booths. All the people up there were famous figures from throughout the state of Eastern Emergence, and were not to be offended easily. But he couldn't give up. 350,000, said Chu Yuyan coolly. Some people down below were now able to tell where the voice was coming from, and they looked at the top level of private booths. However, most of the cultivators still hadn't determined where the voice was coming from. The black-robed cultivator's face twitched. Finally, he let out a bitter laugh. 320,000 spirit stones was his limit, and it included quite a bit borrowed from other people. Although, that was of secondary importance. What gave him greater reason to abandon the competition was the identity of the other party. Although he hadn't been able to identify the exact location of the person who was bidding against him, considering it had come from the top level of private booths, he knew that it must be someone he couldn't afford to provoke. He sat down bitterly, not making another bid. Everyone knew that whoever this mysterious woman was, she needed the spring and autumn tree. Nobody was willing to offend someone from within the ring of private booths. Chu Yuya, and let out a light sigh. She was spending 350,000, which was far more than its actual value. But to her, it was worth it. However, at this exact moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence down below. 360,000. When the voice rang out, everyone in the auction square gaped in shock, looking around to try to see who had just spoken. Because the cultivators in his immediate vicinity were looking at him in amazement, it didn't take long before everyone in the square was looking at him. He sat there, his head lowered, his face covered, his eyes calm. 400,000, said Chu Yuyan frowning. She never imagined that someone else would put forth another bid, but she had no choice other than to raise the price. 410,000, said Meng Hao coolly. His voice was deeper than normal, but he still spoke calmly. Chapter 110. Chu Yuyan's killing intent. I can't believe he's going to try to outbid someone from the second level. Who is this guy? He's wearing a big hat and you can't see his face. That guy's got real nerve to jack up the price so high for a spring and autumn tree. Who is the cultivator in that top-level booth? This is interesting. Discussion sprang up in the auction square. Only Sir Qiao, up on the stage, appeared the same as ever. He glanced at Meng Hao, then looked up toward the top-level booth. Behind him, a look of interest appeared on Xiao Ling's face. She looked at Meng Hao closely, but because of his wide hat and the cloth covering his face, she didn't recognize him. 500,000, said Chu Yuyan, her brow furrowed. This was an incredible bid even for her. She stepped forward, lifting up the booth's curtain. Suddenly, she became the center of attention of everyone down in the auction square. They all recognized her. That's Chu Yuyan. It's Chu Yuyan from the Violet Fate sect. So, it's her. The entire square broke out into conversations. In the state of Eastern Emergence, Chu Yuyan was highly respected. She was a cultivator of the Violet Fate sect, was Grandmaster Pill Demon's personal apprentice, and her father was the sect leader. This, coupled with her unsurpassed beauty, instantly caused everyone to stare at her. Well, so much for the suspense. If Chu Yuyan hadn't shown her face, very well. But now that she has, no one would be willing to try to outbid her for something as ordinary as a spring and autumn tree. It seems Chu Yuyan has her heart set on that spring and autumn tree. She even revealed her identity. Don't tell me those rumors from a few years back were true? I think they were. Otherwise, she wouldn't need a spring and autumn tree. The cultivators' conversations buzzed, and even Chu Yuyan assumed that the bidding for the spring and autumn tree was over. Then, Meng Hao's cold voice rang out. 600,000. Meng Hao no longer increased the bid in 10,000s. He immediately surpassed Chu Yuyan's bid by 100,000. This caused quite the uproar. Even Sir Qiao stared down at Meng Hao. Chu Yuyan frowned at Meng Hao, but could only see the top of his hat. 650,000. 700,000, said Meng Hao calmly. He was determined to acquire the spring and autumn tree, and would not give up. Fellow Daoist, you must certainly know who I am, said Chu Yuyan, her voice light as she stared at Meng Hao. This item isn't worth so many spirit stones. I need it to help suppress poison for someone I'm sure you know. Please back down. If you do, I'll consider myself to be in your debt. This caused further discussions on the auction floor. So, the rumors are true. She's buying it for Wang Tingfei of the Wang clan. According to the people from the Golden Frost sect, Wang Tingfei, one of the chosen from the Wang clan, used to be a member of a sect in some backwater nation. He was searching after some amazing legacy. But he was trounced during a tussle over a spot in the inner sect, and a local cultivator smashed his finger. That's most likely true. That guy Li Fugui, who the Golden Frost sect cares so much about, has a beef with Wang Tingfei. He talks about it to everyone. And as for Wang Tingfei, he treats even himself poorly. He formed a new finger for himself, but it was poisonous. A lot of people know about it. Obviously, Chu Yuyan wants the spring and autumn tree to help Wang Tingfei suppress the poison of his finger. When Meng Hao heard this, a barely perceptible flicker appeared in his eyes. Now he knew why Chu Yuyan was so anxious to get the spring and autumn tree. And from what the other cultivators were saying, it sounded like Fatty Li Fugui was doing quite well for himself in the Golden Frost sect. Fellow Daoist Chu, I also very much need this item, said Meng Hao coolly. Chu Yuyan's eyes flashed coldly. She gritted her teeth and stared at Meng Hao. 750,000, she said. 900,000. Meng Hao still had quite a bit of spirit stones in his bag of holding. He had made up his mind to win the spring and autumn tree, so immediately called out an exorbitant price. Hearing such a high number, the surrounding cultivators gasped and looked greedily at Meng Hao. But then they realized that anyone who dared to snatch an item out from in front of Chu Yuyan from the Violet Fate sect must surely have powerful backing. Chu Yuyan gnashed her teeth, so hard they seemed on the verge of shattering. She was a chosen of the Violet Fate sect. However, the spirit stones she carried belonged not to herself, but the sect. It would be hard to explain why she had spent so much to help Wang Tingfei, regardless of her position within the sect. 900,000 was a number that left her feeling somewhat powerless. She said nothing, simply staring down at Meng Hao, her eyes shining with murder. A long moment passed, and she didn't make a higher bid. The spring and autumn tree went to Meng Hao. Someone from the 100 Treasures Pavilion approached him to accept his money and give him the item. He accepted it, then left the auction square as quickly as possible. He didn't care what other items were being auctioned off. He had no intention of staying behind. In cultivator auctions, anyone can leave at any time. He hurried out, moving as fast as possible through several alleys. He tossed off his hat and cloth mask, and then changed his robe. He now looked completely different than he had in the auction square. Moving at top speed, he headed straight out of the city gate. 300 meters out, he shot into the sky, turning into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. After he had been flying for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, a whistling scream could be heard behind him. It was a spotless white crane, chasing after him at a speed that exceeded his own. Meng Hao frowned and looked back. Standing atop the crane was a woman in white clothes. It was none other than Chu Yuyan, her face expressionless, but her eyes ice-cold. She stared icily at Meng Hao's retreating form. The crane cried out, turning into a prismatic beam of light as it approached. A white glow emerged from its mouth, which transformed into a gigantic net which shot forward to envelop Meng Hao. Chu Yuyan held a jade slip in her hand. There were black spots on the surface of the jade slip, which emanated an archaic aura. She used it to summon a phantasmic white-haired old man, who came into being above the jade slip. The phantom lifted his hand and waved his finger toward Meng Hao. A phantasmic finger shot out to follow Meng Hao, which was the special function of this particular jade. Hand over the spring and autumn tree, and I won't cause you any trouble. Otherwise, I will use this searching jade to track you down. The ancient jade is locked onto you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll be able to find you. Chu Yuyan slapped her bag of holding again, and a violet chi emerged, forming into a violet-colored lotus seed pod, the size of a fist. She tossed it forward, whereupon it shook, shooting out a dozen lotus seeds. As they flew forward, the violet lotus seeds transformed into armor-clad phantom women, who shot toward Meng Hao brandishing battle spears. As they approached, pressure from Chu Yuyan's foundation establishment cultivation base bore down on Meng Hao. In addition, the armor-clad women who sped toward Meng Hao seemed to be emitting the power of the early foundation establishment stage. Above, the clouds spiraled violently. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. In the past 6 or 7 years, he had gained a lot of experience using battle magic. Not waiting for the massive white net to descend, he opened his mouth and spit. Amidst a burst of lightning, the lightning flag emerged, transforming into a mist that shot out from Meng Hao, arcs of electricity dancing back and forth within it. It shot, not toward the descending net, but the approaching phantoms, wrapping them up. An explosion sounded out in all directions. The phantom women shattered into pieces. Chu Yuyan frowned, lifting her delicate hands up in an incantation gesture. Just as she was about to cast some type of magic, Meng Hao's hand flashed. He used the mist emanated by the lightning flag to block his hand from Chu Yuyan's field of view. Then he smacked his bag of holding to produce the copper mirror, which he shined toward Chu Yuyan's crane. Instantly, the crane's eye went wide with disbelief. A booming sound rang out as the crane's wing exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. Next, its rear end quivered and then exploded. Blood and gore rained down, and a blood-curdling shriek came out of the once elegant crane's beak. Having lost its ability to fly, it tumbled down to the ground, pain racking its body. Chu Yuyan gaped in astonishment. Seeing the crane's wing but explode bloodily had left her momentarily terrified. As the crane screamed and fell to the ground, the huge white net began to break apart. Meng Hao shot backward in retreat, taking in a deep breath and causing the lightning mist to return into his bag of holding. Then he drew a great black bow out. He pulled back on the bow and shot 9 arrows toward an astonished Chu Yuyan. Backed by the power of his cultivation base, the arrows screamed as they flew through the air. Boom after boom filled the air. Meng Hao frowned, continuing to shoot backwards at top speed. A violet-colored shield now circulated around Chu Yuyan. When the arrows slammed into it, they disintegrated. However, the shield was also forced backward, and then was broken into pieces. Chu Yuyan's clothing was ripped open because of the arrows, revealing some of her skin. She was beautiful enough to begin with. Seeing her like this would cause most men to palpitate with eagerness. A sharp glow emitted from her eyes as she stared at the black bow in Meng. That bow was bestowed by the sect upon junior brother Ding Xian. Why do you have it? After Ding Xian went to the state of Zhao, his life slip shattered. The state of Zhao, an astute gleam filled her eyes. As she spoke, her eyes widened. She thought Meng Hao looked familiar, but now she was able to connect the dots. She finally recognized him. This was the Meng Hao that Wang Tingfei was always muttering about. You're Meng Hao. Didn't the state of Zhao disappear? You, clever girl, said Meng Hao, then took to flight. Now that she knew who he was, her killing intent grew thicker. She sped in pursuit, her heart filled with shock as she thought of how only a few years ago, Meng Hao had been at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation. Now, he was at the foundation establishment stage. Based on the vibrations of his cultivation base, it was clearly not fractured. She was 80 to 90% sure that it must be cracked. The events of a few years ago in the state of Zhao had caused substantial waves of shock to ripple through the southern domain. Chu Yuyan was amazed that Meng Hao would appear here. Obviously, he must have escaped from the state of Zhao before it disappeared. Meanwhile, at a location far from the central region of the southern domain, an enormous rock appeared. It emanated a powerful death aura as it flew in from the Milky Way Sea. It moved at incredible speed, whipping up fierce winds as it passed. Lightning filled the sky around it. Anyone who didn't immediately get out of its way would be whipped up into the whirlwind it created and tossed to who knew where. As it passed, mountains split and crumbled underneath the rock's screaming cry. From a distance, many cultivators saw the rock and its death aura, and their hearts quivered as they thought of the treasures that must exist on its body. Some tried to chase it, but they were too slow. In the space of time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they were left behind. This solitary rock was on the verge of death. And yet, just as ever, it flew through the sky, a sovereign of the sky. Chapter 111. The Rock and the Flying Rain Dragon. Chu Yuyan also had a flawless foundation. This was because she was the daughter of the sect leader of the Violet Fate sect, and also because of Grandmaster Pill Demon. Furthermore, her latent talent could be considered the 3rd best in the entire Violet Fate sect. It was for this reason that her father sent a special request to the Upright clan in the Eastern Lands for a flawless foundation pill, which was very rare in the Southern domain. It was in this fashion that Chu Yuyan acquired her flawless foundation. Of course, the Violet Fate sect had paid quite a price for this. As she raced in pursuit of Meng Hao, her eyes flashed. According to her judgment, there was no way Meng Hao could have a flawless foundation. In the current generation of Chosen in the entire Southern domain, there were only 8 cultivators with a flawless foundation, 1 in each of the 5 clans and 3 sects. Even Wang Tingfei didn't have a flawless foundation, only a cracked one. The Wang clan was large, and Wang Tingfei was one of many chosen. Neither was he one of the most illustrious members of the clan. Most of the attention was actually focused on his older brother. Meng Hao? Her eyes flickered, and her mouth twisted into a cold smile. To see such a cold expression on her beautiful face was actually somewhat arousing. A trifling cracked foundation. The only things you have are a few strange magical items. She increased her speed, and the two of them transformed into beams of shining light as they screamed through the air above the state of Eastern emergence. After reaching Foundation establishment, flight is possible. But in terms of speed, Chu Yuyan, who was in the middle Foundation establishment stage, was quite a bit faster than Meng Hao. In a relatively short time, she caught up to him. A massive explosion bellowed out. Chu Yuyan had flickered an incantation and sent a violet mist shooting toward Meng Hao. It had been blocked by the mist of the lightning flag, which subsequently fell apart. As the explosion rang out, Meng Hao continued to flee, looking back coldly at Chu Yuyan. You might be fast, but you can't catch me. I paid the highest price at the auction. The spring and autumn tree is mine. It's just the will of the heavens. I will capture you today, and not for the spring and autumn tree, she said calmly, but for Wang Tingfei's finger. Furthermore, you shall explain clearly how you obtained Ding Xian's black bow. She was beautiful in both complexion and figure as she flew through the air, her clothes rippling in the wind. Somehow she had managed to change her dress. The skin which had previously been exposed was now covered. Meng Hao didn't reply, but a sneer appeared in his eyes. From their encounter moments ago, he had determined that Chu Yuyan was in the middle of the Foundation establishment stage and that he couldn't defeat her. But she wanted to capture him, and that wouldn't be easy. He continued on forward. The two of them continued on for nearly 2 hours. She tried several times to get a hold of him, but the lightning mist protected him. Each time, a bang would ring out, and he would continue on. Chu Yuyan was starting to feel a bit helpless. Evening was falling, and as it did, Chu Yuyan's frown deepened. She didn't pay attention at all to Meng Hao's cultivation base, but rather the powerful lightning mist that protected him. It was extremely difficult to break through. She ground her teeth and then slapped her bag of holding. An ancient oil lamp appeared. This was one of her most valuable treasures. She had never even used it in battle before. But in order to capture Meng Hao, she couldn't afford to hold it in reserve. The lamp was not lit when it appeared, but it already filled the air with an archaic noise. Chu Yuyan took a deep breath and then blew on the wick of the lamp. As she did, her face grew pale. But then a tongue of flame appeared. Once the lamp was lit, the entire area within a 300-meter diameter was filled with a bright sheet composed of countless flames. It had no shape and could not be touched, but could be seen. When it did, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. Spotlight threads unite. Her clear voice rang out, and the bright lights filling the area separated into multiple threads, which then blocked off Meng Hao's path of escape to the left, right, and ahead. They slowly began to surround him. Even as Meng Hao realized the dangerous situation he was in, the lightning mist began to shrink. It appeared that the enveloping threads of light were causing it to dissipate. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he stopped moving forward. Instead, he reversed his direction, the lightning mist swirling around his body as he shot toward Chu Yuyan. When she saw him charging her, her eyes narrowed. She pushed her palms together in front of her, whereupon a huge field of violet chi poured out of the top of her head and swirled about her. Then, she struck out with both hands, pointing toward Meng Hao. The violet chi coalesced into the form of a long, violet dragon. Roaring, it charged Meng Hao. Within the lightning mist, Meng Hao saw the violet dragon approaching. His right hand flashed an incantation gesture and then waved forward. The lightning mist roiled, and then made a beeline for the approaching dragon. At the same time, his left hand slapped his bag of holding. 100 flying swords emerged. Meng Hao took control of them with this spiritual sense, causing them to form a whirlwind of swords. When it, along with the lightning mist, collided with the violet dragon, a huge explosion ripped out. But the sword whirlwind continued on toward Chu Yuyan. Her oil lamp had prevented Meng Hao from fleeing. She knew that soon, the threads of light would close in on Meng Hao, and he would be unable to escape even if he had wings. Her face was calm as she slapped her bag of holding again. A red, white, and black fan appeared in her hand, which she waved ahead of her 3 times. The first time she waved it, a red glow appeared, which turned into a large red horn. The second time she waved it, a white glow appeared, which transformed into a rhinoceros, to which the horn attached. The third time she waved, a black glow appeared which coalesced into a black coat of armor which covered the rhino. Waving its head wildly, the rhino charged toward Meng Hao's sword whirlwind. Meng Hao let out a shout, and the sword whirlwind began to collapse. Suddenly, all of the swords exploded. Fragments flew about in all directions, and then fused together and shot toward the black-armored rhino. At the same time, the lightning mist suddenly expanded out with a roar, filling the area within 300 meters. Meng Hao's body flashed as he approached Chu Yuyan, his body covered with lightning mist. A flame python flew out from his right hand, causing her to let out a light snort. A string of bells appeared in her hand, which let out light tinkling sounds. The flame python began to wail mournfully. Disdain covering her face, Chu Yuyan lifted her hand up. The bells rang as she waved her hand toward Meng Hao. Violet chi poured out from the fingers of her hand, speeding straight toward Meng Hao. At this point, the shining threads of light had reached a position several meters away from Meng Hao. The multiple interlocking layers of light seemed to be completely under the control of Chu Yuyan's will. An almost imperceptible gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as the violet chi neared him. A variety of expressions flickered across his face, and he retreated, seeming to almost fumble as he slapped his bag of holding. A wooden sword appeared, and even as it slammed into the violet chi, a second wood sword shot out, followed by a small, black net. To Chu Yuyan it appeared as if she had caused Meng Hao to rush in his attack. OT. Her wise, why would he suddenly use so many treasures? It was really beyond the proper limits of reason. You're a backwater cultivator from a backwater nation, said Chu Yuyan coolly, raising her hand. Even if you're at Foundation establishment, you only have a cracked foundation. You don't even deserve to show your face. The power of her middle foundation establishment cultivation base flared. The 4 Dao pillars within her body surged, and a gale force wind blew out from her right hand. Meng Hao's wooden swords twisted in the air, and then black net rocked back and forth. But at this moment, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed brightly. The black net suddenly grew larger. Even as the threads of light contracted around him like iron bands, the net shot directly in Chu Yuyan's direction. Its speed and growth were too sudden, giving her no time to react. In the blink of an eye, she was enveloped by the net, which shrank around her and pinned her tight within its confines. As it contracted around her, her white dress was once again shredded, revealing more of her graceful and elegant curves. It was enough to send any man panting. She was both angry and nervous. Hate filled her eyes as she glared murderously at Meng Hao, killing intent radiating out from her eyes. I don't need to show my face anywhere, he said coolly, looking back at Chu Yuyan. Being able to catch you while I'm tied up is good enough for me. The threads of light had securely tightened around him. The two of them were both momentarily incapacitated. Neither of them dared to use any spiritual energy against the other. They were in a deadlock. Chu Yuyan's murderous intentions grew stronger, causing even Meng Hao to show a bit of killing intent. Everything grew quiet. Chu Yuyan didn't move, and neither did Meng Hao. They both circulated their cultivation bases, attempting to free themselves from their constraints. Whoever got free first would be the victor. Time slowly passed. Soon it was dusk. Meng Hao rotated his cultivation base rapidly, and as he did, he felt the threads of light growing looser. Chu Yuyan was doing the same thing. Under the power of her cultivation base, the black net was beginning to show weaknesses. As this was happening, far in the distance, the sound of wind could be heard. At first it wasn't very strong. It caused Chu Yuyan's hair to drift about, and Meng Hao's eyes to grow dry. It didn't take long for the wind to grow stronger, though. Soon it was whipping about wildly. A black shadow appeared off in the distance. Despite being very far away, it was obviously a colossal flying bird. It was the rock from the Milky Way Sea, flying toward the rebirth cave. Like a sovereign of the sky, every flying thing in the sky must bow to this rock. As its sovereignly will of the heavens exuded out, the demonic core within Meng Hao's Dao pillar began to shake. It wished to battle with this sovereign of the sky, because the flying rain dragon is also a sovereign of the sky. The wind grew even more violent. Meng Hao's body began to be pulled backward. Chu Yuyan's expression changed as she too began to be pulled up. Meng Hao's lightning mist, Chu Yuyan's oil lamp flame, and even the wooden swords were all pulled into motion by the wind. It seemed as if they would all be blown away. Chapter 112. Things change. That's a rock, cried Chu Yuyan. In the Nanshan continent, rocks can only emerge from the Milky Way Sea. Meng Hao let me loose. Based on the death aura emanating from it, it's obviously about to die, and is heading toward the rebirth cave. The wind it kicks up is going to sweep everything away. You release me first, he said coldly. He could feel the shaking of the demonic core within his Dao pillar. You, said Chu Yuyan, gnashing her teeth. She was about to say something else, when suddenly the wind's ferocity increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a roaring sound filled the earth. Countless mountain peaks were shattered and crumbled by the wind, sending fragments of rock flying about. All of a sudden, the rock changed directions. Having felt the power of the demonic core within Meng Hao, a mysterious light began to shine from its eyes. It screamed through the air in the direction of Chu Yuyan and Meng Hao. The sky grew dark as the gale force wind blew over the land, threatening to sweep everything up. It was as if everything in this part of the world belonged to the rock, and it alone. A twisting whirlwind accompanied the rock's arrival. Mountains fell apart, and trees were ripped up by the roots in a shocking display of power. The wind swept up Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan. The oil lamp hovering next to Chu Yuyan shook violently and was extinguished. The instant it did, the threads of light that bound him disappeared. The power of the demonic core erupted once again within him, just as it had the day the legacy had first appeared. Within Meng Hao's head appeared images from ancient times. Within these images, a flying rain dragon and a rock were locked in combat. Meng Hao felt as if a huge wave had just crashed onto his mind. He spun up toward the whirlwind, and he felt as if he were being crushed. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Like a kite whose string was cut, his body flopped over and over in the air as he was sucked up. In the last moments before he lost consciousness, he sent out his last bit of spiritual energy to drag the wooden swords and lightning flag back. Then he passed out. Chu Yuyan was in an even worse situation. As she began to be sucked upward, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was still wrapped up by the black net. She tumbled upward along with her oil lamp. Her face was pale and filled with despair. Another gust of wind from the rock buffeted her, and she coughed up even more blood, then slipped into unconsciousness. Meng Hao and Chu Yuyan were both Foundation establishment cultivators. Despite that, when the screaming wind generated by the rock lifted them up, they were completely powerless to resist it. Thankfully, they were not like the mountains, which were connected firmly to the land. Their resistance to the wind left them shattered. The two of them were like plucked willow catkins, powerless to offer any resistance. They were hurt by the buffeting wind and knocked unconscious, but were not ripped to pieces. The wind held them tight and carried them off into the distance. The wind continued to sweep across the state of Eastern Emergence for several days after the rock's passage, before finally dying down. Meng Hao opened his eyes. His entire body hurt, causing his eyes to flicker as they opened. An all-encompassing pain filled him, causing him to tremble so badly he felt as if he would fall into pieces. Calm slowly filled his eyes. The pain was alarming, but it actually didn't compare to the times when the poison within him flared up. Thanks to that, he was used to this kind of pain. He slowly struggled into a sitting position, panting. He looked down at his body. His clothing was in shreds. Bruises and abrasions covered his skin. There were countless wounds, some of which were deeper than others. There were some areas where the skin had been removed entirely. If he bumped up against the nearby rocks, it sent piercing pain deep into his bones. He gasped for breath as he examined himself. As he did, his eyes grew wide. His body felt weak. In fact, it felt almost the same as it had 6 or 7 years ago on Mount Daqing. My cultivation base. Meng Hao immediately attempted to circulate his cultivation base. He let out a sigh of relief when he found that it was still there. But then he frowned. He was completely incapable of accessing it, as if it were being blocked by some powerful force. It was at this moment, as he glanced over his destroyed clothing, that he realized that none of his bags of holding were on his person. It seemed they had all been blown away by the raging wind. His face fell. He lifted up his hand and reached deep into his robe. When he pulled it out, there was the bag of the cosmos. This bag was different than a regular bag of holding, so Meng Hao always kept it tucked inside his robe. Therefore, the wind hadn't been able to touch it. It's a good thing I keep most of my things inside the bag of the cosmos, muttered Meng Hao, including my wooden swords and the lightning flag. Otherwise this would have been a horrible loss. He tried to open it up, but no matter how he tried, was unable. Sighing, he looked around. Within the darkness, black mists wafted to and fro. Strange rocks covered the ground, as well as numerous bones of birds and beasts. Who knew how long they had rotted here before turning into their currently deathly white color? Meng Hao was beginning to grow even more surprised. Things were bad enough as it was, but then Meng Hao noticed that some of the bones were human. He looked up toward the sky, but all he could see was endless swirling mists. What is this place? A grim, gloomy look appeared on his face as he sat there. A sense of imminent danger welled up within him. I wonder if the change to my cultivation base was caused by the great wind, or by of this place. A long time passed before he gathered enough energy to grit his teeth and struggle to his feet. Supporting himself on a nearby rock, he slowly began to walk forward. Time passed enough for an incense stick to burn, whereupon Meng Hao came to a halt. In front of him was a wall of black rock. The wall disappeared up into the mists, making it impossible to see its top. Meng Hao looked behind him. At this point, he realized that he was most likely at the bottom of some deep abyss. So the wind kicked up by the rock carried me to the bottom of this precipice. Who knows what part of the state of Eastern Emergence I'm in? I need to restore my cultivation base, then I'll be able to get out of here. He leaned up against the cliff wall and then sank to his feet to build up some more energy. Time passed. Being unable to see the sky, it was difficult for him to know how much. Slowly, the strength in his body built up. He once again tried to open the bag of the cosmos, but was unsuccessful. Finally, He had no choice but to give up. He stood, looking around until he caught sight of a tree branch about as wide as his arm. Using it to support himself, he began to walk again. If this is a cliff, then it will have an end, he said, looking around. Everything around him was quiet, without the slightest bit of noise. The only thing he could hear was his own heartbeat. He took in a deep breath, deciding to explore the entire area until he found a way out. He walked slowly, caution on his face. The place had a ghastly feel, and he wasn't sure what danger might be lurking about. But he had to search around. If there was any danger, then so be it. About 4 hours passed, and Meng Hao felt himself slowly recovering. He had reached Foundation Establishment after completing the Great Circle of Qi condensation, so his body was naturally much tougher than before. But his heart began to sink when, after all this time, he still hadn't found any way out. In fact, the strange rocks which littered the ground seemed to be growing more dense. After about another hour, he suddenly stopped walking. His eyes gleamed with a strange light as he looked up ahead, and a cold smile twisting the corner of his mouth. Up ahead of him, a person was lying on one of the strange rocks. A dilapidated and torn white gown revealed great swaths of smooth skin. Long hair lay in disarray around.
Chu Yuyan.
She lay there unconscious. Next to her was a small black net. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he slowly approached her. He placed his finger beneath her nose, then felt at a patch of exposed flesh on her abdomen. The skin was soft and pleasant-feeling. He pushed down hard onto her abdomen. Then, he stepped to the side, grabbing the black net and tucking it away. She's not dead. I could feel that her cultivation base is still there, just suppressed. She has no way to access her spiritual energy. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at Chu Yuyan for a long moment. He laughed. I know you're awake. There's no need to pretend to be unconscious. Chu Yuyan still didn't move. Meng Hao let out a cold snort. Using the long branch in his hand, he poked at her. Her eyes snapped open, and she glared coldly at him. Meng Hao gave her an empty smile. He suddenly realized that it was very boring in this abyss. His gaze passed over Chu Yuyan's body, her delicate curves, the skin revealed by her torn clothing, and the edges of her red doo-doo undergarment. All of this made her extremely beautiful. Her face suddenly flushed, and anger filled her eyes as she stared murderously at him. She struggled to cover herself up, then gasped in pain. There was a strangeness to her gasp that was clearly audible in the silence of the abyss. Hearing it, Meng Hao laughed. What are you laughing at, you despicable, dirty thing? Meng Hao lifted his hand up and slapped her directly across the face, his eyes cold. Shut up. You. Her expression was livid as a palm print appeared on her beautiful face. Meng Hao had slapped her viciously, causing her body to tremble. In her entire life, no one had ever dared to strike her. Even Wang Tingfei treated her like an honored guest. Another slap rang out as Meng Hao smacked her again in exactly the same spot. I told you to shut up, he said calmly. Wang Tingfei might treat you like a precious gem, but to me you're nothing. She gritted her teeth and stared him dead in the eye. With her cultivation base being suppressed, she was just like a mortal. Chu Yuyan suddenly felt a sense of danger well up inside her. Once, she had been a high and mighty chosen, but now she had fallen far, far down. Now, she was simply a weak woman, at the mercy of Meng Hao. Chapter 113, An Altar in a Lake. We've rested enough, said Meng Hao coolly. Get up. You walk in front. Chu Yuyan said nothing. Grinding her teeth, she struggled to her feet. As she did, her clothes shifted, revealing more of her body. Her face just now had been pale white, but was now crimson. As of now, the hatred in her heart toward Meng Hao was even greater than that felt by Wang Tingfei. But she had lost access to her cultivation base, and was now just a tender woman. She couldn't compare it all to Meng Hao. Although he had started out as a scholar, the strength and toughness of his body were far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. He might not be as strong as those cultivators who focus on body training, but in terms of recovery and strength, he was far from ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have recovered consciousness so much more quickly than Chu Yuyan. She could only endure and comply with his demand that she take the lead, the fury in her heart growing deeper and deeper. Meng Hao naturally was aware of this. He walked behind her, looking at her graceful figure. The rips in her garment revealed large portions of the skin on her back. The reason he had Chu Yuyan walk in front, however, was because he still felt a danger in this place. Chu Yuyan would act as a wind vane. She would be able to provide advance notice of any potential threat. They moved forward in single file. If he wanted to, Meng Hao would change their course by pointing and giving new instructions. Chu Yuyan had no choice other than to clench her jaw and comply. Hatred for Meng Hao had seeped into her bones. Yet she could only obey him. A very long time passed by, and it seemed as if soon they would have explored everywhere they could. Everything was cliff face, with no exits. Strange rocks littered the landscape, as did the skeletons of various birds and beasts. Was this place some sort of death trap? Meng Hao grew more silent. Chu Yuyen's mood slowly fell, until despair showed in her eyes. They followed the cliff face, eventually coming to the realization that they were walking in a large circle. Sometimes, they would rest up against the cliff face for a while before continuing. One day they reached an area that seemed to contain an unusually large amount of bones. Suddenly, they caught sight of a lake. The shores of the lake were piled with countless bones, many of which were human. It was impossible to tell how many years they had been there. The aura of the place was gruesome, and also seemed to be filled with the stink of blood. In fact, this lake was a lake of blood. As Chu Yuyen approached the lake, the formerly calm surface began to ripple. As soon as the tiny waves began to spread out, Meng Hao stopped. Chu Yuyen's face drained of blood, and her body began to quiver. An intense sense of danger filled her, as if something horrifying existed within the lake, and was looking at her. "Walk back slowly," said Meng Hao softly. He stood a bit further away from the lake. "Don't panic. One step at a time." Biting her lip, Chu Yuyen slowly moved backwards several meters. The lake began to roil, and a piercing shrieking sound could be heard coming from within it. Chu Yuyen moved backward as quickly as possible. Amidst the ringing shrieks which filled the air, a dark green altar suddenly rose up from within the lake. Waves swelled across the surface of the lake of blood. Figures appeared from within the blood. It was difficult to tell which were male and which were female because they had no skin, only bloody flesh. They carried the dark stone altar on their shoulders as it rose out of the lake. The altar was over 150 meters in diameter, and as it rose out of the surface of the lake, it emitted a sickly reddish-green glow. On top of the altar was a throne made of stone, seemingly the same dark green stone the altar was formed from. Sitting on the throne was a corpse. A death aura wafted around it, and its face was covered with a mask. The mask was white and featureless.
Men.
Ji Hao's pupils constricted, and he stood motionless. Chu Yuyen stood there pale-faced, equally unwilling to move. Enough time passed to take about 10 breaths, and then the stone altar slowly began to sink back down. Once again, the bloody surface of the lake grew still, and everything returned to quietness. Meng Hao let out a long breath and walked backward slowly. Chu Yuyen did the same thing. When the two of them had retreated about 300 meters, the sense of imminent danger in their hearts slowly faded. "What was that?" said Chu Yuyen, the first words she had spoken voluntarily in days. Her voice was weak and hoarse. Meng Hao didn't reply. Instead, he turned and walked off. Chu Yuyen hesitated a moment, then followed silently. They returned to the cliff face, to a place where earlier they had discovered a natural cave. Inside, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged. Chu Yuyen leaned back against the cave wall, her arms hugging her legs. She stared blankly outside. She was a proud woman, but what had happened now, coupled with the suppression of her cultivation base, the presence of the detestable Meng Hao, all of this, gradually filled her heart with pernicious despair. Her only hope was that the Violet Fate sect would somehow be able to track her down here. But this place was very strange and apparently could suppress cultivation bases. Most likely, it also suppressed the brand of the Violet Fate sect in her body, which would make it impossible for them to know where she was. Her clothes were in tatters and couldn't even cover her sufficiently. More than half of her body was exposed, especially when she sat in this posture. Almost all of her legs were visible. Time passed. Every time it seemed a day had come and gone, Meng Hao placed a rock into a small pile next to him. There were already 8. According to his calculations, 8 days had passed. Their cultivation bases were locked down, preventing any spiritual energy from dispersing. Luckily, they didn't need food. But this place had no spiritual energy, and if things kept going on like this, they would begin to grow more and more hungry. Considering they were stuck in a remote abyss, they really needed the energy of heaven and earth, except there wasn't any. During the 8 days, Meng Hao would spend about half the time circulating his cultivation base, trying to break through whatever was suppressing it. At the very least, he was hoping to be able to open his bag of holding. And yet, he experienced no success. The rest of the time, he spent taking Chu Yuyen out to search for a way out. But having searched the area so many times, they didn't find any exit. The only thing they found out was that there seemed to be a lot of vipers lurking about. "I think this place is an inactive volcano," said Chu Yuyen, "not just a hole in the ground." She sat there in the small cave looking out. She wasn't reconciled to cooperating with Meng Hao, but couldn't think of any way to get out of this place. Meng Hao sat quietly at the mouth of the cave, looking out with a frown. Chu Yuyen looked at him sitting there cross-legged, and then suddenly blurted, "I need a change of clothes." The look in her eyes was solemn and earnest, more so than it had been this entire time. Despite her haggard state, this look would cause desire to blossom in the heart of any man who gazed upon her beauty. Meng Hao closed his eyes. "I don't have any," he said coolly. "You have some in your bag of holding." Her clothes were ragged and soiled, revealing over half of her body. Even more of her undergarments were now visible. Her flesh appeared soft and supple. Half covered, half exposed, the sight of her was incredibly enticing. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Chu Yuyan coldly. His gaze swept over her body, her curves, her beautiful features. Most men who saw something like this would immediately be consumed with a fiery heat. 8 days before, it would have been impossible for Meng Hao to catch a glimpse of Chu Yuyan's body, even if he wanted to. And if he had, she would never have given up until he was dead. But now, as Meng Hao looked at her, the only thing she did was unconsciously cover her chest. She had no way to prevent him from looking at her. "You're right," he said slowly. "I do have some clothes in my bag of holding. But for some reason, I'm unable to open it because of the lack of spiritual energy here." "There's a way," she said quietly. "There's a way to open your bag of holding and take some clothes out." He looked at her coolly, his face as calm as ever, with no change in expression whatsoever. Chu Yuyan had originally assumed that as soon as he heard her words, he would ask her for more details. But after waiting for a very long moment, she could see that he wasn't planning to speak. With a cold harumph, she continued speaking. "My cultivation method is the Violet Fate Sect's Violet Qi from the East. Actually, 2 people can practice this type of cultivation together. Even though the spiritual energy in this area is suppressed, if I teach you the method and we work together, we might have a chance at success. Then, your bag of holding can be opened." He pondered for a while, then shook his head. "I don't believe you. Please explain further." "Believe if you want," Chu Yuyan said coldly, frowning. "If you don't believe, then forget it." She sat down in a far corner of the cliff cave. When Meng Hao glanced back at her, she unconsciously tried to cover herself up. She glared at him, covering her legs with her arms. "I don't have a lot of clothes," he said calmly, "but there's enough to allow you to cover yourself. If you don't want them, then fine, just forget about it." He closed his eyes. An hour passed, during which time Chu Yuyan ground her beautiful teeth. She really just could not tolerate being exposed in this way. Before long, she wouldn't be able to cover herself up at all. Clenching her jaw, she said, "I lost my bag of holding in the wind, so I have no way to test it out. But the method I just mentioned should work. Violet Qi from the East is not an ordinary technique. It was passed down from the Eastern lands. If 2 people practice the technique together, its power can open the vault of the heavens. If you have doubts, I can teach you the first mnemonic of the Violet Qi from the East. If you can master it, then I'll tell you the second and then the third. You can try to open the bag. All I need is some clothes." Meng Hao opened his eyes and looked at her. His face was expressionless, but in his heart was a cold sneer. He had experienced many hardships in the state of Zhao, and was no longer the ignorant youth he once was. He was much more calculating. How could he not tell that she was trying to set up a trap for him? "Speak," he said coldly. Chapter 114. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Chu. Chu Yuyan slowly began to recite the secret method of the Violet Fate Sect. Violet Qi from the East. Cultivate the 9 Violet Qis of heaven and earth. Use the method that comes from the East. Understand the rise of the sun and moon. Transform the will of your heart. Observe the brilliance. Taste the moonlight. Seeing Meng Hao sitting there, apparently lost in thought, she spoke the words slowly. In her heart, she smiled coldly. He surely guessed that I'm not simply after a set of clothing. But I've got him hooked. He wants to open his bag of holding as much as I do. He definitely won't take advantage of that brief moment just to take out some clothes for me. He'll take out some magical item or some medicinal pills. However, whatever he dares to take out, as long as he learns the Violet Qi to the West technique, then he'll be crippled. A bit of hesitation flickered on her face as she slowly repeated the mnemonic. This, of course, was not Violet Qi from the East, but rather a top-secret mnemonic developed later by the Violet Fate Sect called Violet Qi to the West. Even Wang Tingfei didn't know about it. It was taught only to special members of the sect, and its purpose was to be able to provide spiritual power and life force to Chosen. Every Chosen of the Violet Fate Sect would have an opportunity to select someone else to practice Violet Qi to the West. A sect elder would participate in order to prevent that person from resisting, as well as to keep them stable. After successfully performing the technique, that person would become a type of clone of the Chosen, whereupon the Chosen would be able to absorb their cultivation base and life force with Violet Qi from the East. It was because of the combination of the 2 arts that the Violet Fate Sect occupied its current position in the southern domain. Chu Yuyan had not yet utilized the power of Violet Fate to the West on anyone. But there was no other option now, other than this technique. Despite its power, there were potentially dangerous side effects. Usually sect LDs would be standing by, ready to provide assistance against any such mishaps. "If you have no problems with the first mnemonic, then I'll give you a bit of blood," said Chu Yuyan calmly. "It's impossible to see the sun, and without either the sun or moon in sight, it's difficult to absorb Violet Qi. However, there is some in my blood which will help you to use the technique." Meng Hao looked up at Chu Yuyan, his eyes flickering in contemplation. Inside, he was laughing coldly. Before she had even uttered the mnemonic, he had guessed that she had ill intentions. The only thing he wasn't sure of was the exact process she planned to use. Having heard the first mnemonic, he had a faint clue. The main reason she was teaching him this cultivation method was because even if it enabled him to open his bag of holding, it would also eventually harm him in some way. He suddenly stood up, walked over and squatted down in front of her. He grabbed her hair and pulled her head close to him. She tried to struggle, but she just wasn't as strong as he was. Even more of her body was exposed as she tried to resist. "Meng Hao, what are you doing?" she cried out, her expression changing. Suddenly, anxiety filled her heart, and her body began to shake. Her lips were only about 1 inch from his. She could smell his breath. His hand held the top of her head like an iron pincer. She was incapable of moving backward. "You don't need to give me any of your blood. I'll take it myself." He pulled her head to the side and then ruthlessly bit into her shoulder, chomping deep down into the flesh. Her body trembled, and fierce hatred erupted in her eyes. He was so close that she could feel his warmth. From a distance away, they almost looked like a couple embracing. A moment later, Meng Hao loosened his grip and rose again. Not giving her another glance, he returned to his spot and sat down in meditation. Her blood dripped down the side of his face. His eyes closed, he began to cultivate according to the mnemonic Chu Yuyan had just taught him. It took a long moment for Chu Yuyan to settle her agitated breathing and recover her composure. She stared hatefully at Meng Hao. "Just wait until you finish practicing this technique," she thought. "I'll suck up your cultivation base and then chop you to pieces. I'll use your own energy to activate the branding in my body. Then the Violet Fate sect will be able to find me." She ground her teeth until it seemed like they might shatter, vowing to pay back 10 times as much insult to Meng Hao as she had endured today. This was especially true of the pain in her shoulder and the bite marks. It was something she simply couldn't accept. Time passed by, several hours. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. Within his pupils, a bit of violet had appeared. When she saw this, Chu Yuyan felt a little bit better. "The second mnemonic," said Meng Hao casually. Without hesitation, Chu Yuyan began to tell him the second mnemonic. "Violet Chirutu. RNS to the lake, dyeing the banks of the Dao Pillar. 9 rotations in 3 layers, a branding of a violet dragon." More time passed, even longer than last time. Chu Yuyan was starting to feel a bit hesitant. Back in the sect, the person selected to practice Violet Chi to the west by elder brother Li only needed 2 hours to finish under the watch of an elder. Why is Meng Hao going so slow? Her hesitation continued on for another 4 hours. Finally, Meng Hao opened his eyes. The violet glow was even stronger. When she saw this, Chu Yuyan let out a sigh of relief. He must just have ordinary latent talent, so it takes longer for him to cultivate. Next, she told him the third mnemonic. Meng Hao thought for a while in silence. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. This time took even longer. 2 complete days passed before he finished. However, when his eyes opened, his pupils appeared to be completely violet, and his eyes glowed the same color. In fact, his whole body seemed to be emitting a faint violet glow. Chu Yuyan was originally a bit worried, but seeing the thick violet color within his eyes, her cultivation base seemed to twitch vigorously. Her mind was now made up. Now there's only one more step, she thought, and when that's finished he's doomed. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Now, we practice cultivation together. When we combine our power, the bag of holding will open. You need to pay very close attention when that happens. You cannot slack off. The moment will be fleeting, and if you don't get into the bag of holding then, there won't be a second chance." As she spoke, her loathing for him seemed to come out and settle onto his body. She lifted up her hands. Just hold on for a bit longer, she thought, laughing coldly to herself. And then everything will be over. Meng Hao's face was expressionless. He looked coldly at Chu Yuyan, his violet pupils flickering. He took out the bag of the cosmos and placed it next to him. He lifted his hands and placed his palms against hers. Suddenly, both of their cultivation bases, which moments ago had been suppressed, began to boil. The reaction grew stronger, and white chi began to rise up from their bodies. Beads of sweat ran down their faces. As this happened, Meng Hao could clearly sense the violet-colored spiritual power in his body being called by something. It began to race toward his hands and Chu Yuyan. The violet glow in his eyes began to fade. At this moment, Meng Hao suddenly felt the suppressive force on his cultivation base loosen a bit. A tiny sliver of spiritual power suddenly emerged. Without hesitation, Meng Hao sent it straight toward the bag of the cosmos. It glowed, and something emerged. "Violet chi from the east and to the west find," cried Chu Yuyan, ignoring whatever had emerged from the bag of the cosmos. Her eyes shined brightly. It was at this moment, when the power of Meng Hao's cultivation base was rushing toward Chu Yuyan, suddenly, she felt her own energy shake. In the space of 2 breaths, it was like Meng Hao's cultivation base had disappeared completely. She wasn't able to absorb anything more of it. He has a foundation establishment cultivation base. It's impossible that I could have only absorbed this little. Her expression changed as she looked up at Meng Hao. He looked back at her with a sneering smile. As of this moment, there wasn't the slightest trace of violet in his eyes. When she saw this, Chu Yuyan's heart flip-flopped, and her face twisted with an expression of disbelief. She scrambled backward. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Chu, he said coolly. He lifted his hand up, and the object that had emerged from the bag of the cosmos flew into it. It was a crystal stone. Not an ordinary crystal, but one of the 3 extra large spirit stones that remained in his bag. Her face went pale as she pressed herself up against the rocky wall. Her heart pounded, unable to figure out why Violet Qi to the west had failed. She had definitely sensed him practicing cultivation using the technique. And the violet color in his eyes could not have been faked. If it had, her own cultivation base could not have begun to boil, nor could she have absorbed the tiny bit of his that she had. Her body began to tremble. Her plan just now had been made up on the spot and had its flaws. It was a gamble, and she was sure she had hooked him. Once hooked, there was no way he should have been able to escape. Yet the facts remained. Chu Yuyan's heart trembled. As she looked at Meng Hao, she was suddenly struck with how unpredictable he was. The feeling only grew stronger and stronger. If that was all to the matter, then it wouldn't be a very big deal. But then she noticed the large spirit stone Meng Hao held in his hand. Her pupils constricted. She looked closer, and then began to pant, a look of disbelief covering her face. That's an ultra-high-grade spirit stone. Chapter 115. Do you want out? Meng Hao looked at Chu Yuyan for a moment. Then he shoved his hand toward the rocky wall, slashing a wound into his palm. Blood oozed out. Chu Yuyan gasped. Next, Meng Hao shoved the large spirit stone into the wound. As she saw this, Chu Yuyan could almost feel how much it hurt. Meng Hao, however, didn't frown, even in the slightest. Compared to the pain he felt during the poison flare-ups, this was nothing. As soon as the spirit stone buried into the flesh of his palm, he felt a soaring explosion of spiritual energy enter his body. His eyes flashed as if with lightning. His suppressed Tao pillar suddenly shook, sucking up large amounts of spiritual energy, then sent it out, circulating throughout Meng Hao's body. At the moment, his second core C was nowhere to be seen. Actually, the reason why Chu Yuyan's technique hadn't affected Meng Hao was because of his second core C. He had practiced the Violet Qi to the West technique, but only there in his second C. Or C, where there was no Tao pillar. That was why it had taken such a long time. As for Chu Yuyan, she had absorbed only the power of Meng Hao's second core C. Relatively speaking, its power was like that of a firefly. Now that his cultivation base was circulating, Meng Hao smacked his bag of holding, summoning the lightning flag. It surrounded him with a mist of flickering electricity, which caused Chu Yuyan to back further away, her face pale. She stared dumbly at the mist, her mind a blank. Protected by the mist, Meng Hao closed his eyes and continued to circulate his cultivation base. The suppressive force in the area still existed, but Meng Hao was now gradually able to feel the motion of his cultivation base. The first level of qi condensation, the second, the third. In the end, he was able to exert power similar to that of the 7th level of qi condensation. His eyes flickering, he took in a deep breath. The mist around him rolled inward, condensing into a small flag which he then placed into his mouth. He stood, grabbing up the bag of the cosmos and retrieving a medicinal pill which he placed into the center of his palm. The wound slowly began to close up, congealing into a scab. As for the large spirit stone, it was still stuck inside the wound. If he took it out, his cultivation base would once again be suppressed, and he would become like a mortal. At the moment, the most power he could muster was that of the 7th level of qi condensation. Ignoring Chu Yuyan, Meng Hao smacked the bag of the cosmos again, and a wooden sword flew out. He stepped onto it, and turned into a beam of light that shot upward into the air. Within the fissure-like cave, Chu Yuyan watched in shock as he disappeared, her heart filled with complicated, bitter emotions. Everything was quiet. This silence contained an unspeakable loneliness which spread out everywhere, submerging Chu Yuyan in its depths. She laughed silently. She was in some undetermined location, at the bottom of a volcano that no one would even think to look for. She was as trapped as a person who had been buried alive in a tomb. Meng Hao flew along on a wooden sword, his eyes shining. Soon he left the mists behind. His speed increased, although not too much. He was still only able to wield the power of the 7th level, plus his body was still not in top condition. When the mists disappeared, Meng Hao found himself looking up at a starry sky. When he caught sight of the stars, a bright look appeared on his face. But then his eyes narrowed, and he came to a stop. He didn't emerge from the mouth of the volcano, but rather stood there looking up at it. Had he not been careful just now, he might have overlooked the nearly transparent shield which covered the mouth of the volcano. It was some kind of seal. Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he retrieved a flying sword from the bag of the cosmos. With the flick of a sleeve, he sent it shooting toward the shield. The instant it ran into the shield, the sword instantly turned into ash. Not a sound rang out. Meng Hao watched this happen, a grim look on his face. He spit out the lightning flag. It transformed into a mist, which shot toward the shield. It could stand up against the power of Foundation establishment, but when it ran into the shield, it couldn't push through. It collapsed, and began to show signs that it might be destroyed. Sucking in a breath, Meng Hao quickly called back the lightning flag. In the space of only a few seconds, several cracks had appeared on its surface. Could it be that one can enter this place but not leave it? Even the lightning flag can't break through. I wonder what would happen if I ran into the shield, he frowned. The stars were visible outside the volcano, but this shield was blocking his way. His eyes flashing, he flew back down on the wooden sword, soon landing on the misty floor of the volcano. He glanced around, then walked over to a section of rock. Moments later, he was flying back up, a brightly colored, 3-meter-long viper in his hand. The snake writhed, baring its fangs, which dripped with venom. However, Meng Hao held it behind its head, so it couldn't bite him. Back at the shield, he tossed the viper toward it. As soon as the viper hit the shield, its body was turned into a mist of blood and gore. An intact viper skeleton fell back down into the mists. Meng Hao took a breath and looked at the shield, an apprehensive look in his face. Then he gave a cold snort and smacked the bag of the cosmos with his right hand. A vast quantity of flying swords appeared. He flicked his finger, and the sword shot toward the rock wall. Booms rang out as the swords dug a hole into the rock. But as the swords carved inward, a sound rang out like gold striking iron. Meng Hao looked into the deep hole, and then around at the rock walls. The rock was dark green, and covered with flickering magical symbols. It was obviously under a restrictive spell. Meng Hao let out a sigh. He tried a few more methods, but the result was always the same. Finally, he dug a small pit into the rock wall, and sat down cross-legged. He looked up silently at the shield. He sat like that for 7 days, during which time he tried out various methods of breaking through the shield, but none of them worked. More time passed. Soon it had been a month. He was trapped by the shield. But down at the bottom of the volcano, Chu Yuyan didn't know that. She assumed that he was long gone. On the first day, she sat outside, her arms wrapped languidly around her legs. She looked completely different from the beautiful woman from before. Now she seemed more like a withered flower. When the third day arrived, she sat looking outside of the cave, frustration in her eyes, her face pale. The third day, the 5th, the 8th, soon 10 days, and then 13 days had passed. More and more frustration appeared in her eyes, and she was getting more and more hungry.
Her body was
starting to grow cold. She felt like she was the only person alive in the entire world. She grew more and more forlorn. When Meng Hao was here, this feeling hadn't existed. Back then, she had just hated him, so much that she wished him to die a miserable death. But 13 days after he disappeared, the feeling of loneliness surrounded her like a giant mouth, ready to swallow her up. She was now completely convinced that absolutely no qi whatsoever could escape this place. Otherwise, the Violet Fate sect would have already found her. But soon it would have been a month, and no one had come for her. There was only one explanation for this. The 23rd day passed, then the 26th. The fear in her heart grew stronger amidst the silence that surrounded her. Her body trembled, and she felt incredibly alone. The depth of the silence made her feel as if she were in some sort of illusion. She had the sensation that there were countless shadows walking to and fro around her. She shivered. At this moment, she was no longer a chosen of the Violet Fate sect. She was simply a frail young woman. She clenched her jaw, not emitting the slightest sound, and refusing to shed tears. During the month, Meng Hao sat underneath the shield within the protection of the lightning mist. He had used every idea he could think of to break through the shield, but there it was, the same as ever. It seemed even his voice could not pass through it, although that didn't matter because he hadn't seen even a single person in the sky above. Finally one night, black clouds filled the sky, and a torrential downpour began. The rain fell down through the shield onto Meng Hao's lightning mist. Suddenly, a peal of thunder rang out, along with a bolt of lightning. When this happened, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. He looked closely at the shield. After a moment, another bolt of lightning descended. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. He had noticed that every time lightning struck, the shield would ripple. So lightning bolts can affect it. If lightning strikes it, maybe the shield can be opened. His heart began to thump. A huge group of metal flying swords appeared. He tossed them, hoping to be able to use them to attract some lightning bolts. However, thunder and rain vanished, and the sky started to grow bright. He hadn't been able to attract any lightning bolts. However, hope now burned in his eyes. I can't attract lightning. Maybe that is because of the shield itself. If only there was a way to force the lightning down and blow open the shield. I need something to attract it. I need, A light of inspiration shined in his head. He retrieved a piece of turtle shell from the bag of the cosmos. This was the formula for the perfect foundation pill. He looked it over closely a few times, and then his eyes began to shine even brighter. They filled with determination. Establishing a perfect foundation is not permitted by the heavens and will provoke tribulation lie. Tning. He put the turtle shell away and sat there in silent contemplation for a while. After a time, his body flashed toward the mists below. Soon he had reached the bottom of the volcano, and Chu Yuyan. He looked at her frustrated, pale face. When she caught sight of him, she reflexively said, Your Grand Master Pill Demon's disciple, said Meng Hao coldly. Do you know anything about alchemy? She nodded silently. Do you want out? His eyes flashed. As his words entered her ears, Chu Yuyan's body began to tremble. Gradually, life began to seep back into her eyes. Chapter 116. Legacy of an Immortal. There's a shield up above which makes it impossible to get out, he said coolly. I can't break through it. But after a month of observation, I noticed that lightning seems to be able to distort it. Chu Yuyan's eyes were no longer filled with frustration. Instead, they shined with life and a bit of charm. Meng Hao lifted his hand into the air and made a snatching motion. A hissing viper flew toward him, which he grabbed deftly, pushing his finger into the weak spot of its head. Holding the snake, he looked calmly at Chu Yuyan. Not bothering to explain anything, he walked forward and grabbed her around her supple waist. Her face turned crimson. Because of the raggedness of her clothing, Meng Hao's hand landed directly onto her skin. His body flashed as the flying sword beneath his feet shot upward, Chu Yuyan in tow. They went up, speeding out of the mists, and soon reaching the shield. Meng Hao tossed the snake toward it. Chu Yuyan didn't avert her eyes. She watched as the snake's body turned into a haze of blood, and then its ghastly, white skeleton fell back down. Her expression flickered. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, and 10 flying swords appeared. They turned into multicolored beams of light as they shot forward, and subsequently turned into ash. Having done all this, Meng Hao stared at her with cold eyes. Then, holding her close to him, he flew back down to the bottom of the volcano. Being held by Meng Hao felt strange to her. As soon as they stepped food onto the ground, she moved backward several paces. What pill do you need? She asked calmly. A 7 Thunders pill, he said, his expression the same as ever. 7 Thunders pill? She said with a frown. She'd never heard of such a medicinal pill before. I acquired it from an ancient location. It can provoke lightning from the heavens. If you can concoct it, then we can leave this place. He said nothing more, allowing her to weigh the pros and cons for herself. To offer further explanation could raise further questions, and he didn't want her to begin thinking in that way. She was silent for a moment. Finally, she said, to concoct pills, I would need a pill furnace. Although she had never heard of a 7 Thunder pill before, she had seen the shield with her own eyes. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding and produced a small pill furnace, ABO. UT the size of a hand. This was something he'd acquired from Shangguan Xiu's bag of holding. Shangguan Xiu had prepared it with the intention of concocting the pills himself. 7-star Jade Furnace. When Chu Yuyan laid eyes on the pill furnace, an expression of shock covered her face. She knew of this type of furnace, its quality was beyond the ordinary, and was extremely valuable. She looked back at Meng Hao. In addition to a pill furnace, I would need the fire of heaven and earth. Meng Hao lifted his hand, and immediately the 2 wooden swords appeared. They slammed into the ground, spiraling downward into the earth. A moment passed, and then a rumbling sound could be heard. A hot air billowed out, followed by 2 wooden swords. From within the palm-sized hole created by the 2 wooden swords, flames leaped up. This was earthly fire. They were inside a volcano, and it turned out the volcano wasn't dead after all. Meng Hao had checked into this after his cultivation base was restored, and had been about 70 to 80% sure of it. You have a pill furnace and earthly fire, said Meng Hao, his voice low. What else do you need? Chu Yuyan looked at the glowing hole from which red flames spat forth. She felt the heat of the flames, and then looked at the pill furnace in Meng Hao's hand. She couldn't help but admit that this place was very suitable for alchemy. I need to recover some of my cultivation base, she said, her eyes flickering. He gazed at her coldly, then lifted his hand. A low-grade spirit stone shot forth to hover in front of her. Her spirits seemed to rise as she snatched the spirit stone out of the air with her delicate hands. She clenched her jaw, then, following Meng Hao's example, split her hand open on an adjacent rock. Pain caused her face to pale, and her body trembled. Gritting her teeth, she shoved the spirit stone into the wound. Then she sat down cross-legged to meditate. About an hour passed, and she opened her eyes. Her cultivation base had recovered to about the second or third level of qi condensation. "Give me the pill recipe," she said, standing up. "I'll also need a bag of holding." Her skin had recovered along with her cultivation base. It was now lustrous and let off a gentle shine. She looked at Meng Hao. He pulled out a jade slip, which he then placed between his eyebrows. Then he threw it toward Chu Yuyan. Next, he produced a variety of medicinal plants which he handed over. The Seven Thunders pill requires 7 minor pills as its ingredients. This jade slip shows how to make the first of the 7. There are enough materials there to make 2 of them. That's all there is, so you only have 2 chances. If you fail, we have no hope of leaving. He tossed her the pill furnace along with an empty bag of holding. Without another word, he sat down cross-legged next to the cave, his eyes closed in meditation. Chu Yuyan's brow furrowed. She quietly lifted up the pill furnace and placed the medicinal plants into the bag of holding. Next, near the earthly fire aperture and studied the flames for a bit. Then, she sat down cross-legged and began to analyze the jade slip. Meng Hao's eyes opened a sliver and he looked at her for a moment before closing them again. The Seven Thunders pill he had asked her to make was, of course, the perfect foundation pill. Only by concocting that pill would he have the hope of attracting heavenly tribulation lightning and thus the chance to break open the shield. As Chu Yuyan began her alchemy, doubts and suspicions would no doubt begin to well up within her. However, Meng Hao didn't care about this. The perfect foundation pill required the 7 minor pills. Missing even one wouldn't do. However, the minor pills were useless by themselves. They were only effective when combined together. Meng Hao had 2 of the minor pills in his possession, but of course, Chu Yuyan wouldn't be able to reproduce them. There are a lot of weird things about this place, he thought to himself. I've been able to restore some of my cultivation base. I should go look around. Especially at that lake of blood. A moment later, he stood up. Ignoring Chu Yuyan, who was currently studying the jade slip, he walked forward, disappearing into the mists. Chu Yuyan watched him as he left, then looked back down at the spirit stone stuck into her bloody flesh. A low-grade spirit stone isn't enough to activate my branding. At the very least, I would need a mid-grade spirit stone. Even with that, I wouldn't be completely confident of the results. It's already been more than a month, and no one from the sect has arrived, which proves that the shield really can suppress everything. Very well then. I'll concoct the Seven Thunders pill for him. That's the only chance of getting out of here. With a light sigh, she continued to examine the jade slip. She did so more earnestly than she had ever studied anything with her master back in the sect. 7 days flashed by. Meng Hao hadn't returned to the cave. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a cave he had hollowed out in the rock wall a bit over 300 meters from the shore of the Lake of Blood. In front of him were 10 spring and autumn trees. His face was pale, and his body trembled. In his hand was an additional spring and autumn tree. His eyes opened, and let out a long sigh. The breath that he exhaled transformed into a 3-colored flower that looked like a demonic face. It grinned ferociously, and then slowly disappeared. His gaze swept across the 10 trees in front of him. A moment ago, the poison had begun to flare up, and he had successfully used the spring and autumn tree against it. So, the spring and autumn tree really can suppress the poison in me. He flicked his sleeve, collecting up the rest of the trees. He adjusted his cultivation base and then opened his eyes again and looked at the Lake of Blood. His eyes filled with determination. This whole place is really bizarre, as if it's been sealed somehow. Furthermore, it has this Lake of Blood. I've been stuck in here for 2 months, and other than the first time we came here, haven't experienced any real sense of danger. I shouldn't place all my hopes in the perfect foundation pill. I should be prepared in case Chu Yuyan fails to concoct the pill. This is the strangest place in this whole location. In fact, I have the feeling that the reason this place is sealed to begin with has something to do with the Lake of Blood. He slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. He spit out an arc of electricity which turned into a mist that surrounded him, then began to slowly approach the Lake of Blood. As soon as he stepped foot within the area 300 meters surrounding the shore, ripples appeared on the calm surface. His eyes glittered and he took another step. The closer he got, the more ripples appeared. Gradually, roaring sounds echoed out, and the dark green stone altar appeared. Waves roiled as it rose out from the surface of the lake, supported on the backs of the countless bloody bodies whose faces were twisted in agony. The altar rose higher and higher. The throne was there, seated upon which was the corpse, wearing a mask. More than half of the altar was visible. Meng Hao stopped and slowly walked backward. He found that as he did so, the altar also stopped rising up and then slowly began to sink down. Very interesting, said Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming. He stopped moving backward and then resolutely strode forward. As he got closer, the men and women supporting the altar began to wail. The altar rose higher and higher. Soon, the entire 150-meter altar had emerged out of the lake. Meng Hao stopped. Looking down, he could see that there was some massive object concealed in the lake. Although it appeared as if the altar was being lifted up by the men and women, in fact, it was really being pushed up by whatever it was that lurked in the depths of the lake. Surrounded by his mist, Meng Hao stood there silently for a moment. Then he walked forward, entering the 30-meter region surrounding the lake. The altar lifted up, and suddenly, an enormous head rose up out of the lake of blood. The altar was located the very top it. It was about 300 meters in diameter and was dark green in color. This was not the head of some living creature, it was formed out of rock. By the time Meng Hao reached the shore of the lake of blood, the head was completely visible. Blood poured out of the orifices of the face, which was twisted into a hideous expression. Its mouth opened, and an archaic, howling voice could be heard. The ancient Doom clan, the legacy of the Blood Immortal. Enter my sea of blood. 9 will open in the southern domain. All creation will know. The first person shall acquire the bloodline of the Blood Immortal. The voice sounded out directly inside of Meng Hao's head, filling it with its echoing roar. Chapter 117, A Tiny Little Punishment. Only Meng Hao could hear the sound of the voice. No one else would have been able to sense even a bit of it. Even though Chu Yuyan was in the volcano along with Meng Hao, she couldn't hear it either. As the sound filled his head, Meng Hao's eyes filled with an intense look. The ancient Doom clan. Don't tell me we're in the vicinity of the ancient Temple of Doom? The legacy of the Blood Immortal. An immortal? Meng Hao was shocked. He was relatively familiar with all the various levels of cultivation. After nascent soul was spirit severing, then Dao seeking, and finally immortal ascension. However, in tens of thousands of years, only 7 or 8 people had ever succeeded in reaching that stage. Even reaching the Dao seeking stage was not common. The legacy of the Blood Immortal. Did that person just call himself immortal, or did he actually reach immortal ascension? Even though he was excited, he suddenly thought of the battle between Patriarch Reliance and Lord Revelation, and the 2 words which had been uttered. Dawn Immortal. His eyes flickered as he looked at the enormous head and its open mouth, beyond which seemed to be some sort of tunnel. Entering would signify the beginning of the pursuit of the legacy. 9 will open in the southern lands, and all creation will know. Could it mean, maybe once I step in, then 9 other entrances to the legacy will open in the outside world? Then the wind and clouds will be disturbed, and everyone will know about it. He hesitated, gazing at the mouth, deep in thought. It must be that way. There are 9 entrances where people can enter to seek the legacy. Among them, one will be selected to receive the Blood Immortal's legacy. So, there are 9 places similar to this. If one opens, then all of them open. I just wonder if anyone has opened it before. Suddenly, he looked around at the shores of the lake. They were strewn with ghastly, white bones. Many of the bones were skulls and were human. The skulls had marks of wear. Obviously, they had existed here for many years. Perhaps it was because of the strangeness of this place that they hadn't been scattered, but instead remained here all this time. Whatever the case, Meng Hao had no way to determine how long they had been here, nor any way to determine if they were intruders or people sacrificed when this place was created. He thought for a while, and eventually decided not to just rashly charge into the mouth entrance. He slowly walked backward. As he did, the giant head slowly sank back into the lake, along with the altar. By the time he reached the 300-meter mark, everything was quiet. As he walked backward, he flicked his sleeve, collecting some of the bones into his bag of holding. Then he stood there, looking at the lake of blood for a while, before turning and leaving. Soon, he had returned to Chu Yuyan outside the fisher-like cave. Her face was pale, and she was Concentra. Ting on the pill furnace. She took out some medicinal plants, squeezed the juice out of them, and then placed them in the furnace. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged a short distance away. A look of deep thought appeared in his eyes. He took out one of the skulls he had just acquired and examined it closely. If I can't determine the age of these bones, then I can't just casually go after the legacy of the Blood Immortal. He thought back to everything that had happened in the state of Zhao, which had taught him the value of being cautious. He held up the skull in front of him, looking at it closely. Time slowly passed. Soon, 5 days had gone by. Chu Yuyan walked over to Meng Hao from the pill furnace. Looking exhausted, she tossed him a medicinal pill. It was a deep blue color and was very beautiful in appearance. It emanated a faint bluish glow, but no fragrant aroma. I failed once, but succeeded the second time. This is the pill you need. Now give me some clothes. She looked down at him, weariness in her eyes. This was the price to be paid for performing alchemy. Meng Hao took the medicinal pill and examined it closely. He put it into his bag of the cosmos and then retrieved another jade slip along with 2 complete sets of ingredients. He also pulled out a set of garments. He put them all down in front of him, whereupon Chu Yuyan picked them up and walked back into the cave. A while later, she emerged, wearing Meng Hao's gown, her long hair spread out over her shoulders. She looked like an elegant young maiden. She was tired, but that actually caused her to emanate a type of good looks different from before. As Meng Hao looked at her, he realized that elder sister Su could not match up with her in terms of beauty. In fact, Chu Yuyan was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. Only the beautiful young women he had seen at the bottom of the North Sea could come even close. Now that she had changed clothes and covered up some of her nakedness, Chu Yuyan no longer looked so uneasy standing in front of Meng Hao. As she walked out, she caught sight of the skull that he had been examining. Her eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light, which almost immediately disappeared. "If you have nothing better to do," she said coldly, "you could go stand watch by the shield. Maybe some cultivators will pass by that could save us. That would be better than sitting around looking at an ancient skull." "How many tens of thousands of years have these skulls been here?" he asked suddenly. She gave a cold laugh. It seemed changing clothes had restored her previous arrogance. Apparently, she assumed that since she was concocting pills that Meng Hao needed, he wouldn't dare to treat her the way he had in the past. Ignoring him, she walked back to her alchemic work area. Meng Hao laughed and slapped his bag of holding. A wooden sword appeared which shot directly toward her. It was fast and reached her in an instant. Given the state of her cultivation base, she had no way to evade. Nor did she try. She looked back at Meng Hao arrogantly, a sneer in her eyes. The tip of the sword was already at her neck. A grim, cold air emanated from her body. But her chin was lifted as high as ever, her eyes filled with mocking. "You have 3 seconds to take your sword away," she said coolly. "If you don't, or if you harm me, then you won't have anyone to concoct pills for you." Her skin was white like snow, her head tilted arrogantly. Her eyes glittered like eyes as she stared at Meng Hao with disgust. She was convinced that Meng Hao wouldn't dare to make a move against her. The sword was simply a threat, and to Chu Yuyan, such threats were infantile and laughable. She was the type of person who could not tolerate being wronged. Now that she had successfully created one of the pills, she could hold her head high and make Meng Hao think twice before trifling with her. She might even be able to get the upper hand. "You're right," said Meng Hao, frowning. "Without you, I would have no way to concoct pills." From the look of things, it seemed he really couldn't do anything to her. However, he knew that this flame of rebellion must be snuffed out, lest it grow even more troublesome. He thought for a while, then suddenly smiled. When Chu Yuyan saw his smile, her heart began to thump inexplicably, and suddenly she didn't feel the least bit at ease. "In fact," he said coolly, "if I offend you in any way, considering that you are the disciple of Grandmaster Pill Demon, you could easily make the pills incorrectly, or perhaps slip something fatal into them." His tone was leisurely, and the look on his face enigmatic. Chu Yuyan felt even more uncomfortable. She had, of course, thought of doing just as he said. Killing Meng Hao ahead of time wouldn't influence the lightning. But now he had spoken out her very thoughts. She didn't know what he was planning, but she still felt that her alchemy would prevent him from harming her in. She gave a cold harumph. "What are you talking about?" she said coldly. It really felt to her as if his smile was amiss. "The way that I, Meng, handle things is as such. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. I promise to see you out of here, and I will not go back on my word. But don't get arrogant because of your alchemy. Do not try to gain the upper hand." The wooden sword suddenly flew back toward him, leaving behind a tiny nick on Chu Yuyan's throat. She opened her mouth reflexively, and as she did so, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding. A pink-colored medicinal pill appeared, which shot forward directly into her mouth. It dissolved as soon as it entered. Chu Yuyan retreated backwards, her expression filled with shock. She wanted to spit the pill out but couldn't. "What pill did you just give me?" she said, glaring at Meng Hao. "You used a special technique as a facade to try to absorb my cultivation base," said Meng Hao coolly. "I'll haven't settled accounts over that. Think of this pill as a little punishment." He then closed his eyes and ignored her. Such behavior on his part only served to make Chu Yuyan more perturbed. Her skill in alchemy was exceptional, but she really had no idea what pill she had just consumed. She gritted her beautiful teeth. Suddenly, hot steam began to accumulate within her. It quickly filled her, causing alarm to appear on her face. She immediately sat down cross-legged in meditation, attempting to suppress it. But her cultivation base was reduced to almost nothing. Currently, she could only utilize the power of the 3rd level of qi condensation. How could that possibly be enough to defuse the pill? She sat in meditation for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. A roaring filled her head, and she began to lose the ability to even think. Then, she slipped into a deep hallucination. It was at this time that Meng Hao opened his eyes. They were calm, not the least bit agitated. The pill from just now had been acquired in the mountainous valley area when the Toad Geezer had given him a variety of poison pills as tribute. He originally had never intended to give it to Chu Yuyan, but she had really been asking for trouble. Her arrogance had flared with her successful concoction of the pill. He had no choice but to wipe out that bluster. In order to reduce her haughtiness, Meng Hao had chosen to give her the pill. His eyes were clear and bright, his mind made up. After descending into this volcano, he had placed Chu Yuyan under his complete control. She had no room to maneuver. Her stubbornness and arrogance surfaced on multiple occasions even down to today, and yet she was still unable to free herself from Meng Hao's control. Chapter 118. Without entering Mount Heaven, immortal ascension is impossible. Meng Hao looked calmly at Chu Yuyan and took a few steps back. He had begun studying Confucianism and Taoism at a young age. Despite the incredible changes he had experienced, those teachings still existed in his heart. It's not that he was incapable of taking advantage of someone in trouble, but when it came to morality, he had a bottom line. He wouldn't touch Chu Yuyan. She was his enemy, not his friend. Punishing her was one thing, but to sink to such a level of depravity would go against his very being. He might not be a complete gentleman, but he wasn't a depraved scumbag. There were some things that he would never do. Everyone has a bottom line. To Meng Hao, it was about principles and morality. He thought again about the perfect foundation pill. He settled his chi and calmed his mind, then stepped onto a flying sword and flew up into the air. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. Everything around Chu Yuyan was quiet. She was finally unconscious, her aura feeble, as if she were suffering from some serious illness. Meng Hao returned. When he landed onto the ground, he looked at Chu Yuyan and let out a soft sigh. Pr. Producing another set of clothing from his bag of the cosmos, he covered her and then sat down cross-legged nearby. Time slowly passed. 4 hours went by before Chu Yuyan's eyes opened. As soon as they did, they filled with confusion. Then they flashed as she seemed to remember something. She sat there silently. She didn't yell or flip out. Instead, she silently walked into the cave. Some time passed, and she came back out, her clothes back in order. Her face was pale, and she looked very weak and tired. She gave Meng Hao a look filled with complexity. She hadn't lost her memory. It was quite the opposite, in fact. She very clearly remembered every single thing that had happened, including Meng Hao flying off into the sky. Meng Hao's eyes opened, and he gave her a level look. I did nothing to harm you, he said slowly. That medicinal pill was a punishment for your attempt to harm my cultivation base. You need to understand the truth of the situation here. My instructions are everything. There was no arrogance left in Chu Yuyan. Her feelings regarding Meng Hao were incredibly complex. Yes, she hated him. But under the circumstances just now, he had chosen to leave rather than touch her. Chu Yuyan didn't want to, but she actually felt appreciation mixed together with her hatred. The complex feelings within her felt like floodwaters threatening to submerge her. She didn't know how many similar medicinal pills Meng Hao had, but from his actions, she could guess that even though the pill she was concocting was important to him, he wasn't worried about her trying to poison him by adding or changing the recipe. The pill formula he gave me is very strange. Because of the interactions between the various ingredients, to change the formula ratios is simply beyond my ability. I wouldn't be able to produce a complete pill. However, even if I did successfully adjust the formula, given this guy's personality, it's possible he might make me consume it. Actually, it's impossible at all to tell if he will even consume it himself. Maybe he'll catch a viper and force it to consume it. In fact, it's even possible that the pill doesn't need to be consumed. Maybe he'll use some other method to melt it and provoke the lightning. Maybe that's why he doesn't care. She frowned. It was really impossible to figure out the answer, and she had no idea what to do. She looked at Meng Hao, her expression torn. The more she thought about him and the deepness of his schemes, the more frightened she became. Compared to him, Wang Tingfei really is inferior. She sighed. After thinking for a moment, she took a deep breath and said, That skull has been here for several tens of thousands of years. Actually, I know where we are, and I know what this place is. When I saw the altar in the Lake of Blood, I started to suspect. I've thought about it a lot since then and finally realized where we are. Her voice soft, she continued. This is one of the 2 undiscovered locations of the legacy of the Blood Immortal. In total, there are 9. From ancient times until now, 7 have appeared. This means there have been a total of 7 chances throughout history to acquire the legacy. Whenever a new location appears, it sets the entire southern domain abuzz. There are rules governing this place. Only Foundation establishment cultivators can enter. Any who does has a chance at acquiring the legacy. Every time the tournament begins, the previously discovered legacy zones will emit a glow of blood that lasts for 9 days. After 9 days have passed, whoever is the first person to enter into the red glow, as long as they meet the requirement of having a cultivation base at the Foundation establishment stage, will be transported to the Blood Immortals Mountain. When the legacy tournament begins, it will last for a maximum of 9 months. Only one person is permitted into each legacy zone. From tens of thousands of years ago when the first Blood Immortal Legacy Zone appeared, all the way until now, there have been 7. This means that there have been 7 legacy tournaments. Some people have had the luck to acquire various rewards, but down to this day, no one has succeeded in acquiring the true legacy. Of the 9 total legacy zones, there are 2 remaining. Throughout all these years, no one has discovered their location. Therefore, there has been no way to begin the 8th legacy tournament. As he heard all of these things, Meng Hao's eyes began to narrow. Who is the Blood Immortal? He asked. I refuse to believe you didn't go yourself to examine the Lake of Blood, she said calmly. And I also refuse to believe you are unaware that underneath the surface of the lake is a massive head with an open mouth. The 7 other Blood Immortal legacy zones throughout the world all have lakes of blood and altars. Underneath each altar is a mouth. Furthermore, I refuse to believe you didn't hear the voice of the legacy. I have no proof, but my intuition tells me that you've been there, and you're a cautious person, so you didn't dare to step foot inside without first bringing back those skulls to analyze, to see if you could determine their age. You didn't answer my question. The Ancient Temple of Doom. It was once a holy place for the Ancient Doom clan. They were not looked upon with favor by the heavens, and were punished with tribulation. There were 3 famous immortals amongst them whose names were passed down through the generations after. One of them was the Blood Immortal. Anyone who acquires his legacy will be qualified to fight on the path to immortality and step foot onto the immortality pillar. Chu Yuyan's voice was soft as she spoke. She continued. The path to immortality is an arduous one. According to the ancient legends, it can be found only on Mount Heaven. It is not a mountain on the earth, but in the sky. On its peak is an immortality pillar. By stepping onto the pillar and knocking on the door of South Heaven, an immortal realm shall be opened. You shall be bathed in the light of immortality. Step into the void, and into immortal ascension. Since ancient times, countless heroes have fought over the ability to tread the path to immortal ascension. After all, if you analyze the character Immortal, Shan, you will find that it is composed of the character Person Ren, and the character Mountain, Sun. That mountain is Mount Heaven, and the person is only one person. Every 10,000 years, one person achieves immortal ascension. However, there is another understanding regarding the character Immortal, Shan. According to this understanding, first is the character Enter, Ro. Then is the character Mountain, Sun. Combined, they mean immortal. It is a simple truth. Without entering Mount Heaven, one cannot achieve immortal ascension. She looked at Meng Hao, explaining things that were only known to members of the 5 great sects and 3 great clans in the southern domain. What is immortality? A person and a mountain. What is immortality? Entering the mountain. In 10,000 years, one person entered the mountain. One person achieved immortal ascension. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine brightly, but then, just as quickly, the glow faded. Considering that he was just a foundation establishment cultivator, immortal ascension was far, far away for him. For him to think about it now was really just too extravagant. It was basically a daydream. Before the path to immortality are the Dao-seeking stones, which only exist in the 3 danger zones. Dao-seeking is difficult, but before that is spirit severing and its 3 severings. Each severings requires enlightenment and gives life. To be honest, I don't really know what all of this means. But when I was young, my father would speak these words to me and tell me to place them within my heart and never forget them for the rest of my life. Chu Yuyan played with her hair, no longer looking at Meng Hao. She walked back to the pill furnace and slowly sat down. Taking out the jade slip with the information about the pill formula, she closed her eyes and began to analyze it. Everything grew quiet. Meng Hao looked at Chu Yuyan. She was different now. Her words continued to echo in his heart, and he analyzed them bit by bit. Based on the look on her face, as well as his own speculations regarding the legacy of the Blood Immortal, he was now 70 to 80% sure that what she had said was the truth. After some time passed, he spoke. Why did you give me so much detailed information? Because, she said softly looking at him, I hope that you will go after the Blood Immortal's legacy, and then die inside. Then I can finally be rid of you. Many things have happened that shouldn't have. Having said this, she closed her eyes and continued to seek enlightenment regarding the pill formula. Meng Hao suddenly laughed. He didn't mind hearing her Ouch. If she hadn't spoken just now, then he would have grown suspicious. After all this time spent with Chu Yuyan, he was starting to understand her personality much better. The legacy of the Blood Immortal. I wonder if I should go in after it, he thought, his eyes flickering. It would be impossible for him to not be a bit tempted. A legacy, which could send waves throughout the entire southern domain. Anything related to the word, immortal, would drive cultivators crazy. Chapter 119. The legacy shocks the southern domain. This legacy tournament must surely involve some dangers that are impossible to imagine. If I'm careless, I'll likely fail and die. But with great risk comes great reward. If something is riskier, it shows that there is more chance for reward. If there isn't such danger, then fine. But if there is, well, if I don't go, then I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Determination filled his eyes as he continued to think over what Chu Yuyan had told him. However, after some time, he hadn't come up with any new ideas about why she had told him so much. She was provoking me. Maybe her true goal was to get me to go in. Or perhaps it wasn't. The chances of the latter are small. Perhaps she hopes that after entering and starting the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, it will attract the attention of the outside world, and perhaps give the Violet Fate sect a better chance of tracking her down. His eyes flashed as he looked over at her. If I don't go, nothing will happen. But if that's what she wanted, why would she go into such detail right now, especially in a way that would make me hesitant? I wonder, what is she thinking? What is her true goal? His eyes flickered as he thought. Finally, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Time passed slowly. Soon, half a month had gone by. Chu Yuyen finally concocted the second pill. However, by the time another month passed, her attempts at the third and fourth pills had failed. Meng Hao could not perform alchemy, but it was clear to him that she was not failing intentionally. Instead, the pill concoction was becoming more difficult. Throughout the month, Meng Hao didn't spend time thinking about the legacy of the Blood Immortal. He seemed to have put it out of mind. One day, he slowly stood up and hopped onto a flying sword, shooting up through the mists to go observe the shield. In the past half-month, he had made it a practice to go up every 10 days or so to observe the shield. Every time he left, Chu Yuyen would observe his departure expressionlessly. This time, after Meng Hao left, she waited about 4 hours, then suddenly lifted her head, her eyes flashing. She frowned, as if she were having some problem with the pill concoction process. Then she stood up, looking off into the mists. Shortly after, she began walking toward the region of the Lake of Blood. When she got there, she looked around, then turned and returned to the pill furnace. It seemed as if whatever question was in her mind had been answered. She continued with her alchemy. Another half-month passed. Finally, she was able to successfully concoct the third and fourth pills. She then began working on the fifth pill. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, this was the last pill. Once it was finished, then all 7 of the minor pills would be ready. More time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months were gone. Meng Hao and Chu Yuyen had now been trapped in the volcano for half a year. Within the 2 months, Chu Yuyen would occasionally leave the area of the cave. Sometimes it was when Meng Hao was watching her, other times it was when he was away. It seemed as if every time she had some problem with the formula, she would pace about. However, she would never enter the region within 300 meters of the Lake of Blood.
She would always stop at that mark.
Finally one day, under Meng Hao's watchful eye, she stood up. Frowning, she walked into the mists. When she reached the 300-meter mark, her eyes flashed. Suddenly, the power of her cultivation base flared up, and she sped toward the Lake of Blood at top speed. As she neared it, the surface of the lake began to ripple. The altar appeared, followed by the enormous stone head. The mouth gaped, a passageway awaiting for the legacy tournament participant to enter. Chu Yuyen's eyes flickered with excitement as she raced forward. She was almost leaping into the air by the time she reached the mouth. Just as she was about to enter, a light laugh filled the air. A sword aura flickered, shooting toward Chu Yuyen. As soon as she heard the laughter, her face went pale. Ignoring the approach of the wooden sword, she gritted her straight, white teeth and charged forward. There was only 2 meters between her and the large stone mouth. Suddenly, a black net appeared, moving at a speed much faster than Chu Yuyen. It immediately enveloped her, and she was not able to move beyond that last 2 meter. The wooden sword scooped her and tossed her back to the lake shore. Standing nearby, within the mists, was Meng Hao. His face expressionless, he slowly walked forward. Chu Yuyen's face was pale, and her eyes flashed with venomous hatred as she glared at Meng Hao. The instant he had brought back that skull to study, she had put all the pieces together regarding the legacy of the Blood Immortal. Furthermore, everything she had said those months ago was true. She thought she knew Meng Hao and understood his innate skepticism. She intentionally tried to make him think that there was something suspicious going on. Given his nature, he would certainly suspect her. Based on all of this, she knew that he would not easily be convinced to act. That would give her time. In the following months, she had made it a practice to go for walks. She did this so that Meng Hao would not find it unusual. Today, she had finally made her attempt, never having imagined that she would fail. "You really are quite patient," said Meng Hao. "I gave you a whole 3 months." At the moment, he was disinclined to explain to her how he had seen through her plan. "You have 1 month. I want to see the 5th pill. Now get back to your alchemy." He made a snatching motion with his hand, retrieving the large net. Chu Yuyen bit her lip and got to her feet. Without another glance at Meng Hao, she made a bitter departure. So, she really did want to go in. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully over his shoulder at Chu Yuyen's departing figure. A cold smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Now, his doubts were dispelled. He walked forward and entered the mouth of the enormous statue. The instant he entered the mouth, he disappeared, and the lake of blood began to seethe. A roaring sound rippled out, and the lake of blood transformed into a blood-colored mist, which dispersed in all directions. An archaic voice echoed out from within the blood mist, resounding out from within the volcano. The ancient Doom clan, the legacy of the Blood Immortal. Enter my sea of blood. 9 will open in the southern domain. All creation will know. The first person shall acquire the bloodline of the Blood Immortal. When it hit Chu Yuyen's ears, she staggered, and her face grew pale. She gnawed on her lip as a look of extreme bitterness filled her face. If only I had realized earlier what this place was, she shook her head. Her face was pallid. Her hatred toward Meng Hao and toward fate itself filled her with complicated emotions. Meanwhile, outside in the southern domain, there were 7 different locations, out from all of which suddenly could be heard a massive roaring. As soon as the sound raged out, the sky above the entire southern domain turned the color of blood. From each of the 7 locations, an archaic voice rumbled out. The ancient Doom clan, the legacy of the Blood Immortal. Enter my sea of blood. 9 will open in the southern domain. All creation will know. The first person shall acquire the bloodline of the Blood Immortal. The echoing sound immediately sent the southern domain stirring. Regardless of their sect or background, any cultivators near the 7 Blood Immortal legacy zones looked on in astonishment. They immediately shot off in various directions at incredible speed. The Blood Immortal legacy zones have reappeared. The 8th Blood Immortal legacy zone has been discovered. Now that it's been entered, the other 7 legacy zones have opened. The 8th Blood Immortal legacy tournament is about to begin. There will only be 9 total chances to get the Blood Immortal legacy. Over the past tens of thousands of years, it has happened 7 times. This is the 8th time. If no one acquires the legacy this time, who knows how many years will pass before the 9th tournament arrives. The other 7 locations were places where previous Blood Immortal legacy tournaments had begun. Whenever a new location appeared, it would cause a huge sensation in the Southern domain. The eyes of countless cultivators grew red with desire. Although no one had ever acquired the legacy itself, in every race, lucky participants emerged with various magical items and techniques. As the news spread, the 5 great sects and 3 great clans were the first to react. After them, other clans followed in taking action. At the moment, the roaring sound rippled out, and the words of the archaic voice echoed loudly. The entire southern domain buzzed with action. The Wang clan, one of the 3 great clans, was one of the first to act. Several hundred beams of light flew out, followed by several enormous flying battleships filled with the disciples of the Wang clan. They made their way toward the nearest Blood Immortal legacy zone. White-robed Wang Tingfei stood on the second boat in the procession. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stared coldly at someone on the ship ahead in the lead position. There stood a man wearing a similar white robe. He closely resembled Wang Tingfei, although he looked a little bit older. He frowned and thought. This was Wang Lihai, Wang Tingfei's older brother. He was a Dao child of the Wang clan, which was a position higher than that held by a trifling chosen. He was in the late foundation establishment stage and could achieve core formation at almost any time. He was surrounded by various elite members of the Wang clan, including his Dao protector, a nascent Soul clan uncle. As for Wang Tingfei, he stood there silently, hands clasped rigidly behind his back. One of the fingers of his right hand looked very different from the others. It was as transparent as crystal, within which circulated tiny black spiraling threads. It looked extremely bizarre.
2.
Standing next to him was Wang Shifan, the man who had almost killed Meng Hao with a single look that day, years ago. 3. If things hadn't happened the way they did in the state of Zhao, he said coolly, you wouldn't be at the early foundation establishment stage right now. You would be at the middle stage. You would still be behind your brother, but not as far as you are now. I will exceed my brother, said Wang Tingfei calmly. I will become a Dao child. There will only be one chance to acquire the legacy of the Blood Immortal, said Wang Shifan, his eyes flashing. He frowned. It's too bad there hasn't been any word from the Violet Fate sect about Yuyan. Apparently, she's in a critical stage of secluded meditation. Otherwise, she would be able to provide you with some assistance. 1. Wang Lihai's name in Chinese is Wang Lihat. Wang Lihai. Wang is a common family name. Li means experience. Hai means ocean. 2. If you forgot how Wang Tingfei lost his finger, please reread chapter 32. This finger brought me humiliation. Today, I cripple it. 3. If you forgot how Wang Shifan almost killed Meng Hao, please reread chapter 35. I'm not willing. Also the same chapter, where we meet our favorite sexy female antagonist, Chu Yuyan. Chapter 120. The 5 sects and 3 clans of the Southern Domain. Meanwhile, in the Golden Frost sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Southern Domain, hundreds of beams of light shot whistling up into the sky. These were sect members who didn't need the aid of magical flight items. Up ahead of them, the person in the lead ripped open a hole in the air, into which the others entered. Zhao Shanling was amongst them, carrying a gold greatsword, clad in a set of armor. He moved with incredible speed. The legacy of the Blood Immortal had sent the great sects and clans into a frenzy. In addition to the Wang clan and the Golden Frost sect, there was the Song clan, another of the three great clans. Several hundred cultivators emerged, all of them outstanding talents. Amongst them was eccentric Song, whose treasures Meng Hao had stolen in the state of Zhao. The most powerful sect in the southern domain was the Solitary Sword sect. Hundreds of sword auras shot up.
It was a shocking sight.
Every cultivator amongst them stood on a sword. The hundreds of sword auras seemed as if they could split open the sky. At the front of the group were 7 people with stern looks on their faces. One of the 7 was none other than Chun Fan. Chun Fan's face was filled with righteousness. He wore a long white robe and stood on a dark green sword. His cultivation base billowed out. He was at the early foundation establishment stage. In front of the 7 was a middle-aged man with a cold expression and a fierce killing intent. This was none other than Chun Fan's master, Zhou Yanyan. Wind whipped the clouds into turmoil above the southern domain as Wu Dingqiu II of the Violet Fate sect shot through the air along with hundreds of Violet Fate disciples. As they flew through the sky, Wu Dingqiu's brow was furrowed, and he seemed to be thinking about something very important. This, in turn, caused the others from the Violet Fate sect to be incredibly quiet. Yu Yan is missing, he thought. She was seen chasing after some cultivator. Then that rock flew through, kicking up a whirlwind. Where is she? Her life slip is still intact, which means that she's safe. He sighed. Chu Yuyan was very important to the Violet Fate sect. In fact, she was so important that many people in the sect had opposed her engagement to Wang Tingfei. Beams of prismatic light could be seen in the sky all over the southern domain, flying toward the 7 Blood Immortal Legacy Zones. Amongst the great sects and clans, the Li clan was the most secretive. They rarely sent clan members out into the world, and when they did, few people were aware of it. In fact, when the Blood Immortal Legacy Zones opened, they only sent out 5 people. Of those 5 people, 2 were old Dao protectors of the nascent soul stage. The rest were at the foundation establishment stage, 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 were chosen of the Li clan, whom few outsiders had even heard of. Years ago, the patriarch CH revealed the secret that the 8 Blood Immortal Legacy tournament would fall into the hands of the Li clan, said one of the old men. He wore a long black robe and was tall and emaciated. He looked back at the 3 behind him. The 8th tournament has arrived. Daoi, the legacy belongs to you. This is certain. As for you 2, just observe and take the opportunity to learn something. The most mysterious of the 5 great sects was the Blood Demon sect. They sent even fewer people than the Li clan, only 2. One was old, one was young. The young man wore a scarlet robe and appeared to be about 16 or 17. He emanated a fierce killing aura. Located between his eyebrows was a mark of blood, which would occasionally let out a glow that covered half of his face. Beneath his feet was a mist of blood, within which could be seen countless fierce faces that appeared to be howling. This young man looked anything but ordinary. If Meng Hao were there, or perhaps Fatty or Little Tiger, they would instantly recognize him. The young man looked exactly like Wang Yukai III, from 6 or 7 years ago. If it really was him, then it would mean he hadn't changed at all over the years. Very strange. Of the 5 great sects of the southern domain sprang into action. Only the Black Civ sect did not. In the main hall of the sect, 6 people sat cross-legged, their bodies concealed in shadows. Within the hall, everything was silent. An archaic, sinister voice suddenly rang out. So, the time has come for the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. Should we dispatch some people? The legacy of the Blood Immortal might be powerful, but no one has acquired it even after tens of thousands of years. Comparatively speaking, the ancient map we discovered is much more important. We can't conceal the matter, though, so we won't. That will cause more chaos, which will serve to our advantage. If we succeed in our endeavor, the entire structure of the southern domain will be changed. As for the item, the Tao of the Black Civ sect will be refined, which is luck for the sect. I agree that we should not dispatch anyone to the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. We've studied this ancient map for a long time. Even the patriarchs view it with high importance and have studied it several times. We can take advantage of the suspicion which will arise from our lack of participation in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. We can guide more people here, whereupon their curiosity will increase. Then, we can begin the next phase of our plan. Outside of the Black Civ sect's main temple hall, several hundred solemn-faced disciples had gathered. They had been called here to wait for orders from the sect elders. Standing off to the side in the crowd was Su Qing. She wore a standard white robe. Her face seemed thinner than before, and her frame somewhat frail. Although she had always been a cold person, she didn't seem to be very happy in the Black Sea. V sect. Her cultivation base was only at the 9th level of qi condensation. A charming young woman appeared next to Su Qing. Her voice low, she said, "Junior sister Su, elder brother Chen said to give you one last chance. If you agree to what he wants, he'll fight to get you a Foundation establishment pill. Come on, don't be stupid. If you provoke Elder Brother Chen then, even in the midst of giving her advice. Su Qing raised her head and looked at her coldly. You don't need to bring up this matter again, Elder Sister Xue. Please have some self-respect. The girl surnamed Xue sneered. You're just an uncivilized biddy from a backwater nation. You try to act high and mighty, but you're really an idiot. Elder Brother Chen taking a liking to you is good luck for you. This matter is beyond your control. Su Qing didn't say anything. However, her delicate hands clenched tightly within her sleeves until they turned pale white. The Xue girl laughed coldly and continued to deride her. And as for that cosmetic enhancement pill, concocted in some crude, tiny sect on some crappy mountain, Elder Sister Han wanted to trade you for it to give to her servant girl, but you refused. You really have a one-track mind. What a waste of your good looks. Su Qing's face was pale white, and she gnawed on her lower lip, but she said nothing. Eventually, an old man wearing a dark green robe emerged from the main temple hall. He flicked his sleeve, and mist began to billow out. An enormous feng shui compass flew down from the sky. The Xue girl stopped her ridicule and hopped up onto it, along with the surrounding disciples, including Su Qing. Under the control of the old man, the feng shui compass carried them off into the distance. Wind and clouds roiled above the southern domain. Because the Black Civ sect didn't participate, the 7 Blood Immortal Legacy Zones were each occupied by one of the other 4 sects, or one of the 3 clans. Other could only yield to their approach. However, despite their high position, the great clans and sects could not force outsiders to leave. That would have raised public indignation. They simply cleared away through to wait for the glow of blood to appear and the legacy tournament to begin.
Time passed by.
A few days later, the Blood Immortals' sacrificial altars began to thrum. Everything began to shake, and finally, a bloody screen appeared. Within the blood screen, a gateway slowly came to be visible. In this instant, all the Foundation establishment cultivators at the 7 Blood Immortal sacrificial altars felt the desire to surge forward. However, the gateway would only permit one person to enter. That right went to the first person who made it through. Only if that person died, or intentionally emerged to rest, could a second person enter. It was a vast world, with blue skies and white clouds. There was a feeling of purity, difficult to describe, which appeared in the hearts of everyone who entered. Looking up, the sky was filled with an enormous sacrificial altar, dark green in color. At the top of the altar, sitting on an enormous stone throne, was a person. It was a corpse, clothed in a blood-colored robe. On its face was a featureless silver mask. It sat there unmoving. The altar seemed to fill nearly half the sky of this world. All of the people who entered were able to see the person on top. The legacy of the Blood Immortal. There was no need to say it. This person was the deceased Blood Immortal. Beneath the dark green sacrificial altar were 9 enormous spell matrices. Each spell matrix seemed to be filled with a whirlpool of slowly rotating stars. The 9 spell matrices were like 9 gigantic steps, leading up through the white clouds to the sacrificial altar. Anyone who could pass through the 9th spell matrix would then be able to step foot onto the dark green sacrificial altar. However, since ancient times, no one had ever been able to do so. At the moment, Meng Hao stood silently outside the first spell matrix, his eyes glittering. Suddenly, 7 indistinct figures appeared around him. He couldn't tell whether these people were men or women, nor could he determine their age. Even their clothes were unclear. Their entire forms were indistinct blurs. However, Meng Hao was able to see that all of them were looking around at each other. Suddenly, an archaic, emotionless voice rang out. The legacy of the Blood Immortal, the 9 matrices are opened. 8 legacy competitors have arrived, but only one can acquire the legacy of the Blood Immortal. The 8 of you will not be able to hear each other speak, nor will you be able to see the magic each other uses. You will be unable to attack each other. You will only be able to see these indistinct blurs. This is because the 8 of you are all in different locations. However, there is one thing in common about your locations. They all contain the same dark green sacrificial altar and the same spiritual energy. The legacy tournament will be open for 9 months. At every matrix, you'll have the option to depart. Any time during the 9 months, you may choose to continue on to the next matrix. You may use any method you wish, including trickery or special sect or clan powers. The first person to break into the 9th matrix will be the 2nd generation Blood Immortal. There are no rules here. Now, each of you must produce a drop of blood filled with your essence. It will magically transform into a blood divinity. There are countless types of blood divinity. As for which one your blood will create, that will be dependent on luck and fate. Do not forget, absorbing spiritual energy will cause your blood divinity to grow more powerful. This is because your blood divinity is a key factor in whether or not you acquire the legacy. And now, let the 8th Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament begin. As soon as the voice finished speaking, 8 dark green Beams of light shot out from the altar and flew down toward Meng Hao and the others. Chapter 121. Meng Hao's Blood Divinity. Meng Hao's heart pounded as he stood there. He took a deep breath. As soon as he had stepped foot into the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, he'd found that his cultivation base was completely restored. No longer was he stuck at the 7th level of Qi condensation, but rather was back at the early foundation establishment stage. After hearing the words spoken by the archaic voice, Meng Hao knew why Chu Yuyan had wanted to enter this place. This place can recover your cultivation base. If it stays that way after leaving, then that was obviously Chu Yuyan's first goal. Furthermore, there must be some tricky ways that she could alert people on the outside as to her identity and then figure out a way to lead them to the volcano. His eyes flashed as he looked at the dark green beam of light in front of him. The dark green light was a formless mass, blurry and indistinct, as if life were brewing inside. The other 7 blurry figures around him seemed to be similarly studying the dark green lights. Soon, one of the figures spit out a mouthful of blood, which was absorbed by the green light. The light turned the color of blood, and then the cry of a phoenix sounded out from within. The clear sound filled the area as a miniature, finger-sized blood phoenix flew out and circled around. When the blood phoenix emerged, the cultivators surrounding the 7 Blood Immortal Legacy zones throughout the southern domain were instantly shocked. On the blood screen above each of the 7 locations, images appeared of Meng Hao and the 8 others inside the Blood Immortal world. The Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament was very unique. Outsiders were able to observe what was going on inside. When the competitors charged into the spell matrices, people observing would be able to see it clearly. Although they couldn't make out all the details, they would be able to see who succeeded and who didn't. Anyone with skill would also be able to observe the skill matrices and learn from them. Everyone heard the archaic voice say that there were no rules. No matter the method used, the first person to pass the 9th spell matrix would be the 2nd generation Blood Immortal. A legacy tournament with no rules. In some ways, this revealed the arrogance and power of the Blood Immortal. Any cultivator in the world could observe and study the 9 matrices, and yet despite that, in tens of thousands of years and 7 tournaments, no one had ever successfully passed the 9th matrix. Anyone who had managed to enter it had died. Because of the open nature of the legacy tournament, anyone who participated came with ample preparations. Many of the people who watched on the outside had heard various rumors about the legacy of the Blood Immortal. This was why when the Blood Phoenix emerged, many people were surprised. So, a Blood Phoenix emerged. Among the Blood Divinities, the Blood Phoenix and the Blood Dragon both grow very quickly. I remember reading in the ancient records about the 6th Legacy Tournament, when a Blood Phoenix ended up being as powerful as a nascent soul eccentric. I wonder which sex disciple it was who got so lucky this time. A buzz of conversation arose around the 7 Legacy Tournament zones. Near the 5th zone, eccentric Song of the Song Clang stood there looking pleased. He said nothing, but based on tiny clues he'd spotted, he knew that the person who had acquired the Blood Phoenix was his fellow clan member Song Jia.
1.
Excellent, he thought. Maybe there really will be a chance for that Song Jia girl to acquire the legacy. His eyes shined with anticipation. Meanwhile, back inside the legacy zone, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th competitors spit heart's blood into the dark green beams. Each of them received different blood divinities. One was a majestic blood red deer. The 2nd was a blood tiger, which let out a roar when it appeared. But these two paled in comparison to the 3rd. The 3rd blood divinity was a blood dragon. Its appearance was fierce, and its howls shook the entire area. A commotion instantly broke out in the outside world. A blood dragon. 4,000 years ago, in the 7th Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, a chosen from the Li clan acquired a blood dragon. He was the first person from time immemorial to pass the 8th matrix. Outside of the legacy zone, the 2 old members of the Li clan stood there with expressionless faces. The appearance of the blood dragon was not surprising to them at all. The person who had acquired it was none other than one of the Li clan's chosen of the current generation, Li Daoi.
2.
Before the roaring could die down, the 5th, 6th, and 7th blood deities appeared within the legacy zone. One was a Xuanwu turtle, the other a blood wolf, and the last was shockingly a tiny blood-colored sprite. The blood-colored sprite looked similar to the nascent soul of a cultivator. Its appearance sent the cultivators in the outside world reeling in shock. Even the 2 old members of the Li clan looked amazed. Every member of every clan and sect that was present were mind-blown. Since ancient times, there has never been a human-shaped blood divinity, not in any of the 7 tournaments. It's hard to say what this blood divinity will grow into. It's never been seen before. Who knows if it can measure up to the Blood Phoenix and Blood Dragon? As the buzz of conversation filled the air, the elder from the most mysterious of the 5 great sects, the Blood Demon Sect, sat cross-legged looking at the scene on the blood screen. His eyes were fixed on the blurry figure which had acquired the blood-colored sprite. A moment passed, and he nodded. He knew that this person was none other than his sect's disciple. Within the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, Meng Hao looked at the 7 other people and the different blood divinities that had emerged to hover around their blurry figures. They all looked beyond ordinary in every way. These people must all be various chosen from the southern domain. Meng Hao looked over them. I wonder what will emerge for me. His eyes glittering, he pushed down on his chest. His cultivation base shuddered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood was from his cultivation base, and it was instantly sucked in by the dark green glow. At the moment, it was not just he who was concentrating on the result. The other 7 people were watching, as well as everyone in the outside world. There was no more buzz of conversation outside. Everyone watched Meng Hao on the giant screen. The black glow immediately turned the color of blood, whereupon a faint but powerful cry rang out from within. As soon as they heard the sound, the 7 people, as well as the tiny deer-shaped blood divinity, all began to tremble. Next, the blood wolf, the Xuanwu turtle, and the blood tiger all seemed as if they couldn't take the sound, and began to shake. The blood dragon and blood phoenix both began to emit looks of hostility, glaring toward Meng Hao. Only the blood-colored sprite looked on expressionlessly, not even moving. What will emerge for this person? It's a tiny little roar, but the blood divinities all seem shaken. Even the blood dragon and blood phoenix appear hostile. Could it be another blood divinity that has never before appeared? It was at this moment that a roaring filled the air, and the bloody glow in front of Meng Hao began to ripple. An instant later, his blood divinity appeared in front of him. It was a tiny puppy with glistening eyes, the size of a finger. 3. The puppy looked ordinary in every way. There didn't seem to be anything special about it at all. However, as soon as it appeared, the hostility within the blood phoenix and blood dragon seemed to grow stronger. It's a dog. That's definitely never appeared before. I've never even heard of such a thing. From the very first Blood Immortal Legacy tournament to now, there has never been a blood divinity which was a dog. Around the 7 legacy zones in the southern domain, the sound of joking and laughter immediately rose up. Inside, everything was quiet. Meng Hao looked at the puppy floating in front of him, then around at the other blood divinities. His brow furrowed. He lifted up his right hand, and the puppy immediately jumped onto his palm. It seemed to be shivering as if it were cold, and looked frightened. It looked up at Meng Hao with adulation, then lowered its head and licked his palm with its tiny tongue. At the same time, the 7 people stepped forward almost at exactly the same time, disappearing into the first spell matrix. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. He didn't really know much about this place, so he didn't want to act rashly. After looking around for a moment, he realized that the spiritual energy here was quite thick, much more so than in the outside world. It was almost as thick as the spiritual energy in the valley, where he had reached Foundation Establishment. There were no mountains or seas visible, just emptiness. There were only the 9 spell matrices and the dark green sacrificial altar. Meng Hao thought back to what the archaic voice had said. My hopes of acquiring the legacy all rest on this dog. He looked down for a moment at the puppy in his palm. Then he looked back up and, without any hesitation, walked forward into the first matrix. When he did, the world dissolved around him, then reformed into a world filled with the immortal mountains and buildings. In this world, everything was still and quiet. Looking around, he saw that immortal mountains stretched out like a forest in every direction, covered with various buildings. This was not a place of mortals, but somewhere to be inhabited by immortals. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very dense. In fact, it seemed about 10 times as thick as that outside. It was so thick that it formed a thin fog which was visible everywhere. Where am I? Said Meng Hao, looking around in shock. He gazed about with his spiritual sense, then took a deep breath and began to absorb the spiritual energy. It poured into him, racing into his cultivation base, and then his golden Dao pillar. Some of it leaked back out from the crack in the Dao pillar. Such thick spiritual energy. If my Dao pillar didn't leak spiritual energy, then practicing cultivation in here for one day would be like practicing for a month in the outside world. His spirits were roused at this thought. Suddenly, he noticed that the puppy in his palm looked very happy. It appeared to be absorbing the spiritual energy, too. As it did, its body was gradually growing bigger. Fluffy fur was beginning to appear on its skin, making it look very cute. Meng Hao watched on for a while, lost in thought. This dog will grow up with me. But from the look of its breathing technique, it will do so with the same speed as me. Could it be that because of absorbing my heart's blood, it has the same level of latent talent as me? His eyes flashed, and he began to move forward. At his side ran the little puppy, which was now about 2 finger lengths in size. By straining to its limit, it was just barely able to keep up. 1. Songjia's name in Chinese is Songjia, Songjia. Song is a family name. Jia means excellent. 2. Li Daoi's name in Chinese is Li Daoi, Li Daoi. Li is a common family name. Dao is the same character as in the Dao and means way or path. Yi means 1. 3. If you're interested in the roles of dogs in Chinese mythology, you can check out this article. Chapter 122. Reaching an Agreement. Time slipped by. Soon, 3 days had passed. Meng Hao frowned. He found that no matter how far or where he flew, this place seemed to have no end. It apparently had no borders. Furthermore, as time passed, there seemed to be less and less spiritual energy. How do I break through the first spell matrix? His brow furrowed. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged on a mountain peak. His eyes flashed as he looked around. Meanwhile, outside the legacy zone, the cultivators surrounding the 7 altars throughout the southern domain were all watching the scene on the blood screens. They could clearly see that 7 of the blurry figures, upon entering the first matrix, immediately sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. However, the 8th and last person to enter started flying around in seemingly random directions. A long time passed before he sat down and began to meditate. What sect is that last person from? Doesn't he understand how the first matrix works? Oh, I know. He must be a rogue cultivator. He somehow accidentally opened the 8th Blood Immortal altar and started the tournament. The first matrix is very simple. It's a trial of latent talent. Basically, the first matrix will cause the blood divinity to grow. The cultivators must snatch up as much spiritual energy as possible. That's the key to breaking through the rest of the matrices. Conversations like this broke out among the cultivators, who discussed things in hushed tones. Within the legacy zone, Meng Hao lifted his head. This is weird. The spiritual energy in this place seems to be divided into 8, including me. 8 people entered. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed. He took in a deep breath and began to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Although he didn't quite know how to break through the first matrix, he was beginning to form a guess. The spiritual energy quickly began to disappear. Meng Hao closed his eyes, and 5 days passed. On the 5th day, he continued to suck in as much spiritual energy as he could. His golden Dao pillar gleamed brightly. In fact, it seemed as if the beginnings of a second Dao pillar were forming. As for the puppy, during these 5 days it had also been absorbing energy, much like Meng Hao. Its body was larger now. It was about the size of Meng Hao's hand. Soon, all of the spiritual energy in the place was completely gone. A roaring sound filled the air, and the surrounding immortal mountains and buildings began to collapse, crumbling down to form a large platform. Meng Hao opened his eyes to find himself sitting cross-legged on the platform. Around him, the 7 other people opened their eyes. Their respective blood divinities had all experienced changes. They were larger and seemingly more intelligent. As for the blood-colored sprite, its size had not changed, but it had begun to grow tentacles, which writhed about slowly, giving it a very bizarre appearance. Meng Hao's puppy had experienced the least change of all. It was the size of a hand, and was covered with fluffy fur. It appeared to be very frightened of the other blood divinities. It shrank up against Meng Hao, trembling, rubbing its head against his leg, and licking his robe. Its large, glistening eyes okayed extremely cute. A glowing door existed on this platform, emitting a slight gravitational force. Obviously, this was the exit of the legacy zone. The 7 people surrounding Meng Hao stood up one by one. Obviously, having no intention of leaving, they transformed into prismatic beams as they and their blood divinities shot on toward the second matrix. Meng Hao was silent. He could sense that most of the 7 other people's blood divinities were emitting auras of the 7th or 8th level of Qi condensation. The Blood Dragon and Blood Phoenix, as well as the person-shaped blood divinity, were all at the 9th level. His puppy was the only one that was at the 3rd or 4th level. My lack of understanding about this place has put me in a bad position. Meng Hao's brow furrowed, and his eyes flickered. But my advantage is that I am the only one who can leave the legacy zone. If they leave, then countless others would try to enter. Therefore, they have no option of leaving. Meng Hao was silent for the space of a few breaths. Then he stood up. He didn't fly toward the second matrix, but instead vanished into the glowing door. When he emerged, he was in the mouth of the gigantic stone face in the lake of blood. As soon as he flew out, he found that, as he suspected, his cultivation base was indeed fully recovered. The suppressive force from before now had no effect on him. The blood divinity didn't come out with me. It seems that it can only appear within the legacy zone. Meng Hao looked back at the altar within the lake of blood, and suddenly frowned. He saw the glowing blood screen, as well as everything that was going on inside the legacy zone. So, outsiders can see what's happening. His calm gaze flashed over the screen, and he could see 7 blurry figures within the second matrix. As he looked closer, he calmed down a bit. The images on the screen did not reveal anything about where he was. Furthermore, the doorway which had led him back to the volcano was still there. His eyes shining, he flew into the air. In the space of a few breaths, he had arrived at where Chu Yuyan was concocting the pills. She sat there cross-legged, her face pale. As Meng Hao approached, she lifted her head and saw him flying through the air toward her. A complex expression filled her face. How many more days do you need before you can finish concocting the fifth pill? Said Meng Hao coolly, landing softly onto the ground. He looked at her with cold eyes. She was silent for a long moment. Finally, she replied in a soft voice. I will succeed within half a month. Considering our situation, said Meng Hao, there's no need for us to keep fighting with each other. He looked around at the mists, which he could now see through easily. Chu Yuyan was silent for a while. She lowered her head. I want to get out of here, but I don't trust you. If you concoct my pill, and help me understand the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, then I swear be. Why my cultivation base that I will get you out of here safely. He looked at her. The oaths of cultivators cannot be trusted, she replied, looking up at him. If you want to get out of here, then you have no choice but to trust me, said Meng Hao, his voice cool. My benevolence has a limit. First, you went after my cultivation base. Second, you tried to trick me regarding the Blood Immortal Legacy. If there is a third, then I will just give up my medicinal pill and simply kill you. Chu Yuyan sat there silently, apparently having no words to speak. Meng Hao sat down cross-legged next to her. He didn't say anything more to try to persuade her. An entire day passed, until finally, she sighed in her heart. She was out of tricks and schemes. All of her attempts to outwit Meng Hao had failed. It was exactly as he had said. If she wanted to get out of this place, she had no choice but to trust him. Furthermore, Chu Yuyan had experienced Meng Hao's ruthlessness, and she could sense the cold, killing intent within the words he had spoken. The 9 matrices of the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament are all different, she began quietly. However, the various sects have thoroughly researched them throughout the 7 past legacy tournaments. The path you will tread is one of seizure. What must be seized is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only will it help you to grow your cultivation base, but in accordance with your latent talent, it will also facilitate the growth of your blood divinity. The growth of your blood divinity is very important in the 9 matrices. Over the years, the Violet Fate sect has come to the conclusion that if you can break through the 9th matrix, then the blood divinity should be able to achieve a level of power equivalent to an expert halfway to the spirit severing stage. It can enter the Blood Immortal Legacy treasure as its owner and become the weapon spirit of the treasure. Whoever is the master of the weapon spirit will have acquired the legacy of the Blood Immortal and will be the first person since ancient times to carry out the treasure. After that, he will be able to release the incomparable power of a half-spirit severing stage blood divinity. This half-spirit severing stage blood divinity is in fact a Tao protector left behind by the Blood Immortal of the ancient Temple of Doom. With the exception of the first matrix, the Blood Immortal's 9 matrices all have different essences. The various sects have gathered a variety of details regarding this. Through mutual cooperation, it was eventually determined that each spell matrix changes. Over the course of many races, the heart of each one has evolved. Therefore, it is difficult to determine the exact essence of each matrix. Whoever is first to understand the essence of any given matrix will be the first to begin absorbing spiritual energy. Furthermore, that person's blood divinity will be the first to begin to grow. The spiritual energy W within each matrix is limited. The more you absorb, the less others can absorb. Chu Yuyan looked up at Meng Hao. Regarding the details of the essences of the various matrices of the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, I scanned over them back in the sect. However, I don't remember too much. The main thing I remember is that some of the matrices are illusions. Having said this, she closed her eyes. Meng Hao seemed lost in thought as Chu Yuyan's words continued to echo in his ears. After analyzing the matter for a while, he turned and shot back toward the Blood Immortal's sacrificial altar. Looking up at the blood screen, he saw that the 7 others were still within the second matrix. He strode forward and entered the giant mouth. His eyes grew blurry, then clear again, and he was standing on the platform he'd arrived at after passing the first matrix. As soon as he emerged, the hand-sized puppy materialized in front of him. It jumped up and down happily, then ran around him a few times, wagging its tail furiously. It seemed incredibly excited to see Meng Hao. Finally, it came to rest on Meng Hao's feet, laying down on top of them and licking his pant leg, looking up at him with adoring eyes. Meng Hao's reappearance did not cause much stir in the outside world. Based on his setback in the first matrix, he was now far behind everyone else. He was clearly in 8th place. He took in a deep breath, then turned into a beam of light as he shot into the second matrix. From the outside, this spell matrix had the appearance of a whirlpool of stars, slowly rotating. However, as soon as he entered it, the stars' positions all seemed to change. The world warped, heaven and earth twisted bizarrely. Then everything became clear. In front of Meng Hao was a vast blood-colored ocean. The ocean seemed limitless, its color deep crimson. Off in the distance, the sun was setting. The evening wind carried a fishy stench and caused waves to ripple across the ocean's gleaming surface. The spiritual energy was thin here, not enough to absorb. It would not become thick enough to do so until the spell matrix was broken through. Suddenly, the blood-colored puppy ran forward a few paces, then let out a few threatening yips toward the ocean. The sound carried nervousness with it, and a sense of danger. The little puppies first stood up on end and quivered. A rumbling could be heard, and the ocean began to seethe. A booming sound echoed out as an arching, dark green wooden bridge slowly rose up out of the ocean of blood. It dripped blood as it stretched up. Lightning and thunder fell from the sky. Atop the arching wooden bridge stood a young boy with long hair. His eyes glittered coldly as he stared at Meng Hao with a vicious expression. "One attack," said the young boy coldly. His eyes shined with killing intent. His voice sounded old and archaic, quite in contrast with his appearance. "If you live, the second bridge shall rise. If you pass 3 bridges, then you see, and break through this matrix." Chapter 123. Converging sense into the form. The killing intent was incredibly powerful, seemingly capable of causing the ocean to stir. The bridge dripped with blood, and massive waves rolled out across the ocean. After he finished speaking, the young boy lifted his hand and formed a fist, which then began to descend toward Meng Hao. The ocean of blood roared as waves surged away from the young boy. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. The boy's cultivation base was at the late foundation establishment stage. But Meng Hao also knew that having entered this place, he must fight. He strode forward, followed by the puppy, who continued to let out threatening yips. Wisps of blood floated around its hand-sized body. It and Meng Hao turned into 2 beams of prismatic light, which shot toward the young boy. Meng Hao slapped his bag of the cosmos, and instantly, 2 wooden swords flew out. Next, he spat out the lightning flag, which surrounded him with mist. Like arrows loosed from a bow, he and the puppy slammed into the young boy. An explosion sounded out. Meng Hao coughed up blood, and the wooden swords went spinning out of control. The lightning flag's mist began to dissipate. Meng Hao and the puppy both shook as they flew backward, spraying blood from their mouths. The young boy looked coolly at Meng Hao, then lifted his right hand. Behind him, the sea began to roil, and a second arch bridge appeared. The young boy disappeared. On the second bridge, a young man could be seen. This young man's appearance was very familiar. He looked just like the boy from the first bridge, except 10 years older. "You can come fight any time you wish," he said, his voice cool. "If my fist doesn't kill you, then you can pass to the third bridge." With this, he closed his eyes and stood there, motionless. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged on the first bridge. The attack just now seemed to have been filled with the power of the late Flawless Foundation establishment stage. Without the protection of the lightning flag just now, he surely would have perished. No wonder the 7 others still haven't broken through the second matrix in the last day. This Blood Immortal Legacy tournament is no joke. And this is only the second matrix. After thinking about it for a moment, Meng Hao's eyes filled with determination. Taking a deep breath, he consumed a medicinal pill and adjusted his cultivation base. He also placed a medicinal pill down in front of the puppy, who lapped it up immediately, then settled down in Meng Hao's lap to recover. 2 days later, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. The puppy still lay in his lap, but its injuries seemed to be more than half recovered. It leaped up. Although he hadn't grown any larger, his aura was different than before. It seemed as if he had grown closer to Meng Hao and more vicious toward the rest of the world. Were it not for the high quality of the Qi condensation level medicinal pills that Meng Hao had given him, it most likely would have perished from his injuries. "You're just like I used to be," said Meng Hao softly, looking at the puppy. "Simple and ordinary, but thrust into the cultivation world. You have no choice but to change, no choice but to grow stronger and become cold-blooded. You must learn to kill." The puppy gazed up at Meng Hao as if he understood his words. It licked Meng Hao's robe, ran around him in circles a few times, then lay down at his feet. Meng Hao's eyes filled with a resolute look. He slowly stood up and then looked toward the second bridge. He smacked the bag of the cosmos, and a sword rain began to fly out. 100, 200, 300, 500 flying swords circled around him. They formed into the shape of a flying rain dragon. Power from the vibrating demonic core within Meng Hao filled his body. He waved both hands in front of him, and the wooden swords appeared, forming the flying rain dragon's long fangs. All of this shot at high speed toward the young man on the second bridge. The young man's expression did not change. He slowly waved his right hand in a casual fist attack. No waves surged out on the ocean of blood, nor was there any roaring sound. It seemed extremely simplistic in nature. However, much the same as the first young boy's fist, it did not wait for Meng Hao's arrival. The vanguard of Meng Hao's flying swords began to smash to pieces, as if they were colliding with an impenetrable stone wall. They didn't all shatter, only the ones in the very center of the lead position. An invisible line appeared, smashing through the flying swords toward Meng Hao. Sensing the imminent deadly threat, Meng Hao threw all the power of his cultivation base into the lightning mist and sent the two wooden swords in front of him to block. Of his own volition, the puppy flew up toward Meng Hao's chest, using his back to form a shield. Meng Hao immediately grabbed him and threw him to the side. A boom rang out that seemed to last forever. Blood shot from Meng Hao's mouth, and he tumbled backward, spinning like a kite with its string cut. He landed onto the first bridge, coughing up more blood, his face pale. It seemed as if his Dao pillar would fall to pieces at any moment. That attack was many times more horrific than the first attack. And yet, from what I could sense, it only contained the power of the middle flawless foundation establishment stage. Also, did this dog just jump up to protect me? Wiping the blood away, he looked down at the puppy who he had thrown off to the side. It looked up at him worriedly. He rubbed its furry head, then looked back at the young man. You somehow managed to pass, said the young man calmly. However, given your level of power, unless there is some mishap, you will not be able to pass the third bridge. He waved his right hand, and immediately a third bridge appeared behind him. Along with the appearance of the bridge, he vanished. On the third bridge appeared a middle-aged man. He looked just like the young man from the second bridge, except 10 years older. Based on the emanations from his cultivation base, Meng Hao could surmise that the man was at the same level as himself, the early foundation establishment stage, with one Dao pillar. What a shock. This is strange, said Meng Hao, his eyes narrowing. Why would the third bridge have someone with a cultivation base like this? It seems like the order should be opposite. To pass this bridge, said the man coolly, you must withstand one of my attacks without coughing up any blood. You have 3 chances. Each attack will consist of 1 fist strike. If you fail 3 times, then you will no longer be qualified to acquire the legacy and will be interred into the ocean of blood, and your spirit will become part of the altar. Meng Hao said nothing. He sat down cross-legged on the second bridge and took out some medicinal pills. He also gave several to the puppy. Watching the puppy consume the pills, Meng Hao thought back to how it had leaped to protect him, and a warm feeling filled his heart. After 3 days, Meng Hao had recovered quite a bit. The puppy once again opened its eyes, seemingly quite energetic. Staring at the man on the third bridge, Meng Hao's eyes filled with thought. In his mind, he reviewed his battles with the young boy from the first bridge and the young man from the second bridge, trying to piece together some clues about what was going on. Time trickled by until another day had passed. Meng Hao's heart stirred, and he slowly raised his head. He had thought of a possible solution. When the boy attacked, it was with the power of the late foundation establishment stage, and it caused the ocean of blood to seethe. That was because the power of the attack emanated outward. As for the young man, even though he was only of the middle foundation establishment stage, the power of the attack did not emanate outward. And of my 500 flying swords, only about 20 were destroyed. It forced me to directly face the fist head-on. In these 2 battles, the cultivation bases were not the same. Clearly, the most important thing is the technique with which the cultivation base is utilized. Meng Hao's eyes shone with understanding. He was no idiot. He now clearly understood the answer to the problem. So, this man's cultivation base is the same as mine. But what power will he put into play? Meng Hao looked at him as he slowly stood up. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. At this moment, he didn't really care about the legacy of the Blood Immortal. He had suddenly realized that within the 9 matrices, there were invisible legacies just about everywhere. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he stood on the second bridge and experimented a bit. He slowly sent power emanating from this cultivation base, then attempted to control how the power dissipated. It was very difficult. But Meng Hao was stubborn. That was a fundamental characteristic of his personality. He ignored the passage of time, and soon 7 days were gone. He lifted his head. He hadn't achieved complete control, yet only about 30% or so. I can't keep delaying. I need to check to see if my idea was correct. His eyes gleaming brightly, he walked toward the old man. After the space of about 10 breaths, Meng Hao tumbled backward, blood spraying from his mouth and a splitting pain filling his head. He landed back on the second bridge, his body quivering, supporting himself with one hand on the greenish wood. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. Next to him, the puppy quivered. One of its legs was broken, and its aura was very weak. Meng Hao looked up slowly at the old man on the third bridge. First try. Failure. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He fed some medicinal pills to the puppy to help heal it. After all, it was just as hurt as he was. The puppy's appearance had changed. Its fur did not look very healthy, and its eyes were dim, but its life force was powerful. Every time it recovered, it emanated more killing intent. That man is only at the early foundation establishment stage. However, his attack leaked almost no power whatsoever, plus it was filled with a very peculiar feeling. It seemed as if the fist was not really a fist. However, I could also tell my 7 days of work paid off. I'm on the right track. He lifted his hand and pushed down between his eyebrows, dissipating some of the pain which racked his body. He got to his feet and continued to attempt to exercise control over his power seepage from his cultivation base. 7 more days passed, and Meng Hao felt that he had about 50% control. Although his cultivation base had not grown, in terms of fighting strength, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. Meng Hao looked up, his eyes glittering brightly. He and the puppy shot forward, man and dog together, charging the figure on the bridge. Again, it took the space of 10 breaths. Meng Hao flopped backward, spinning over and over, blood showering from his mouth to stain his clothes. However, his eyes were bright. As for the puppy, it seemed to be changing as Meng Hao gained enlightenment. Its injuries were not as severe this time. It let out a fierce little howl. Spiritual sense. He's not just coalescing his cultivation base, he's adding spiritual sense into the fist attack. That makes the fist capable of striking directly to the cultivation base. Meng Hao took in a deep breath as the glow of enlightenment filled his eyes. He suddenly understood that although the cultivation base is of critical importance to a cultivator, when it came to spiritual power and the techniques with which to employ it, control is the key to true might in battle. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. This time, he spent about 2 weeks before he opened his eyes. He had been stuck in this matter. 9 for around a month. He had no idea how things were going for the 7 others, but as far as Meng Hao was concerned, even if he was in last pace, he had acquired something incredible. He slowly stood up, flying forward. The puppy seemed to have been reborn in accord to Meng Hao's enlightenment. It followed Meng Hao, charging directly toward the man on the bridge. Meng Hao retreated backward 8 steps. He slowly lifted his head. His qi and blood roiled, but there was no trace of blood in his throat. The man pulled back his fist. Meng Hao bowed to him, with clasped hands. You are enlightened regarding the concept of converging sense into the form. You have passed the second matrix. The old man nodded and flicked his sleeve. The world around began to crumble. Chapter 124. Breaking through the matrix. As the world crumbled around him, Meng Hao felt a huge wave of spiritual energy sweeping out, encircling him and the puppy. He breathed in deeply, immediately circulating his cultivation base and absorbing large quantities of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was thick here, even more so than in the first matrix. He had the feeling that if he could practice cultivation in here for a while, he wouldn't need any medicinal pills whatsoever to form his second Tao pillar. Unfortunately, after absorbing the spiritual energy, some of it seeped out through the crack in the Tao pillar. If it didn't, Meng Hao was certain that given a relatively short period of time, he would be able to condense the second Tao pillar. The perfect foundation. A gleam of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He wasn't the only excited one. The puppy began to absorb spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Its body slowly began to change. Its qi grew stronger, although some of it dissipated out, just like Meng Hao's. It didn't last very long, unfortunately. After only 3 days, the spiritual energy in the area was sucked dry. Meng Hao opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged on a huge platform. Joining him on the platform in various directions were 4 other figures, all sitting cross-legged in meditation. At almost the same time that Meng Hao opened his eyes, they did too. All of their respective blood divinities were changed in some way. Although, in terms of change, Meng Hao's puppy had experienced the most of all. It was now about half the length of an arm. It had blood-red fur, sharp teeth, and glittering claws. It now had a somewhat fierce appearance. Its eyes were not clear as they had been. A reddish glow was visible within them, as if it had transformed after the recent life and death situations it had experienced. Anyone who looked at it now would be able to sense its fierceness. This was especially true of its qi. It now carried the strength of foundation establishment. For cultivators, reaching foundation establishment is very difficult, but for the blood divinities, the legacy zone was a special area. Here, they could experience rapid growth. After all, they were not cultivators, but legacy blood divinities. These blood divinities increase their level so quickly. Maybe it's because of some special ability they have. Or maybe they existed in the past, then died, and these are their spirits. Meng Hao was lost in thought for a while. Some time passed, and then he looked over his shoulder at the second matrix. There was no one inside. Up ahead in the third matrix were 3 indistinct figures. Further ahead in the fourth matrix, there was one. Those 3 people had obviously left the second matrix much earlier. Apparently, instead of taking a lot of time to absorb spiritual energy, they preferred to charge ahead to gain some distance. Meng Hao breathed in deeply and then slowly stood up. His eyes gleamed as he strode forward into the third matrix. Meanwhile, in the world outside of the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, nearly 10,000 cultivators had gathered around to watch the scenes playing out on the blood screen. The sound of conversations began to rise. The news is already spreading. The identities of most of the people inside have already been discovered. Who would have imagined that the person in first place is Li Daoyi, Dao child of the Li clan? It's hard to say if he'll be able to acquire the legacy in the end, but he certainly seems to have the best chance. How detestable. The great clans and sects are always lording it over the legacies. They never give anyone else the slightest chance. If only I were the person who had discovered the location of the Blood Immortals' 8th sacrificial altar. The very least benefit is that there wouldn't have been anyone to fight over it with. What's the use of even thinking about it? All the people who enter the matrices are chosen from various sects and clans. Even if you didn't have to fight over it compared to those chosen, you're too weak. Look, that guy is obviously the one who opened the Blood Immortals' 8th sacrificial altar, and yet see how much time he took in the second matrix. Based on that, there's no way he can pass through the third. Most of the discussions that filled the areas surrounding the Southern Domain's Blood Immortal Legacy zones went something like this. Within the fourth matrix was Li Daoyi, looking dashing and handsome in his long, yellow robe. He peered calmly off into the distance. A desert stretched out as far as the eye could see. Long ago, the Patriarch left behind a decree and a prophecy. The Blood Immortal would emerge from the Li clan. This legacy belongs to me. As for the others, well, their lives will be under my control within the sixth matrix. His expression calm, he stepped forward. Back in the third matrix, Meng Hao's brow furrowed slightly. Next to him, the dog let out a threatening howl as it stared at a massive tree which had appeared up ahead. Underneath the tree was a Go board, upon which were a myriad of Go pieces, spread out like the stars in the sky. Black was clearly in the Los ING position. There was one white piece sitting next to the board, as if it were waiting for someone to pick it up and play it. Surrounding the Go board were several hundred trees, each one about as tall as a person. The whole place seemed deserted. The presence of the huge tree made it seem even more bizarre. The archaic voice filled the air. In the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, the character, Blood, emphasizes killing. If you desire to acquire the legacy but have insufficient killing intent, then it will be very difficult for you. This matrix emphasizes killing. However, the one who kills must have a cold heart and a calm spirit. Place the white Go piece onto the board, and you will win this game of death. You have one chance. If you wish to forfeit, you must sacrifice 100 years of longevity and lose your chance at acquiring the legacy. The instant the voice finished speaking, one of the trees up ahead suddenly exploded into pieces. From within emerged a phantom emanating the chi of Foundation Establishment, the same as Meng Hao's cultivation base. The phantom was blurry, except for a pair of blood-red eyes which emanated a fierce killing aura. It immediately raced toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glittered sharply. Next to him, the puppy let out sharp yapping sounds as it charged forward with him. A booming sounded out. A moment later, Meng Hao watched as the Foundation Establishment phantom dispersed into strands of spiritual energy, which then shot toward Meng Hao. As this happened, popping sounds rang out as 3 more trees began to split apart. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, blood seeped out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. The puppy was injured and bleeding, although its appearance was as fierce as ever as it looked around. 5 Foundation Establishment phantoms had appeared. More time passed. It was hard to tell exactly how long. Meng Hao coughed up some more blood. He had fought his way through the trees to a position not quite 6,000 meters away from the Go board and the large tree. His eyes were bloodshot as he raced through the world of the third matrix. He was currently surrounded by 12 Foundation Establishment phantoms, each of whom emitted killing intent which billowed into the sky. The puppy yipped next to him, and then a blood-colored beam flashed. Its sharp teeth crunched into the neck of one of the Foundation Establishment phantoms. Together, the two of them had slaughtered their way forward, at the same time trying to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible from this place. By now, the puppy had already reached the middle Foundation Establishment stage, and was continuing to grow. Its fierceness was now even more apparent. Several hours later, Meng Hao staggered along, coughing up some blood. Up ahead, a Foundation Establishment phantom was on its last legs, panting. It seemed to use all the power it could possibly muster to dash forward. As it did, Meng Hao's killing intent flared. His right hand formed into a fist and, ignoring the incoming sword aura, punched his fist toward the phantom's chest. His fist suddenly opened, and a wind blade shot out with a boom. Meng Hao coughed up more blood. At the same time, the Foundation Establishment phantom trembled and then exploded. Not too far away, the puppy was an unstoppable blood-red glow. It used its sharp claws and teeth to rip the Foundation Establishment phantoms to shreds. Then, it rapidly absorbed their spiritual energy and returned to Meng Hao's side. Its body was covered with wounds which oozed blood. Its chi was weak, but its ferocity was as strong as ever. It seemed to have been baptized in blood. Meng Hao swallowed some medicinal pills and then tossed them down to the puppy. His clothes were torn and ripped, but his eyes gleamed. Lifting his head, he saw that the distance between himself and the tree was now less than 6,000 meters. It was at this time that a roaring sound filled the air. 20 Foundation establishment phantoms appeared, racing at full speed toward Meng Hao. He took in a deep breath, fatigue covering his face, but his eyes flashing. He lifted his hand, and the lightning mist appeared. Electricity surrounded him as he charged forward to battle the phantoms. Wounds led to wounds, battles led to battles. For hours passed. Meng Hao's face was white. He was now 2,500 meters from the large tree. He raced backward with the puppy, away from the Foundation establishment phantoms. One by one, they stopped, transforming back into trees. Some distance away from them, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged and ate some medicinal pills to heal his wounds. Next to him, the puppy consumed quite a few as well, and began to recover quickly. 4 days passed before Meng Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The puppy looked even more ferocious as the two of them once again charged into battle. This time, they fought to within 1,500 meters of the tree, until they could proceed no further, whereupon they fell back. In the following days, Meng Hao and the puppy continued to fight and rest. Meng Hao's eyes grew more and more ruthless, his attacks more and more decisive. At this point, he had roughly 70% control over his cultivation base. Furthermore, regardless of which technique he used, he imbued it with spiritual sense. As for the puppy, its body was now as long as an arm. It appeared even more ferocious. Its claws were fully grown out, as had its sharp teeth. It appeared as if it could rip anything to shreds. Its eyes glowed bright red, making it look even more savage. 1,500 meters, 900 meters, 300 meters. Meng Hao had been stuck in this matrix for more than a month. Soon, he reached a position 60 meters away from the large tree. The puppy let loose a howl and latched onto the corner of Meng Hao's robe with its teeth, dragging him forward. Meng Hao didn't mind at all. He let He puppy drag him, and the two of them shot forward, blasting through the defending Foundation establishment phantoms, passing over the 60-meter mark. As they approached the tree, the puppy loosened its mouth, then spun and charged back into the Foundation establishment phantoms. Meng Hao didn't hesitate. He snatched up the white Go piece. His gaze swept across the Go board, and then he placed the piece down. As soon as it touched the board, this entire world grew quiet. Everything in front of Meng Hao looked like a mirror that was shattering. Boundless spiritual energy surged into him. He knew that he had passed through the third matrix. When this happened, the cultivators outside of the 7 Blood Immortal Legacy zones around the southern domain flew into an uproar. The Li clan Dao child, Li Daoi, broke through the 4th matrix. It took him a month. That's Wang Wuda of the Blood Demon sect. He's right behind Li Daoi. He was the second to enter the 4th matrix. Everyone else is stuck in the 3rd matrix. I wonder who will be the 3rd person too. It's got to be Wang Lihai. After all, he's a Dao child. The Wang clan really isn't holding anything back. They sent a Dao child. 3 people just came out at the same time. That's Wang Lihai and Song Jia, and that other person is, wow, it's him? Chapter 125. This matrix was made for it. Boundless spiritual energy poured into Meng Hao's cultivation base. Deep inside, his second Dao pillar slowly grew more and more solid. If the spiritual energy weren't constantly leaking, I could form the second Dao pillar at any time. Meng Hao sighed. A few days later, he opened his glittering eyes. He had no idea how much of a stir he had caused in the outside world by stepping out of the 3rd matrix at the same time as Wang Lihai and Song Jia. Some people were speculating that Meng Hao must be a chosen from some sect. However, there was no way to confirm this, which just fueled the guesses and rumors. Meng Hao's performance made him somewhat of a dark horse. Amidst the various discussions, the common conclusion reached was that Wang Lihai was having some problems. Were it not for that, he would have emerged much earlier. Meng Hao looked at the puppy in front of him, and a warm look appeared on his face. The puppy was now much bigger. It was about half the size of a person, like a baby ox. Thick, elegant, red fur covered its sturdy body, which seemed to brim with intense power. When it opened its mouth, its teeth seemed as sharp as swords. Its claws were as thick as human fists, and seemed sharp enough to rip open heaven and earth. Its eyes were crimson red, making it appear ferocious to the extreme. As it stood there, it would cause anyone to be shocked. In fact, it was no longer a puppy. It had become a full-grown dog, a blood mastiff. It stood there, looking about coldly, as if the place where it stood was about to be encroached upon by others. If anyone attempted to approach Meng Hao, it would rip that person into pieces. Meng Hao looked at the mastiff, and his expression grew warmer. In just a few months, it had grown from a tiny, unassuming puppy into this current state. As they had fought their way through the various matrices, they had formed a strange friendship. They were wounded together, they charged forth together. They experienced life and death struggles, and baptism by blood, all together. As if it could sense Meng Hao's gaze, the mastiff turned its head and looked at him. The ferociousness instantly disappeared, replaced with happiness. Wagging its tail vigorously, it ran over to Meng Hao, stuck out its tongue, and licked his hand, looking at him with puppy dog eyes. A smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. When he ruffled the fur on the mastiff's head and saw the look of pleasure on its face, he couldn't help but laugh. Raising his head, Meng Hao looked back at the third matrix. There were still 3 people stuck inside. Ahead in the 4th matrix were 3 indistinct figures. Further ahead in the 5th, there was only one. Meng Hao stood up, patting the mastiff and then striding, not into the 4th matrix, but into the glowing exit door. When he emerged, he was back in the volcano. Months had passed during which Meng Hao hadn't thought too much about the matter of his pill. He transformed into a colorful beam of light which shot toward Chu Yuyan. She sat there, eyes closed, meditating. As soon as Meng Hao arrived, she opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and then Chu Yuyan looked to the side. She lifted her hand up, and a medicinal pill flew out. Meng Hao snatched it. It was none other than the 5th minor pill. His face was calm as he put the pill into his bag of the cosmos, then turned and disappeared. Not much time passed before he returned. When he did, he flicked his sleeve, and 7 pills shot forward and landed in front of Chu Yuyan. These 7 pills concocted together are the 7 Thunders pill, he said. He threw her a jade slip, which described the concoction formula. The exact amount of time needed to concoct the pill, however, had been erased by Meng Hao. Who is in first place? Asked Chu Yuyan, looking at Meng Hao and temporarily ignoring the 7 Thunders pill formula. I can't see what he looks like, but his blood divinity is a dragon. She thought for a moment. He must be from the Li clan. After this, she looked down and began to study the jade slip. Meng Hao was silent for a while. Then he slowly said, You have 1 chance. If you fail, I don't have enough ingredients for a second try. He looked at her for a moment, then turned around and became a beam of light which disappeared into the distance. His eyes sparkled. When she finishes the pill, she will no doubt consider consuming it. However, the turtle shell makes it quite clear that it takes about 3 months to use the 7 minor pills to concoct the final pill. She doesn't know this, so I will be Su Ri to be there at the key moment. As he thought about this, he flew up to the glowing shield above the mists. He examined it carefully again, then shot back down to the Blood Immortals' sacrificial altar. Without hesitation, he re-entered the legacy zone. Back on the wide platform, the mastiff instantly reappeared. It now exuded the powerful pressure of the late Foundation establishment stage, which didn't affect Meng Hao in the least bit. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Then his body flashed as he and the mastiff flew into the 4th matrix. A vast, endless desert stretched out, as far as the eye could see. Even though no scorching sun was visible in the sky, suffocating heat rippled throughout this world. It was as if the entire place were a giant steamer basket, intent on cooking everything inside until it withered up. Meng Hao examined his surroundings, his heart filled with vigilance. After having passed through the 2nd and 3rd matrices, he now understood a bit more how they worked. However, this desert was completely silent. Not a shadow of a moving thing could be seen. No archaic voice echoed out to an explanation. Meng Hao sat there contemplatively for a while, then lifted his foot and took a step forward. The mastiff walked quickly by his side. Man and dog, together they walked forward into the desolate and uninhabited desert. After he had taken a few steps, Meng Hao looked back at the path they had trod and noticed that the footprints he had left behind had turned black. Then, a black aura rose up from the footprints. The surrounding sand began to emanate a buzzing sound. From the speed with which the aura began to dissipate, it seemed as if it didn't dare to even approach Meng Hao. Suddenly, the black aura began to transform into a flower of 3 petals, which had the appearance of a demonic face. Then it disappeared. Seeing this, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the mastiff began to howl. Looking off into the distance, Meng Hao saw a massive group of brown scorpions scurrying toward him. They seemed to be without number as they shot toward him from off in the horizon. The mastiff flew up into the air, roaring. Above, the sky started to grow dark, as if evening were falling. But it was not evening, and if you looked closely at what above appeared to be dark storm clouds, you would see they were in fact clouds of winged scorpions, screaming through the air toward Meng Hao. In an instant, they had surrounded him, blotting out the sky completely. Poison, thought Meng Hao. Looking back at his footprints, he saw that the sand there was completely black. He turned and flicked his sleeve, comforting the mastiff, then walked toward the incoming scorpions. The mastiff let out a threatening growl, following Meng Hao and eyeing the scorpions coldly. But, as soon as Meng Hao neared them, they immediately fell back, emitting shrill, hissing shrieks. It seemed as if they didn't dare to even come close to Meng Hao. He didn't slow down even the least bit. He walked forward, sending the scorpions into frenzied retreat. Sometimes a scorpion wasn't fast enough. Immediately, a red tendril would emerge from the top of Meng Hao's head and stab into its body, whereupon it would melt into a pool of black blood that sank into the sand. It wasn't just the land-based scorpions that acted in this way. The flying scorpions also gave him wide berth, not daring to get too close. Along with the mastiff, Meng Hao walked straight through all of them. He walked across the land, surrounded by darkness. It seemed as if the poison in this place had no way to resist the power of the poison within Meng Hao's body and had no choice but to disperse in front of him. Within Meng Hao's 2 eyes appeared flickering flowers in the shape of laughing, crying, demonic faces. Behind him gradually appeared a 3-colored resurrection lily. The 3 colors of the resurrection lily interlocked with each other and glimmered, making it impossible for any other poisons to exist nearby it. Meng Hao's face was expressionless. After he had walked for a day, an endless sea of vipers appeared in front of him. An acrid wind washed across his face. However, he just continued to walk forward, as if he hadn't even noticed. When he approached, the vipers instantly began to twist and writhe, then let out anxious hissing noises as they slithered away. Some of them even allowed him to step directly onto their bodies. They would quiver, but offer no resistance. After he passed by, they seemed to recover a bit. It appeared as if within Meng Hao's body existed the power of the sovereign of poisons. Facing this power, any other poison or poisonous creature had no choice but to lower its head in submission. In contrast to Meng Hao, Wang Lihai proceeded through the desert with a frown, frequently consuming poison-dispelling pills. In the 7 previous legacy tournaments of the past tens of thousands of years, this poison desert had appeared twice. The great clans and sects had taken special note of it. It didn't appear every single time, because the spell matrices often changed. But when it did, one needed to be completely prepared. Even still, poison-repelling pills were never completely effective, or were minimally effective against certain poisons. For example, at the moment Wang Lihai faced up against a thick poison mist. Looking at it, his brow furrowed anxiously. From the first time he had stepped foot outside of the Wang clan until now, he had never seen anything like it. He continued to wonder why the patriarch had insisted that he be the one to come here. Thinking back to the look in the man's eyes, there had to be some reason. There's no way that I'll actually die in here, is there? His eyes flickered with a strange light. Song Jia was also facing the poison mist in the 4th matrix. She had a beautiful face and an otherworldly countenance. Right now, a frown covered her face, despite the fact that a softly rippling shield surrounded her, protecting her. The others who were in the 4th matrix were in similar situations. Time passed, and they slowly proceeded. Even the sand beneath their feet was poison, and they knew that if they were not cautious, they would die. It can be said that without proper preparations, the 4th matrix is without a doubt a matrix of death. In fact, even having prepared, poison-repelling items became less and less effective the further into the desert you went. You would have to rely on your cultivation base and your luck. But Meng Hao was different. He walked forward through the poison mist, his face expressionless. He drew in a breath, but the poison mist did nothing but float away from him. In fact, the air was completely clear for a space of 30 meters in all directions. The mastiff followed Meng Hao eagerly. It seemed to be quite happy to take such a leisurely stroll through this matrix. It pounced forward and stepped down on a poison creature, batting it back and forth between its paws. It seemed to be having a lot of fun. It looked at Meng Hao, then bounded after him. 7 days passed, and Meng Hao was already far, far ahead of any of the others. In the depths of the desert, he slowly stopped walking, looking forward in amazement. Something very strange had just appeared in front of him. There, in an empty stretch of desert, was a place with no sand. It contained only a single flower. This flower had 4 petals that were composed of 4 colors. Its leaves were emerald green, and its petals had the appearance of a demonic face that was both crying and laughing at the same time. This was none other than a 4-colored resurrection lily. A resurrection lily growing here, in this desert, in this spell matrix. Chapter 126. Out of nowhere. On the opposite shore is a flower. It blooms with 7 colors. Its name means immortal ascension.
1.
Every resurrection lily in the world feeds on the life of someone powerful, is watered with that person's blood. As a result of the countless condensations of mystical will, it lives, going from one color to another, 7 in all. Meng Hao had been infected with a 3-colored resurrection lily. In front of him was a 4-colored resurrection lily. Complicated feelings arose inside him. He could clearly sense that this flower had once been just like him, a cultivator. As soon as he caught sight of the resurrection lily, a 3-colored mist emerged from the top of his head and congealed into a beautiful 3-colored resurrection lily. It swayed back and forth. The petals formed a demonic face that seemed to wish to cry, but didn't. It was as if recalling its life made it wish to weep, but at the same time, it was unwilling to. Gradually, the four-colored resurrection lily in front of Meng Hao also began to sway back and forth. Eventually, Meng Hao realized that standing on top of the flower was the dim image of a man in a white robe. He stood there silently, and though his figure was indistinct, he was looking directly at Meng Hao. They seemed to be gazing at each other through time, from opposite shores of a river. A long moment passed, and finally, the white-robed man sighed. He lifted his right hand and waved it. Next to him in the sand appeared a glowing door. People who share the same fate have no need to make things difficult for each other. The glowing door led out. Stepping through it meant leaving the fourth matrix. As soon as the glowing door appeared, the white-robed man vanished. The only thing left behind was the resurrection lily, swaying back and forth slowly. It looked like it wanted to cry, and yet at the same time, didn't want to. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. Then, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply. With that, he lifted his head and walked through the glowing door, his mood mixed and complex. The world around him fragmented, then came back together. He was on a large platform filled with dense spiritual energy that immediately enveloped him and the Mastiff. Ahead of him was the fifth matrix and Li Daoi. Everyone else was stuck behind Meng Hao in the fourth matrix. To emerge from the fourth matrix in fewer than 10 days was something that had never happened during all the legacy tournaments since ancient times. Meng Hao had charged through the fourth matrix faster than anyone else in history. Outside in the southern domain, Meng Hao's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone watching the blood screens outside the Blood Immortal Legacy zone stared at Meng Hao's indistinct figure, shocked. They simply couldn't believe it. 7 days. This person charged through the fourth matrix in 7 days. How did he do it? In the history of the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, something like this has never happened. Based on his performance in the fourth matrix, he's now superseded all those others. Now, the only person in front of him is Li Daoi. If he can do as well in the fifth matrix, then even if he doesn't acquire the legacy of the Blood Immortal, he'll still be famous in all the southern domain. Where's this guy from? I can't believe that he has no history. Unless he's from the Black Civ sect. After all, when the 7 previous Blood Immortal Legacy zones opened, the Black Civ sect never showed up. Amidst the continuous uproar, eccentric Song stared at the indistinct form of Meng Hao as he sat meditating. It wasn't just him. Wu Dingqiu of the Violet Fate sect, Zhao Shanliang from the Golden Frost sect, and even Zhou Yenyun of the Solitary Sword sect, as well as Qin Fan, were all paying very close attention to Meng Hao. Of course, none of them had any way to know that each and every one of them had met him before. Wang Tingfei glanced at Meng Hao, his hands clasped together tightly. He had no way to recognize him either, and in any case, was paying more attention to his brother Wang Lihai. In the Li clan, frowns had appeared on the faces of the two old, nascent soul cultivators. They were now feeling a bit threatened by Meng Hao. While the outside world buzzed about Meng Hao getting through the fourth matrix in 7 days, he sat meditating, absorbing the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth as quickly as possible. The outline of his second Dao pillar was becoming more and more distinct. His Mastiff was also absorbing spiritual energy rapidly. Soon it was as large as a person. Standing next to Meng Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, it looked quite fear-inspiring. It had a thick, luxurious coat of blood red fur covering his body, and even his face. Visible through the fur covering its head were 2 blood-red eyes that shone with a cold, bloodthirsty light. Its claws were as sharp as flying swords and seemed capable of ripping apart heaven and earth. When it opened its mouth, the first thing you saw were long, sharp teeth, seemingly capable of ripping apart any living thing. Meng Hao continued to meditate for 8 days after leaving the fourth matrix. Eventually, the air rippled, and Wang Lihai emerged. When he did, he looked at Meng Hao with surprise. He had assumed that he would be the first person after Li Daoi to emerge from the fourth matrix. Having passed through the matrix in half a month should have caused quite a stir outside. However, any stir he might have caused was already stolen by Meng Hao. He looked closely at Meng Hao for a moment, and then sat down cross-legged to meditate. 3 more days passed before Song Jia came out. She staggered a bit, blood oozing out of her mouth, before sitting down cross-legged to begin breathing exercises. Meng Hao opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in this place was dissipating. He muttered to himself for a moment. The outline of his second Dao pillar was almost completely formed. If the surrounding spiritual energy remained as thick as it had at the outset, then he would only need half a month to completely solidify the Dao pillar. But the spiritual energy was thin now, and would require time to replenish. Perfect foundation. Again, Meng Hao's desire for the perfect foundation grew. Suddenly, his Mastiff raised its head toward the heavens and let out an astonishing roar. Meng Hao, as well as the others on the platform, instantly looked over. What they saw was the Mastiff's aura growing more and more powerful. Its body suddenly grew another 3 meters longer. Its appearance was now thoroughly frightening. Such growth would be astonishing enough, but there was more. Multiple blood-red bone spurs suddenly grew out of its legs, and its teeth grew so long that it didn't even have to open its mouth for them to be seen. One look would cause anyone's heart to thump. There was a roaring sound as its cultivation base rose. In an instant, it no longer emitted the aura of the foundation establishment stage, but the core formation stage. The outside world once again erupted in shock. Core formation. This guy's blood divinite. Why is the second to reach core formation? It seems he is the only person who will be able to give Li Daoi a run for his money. Who is this guy? Meng Hao looked at his mastiff's fearsome appearance and shocking aura, and sighed in his heart. The dog could only exist in this place and couldn't be taken out. If it could, then based on the friendship that had developed between the two of them, Meng Hao would feel much safer in the cultivation world outside. And it's still not done growing, thought Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. The only way to take it outside of this place is to acquire the legacy of the Blood Immortal. He reached up to pet the mastiff. Others might think it looked cruel and savage, but in Meng Hao's eyes it was incredibly cute. As he pet it, it let out a pleased grumbling sound, just like it had when it was small. Then it lay down on its stomach and licked Meng Hao's hand, looking at him with the same fawning eyes it had when it was young. The only difference now was that its tongue was the size of Meng Hao's entire hand. It seemed that it could treat everything in this world with fierce savagery, but as for Meng Hao, no matter what happened, it would view him just as it always had. Meng Hao would pet it, it would lick his hand, and everything would be peaceful. Actually, I don't care much about the legacy of the Blood Immortal, but I will fight to take this blood divinity out with me. Meng Hao lifted his head, and his eyes sparkled. He slowly stood up. Now that the spiritual energy here was weak, it was a waste of time to stay. He had a total of 3 months to spend in here, and half a month had already passed. He strode forward, and the mastiff followed. Under the watchful eyes of the outside world, the two of them flew into the fifth matrix. Up until now, only Li Daoi had entered the fifth spell matrix. As soon as Meng Hao entered, the archaic voice could be heard. This matrix is of the void is of the end, thus the name, and the void. There are blood runes which form a seal over a myriad spirits, gain enlightenment, and it can be broken. If you break it, you retain it after acquiring the legacy. Fail to acquire the legacy, and it shall be erased. This matrix is exceedingly difficult, so the blood divinity may choose to leave at any time. However, the legacy competitor must to fight the battle to the end, even if that end be in death. As the voice echoed out, a new world materialized in front of Meng Hao. To be specific, it was a mountain. On top of the mountain was an enormous stone stele. Next to the stele was a glowing door that could only be used by the blood divinity. The stone stele was covered with blood-colored magical symbols. The symbols flickered, seemingly containing some type of Tao that required enlightenment to understand. When Meng Hao appeared in this world, he found himself at the top of the mountain, beneath the stone stele. The mastiff stood next to him, looking around silently. Meng Hao's eyes were thoughtful as he looked at the magical symbols on the stone stele. Even as he did so, his face twisted in astonishment. Something was happening that hadn't occurred the entire time he had been in the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. He slapped his bag of holding, and a spring and autumn tree appeared. He grasped it in his hand. However, he suddenly had no power to absorb the spring and autumn tree. Apparently, within the fifth spell matrix, he was completely cut off from the tree. Meng Hao's expression once again flickered. Before he could do anything else, his body suddenly trembled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood was black, and even before it could reach the ground, it transformed into a 3-colored resurrection lily. Its face of petals, crying and not crying, looked straight at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face went pale, and within his eyes appeared faces made of 3-colored flower petals. His body shook even harder, and severe pain flowed throughout him, threatening to send him unconscious. He doubled over as the poison within his body once again flared up. I suppressed the poison only half a month ago in the volcano, he thought, forcing his eyes to stay open. He repeatedly told himself not to pass out. If he lost consciousness in the fifth matrix, he would most certainly die. Actually, the poison flare-up had nothing to do with the fifth matrix, but the fourth. After seeing the 4-colored resurrection lily, the poison within his body had been aroused, causing it to flare up. Meng Hao's body was covered in sweat, and an indescribable pain washed over him like floodwaters, causing him to become like a mortal in all aspects. His face twisted wretchedly, and he gritted his teeth tenaciously. The mastiff didn't understand what was happening, but seeing Meng Hao this way caused it to let out a nervous whine. And it was at this moment that suddenly, a multitude of roaring shouts could be heard drifting up from the bottom of the mountain. Down below, a horde of figures appeared. It was a group of people dressed in ragged clothing, like barbarians. They were tall, and their eyes were filled with cruelty as they raced up toward the top of the mountain. Based on their speed, They would reach the top of the mountain within the space of a few breaths. Meng Hao's face was pale, and his body trembled. This flare-up was more intense by far than previous ones. He didn't even have the energy to lift up a hand. He could only look around with his eyes at the massive group of people rushing toward him. 1. The name of the resurrection lily in Chinese contains a reference to a Buddhist concept called Pramitha, which literally translates as the other shore. Chapter 127. This is my promise to you. The instant the savage figures appeared, Meng Hao's mastiff let out a howl. It leapt forward, turning into a ferocious blur as it raced in circles around Meng Hao. Blood flew out so violently it created a foam, and the bodies of barbarians tumbled down the mountain. Their deaths did not frighten the barbarians behind them. Instead, it incited further savagery as they charged forward. The mastiff's ferocity billowed to the heavens as it protected the area around Meng Hao. Any approaching enemy met its attack. It clearly would not allow anyone to harm Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body shook, but he forced his eyes to remain open. He could hear the mastiff's attacks and could see the seemingly endless sea of people, but he could do nothing. Time passed by, and blood flowed down the mountain. The mastiff's frenzy had created a no-man's land which surrounded Meng Hao 30 meters in each direction. Countless barbarians had died, forming a bloody mountain at its edge. 1 day, 2 days. The mastiff had no rest whatsoever. The barbarians seemed to never end. They charged relentlessly. On the second day, core formation cultivators appeared in their midst, wearing barbarian suits of armor. The bloody battle continued within the fifth matrix, with canine howls and miserable human shrieks filling the air. Late in the night of the second day, the mastiff killed the 3 core formation barbarians, although it was wounded in the process. After that, there was quiet. The barbarians retreated. Everything was still. In a daze, Meng Hao looked at the mastiff. One of its legs was broken, and it looked exhausted. It hadn't rested in 2 days, and had no medicinal pills to consume. Each fight had been a fight to the death, and it had prevented any of the people from harming Meng Hao. In fact, thanks to its frenzy, no one had even stepped within 30 meters of him. As of now, it was overcome with fatigue. It lay down next to Meng Hao, panting. It licked his hand as if it wanted him to pet its head. Everything was still. On the mountain peak, only a dog and a man could be seen. One couldn't move, the other lay prone, ready to stand guard for an eternity. Meng Hao looked at the mastiff, and a warmth rose up from the bottom of his heart that he had never felt before. It filled his entire body. This creature was just a puppy, a blood divinity with little spiritual understanding. And yet it would not forsake him. Even under these circumstances, it wouldn't leave, but instead fought to defend him. Considering the accumulated injuries and exhaustion, if it continued to fight in this way, it would die eventually. But it stayed by Meng Hao's side to protect him. Soon dawn broke, and a clamor from the bottom of the mountain broke the stillness. The air seemed to fill with the chi of core formation, and was followed by the furious shouting of barbarians charging up the mountain. The mastiff looked at Meng Hao, then licked his hand. It turned, and with a ferocious howl, charged into battle. Meng Hao couldn't move. He could only watch the mastiff charge into action. He couldn't even turn his head. The only thing he could see was the half of the world which lay directly in front of him. Even what was down below on the mountain was not visible to him. Barking and blood-curdling screams filled his ears for the entire day. He didn't know exactly how fierce the fighting was, but he could sense that throughout the entire day, no one could step foot within a 30-meter radius of him. When night fell, everything grew quiet again. Enough time passed for an incense stick to burn before the mastiff finally returned to Meng Hao and lay down next to him. Its back was broken, and it had trouble walking. Another leg was broken, and one of its long, sharp teeth had been snapped off. Its chi was weak, and its fur coat in disarray. Blood dripped off of its body as it lay there licking Meng Hao's hand. It let off a faint whine, seemingly calling to Meng Hao, seemingly recounting to him the day's events. It seemed as if all of the fighting and exhaustion of the day was for this moment, when it could return to Meng Hao's side to have its head pet. In its heart, Meng Hao was family. They had fought together, they had grown up together. Meng Hao had provided medicinal pills, and whenever he looked over, his gaze was filled with encouragement and warmth. All of this had caused trust in Meng Hao to grow in its heart. It could depend on Meng Hao, and it would defend him. The fourth day arrived, and more shouting could be heard. Meng Hao's body continued to tremble, and he heard the sad howl of the mastiff. He wanted to struggle to his feet, but couldn't. The poison flare-up filled him with intense pain. Sweat poured off of him, and all he could do was sit there, looking at the magical symbols on the stone steel. That was the only thing he could do. On the fourth day, nothing came within 30 meters of Meng Hao. But that night, when everything grew quiet, it took the mastiff about 1 hour to slowly crawl back to him. Meng Hao couldn't see it, but the path the mastiff had crawled was a long streak of blood. Its teeth were smashed, its back caved in. It lay next to him, its head twisted to the side as it licked his palm. With weak whines, it seemed to recount the day's events to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes were red. He couldn't see the mastiff, but he could sense how weak its chi was. At the moment, he had become just like a mortal, and he knew that without the mastiff there to protect him, he would have been dead on the first day. But the price paid for his life was the mastiff's increasingly weak condition. Soon a day would come when it wouldn't be able to crawl back to him at all. Meng Hao forced his eyes to remain wide open. He stared at the magical symbols on the stone stele, longing for enlightenment. But no matter how he looked at them, he was unable to gain any understanding. It was as if they were nothing more than magical symbols that had nothing to do with him, an outsider. And then the 5th day arrived. On this day, the miserable cries that reached Meng Hao's ears were more intense than ever before. Now, there were people who approached closer than 30 meters. But before they could reach him, they were torn to pieces. Blood showered onto Meng Hao's body, and he heard the increasingly mournful howls of the mastiff. That night, it took 4 hours for the mastiff to return. It didn't touch him. It just laid there. Blood oozed out of its mouth, and its life force flickered weakly. It seemed only its stubbornness was keeping it alive. Despite its current state, it would fight to watch over the area and protect Meng Hao. Meng Hao could barely open his mouth. His body trembled, racked with pain, and could barely move. But somehow he was able to force out speech. Go. Get out of here. Do you hear me? Go. He couldn't see the mastiff. The only thing he could see was the inky black sky. The mastiff lifted its head to look at Meng Hao. It glanced at the glowing door as if it understood his words. Then it let out a yipping sound. I'm telling you to leave, said Meng Hao, panting, as if it took all the energy he possessed just to say the words. The mastiff's body trembled, and its eyes filled with sadness. It struggled to its feet, then walked over to Meng Hao's side and licked his face. And then, it didn't leave. It ignored Meng Hao's orders and lay down next to his side. Meng Hao's heart ached. His eyes were filled with veins of blood as he stared at the stone stele. Suddenly, it grew blurry, and it seemed as if he had caught sight of something. And yet, he couldn't grasp it. Dawn of the 6th morning broke, and the sound of movement could be heard at the foot of the mountain. A roar sounded out as the mastiff struggled up. It gave Meng Hao one last deep look, and then charged away. As it left, Meng Hao's hand slowly raised up, quivering. Within his eyes, the resurrection lilies flickered. He slowly formed a fist with his hand, and then stood up. He raised his head to the sky and let loose a roar that had been suppressed for 6 days. Monstrous killing intent poured from his eyes as he flew into the air. As soon as he flew up, he caught sight of a large man wielding an immense club. He had lifted it into the air and was about to smash it down viciously onto the mastiff, who was by now a shapeless wreck. Meng Hao's face filled with vicious rage. He lifted his hand, and a mist of lightning emerged, shooting toward the large man. When it reached him, it exploded out in a boom. The large man, who happened to have a cultivation base at the Foundation establishment stage, shot backward in retreat. In fact, multiple surrounding barbarians all retreated. Meng Hao strode forward to stand in front of the mastiff. His eyes were bright red as he lifted his hand again. Hundreds of flying swords instantly screamed out, including the 2 wooden swords. They revolved around Meng Hao, transforming into sword rain, and then a massive whirlpool. Meng Hao cried out, and the flying swords exploded. The shrapnel swept across the surroundings, and blood-curdling screams all be heard as the barbarians in the area were shredded to pieces. Suddenly, from the foot of the mountain, 8 core formation chi auras suddenly shot up. They flew straight up toward the peak of the mountain. Meng Hao was silent, and in fact completely ignored the approaching figures. He looked down at the mastiff, who was gasping and on the verge of death. He knelt down and gently stroked its broken body. It looked up at him weakly and tried to open its mouth to lick his hand, but wasn't able to. Meng Hao slowly looked up at the magical symbols on the stone stele, paying no heed whatsoever to the 8 approaching figures. As he stared at the stele, he thought back over the 6 days. He thought about how the mastiff had risked its life in battle. He thought about back to the happy little puppy that had bounded along after him through the 4th matrix. He thought about the 2nd matrix, when the fluffy, cute little thing had over and over again charged into battle with him. He thought about the very beginning of the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, how it had appeared, shivering in his palm, and had licked him with its tiny tongue. He sighed. I should have realized earlier, said Meng Hao softly. These magical symbols are not too different from the 8th demon sealing hex. His hand waved through the air, and then no magical symbols could be seen. Instead, they were now inscribed upon his heart, a magical text just like the one that had been inscribed on the stele. As the text appeared, Meng Hao's hand came to rest on the mastiff's back. As it did, a blood-colored glow suddenly formed within the mastiff. It was bone-piercingly cold, as it had spread out in all directions. As it spread out, the core formation barbarians were suddenly frozen in place, even as they flew through the air. It wasn't just them. As the blood-colored glow spread out, the entire mountain of barbarians, everything as far as the eye could see, the whole world, was filled with an intense coldness and turned into the color of blood. This place was completely sealed frozen. Nothing in the entire world moved. Meng Hao knelt there, looking in surprise at the Mastiff. The fifth matrix, the stone steel, and the enlightenment all hinged upon the actions of the blood divinity. The legacy competitor and the blood divinity must develop a certain level of closeness. After a long time, Meng Hao stood up, holding the Mastiff in his arms. He walked toward the peak of the mountain and the exit of the fifth matrix. The entire world around him was sealed with blood. Meng Hao wasn't sure how others would pass this matrix. But he knew that for him, its purpose was to strengthen the bond between the legacy competitor and the blood divinity. He also wasn't sure about the blood divinities of the others, but he knew that the Mastiff had always returned to him. No matter how exhausted it was, it always came back to lick his hand. To Meng Hao, this dog was an inextricable part of his life. As of now, the legacy isn't important to me. I don't care about it a bit, but I'm going to take you out of here with me. This is Meng Hao's promise to you. Chapter 128, Li Daoi's Sixth Matrix. As Meng Hao walked out of the fifth matrix, carrying the Mastiff, Wang Lihai also emerged. His blood divinity, the fierce-looking Xuanwu tortoise, was also covered in wounds. Ahead of Meng Hao and Wang Lihai was Li Daoi, who still hadn't passed through the sixth matrix. Behind the two, 5 people were still stuck in the fifth matrix. Wang Lihai's gaze fell upon Meng Hao, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he sat down cross-legged off to the side. After he emerged from the spell matrix, the power of heaven and earth in the surrounding area rushed into Meng Hao, which he then channeled into the dying Mastiff. Meng Hao produced large amounts of medicinal pills, which he fed one by one to the Mastiff to aid in the recovery process. Thankfully, the spiritual energy was quite thick on the platforms, especially the one outside the fifth matrix. The Mastiff absorbed the thick energy from Meng Hao, and its wounds slowly began to heal. Its shattered bones gradually grew back together. After a while, the Mastiff was no longer on the verge of death. Having recovered some energy, it licked Meng Hao's palm, and then struggled to its feet and began absorbing spiritual energy on its own. In the outside world of the southern domain, everyone was in a stir. Nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes had all converged on Meng Hao and Wang Lihai. Excited discussions filled the air. Time passed. 7 days later, Song Jia staggered out from the fifth matrix. Her blood phoenix did not emerge with her. She immediately sat down cross-legged. Soon after, a greenish beam of light emerged from the green stone altar off in the distance. It flew down toward Song Jia, who then spit out some blood from her cultivation base. A blood-colored butterfly magically appeared and began to flutter around her. Seeing this, Meng Hao came to the conclusion that her blood divinity had fallen. He wasn't sure how she had managed to pass through the fifth matrix, but whatever had happened, she now had the chance to select a new blood divinity. A few more days passed. Wang Lihai finished meditating. With a look of determination on his face, he entered the sixth matrix. Song Jia sat there for a long time before following him. One by one, the rest of the competitors emerged from the fifth matrix, except for the disciple from the Golden Frost sect, who never appeared. He was the first competitor to fall in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. After his death, another cultivator from the outside world entered the Legacy Zone. However, considering everyone else had already passed the fifth matrix, unless this person had truly heaven-defying luck, they would never have a chance at acquiring the legacy.
There was simply not enough time.
The death of the Golden Frost sect disciple Ka said the young competitor from the Violet Fate sect to stand thoughtfully for a moment on the platform outside of the fifth matrix. Quite some time passed before he decided to leave, not confident of his ability to pass through the sixth matrix. This could very well be his last opportunity to make it out alive. After a longer period of thought, the competitor from the Solitary Sword sect, feeling it unwise to continue on, also opted to leave. The disciple from the Blood Demon sect, the one who looked like Wang Yukai from 7 or 8 years ago, emerged expressionlessly from the fifth matrix and immediately sat down to absorb spiritual energy for a few days. Then, he and his human-shaped blood divinity followed Li Daoi, Wang Lihai, and Song Jia into the sixth matrix, making him the fourth to enter. Of the 9 matrices of the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, the difficulty seemed to increase exponentially, especially after the fourth matrix. Even for those thoroughly prepared, it was still difficult. This was especially true of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th matrices. In the past 7 tournaments, only one person had ever set foot into the 9th matrix. And that person was a chosen of the Li clan. Other than him, only 13 competitors had ever made it past the 6th matrix. Only 6 had ever made it past the 7th matrix. Starting with the sixth matrix, the level of difficulty and the consequences of elimination were increasingly brutal. Therefore, many left after the fifth matrix. Their main goal in participating was not to acquire the legacy, but to undergo training. You could say that the experience gained in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament was something that few cultivators ever had the opportunity to get. Several more days passed, and finally Meng Hao opened his eyes. The spiritual energy surrounding him was almost completely dispersed. The second Dao pillar within him was approximately 90% complete. After passing through the sixth portal, he should be able to thoroughly complete it. The Mastiff stood in front of him, completely recovered from injuries and in very high spirits. Once again, its cultivation base had grown. It was now at the middle core formation stage. Its body was 15 meters long, and it looked like a small mountain. Its red eyes glowed savagely, and its coat of red fur was long and luxurious. Its long, terrifying teeth glittered brilliantly. Its claws were especially frightening, as long as a person's face, and seemingly powerful enough to rip the earth to pieces. When Meng Hao stood up, the Mastiff seemed especially excited. Meng Hao walked forward, and its mountain-like shape followed along. The sight was an assault on the senses, filled with power, causing the thousands upon thousands of onlookers outside in the southern domain to watch on with quaking hearts. This scene would forever be imprinted in their memories. The sixth matrix. Meng Hao looked at it and took a deep breath, then glanced back at the Mastiff. Its fierce expression instantly changed. A charming expression showed in its eyes, and it lowered his head so that Meng Hao could pet it. It closed its eyes contentedly. "I'm definitely going to take you out of here with me," said Meng Hao, smiling as he looked at the Mastiff's happy expression. His eyes filled with determination. Patting the Mastiff's head one last time, he walked forward, stepping into the sixth matrix. The Mastiff's body turned into a flash of light as it followed. The sixth matrix. In this world, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. As soon as Meng Hao entered, thunderclaps assailed his ears. It was immediately obvious that this world was not very large. The ground was a sludgy swamp from which emanated the stench of decay and death. Off in the distance was an enormous ancient temple. The entire temple was pitch black in color, and next to it was a gigantic statue. The statue was clothed in a simple robe, and its right hand was lifted up toward the sky. Its left hand touched the hilt of a sword. The sword was floating in midair. The temple seemed almost primordial, and it radiated an ancient air. From this far away, it looked almost like a mountain. Lightning crashed down, seemingly desiring to destroy the temple, as if it did not approve of its existence. The flashes of lightning illuminated the sludge on the ground. Countless emaciated arms could be seen stretching up from the ooze, reaching and grasping for something. From a distance, the field of arms seemed to stretch out forever. Also visible within the sludge were faces, from the mouths of which emitted tormented screams. There were men and women, old and young. Bizarre green tentacles grew out from the faces, which swayed back and forth. Meng Hao looked at all of this, and though he wasn't familiar with this world, nor had he ever seen the temple which lay off in the distance, he was still able to guess its name. Doom. Screams echoed up from the faces within the ooze. The screaming was composed of countless voices combined together. The screams seemed to be filled with rage against the heavens from people who had died unwillingly. The fury would not subside, no matter how many years had passed. This was a part of the name of their clan.
Doom.
The ancient Doom clan, not tolerated by the will of the heavens. Tribulation extermination was sent, but the clan was not willing to die. They gathered the entire power of their clan to form their sacred temple. They claimed the land as theirs, and defied the heavens. The land could not be harmed, nor the temple destroyed. The Doom clan could not be completely eradicated. At the apex of the temple was an enormous drum, completely black in color, as if it had been dyed over and over with blood over the course of countless years. At the bottom of the temple, next to the gigantic statue, was a stone door, half open. A glowing light emanated out, illuminating carvings of various ferocious creatures which decorated the door. An archaic voice rumbled out like thunder. "If you wish to acquire my legacy, then enter my temple." It rang out over the sound of the screams, covering everything. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and next to him, the mountain-like, 15-meter-long mastiff bared its razor-sharp teeth and glared about. A low growl rumbled in its throat, and a fierce look emanated from its eyes. Its huge frame and its luxuriant, crimson fur, along with the sharp spurs which protruded from its bones, caused it to look shocking to the extreme. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning struck constantly, illuminating the land. Meng Hao's body turned into a multicolored beam as he flew into the air, heading straight toward the ancient temple. Behind him, the mastiff let out a roar, and then followed him. As soon as the two of them flew into the air, the outstretched hands within the sludge suddenly began to stretch out. In the blink of an eye, they had reached Meng Hao and were about to grab him. He let out a cold snort and slapped his bag of holding. The two wooden swords flew out, circling around him at high speed. Blood spattered out as approaching hands were immediately lopped off before they could even get near Meng Hao. Black blood spattered down like rain. A foul stench began to fill the air, and, in fact, this entire world. The Mastiff's body began to glow red. Not a single arm was able to touch it. They were instantly ripped into shreds. However, even as Meng Hao and the Mastiff sped along, nearly to the halfway point, a forlorn, shrill sound arose from the various faces in the ooze. The green, parasitic tentacles which grew out from them suddenly stood up on end, one by one. They transformed into countless sharp spikes which shot toward Meng Hao. Chapter 129. Li Clan Patriarch. It was impossible to see clearly just how many of the green tentacles shot forth. They were fast, and within the blink of an eye were nearly 100 meters away from Meng Hao. It seemed as if they would cross the space in an instant. But just then, the Mastiff let out a roar and flew up. Its 15-meter-long frame flickered as it shot to defend Meng Hao. A booming sound began to ring out, louder than the thunder, shaking the entire world. A blood-colored glow emanated out from the Mastiff, slamming into the incoming tentacles. A shaking boom filled the air, which lasted for the space of about 10 breaths. Then, one by one, the tentacles disintegrated into a green mist, which spread all about. The Mastiff appeared tired, but it looked down and let out a roar nonetheless. It moved to the side, and Meng Hao emerged unscathed. He pet the Mastiff's head, then continued on toward the ancient temple. They shot forward at high speed, manned and dogged together. When they were about 600 meters from the temple, the green mist created by the disintegration of the tentacles suddenly started moving. It began to coagulate, and then, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a gigantic mist sphere directly in Meng Hao's path. The mist roiled, emitting a rumbling sound as it gradually formed into the shape of a head. It was green-colored and illusory, with glowing eyes. It opened its mouth, and more mist poured out. This mist was filled with mist horses, which flew in a beeline toward Meng Hao and the Mastiff. As they approached, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. He lifted his right hand and waved it in a gesture that only he could recognize as some type of sealing incantation. Then he pushed his hand down onto the Mastiff. When the seal mark dropped onto the Mastiff, a crimson glow began to emanate out. It contained an icy coldness that froze everything it touched. The flying mist horses were instantly sealed up. The arms below, the faces, the sludge, everything was frozen. If he didn't acquire the legacy, then Meng Hao shouldn't be able to use this technique outside of this world, because he wouldn't have the blood divinity with him. But having received the legacy of the 8th demon sealing hex, he was familiar with sealing techniques. This new technique was relatively powerful, and Meng Hao had the feeling that with sufficient research, he could probably use it even without the blood divinity, were he at the proper level. As the crimson glow swept out, sealing everything, Meng Hao continued to shoot forward. Avoiding the gigantic head, he and the Mastiff sped on toward the ancient temple. Just as it seemed they would be able to approach it successfully, an imminent sense of life and death danger rose up from within Meng Hao. Suddenly, the Mastiff, its body trembling, grabbed his clothes in its mouth and pulled him back. A boom resounded out as a massive sword blade, nearly 3 meters thick, swung down right in front of Meng Hao. It stabbed into the ground, sending out massive tremors. A massive fissure spread out. At the same time, the ice seal began to split up. In an instant, everything had returned to its normal state. The massive sword, which moments ago had been floating in midair, was being held by the statue which stood outside the temple. Its descending attack had caused Meng Hao to cough up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as the Mastiff dragged him back. As they retreated, the gigantic statue suddenly seemed to come to life. It slowly lowered its head, and its gaze fell upon Meng Hao. A difficult-to-describe pressure suddenly enveloped him, filling him with icy cold. It was as if the thing's gaze could see the deepest secrets within him. As this happened, the arms in the ooze no longer stretched out. Instead, they slowly sucked back into the sludge, as if the statue filled them with dread. The green mist head floating in the air lowered its gaze, seemingly paying respects to the statue. The thunder and lightning in the sky, however, grew more intense. They focused on the statue, crashing onto its surface, as if the heavens want the statue to crumble. Next to Meng Hao, the Mastiff trembled and stretched out prone, as if the statue's existence was a force that could not be resisted. Tribulation lightning has fallen for countless years. Even though it is this matrix, even though I am not him, you still try to destroy my spirit? Screw off. The statue lifted its right hand and snapped its fingers together. An enormous boom filled the air, and the statue's hand seemed to become like a black hole. The lightning quivered, then began to condense together and then collapse into countless arcs of electricity, which then disappeared. In an instant, The sky became completely devoid of lightning. Everything was quiet. The ground quivered, and the countless figures within the sludge trembled. The floating mist had bowed even lower, shaking. The mastiff behaved the same. It seemed that the will of this statue was something it was incapable of resisting. "Your Dao pillar does not conform with the requirements for the legacy," said the statue, looking coldly at Meng Hao. "You do not qualify to acquire the legacy. Considering you made it through the fifth matrix, I won't destroy you. Screw off." Everything shook as its voice sounded out. Blood spurted from Meng Hao's mouth, and his body was thrown backward hundreds and hundreds of meters. An enormous glowing door appeared near him. "And you," said the statue coolly, its cold gaze lowering onto the trembling mastiff. "Second-rate spawn of blood. You don't even deserve to be consumed by me, let alone become the weapon spirit." Its left hand slowly lifted up the sword, preparing to slash down onto the quivering mastiff. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. Behind him was the glowing door. All he had to do was step through, and he could leave the sixth matrix. But what had just happened caused him to stop in his tracks. The effort caused a snapping sound to emanate from his right leg, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior, if I'm not qualified to acquire the legacy, very well. But please don't hurt it." As Meng Hao's voice rang out, the mastiff trembled. It wanted to look back at Meng Hao, but the pressure exuded by the statue seemed to have activated some ancient branding within it. It could only tremble, powerless to resist. A weak whine sounded out from its mouth. The statue's giant sword paused. It looked at Meng Hao. "You've lost your qualifications to leave this place," it said coolly. The glowing door instantly began to fall to pieces. The sword swept through the air, not toward the mastiff, but toward Meng Hao. A boom resounded out, and blood exploded from Meng Hao's body. He lost control of himself, tumbling down toward the sludge. As he fell, grasping hands reached toward him, clasping onto him, preparing to drag him down inside. It was at this moment that Meng Hao's cultivation base was suddenly restricted. He couldn't circulate it at all. He could only watch as he was slowly pulled down into the ooze. His eyes were red, filled with resistance and ferocity. The mastiff, which was also being suppressed, suddenly let out a shrill howl. Trembling, it lifted its head. Its mountain-like body suddenly exploded with an unprecedented power. Cracking sounds could be heard from inside it. It suddenly seemed as if it would burst into flame, a flame of blood. Suddenly, its body began to expand. It was now 30 meters long. It burst free from the control of the statue and smashed through the ancient seal within itself. It flew up with a roar, charging toward Meng Hao, who was already half sunk into the ooze. "So, the burning of the blood spirit," said the statue coldly. "Blood divinities are bloodthirsty and have no feelings. You second-rate spawn of blood. You do not deserve to have spiritual consciousness." It raised its left hand, and then the sword began to slash down again, to exterminate both Meng Hao and the mastiff in one fell swoop. But then suddenly, before the sword could fall, a look of struggle appeared in the eyes of the statue. The sword paused in midair. "The will of the blood slave," said the statue, its voice grim. "Damn you, won't you just go away? I'm trying to help your master's legacy. I want his legacy to live on, to be acquired by another. Why are you resisting me? There are no rules in this legacy tournament. So for me to possess you is simply the will of heaven." The struggle in its eyes gradually began to fade. Meanwhile, the mastiff's body was engulfed in a bloody flame. It slammed into the ooze, roaring as the bloody glow of flames emanated in all directions. It instantly turned countless arms into ash. The sludge caved in on itself, revealing a pale-faced Meng Hao. The mastiff grabbed him in its mouth, then flew up into the air, shooting toward the large door in the ancient temple. It flew with incredible speed, seemingly ready to sacrifice everything to get Meng Hao to the door. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open, and he looked at the mastiff. Then he glanced behind and saw the statue. The struggle was now almost completely gone from its eyes. It stabbed its giant sword into the sludge, and suddenly, the countless arms emanated a demonic glow. They shot up, a myriad of grasping hands, flying toward Meng Hao. The mastiff glanced down at Meng Hao, and a wistful expression appeared in its eyes. As the myriad of hands closed in, its body erupted into flames. It tossed its head, throwing Meng Hao toward the stone door. It had no time to lick his hand as it had when it was small. The bloody glow around its body was already fading, and weakness flashed in its eyes. A death aura began to emanate out of it as the countless hands surrounded it. The tens upon tens of thousands of encircling hands wrenched it down into the ooze. Its eyes were wistful as it seemed to recall the past. It seemed to be thinking of how it had stretched out on its master's palm and how wonderful it felt to be pet on the head. It remembered all of these things and thought of its master. Meng Hao watched all of this dumbfounded. His body slammed into the half-open door, and the world around him began to fall apart. Everything inside, including the mastiff, disappeared. And yet, what he had just witnessed could never be forgotten. The Mastiff's final glance into his eyes caused him to weep tears of blood and kindled in him a blazing fury. Back in the sixth matrix, the struggle within the statue's eyes was completely gone. Its right hand lowered and opened up. There, standing on the palm of its hand, was a man. He wore a white robe and was extremely handsome. Swirling in the air next to him was a 30-meter-long blood dragon. This was none other than the chosen of the Li clan, Li Dawei. He stood on the statue's palm, an expression of utmost respect on his face. He knelt down on one knee and offered a deep salute. Junior pays respects to the patriarch. Chapter 130. The Perfect Foundation. What about the rest of them? Asked the statue coolly. Having been called patriarch by Li Dawei, and considering what it had said about possession, it seemed that its true identity was now apparent. This was the Li clan chosen who had passed through the 8th matrix 4,000 years ago, but had not continued onto the 9th. That was the only interesting or amazing thing that anyone knew about him. Even after returning to the Li clan, he said or did little. 1,000 years after that, he passed away in meditation. Nowadays, unless you mentioned the blood immortal legacy, no one would even remember him. However, one of the Li clan's deepest secrets were the final words spoken by that very person. Those words had been passed down from one generation of Li clan lord to the next. Actually, the patriarch was not dead at all. His last words stated that after the completion of the 8th Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, the bloodline of Ancient Doom had fallen to the Li clan. The person who had emerged from the Legacy Tournament 4,000 years ago was him, but not all of him. That person contained only a portion of his spirit. The rest of him had forced itself upon the slumbering blood slave in the 6th matrix. From that day until this, only members of the Li clan were aware of it. It was an unimaginably fantastic situation. The blood slave was incredibly powerful, and the Li clan patriarch, being at the foundation establishment stage, should not have been able to successfully possess it. In fact, anyone below the nascent soul stage shouldn't be able to. Yet somehow he had. No one could possibly know how he'd accomplished it. However, afterwards part of him returned to the clan, missing most of its spirit. It faded away, leaving behind a final will and explanation. Patriarch can ignore the disciples of the Song clan and Blood Demon sect, said Li Dawei with a respectful smile. And the one who just escaped counts for nothing. However, this Wang Lihai from the Wang clan must die. The blood dragon next to him lifted its head. Suddenly, several blood divinities appeared in the region surrounding Li Dawei. One of them was Wang Lihai's Xuanwu turtle, as well as the blood sprite belonging to the young man who looked like Wang Yukai. The blood divinities trembled as soon as they appeared, and instantly, the blood dragon charged forward and swallowed them whole. They didn't resist even the least bit. A junior member of the Wang clan, said the statue coolly, eyeing the blood dragon. Exterminating Wang clan chosen is something I can do. I should only be able to help you here within the 6th matrix. As for the following 3 matrices, I should be unable to help you directly. However, in the past 4,000 years, I have come to understand much about the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. In fact, no one in the world understands more about it than me. After possessing your blood dragon, I am completely confident that in the time it takes for a few incense sticks to burn, we can charge through the 7th, 8th, and 9th matrices. Then you can acquire the legacy. Many thanks for your assistance, Patriarch, replied Li Dawei respectfully. Junior does not care too much about the legacy. I am here on the orders of the clan lord to receive you and lead you out. When the 8th Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament concluded, the bloodline of Ancient Doom fell to the Li clan, said the statue, its voice deep and archaic. Those words were spoken by me, and are naturally true. The Blood Immortal Legacy belongs to you. I've been trapped in here for 4,000 years, and have no idea what the outside world has come to be. I wonder how many of my friends from the old days are still alive. When it finished speaking, the space between its eyebrows split, and a glowing light appeared. As the crack split open, the statue's body grew dim. The glow flew out, forming a blinding beam of light that shot toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon didn't resist. The bloody light entered it, and its entire body spasmed for a few moments. Then its eyes began to glow, emitting an ancient aura. It made a gulping motion, as if it hadn't completely swallowed the other blood divinities. Its body flashed, and suddenly, it expanded until it was 3,000 meters long, causing this entire world to shake and tremble. Time passed. Eventually it shrank back down until it was only 60 meters in length. It circled around Li Dawei, then flew toward the glowing stone door, and then left the 6th matrix. The only thing that was left behind was the lifeless statue, which stood there quietly, unmoving. The instant Li Dawei emerged from the 6th matrix, an uproar emerged among the nearly 10,000 observers outside in the southern domain. Li Dawei was the last to come out. The first had been Meng Hao, who had flown out, coughing up 4 or 5 mouthfuls of blood. He had struggled into a cross-legged position to meditate. His appearance had caused an uproar as he sat there, madly absorbing as much spiritual energy as he could to heal his wounds. Even though his eyes were closed, he radiated an intense killing intent. After him was the youth from the Blood Demon sect, who looked like Wang Yukai, and then Song Jia. Both of them seemed to be in bad situations. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and both seemed to have broken bones. Their breath came in ragged pants, and their blood divinities were nowhere to be seen. Gritting their teeth, they sat cross-legged like Meng Hao, using the thick spiritual energy in the area to do breathing exercises to heal their wounds. Their injuries quickly began to heal, but quick glances revealed to both that their blood divinities were indeed gone. Complicated, thoughtful expressions appeared on their faces. It was quite obvious what they were thinking. Wang Lihai didn't emerge. This caused an unprecedented uproar outside. Everyone had seen the blurry image of Wang Lihai disappear within the sixth matrix. This clearly indicated that he had passed away. The Wang clan members' minds were instantly sent reeling, especially that of Wang Lihai's Dao protector and the Wang clan elders. Expressions of disbelief filled their faces. Their eyes were instantly shot with blood, and it seemed as if their heads might explode. The entirety of the southern domain was instantly thrown into chaos. No one could possibly have predicted that Wang Lihai would die. This would send the Wang clan into an unimaginable fury. Wang Lihai was extremely important among the current generation of the Wang clan. He was the Dao child of the foundation establishment stage. Chosen could fall, but Dao children simply could not. This was a generally recognized rule among the various sects and clans. This was apparent by the fact that although the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament was important, none of the 5 sects had dispatched Dao children, only Chosen. The Wang clan and the Li clan were the only to have dispatched Dao children. The most glad of all was none other than Wang Tingfei. His body trembled with excitement, and he clenched his fist tightly. He had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Next to him, Wang Shifan seemed equally excited. The two of them exchanged a look. Their futures now seemed filled with limitless possibilities. When Li Daoi finally emerged, the 60-meter-long blood dragon circling about him, the outside world exploded with shock. Song Jia slowly stood up and headed through the glowing exit door, her face pale. She had chosen to give up. After her, the youth from the Blood Demon sect, who looked like Wang Yukai, stood up. Ignoring Li Daoi, he looked at Meng Hao for a moment and seemed to hesitate. Then, he turned and left through the glowing door, also opting not to continue on. Their departure caused further uproar in the outside world. What exactly happened within the 6th matrix? It looks like no one else has a Le divinity except for Li Daoi. And Wang Lihai actually died. He's a Dao child of the Wang clan. Only Li Daoi still has a blood divinity. And from the look of it, it's way too powerful. Maybe he really does have a chance of acquiring the legacy. As the discussions continued in the outside world, Meng Hao opened his bloodshot eyes. He slowly stood up and walked toward the glowing door, his expression one of stubbornness. Before he stepped through, he looked back toward Li Daoi's blurry figure. What he was looking at, however, was not Li Daoi, but the clearly visible blood dragon. As he gazed at the blood dragon, Meng Hao's heart began to pound. He wasn't sure if others had seen it, but the look in the eye of this dragon was exactly the same as that within the statue. His mind flickered as he put the pieces together. He was now 80 to 90% sure of what had happened. As Meng Hao looked over, Li Daoi let out a derisive chuckle. "Remember my name," he said. "I'm Li Daoi. Your dog died a horrible death." He lifted his hand to rest on the blood dragon. Hearing the words caused Meng Hao's mind to rumble with the sound of 100,000 exploding lightning bolts. Blood dripped from the corners of his lips as he stared murderously at Li Daoi. Within his eyes burned fury and killing intent that rose to the heavens. He had practiced cultivation to a very high level and had desired to kill many people. But at the moment, his desire to kill this person was intense to the extreme. However, Meng Hao's personality was such that the more he wished to kill someone, the more taciturn he became. He had been like this when small, and was even more so now. The more quiet he was, the more vicious he grew. People who liked to roar and scream were mere Philistines. People who maintained their silence were the truly frightening ones. A long moment passed. Finally, Meng Hao angrily turned on his heel and walked through the glowing door. Laughing, Li Daoi walked forward into the 7th matrix. When Meng Hao appeared in the volcano, outside of the Lake of Blood, his eyes burned with the flames of fury. The events that had occurred within the 6th matrix continued to replay in his mind, and an increasingly profound killing intent emanated from his body. "Li Daoi, Meng Hao, will send you to your death." His eyes were filled with blood, causing him to look more ferocious than ever. His body flashed, transforming into a beam of multicolored light that shot toward Chu Yuyan and her alchemy workspace. When he arrived, Chu Yuyen was in the midst of adjusting the earthly flame. The perfect foundation pill was at a critical moment, on the verge of being complete. At first, she had thought that Meng Hao might not make it back in time, and that she would have a chance to study it some. And yet here he was, in complete opposition to her expectation. She considered trying to pull off something tricky, but when she saw Meng Hao's grim expression, she hesitated. It was obvious that he was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, not someone to be trifled with. Meng Hao approached and sat down cross-legged, uttering not a word. And yet his hatred for Li Daoyi and his desire to kill him only continued to ferment and grow stronger. An intense, difficult to describe anxiety filled his heart. He refused to believe that the mastiff was dead. He would establish the perfect foundation, and then he would rescue the mastiff. Chu Yuyen didn't dare to speak. A look of concentration filled her face. She took a deep breath and ground her teeth. Then her hand flickered with an incantation gesture, and she pushed down onto the pill furnace. As she did, the earthly fire and magma beneath roared. The pill furnace quivered. At the moment, it seemed as if all the mists within the volcano were roiling. The ground trembled. Outside, the wind and clouds seemed to have been disturbed. Great sheets of clouds began to form, one on top of the other, roiling out in all directions. Lightning crackled across the sky, filling the air with massive booms. With every crash of lightning, strange, mystical signs would appear in the sky outside. Is this really a thunder pill? Of course, Chu Yuyen had had her suspicious. But now, seeing the roiling of the mists and everything above in the outside world, she was even more sure. This pill was definitely not some type of thunder pill. For a pill to provoke this change in the heavens based on its mere appearance, it seems as if the heavens wish to destroy the pill itself. Just what pill is this? Chu Yuyen was shocked to the core. As she pressed down on the pill furnace, a roaring filled the air. Suddenly, the pill furnace collapsed into pieces, sending out a powerful blast. Chu Yuyen coughed up a mouthful of blood as she was flung backward into the stone wall. She instantly fell unconscious. Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened, and he shot forward. As the pill furnace collapsed, the outside world filled with lightning and roaring, and the ground quaked, filling with cracks and fissures. Meng Hao reached out and snatched the mystical seven-colored pill from within the furnace. The perfect foundation pill. This pill was a defiance of the heavens, not permitted by heaven and earth. The world outside the volcano rumbled. The layers of clouds shone brightly as they churned. A seemingly infinite amount of lightning was gathering, preparing to eradicate the pill which Meng Hao held in his hand. If anyone dared to consume this pill in the face of the heavens, then they would face intense tribulation of lightning. The heavens did not permit this type of pill to exist, nor did they permit anyone to consume such a pill. Swallowing it down constituted a type of cultivation that warranted destruction. This path was a path of continued heavenly tribulation. And yet, Meng Hao did not hesitate. As he held the pill in his hand, it seemed as if it were beginning to melt. He had the feeling that if he did not immediately consume it, the pill would disappear on its own, without any help from tribulation lightning. He didn't know why this was happening, and didn't have time to think about it. Nor did he have any time to think about duplicating the pill. Even as he looked at it, it began to show signs that it was about to fall apart. Resolve filling his eyes, Meng Hao placed the pill into his mouth. Above, lightning condensed and prepared to fall down. When the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly and traveled down into his abdomen. A roar filled him, along with a strange power that seemed as if it might cause his entire body to collapse. This was not the power of heaven and earth, but something else, something difficult to describe. At this moment, Meng Hao's Dao pillar began to tremble. As it trembled, the crack on its surface suddenly began to show signs of healing. A feeling of perfection condensed within Meng Hao's body. His flesh and blood seemed to grow tougher. His golden Dao pillar hummed and seemed to expand. His flesh began to shine with a faint golden glow that grew stronger and stronger. He sensed a feeling of power that he had never before experienced with his flawless foundation. Along with it, his view of the world suddenly changed. His spiritual sense experienced unbridled growth. Everything in his body was changing. The perfect foundation, which had not been seen in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years, was now evolving. According to the legends, a perfect foundation had not been seen in millennia. But here it was in Meng Hao. The power of his spiritual sense far exceeded that of the middle foundation establishment stage. In fact, Meng Hao knew that if he had enough spiritual energy, he could instant form his second and third Dao pillars. Furthermore, he knew that future Dao pillars that appeared would also be legendary perfect Dao pillars. At this moment, booming sounded out in the sky above. Up in the air, an enormous lightning bolt shot down toward the volcano, slamming into the glowing shield. When it hit the shield, each and every one of the 7 blood immortal legacy zones around the southern domain suddenly erupted with a blood-red glow. The bloody glow instantly wiped out the images that the onlookers had been watching and shot toward the heavens, forming enormous pillars of blood. Around each of these pillars of blood whipped blood-red iron chains. Furthermore, on top of each pillar was a blurry, bound figure who let loose agonized screams. All of this happened too suddenly. The audiences surrounding the 7 legacy zones were astonished, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? What happened? The blood screen shot up into the sky. We can't see what's happening inside the legacy zone. What's going on? The cultivators of the southern domain were one and all thrown into chaos. Multiple figures flew up out of the various temples of the 5 great sects and 3 great clans. All of these were ancient cultivators who usually spent their time in secluded meditation. However, the intensity of the outside events had awoken them, and one by one they appeared. The Blood Immortal Sacrifice. This is the legendary Ancient Doom Clan Blood Immortal Sacrifice. According to the legends, if anyone tries to invade the Ancient Doom Clan, then the Blood Immortal Sacrifice will appear. But the Ancient Doom Clan has long since been put down. Who could their enemy possibly be? As the booming filled the southern domain, Meng Hao stood within the volcano, staring up into the sky and roaring. He quickly took unconscious Chu Yuyan and wrapped her up in the black net, then set her to the side. After that, his body turned into a prismatic beam as it shot toward the Blood Immortal's sacrificial altar. Above him, the tribulation lightning descending, causing the glowing shield to tremble. And yet, even as it trembled, a bright red glow erupted from within the volcano, transforming into a massive pillar of blood. This towering pillar of blood was the 8th to appear within the southern domain. Generally speaking, the Blood Immortal altar would never do this, but Meng Hao had consumed a perfect foundation pill and provoked tribulation lightning. It was the booming of the tribulation lightning upon the Blood Immortal sacrificial altar's shield that provoked this defensive reaction. Attacking this shield was the same as attacking the Blood Immortal. "Wait for me," said Meng Hao, the killing intent pouring out of his eyes. "I promised you that I would take you out with me. You wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Then, we will kill Li Daoyi together." He flew forward like lightning into the altar, not hesitating in the slightest. The instant he entered, clouds billowed and wind whipped inside the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. Past the 9th matrix, the corpse sat cross-legged, trembling. It slowly lifted its desiccated head, within which a powerful glow appeared. It was a strange glow, but somehow it made the skull-like head look excited. "Finally, I've been waiting." Within the 8th matrix, everything shook, and the sky seemed as if it would split open. A deep red glow covered everything. Moments ago, everything had been completely silent, but suddenly howls filled the air. The howling seemed to contain excitement. In the 7th matrix, the only thing that could be seen was an ancient tomb. Inscribed above the tomb were 3 characters: Tomb of Heaven. Within the tomb was a coffin nearly 3,000 meters long. Inside were heaps of bones, at the center of which could be seen a dilapidated flag. The flag had 3 streamers, upon each of which was written a name. Seemingly having fallen victim to the passing of years, the first 2 names were not clear. However, the third was quite visible. It was the surname Ji. Standing within the tomb, Li Daoyi looked around in surprise. The ground shook and the sky roared. It seemed as if everything were spinning. The blood dragon next to him lifted its head, and it lifted its claws as if it were calculating something. Suddenly, its expression changed. Quickly. "There's no need to take the 3 Immortal Souls flag. Like I said, we need to proceed directly to the 9th matrix. If we are late, the legacy will not be yours." "What's happening?" said Li Daoyi, his face unsightly. "The legacy has long been awaiting someone who defies the heavens as much as the Ancient Doom Clan. That person has arrived. But we still have a chance. The Blood Immortal is dead, and whoever reaches him first will acquire the legacy. If I had known the legacy would select him, I would have destroyed him. With him dead, I would be the destined successor." Li Daoyi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Killing him before would have been simple, but now that he is within the Blood Immortal's legacy zone, who would dare to kill him? Who can kill him? The blood dragon circled around Li Daoyi, suddenly expanding to 3,000 meters in length, clearly urgently desiring to leave. Meanwhile, outside in the southern domain in the ancient Temple of Doom, one of the 3 danger zones, the temple itself seemed to be coming alive. Inside the ancient temple were countless statues, all of which usually stood there unmoving. Even if someone entered the temple, they wouldn't change. But now, these tens upon tens of thousands of statues suddenly began to shake. Their eyes opened, and they lifted their heads toward the heavens. The entire clan then let out a defiant howl. As the howl reverberated out, the statues began to fly up into the air and circle around the temple. Quite a few cultivators were on watch nearby the temple, and this instantly caused them to be completely shocked. What caused even more disbelief to be written on their faces was when multiple ghost images of the ancient Temple of Doom suddenly appeared. It was as if the soul of the temple suddenly was rising up from within the earth. It transformed into a blinding beam of light, carrying the tens upon tens of thousands of statues with it. As it soared up into the sky, the temple assumed the shape of an enormous war chariot, and the statues became thousands upon thousands of soldiers and warhorses. A clan of countless warriors and warhorses, ready to do battle with the heavens. Chapter 131. I'm here to keep my promise. The southern domain was in an uproar. 8 columns of blood rose toward the heavens, sending ripples throughout the sky above. The phantasmic war chariot formed by the ancient Temple of Doom caused astonishment to fill the hearts of any and all who could see it. At the same time, Meng Hao stepped foot into the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone. When his foot touched onto the platform outside the 6th Matrix, a tremor ran through the entire world, and a shocking rumble filled the air. The platform continued to shake. All of the spell matrices started to radiate light, and a roiling mist began to fill the surroundings. Countless beams of greenish light shot up from the sacrificial altar, swirling around and then shooting toward Meng Hao. The glittering beams seemed to be filled with excitement and hope as they waited for Meng Hao to select one of them to be his blood divinity. Some of the greenish beams emitted auras that seemed to be even more powerful than the blood dragon or the blood sprite. Even more hard to describe was how the spiritual energy of this place surged toward Meng Hao as he breathed in. It entered his body, causing his cultivation base to begin to rotate. With every breath he took, his body grew stronger. Wind and clouds surged, and the entire legacy zone trembled. Thunderous roars sounded out everywhere. A strange feeling rose up within Meng Hao. It seemed as if the Blood Immortal Legacy was calling out to him. The spell matrix, the platform, the aura, everything seemed different than from before. Of course, the people of the outside world in the southern domain couldn't see any of this. What was happening inside was now cut off from them. Not even the slightest image was visible. The only person who could see anything was Li Daoyi. Having charged through the 7th matrix, he now stood on the platform beyond it. His face was grim, and his eyes shone with an intense light. He glared back at Meng Hao standing on the platform outside the 6th matrix. Next to him was the 3,000-meter-long blood dragon possessed by the Li clan patriarch. It too was looking at Meng Hao, its eyes radiating both intense jealousy as well as a complex, hard-to-describe expression. So the legacy belongs to him. Li Daoyi raised his head up and let out a hearty laugh. There's nothing I love in life more than stealing away the rightful legacies of others. What a wonderful feeling. His laughter rang out as he stepped forward into the 8th matrix. When the laughter reached Meng Hao's ears, he looked up, and a profound look of enlightenment shone from within his eyes. He looked at Li Daoyi with intense killing intent. He did not race in pursuit. Instead, he waved his right hand, causing all of the greenish beams of light in front of him to fall back. He did not pick any of them to be his blood divinity. I only have one blood divinity, he said to himself, his eyes radiating stubbornness. He did not enter the 7th matrix. He did something that no competitor had ever done throughout the ancient history of the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. He turned around and walked back into the 6th matrix. I promise that I will find you and take you out of here with me, he said quietly, and then disappeared. When he reappeared, lightning filled the sky. Innumerable arms stretched out from the sludge that covered the ground. Off in the distance, the frozen, motionless form of the gigantic statue still stood next to the pitch-black form of the ancient Temple of Doom. It was the same world, but Meng Hao was not the same person. He no longer had a flawless foundation. His rapidly healing Dao Pillar had propelled him into the realm of the legendary Perfect Foundation. As soon as he stepped forth into the 6th matrix, he flew up into the air, radiating power from within his cultivation base. He took a breath and everything shook. Thunder and lightning crashed, and the earth trembled. Because of his perfect foundation, Meng Hao could not absorb even the slightest bit of spiritual energy in the outside world, but this place was filled with massive amounts of spiritual energy which rushed toward Meng Hao, filling him. As he breathed, Meng Hao could sense that he was like the lord of this world. Lightning and thunder crashed in the sky, and Meng Hao's long hair whipped about. He lifted his right hand and waved it downward toward the ground. As his palm descended, the sludge began to quiver. The grasping hands suddenly stopped moving, and the countless faces all looked toward Meng Hao. Their expressions were no longer hostile, but rather filled with veneration and even excitement. Suddenly, a massive crack split the earth and the sludge. It grew wider and deeper, splitting apart the hands and faces along with it. Meng Hao flew down toward it. As he approached it, the sludge crept away, not daring to come close to him, as if a deep fear of him existed within it. Meng Hao shot inside, his body flashing like lightning and radiating determination. The crack grew wider and wider, and within the space of a few breaths, Meng Hao came to a stop. Even as the crack grew larger, he saw it, there, deep within a body. It was not 30 meters long. It was the mastiff, but only the size of a palm. Its eyes were closed, and patches of fur were visible through the sludge that covered its body. Its fur wasn't red, but deathly gray. It was no longer fierce and savage. And the cute, furry puppy it had once been, now existed only in Meng Hao's eternal memories. He thought about how as it grew up, it would run in circles around his feet, letting out playful yipping sounds, its fur rippling. Many images unfolded in Meng Hao's mind. He thought of how he and the mastiff had rushed together head-on into battle in the third matrix. He thought about how it had happily run back and forth around him in the desert of the fourth matrix. He thought about how the poison flare-up had reduced him to little more than a mortal in the fifth matrix, and how the mastiff had protected him regardless of everything. He thought about how after every battle, it would crawl back to him, lick his hand and lay next to him, watching over him vigilantly. He had tried to make it leave, but it chose to stay. In the end, in the sixth matrix, it had chosen to help its master escape even at the cost of its own life. The last thing Meng Hao remembered was watching as the myriad of grasping hands pulled it away from him, not even giving it a chaw. NC to lick his hand. I do not permit you to die here. You're not allowed to close your eyes. Meng Hao's eyes were filled with veins of blood. One of his hands came to rest on the mastiff's tiny body. The other lifted up toward the sky. The power of his cultivation base roared to life. Everything shook as the crack in Meng Hao's Dao pillar was completely sealed up. When this happened, Meng Hao's body trembled. He felt an incredible power within him, not a power of circulation between heaven and earth. This was a power of circulation in which he formed his own heaven and earth. In this instant, he was not absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, he was plundering it. From this moment on, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could only enter his body, it couldn't circulate back. He was like a wound in heaven and earth that could never be healed. The spiritual energy lost to him would never be returned. His eyes glowed with a strange light, and his hair whipped around his head. His aura grew more and more powerful, and a golden light emanated out from his entire body. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out some blood. The blood descended down onto the corpse of the mastiff, but it was incapable of absorbing it. Your life was born of my blood. You grew from ignorance into spiritual consciousness. Meng Hao stretched out his hand, and the blood congealed onto his palm, forming into a blood globe, which he then pushed down onto the mastiff, forcing it to absorb into the body. At the same time, his cultivation base erupted, and he began to forcibly suck in all of the spiritual energy within the sixth matrix. Meng Hao was like a black hole, causing everything to whirl toward him at fantastic speed. Boundless spiritual energy poured into him, which he then transferred into the body of the mastiff. Time passed. The sludge covering the ground was beginning to dry up, and the arms and faces were beginning to crumble. Even the lightning had disintegrated into power, which Meng Hao then absorbed. The sky grew dim, and cracks spread out across it. Off in the distance, the statue began to fall to pieces. The ancient Temple of Doom began to grow blurry and eventually faded away. The entire world grew deathly still. Only Meng Hao and the mastiff remained. Its body twitched. It seemed to be struggling to open its eyes. It could sense the aura of its master. Slowly, it opened its eyes and looked at Meng Hao. The entire sixth matrix began to fall apart. Meng Hao pulled back his hand. The mastiff's body trembled, but its eyes were filled with the fire of life. As the world crumbled around them, it slowly rose to its feet. It was not a true life, so it had not truly died. It was a blood spirit, a blood divinity, and therefore could be reborn. Throughout the ancient history of the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, no blood divinity had ever been reborn. It was the first. The first thing it saw when it opened its eyes was its master, who had raised it from an unaware puppy into spiritual consciousness. Roar! The mastiff lifted its head up and let out a thunderous roar. Its body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 60 meters in length. Luxuriant fur grew out that was not red in color, but violet. Its fur was violet, and its stature like a small mountain. Sharp spikes grew out of its limbs, and from the top of its head protruded a long horn. Its teeth were long and sharp. All of this made the mastiff look even more fearsome and powerful than it had before. As far as this world was concerned, it was completely ferocious and bloodthirsty. It was a blood divinity, emotionless and cold. But there was one person who could make it act like it had when it was small, who could make it lick his hand, who would pet its head. There was only one person like this in existence. Chapter 132, Perfect Dao Pillar. Meng Hao emerged onto the platform, and behind him, the sixth matrix collapsed in complete destruction. If onlookers from the outside world could see this, they would be shocked. In the entire history of the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, never before had a spell matrix been destroyed. It didn't stop there. Not only did the sixth matrix crumble, further back, the first matrix also began to tremble. With a bang, it shattered, and as it did, massive amounts of spiritual energy spread out. The spiritual energy immediately flew toward Meng Hao and the Mastiff, who both absorbed it. The boundless spiritual energy thrummed within Meng Hao. At this moment, his second Tao pillar coalesced. It was perfect, without even the slightest crack visible. A second perfect Tao pillar. Meng Hao's cultivation base soared up with explosive momentum. An intensely powerful aura emanated out from Meng Hao, and as it did, his body flashed. Behind him, the second matrix, as well as the third, suddenly began to collapse into pieces. It seemed as if the entire Blood Immortal Legacy tournament would not continue past the 8th tournament. Meng Hao lifted his head and looked at the 7th matrix. His eyes radiated with killing intent as he stepped into it. The Mastiff lifted its head up and roared, then turned into a beam of light and followed Meng Hao into the 7th matrix. Within the 7th matrix was an enormous tomb with 3 shocking, blood-red characters inscribed above it. Tomb of Heaven. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot inside, the Tomb of Heaven began to shake. Cracks appeared on the wooden coffin inside, and the countless white bones began to disintegrate into ash. A black mist emanated from the dilapidated flag. A massive booming sound echoed out as the Tomb of Heaven exploded like an erupting volcano. The 3-section flag flew up, fluttering in the air and emitting a power which instantly caused Meng Hao to look at it with narrow eyes. In an instant, it had disappeared, soaring out of the 7th matrix and flying directly toward the altar beyond the 9th matrix and the throne. The flag flew past the corpse wearing the featureless mask, transforming into 3 white hairs on the corpse's black head of hair. At the same time, the 7th matrix crumbled to pieces in front of Meng Hao's eyes. Along with its collapse, vast amounts of spiritual energy thundered toward him. This nearly indescribable force of majestic spiritual energy caused a third Tao pillar to begin to appear within Meng Hao. He moved forward to stand on the 7th matrix's pillar. Behind him, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th matrices all toppled into fragments. The way back was now gone. Only the 5th matrix remained behind him, and it too was showing signs of fragmentation. Multiple matrices had collapsed, sending out dense spiritual energy, which formed a mist that covered the sky of the Legacy Zone. The mist began to swirl into a vortex, at the very center of which was none other than Meng Hao. From a distance, the sight was nothing more than shocking. Meng Hao sucked in the spiritual energy, as did the Mastiff. The cultivation bases of both man and dog climbed upward. Meng Hao's cold eyes stared forward toward the 8th matrix. Though the figure there was blurry, it was obviously Li Daoyi, whose head was turned back to look at Meng Hao. How can he destroy the matrices so quickly? Li Daoyi's heart trembled. He knew that Meng Hao was the destined successor of the legacy, but was still completely shocked. The blood dragon roared. These matrices have been waiting for his arrival. They're all destroying themselves to make way for him. But the blood immortal is dead. As long as you are fast enough, the legacy will be yours. A cold light shone within Li Daoyi's eyes and he immediately strode forward into the 9th matrix. Maybe the legacy belongs to you, he said, but I'm here now. I'll snatch it right out of your grasp. Seeing Li Daoyi and the anxious-looking blood dragon enter the 9th matrix, Meng Hao's killing intent flashed brightly. Without hesitation, he shot forward toward the 8th matrix, followed by the Mastiff. As they entered, a frightening howling emerged from the abyss that was the 8th matrix. The howling was mixed and disorderly, as if countless souls were crying out at the same time with both excitement and hope. As the sound echoed out, the world of the 8th matrix began to crack and fall apart. The matrix was destroying itself, which was a mystical command left behind by the blood immortal before his death. One of his commands had been that the first person to stand before him could acquire the legacy. However, another command was if any person rejected by the heavens appeared, then the 9 matrices would collapse, transforming into spiritual energy to help him acquire the legacy. The instant the 8th matrix fell apart, majestic spiritual energy rushed toward Meng Hao and the Mastiff. The Mastiff lifted its head up and roared. Its cultivation base had just broken through from Core 4, Matayon to Nascent Soul. Its body grew to 300 meters in length and looked even more ferocious than before. The violet-furred Mastiff lifted up its head and roared, causing everything to tremble. Its body emanated an unprecedented power, difficult to even describe. At the same time, Meng Hao's third perfect Tao pillar was more than half formed and continued to coalesce. As soon as he stepped onto the platform past the 8th matrix, the 5th matrix behind him disintegrated. There were no platforms left behind him. There were no spell matrices. There was only dense spiritual energy, forming a foggy sea that enveloped the entire interior of the Legacy Zone. Ahead of Meng Hao was the 9th matrix, within which was Li Daoyi, receiving the aid of the blood dragon. However, he hadn't emerged from it yet. Li Daoi. Meng Hao's killing intent rose to the heavens. His nascent soul stage mastiff followed him as he rushed into the final matrix. The instant he entered, the platform that he had been on collapsed. However, at that same moment, Li Daoi emerged out of the ninth matrix. As soon as he did, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood dragon looked beleaguered. Obviously, their swift passage through the ninth matrix had come at quite a price for the blood dragon possessed by the 4,000-year-old Li clan patriarch. The fact that the destined legacy successor is here is a good thing. The spell matrix is weakened, which made it much easier to pass through. Daoi, ascend the sacrificial altar. When you stand before the blood immortal, you will become the second-generation successor. The blood dragon roared, an expression of unprecedented excitement and anticipation covering its face. If Li Daoi acquired the legacy, then it would be able to enter the immortal treasure and become the weapon spirit. Then he would never die. Excited laughter spilled out of Li Daoi's mouth. This legacy is mine, he cried, laughing loudly, his face savage and cruel. The Li clan had paid a heavy price for this legacy, and he had been appointed to acquire it. In the past, he had truly believed in his heart that he was the person destined to receive the legacy. But then Meng Hao had appeared, and the patriarch had said what he said. Then the spell matrices had begun to collapse, without Meng Hao even striking a blow against them. Li Daoi could not deny that this nameless cultivator was the true destined successor.
But he refused to comply.
He refused to be resigned to this truth. He would snatch the legacy for himself. I'll take your legacy and exterminate you, laughed Li Daoi. I'll wrest away your destiny. He leaped forward, shooting straight toward the massive, green-colored altar. Within the ninth matrix, everything was black. There seemed to be no end to it. Buried deep below the surface of the land in this place was a skeleton. The skeleton looked up, and within its empty eyes, a burning light appeared. It seemed to be the fire of Hope, piercing up through the earth until it reached Meng Hao. The legacy of the blood immortal has waited countless years for the hoped-for one to appear, murmured the skeleton softly. I hope that in the end, you can avoid treading that path of no return which my lord the immortal tread. The light in its eyes slowly faded into nothing. Its body transformed into drifting ash. With that, the ninth matrix shuddered and then split up into countless pieces. Again, massive amounts of spiritual energy poured toward Meng Hao. This in turn caused Meng Hao's third Dao pillar to appear in full. A third, perfect Dao pillar. Meng Hao had now reached the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. His spiritual sense rapidly increased, far beyond that ordinarily seen at the late foundation establishment. With one more Dao pillar, he would be at the mid-foundation establishment stage. That having been said, even though he wasn't at the mid-foundation establishment stage, his perfect foundation made him so strong that he could easily crush someone of the mid-foundation establishment. Even late foundation establishment cultivators with a cracked or fracture foundation were not his match. Once Meng Hao formed his fourth Dao pillar and reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, the only foundation establishment cultivators in the entire southern domain who would be qualified to battle him would be those who had completed the great circle of foundation establishment and were on the verge of core formation. People such as that were groomed by various sects and clans to be their most powerful disciples. Experts like that were addressed as Dao children. For the most part, they all had flawless foundations and because of their battle prowess, cultivation bases, and various bits of good fortune, were the top experts in their stage. Yes, these were the Dao children of the southern domain. Li Daoi was a Dao child of the Li clan. Wang Lihai had also been a Dao child. These were people who could outclass chosen. Within each clan and sect, there was only one Dao child per stage. The instant Meng Hao's third perfect Dao pillar appeared, he strode out onto the platform outside the ninth matrix. Off in the distance, atop the greenish altar, sitting in the stone throne, was a corpse. It slowly lifted its head and looked at Li Daoi. Its hand lifted to grasp the mask on its face. Then, it began to take off the mask. Chapter 133. Do you dare? Once the mask came off, the corpse would hand it to the person standing in front of it. That person would be the winner of the legacy. This mask was the legacy treasure. The blood dragon next to Li Daoi looked excited. It had waited for this day for 4,000 years. Once it entered the mask, it would become the weapon spirit and would finally be able to leave this place and return to the southern domain. The legacy is mine, said Li Daoi, his eyes glittering. However, it was at this exact moment that Meng Hao stepped out of the ninth matrix. When he saw what was happening, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. His body shot forward at high speed. After achieving the perfect foundation and then entering this place, a strange feeling had appeared inside Meng Hao. It was as if he was the lord of this legacy zone. The feeling had grown even stronger after the destruction of the ninth matrix. Next to him, the 300-meter-long mastiff raised its head to the sky and roared. Thanks to its incredible speed, it had arrived here even before Meng Hao. This is my legacy, said Meng Hao, his eyes flashing. If I feel like ignoring it, that's my business. But if you think you can just steal it away, well, that will depend on your luck. He had experience stealing legacies, and that in itself didn't make him angry. It was his opponent's tactics that pissed him off. Meng Hao's desire to slay Li Daoyi had reached epic heights. Utilizing the full power of his cultivation base, he strode forward, his hand flashing an incantation gesture. The lightning flag flew out, as well as 2 wooden swords, which emanating a freezing pressure. They all shot toward Li Daoyi. In the same moment, the corpse lifted the mask off of its face and instantly turned into drifting ash. As the ash drifted out, the hand that held the mask also dissolved. The mask floated toward Li Daoyi. Excitement filled Li Daoyi's face. His right hand lifted up to grab the mask, but the instant he touched it, his hand was shoved away by the mask itself. It wasn't that he couldn't take it, but rather, before he could, it required a weapon spirit. Then it would become his. The instant his hand was shoved away, the blood dragon lifted its head in a roar and then shot toward the mask. Currently, the mask had no weapon spirit. Whoever entered and took over the mask would assume that role. As soon as he slammed into the mask became like a vortex. The blood dragon was halfway into the mask when suddenly the mastiff roared. The roar created ripples in the entire area, and it sped forward. Ignoring the fact that the blood dragon was already in the process of taking over the mask, its 300-meter-long body slammed into it. The mastiff's body was sucked in as soon as it touched the surface of the mask. Its fight with the Li clan patriarch for control of the mask had begun. You don't know your own limitations, echoed out the voice of the Li clan patriarch. When I become the weapon spirit, I shall consume you. He had completely entered the mask, and yet, so had the mastiff. A blinding red light emanated from the mask. And yet, within the redness could also be seen violet. It was as if 2 brilliant colors were trying to swallow each other up. Because of this, the mask did not belong to Li Daoyi, and neither did it belong to Meng Hao. Which blood divinity took over the mask would determine the winner of the legacy. Furthermore, a situation in which 2 blood divinities struggled to be the weapon spirit was something the blood immortal had never imagined could happen. This was completely unprecedented. There was one thing that was for sure. Whoever won, mastiff or blood dragon, would experience an unimaginable increase in power. At the very least, the winner would break halfway through to spirit severing. With the proper Dao enlightenment, the winner could even reach full spirit severing. It was useless to save that second-rate blood spirit, laughed Li Daoyi. It will just help me to acquire the legacy. Meng Hao approached, and their eyes locked. Now that the legacy zone was beginning to crumble, at long last the 2 of them were in the same world together. Meng Hao said one sentence. Killing you will resolve all the issues. He continued to move toward Li Daoyi. That's exactly what I was going to say, laughed Li Daoyi. He lifted his right hand, and it blazed with light. In front of him appeared a shining golden war chariot, which shot toward Meng Hao. Suddenly, a roaring sound filled the air and blood leaked out of Meng Hao's mouth. He retreated backward. Li Daoyi's face flickered, and he also retreated, blood spilling out of his mouth. He looked at Meng Hao, and it was at this moment that the entire legacy zone began to crumble around them. Cracks appeared all over the surface of the dark green sacrificial altar. Everything began to split up. Popping sounds could be heard, and from the appearance of everything, it seemed the blood immortal would destroy itself and disappear. Anyone who didn't leave would be buried along with it. The struggle inside the mask between the mastiff and the blood dragon seemed to be escalating. Originally, the mastiff would never have been a match for the blood dragon, but it had been resurrected by absorbing blood from Meng Hao's perfect foundation. This had changed it into something never before seen among blood divinities. The spiritual energy in the area rushed toward the mask, being absorbed by both the mastiff and the blood dragon. The difference was however much the mastiff absorbed it could use. None of it leaked out. With the blood dragon this was not so. Amongst the 2 of them, although the blood dragon started out with the upper hand, after a short time had passed, it was still unable to get rid of the mastiff. It also had no way to take control of the legacy mask. Seeing this, Li Daoyi's expression changed, and he retreated. He flicked his wide sleeve in an attempt to snatch the mask, but was again rebuffed violently. With no weapon spirit in control of it, no one could dare to take it away. The blood immortal had never predicted such an unusual situation. Normally speaking, one person should arrive to take the mask. The blood divinity would be able to take control of the mask within the space of a few breaths, and would become the weapon spirit. Then the legacy zone would begin to collapse, and the winner could take the mask and leave. Instead, meeting completely unexpected had occurred, and thus a shocking life-or-death crisis had come to be. The world was crumbling around them. Down below, a huge vortex had appeared which was swallowing up everything. Nothing that entered could ever come out again. The destruction all around was creating an empty world. Up above was a glowing shield, upon which ripples were beginning to form. It would only last for so long before it too shattered. This shield was the only exit to the outside world. Entering that shield was the only way to escape destruction.
No one was in control of the mask.
Both parties refused to budge. The mask could not be taken out, and the world was being destroyed. When Li Daoyi realized what was happening, his expression twisted. Meng Hao, on the other hand, was completely calm. He moved backward for a moment, wiping away the blood from his mouth. Then he advanced forward. His 3 perfect Dao pillars emitted a powerful spiritual power, and as he charged ahead, his right hand flickered in an incantation sign. Instantly, a 300-meter-long flame python roared into being and shot toward Li Daoyi. Actually, this was no python, it was a dragon. A roaring, gold dragon, enveloped in scorching flame. Behind it flew a wind blade 30 meters long. Burning wind filled the area, enveloping Li Daoyi. Up to now in his cultivation, Meng Hao hadn't learned very much magic techniques. All of his magical techniques were from the Qi condensation stage, and he had none whatsoever from the foundation establishment stage. This was one of his weaknesses, and Meng Hao was well aware of it. "We will see who is more ruthless," said Li Daoyi with a cruel laugh. He could clearly see that the magic being used was unconventional. But he had also already determined that it would be difficult to quickly achieve victory. The true key to victory was who would stay the longest in this collapsing world. Whoever left first, without the mask, would lose any qualification to be the winner of the legacy. Li Daoyi's face was grim. He was a Dao child of the Li clan. The title of Dao child was something he had won through pure slaughter. He was out for himself and would kill without hesitation. As far as stealing good fortune from others, this was something he had done before more than once. He had come from an unremarkable branch of the Li clan to become a Dao child, far above chosen. This was all because of his personality. He arrogantly believed his stubbornness to be one of his greatest assets. Suddenly, a fan appeared in his hand. It was a fan of 4 colors, and when he waved it, the colors expanded out, slamming into Meng Hao's fire dragon and wind blade. A boom echoed out. The 4 colors swished out in 4 directions, transforming into 4 swords which stabbed toward Meng Hao. Li Daoyi laughed maniacally. His left hand slapped his bag of holding, and 18 black pearls appeared in his palm. He tossed them toward Meng Hao, and as they approached, they unexpectedly exploded. Distortions rippled out along with the explosion, causing the crumbling environment to fall apart even faster. "Still think you're more ruthless than me?" Li Daoyi's expression was one of pure insanity. The 4-colored sword and the attacking distortion bore down upon Meng Hao's lightning mist. A massive boom exploded out, and Meng Hao shot backwards several paces. His eyes were filled with a ruthless light. His right hand lifted up, and another 300-meter-long flame dragon appeared in the air and flew, not toward Li Daoyi, but toward the glowing door up above. "Making this place fall apart quicker isn't ruthless," he said coolly. "Destroying the exit now, that is ruthless. Do you dare to?" The flame dragon slammed directly into the glowing door, exploding. The already rippling door began to tear apart. Massive parts of it crumbled into nothing. Seeing this, Li Daoyi, who had claimed to be incredibly ruthless, went completely wide-eyed. His heart began to pound. Chapter 134, 8th Demon Sealing Hex.
1.
Now that he had engaged Li Daoyi in battle, Meng Hao could tell that if he had a 4th Dao pillar, then he would be able to end the fight quite quickly. Now, he desired more than ever to slay Li Daoyi. But Li Daoyi's cultivation base was at the late foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, he was a Li clan Dao child. He outclassed even chosen, and would be difficult to kill. More important than Li Daoyi was the Mastiff. So far the mask was not under the firm control of anyone. With Li Daoyi present, it was impossible to say when the struggle would end. And if Meng Hao wanted to aid the Mastiff, he needed to get rid of Li Daoyi. And his method was to destroy the exit. Below them were churning mists. The collapse of this world was increasing in speed. The vortex roared and grew larger. Soon, the dark green sacrificial altar was more than half sucked into it. Meng Hao moved backward, flicking his sleeve. The lightning mist sprang up around him, and then shot toward the rapidly collapsing door. Li Daoyi's expression flickered. He clenched his jaw, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand, and the fan flew up, shooting toward the glowing door. A booming sound filled the air as the door cracked even more under the power of the attack. After all the destruction, the only thing left of the door was a 30-meter patch. And that patch was rapidly falling apart. "There's no way you are as ruthless as me," said Li Daoyi. "I don't believe that you'll sacrifice your life." His body flashed as he shot forward. His right hand flickered an incantation, then gestured forward. Instantly, a yellow-colored talisman appeared behind him. It shot through his body, increasing in size exponentially as it shot toward the 30-meter-wide door. Meng Hao's eye glittered coldly. He slapped his bag of holding to produce 10 whistling flying swords. They simply could not withstand envy the power of Meng Hao's 3 Dao pillars and immediately exploded into pieces. Amidst the reverberating boom, the 30-meter door shook violently as it disintegrated further. Now, only 6 meters were left. As for the green-colored sacrificial altar, it was almost completely sucked up by the whirling vortex. Now, the vortex began to rise up toward Meng Hao and Li Daoyi. The entire legacy zone was on the verge of complete annihilation. Cracks appeared on every surface, and an incredible, deafening roar filled the air. Above them, the only exit was now growing smaller and smaller. At the moment, there was only 3 meters left. And yet, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding again. 10 flying swords flew out. Li Daoyi's face fell. If the swords exploded onto the door, now less than a meter wide, would completely collapse. Li Daoyi suddenly thought that Meng Hao had really given up any hope of living and was resigned to staying in this place forever. But then Meng Hao flicked his wide sleeve, and he flew up into the midst of the swords. This made it seem as though he had given up on the idea of staying and would leave. But as he left, he would destroy the door. Then, even if Li Daoyi acquired the legacy of the Blood Immortal, then he would have no way to leave. A conflicted look appeared in Li Daoyi's eyes. If Meng Hao did that, then getting the legacy would be pointless. He was about to do something to block Meng Hao, but then he realized that anything he did would most likely send out ripples that would cause the weakened door to break apart. If I leave the legacy... He didn't want to be buried in this place. He was a Dao child of the Li clan. He had limitless prospects in the future. Losing out on the legacy of the Blood Immortal wouldn't really change anything. But dying here... Compared to my life, the legacy doesn't count for anything. And who cares about some old patriarch? Very well. But if someone else gets the legacy, then they will be buried with it along with this place. Li Daoyi's eyes were red as he let out a howl. He leaped up, coughing out a mouthful of blood, which splashed over him. He then transformed into a bloody shadow, which increased exponentially in size. He stretched up toward Meng Hao's flying swords, reaching them, and Meng Hao, just as they were about to explode. He passed Meng Hao and then shot into the door. Even as he passed into the door, his right hand waved out, and 10 black pearls appeared, ready to explode, smashing the door and cutting off Meng Hao's escape route. And yet, at the same time, as his right hand was still in the process of leaving through the screen, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then released a spell that he had been preparing for some time. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex, Body Sealing. His eyes were crimson as he uttered the words. This was the first time he had ever used the mystical art he had acquired from the 8th generation Demon Sealer. After achieving intellectual enlightenment, Meng Hao had tried several times to use the spell, but had never succeeded. Then, after the deep enlightenment from the magical text in the 5th matrix of the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, everything clicked. Using his 3 perfect Dao pillars, his fingers flickering, Meng Hao had the intense feeling that he would succeed this time. The feeling had appeared earlier in his battle with Li Daoyi, and had continued to grow stronger. His finger fell, and the entire world shuddered. And yet, it was not actually the world that had shuddered, but Meng Hao and his finger. Tiny strands of intangible qi appeared that seemed to be somehow connected to the collapsing world. They were everywhere, blended within the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating ghost images of the world. It wasn't just Meng Hao and his finger that shook. In addition to the ghost images of the world, ghost images of Li Daoyi had also appeared. Li Daoyi had not passed all the way through the glowing screen. But now, his body began to tremble and he stopped moving. At the same time, the 3 Dao pillars within Meng Hao rapidly grew dim. It seemed that as Meng Hao's technique took effect, it was using up almost all of the spiritual power he had. Meng Hao's face grew pale. He waved his right hand, and the lightning mist suddenly spread out, surrounding the 10 pearls that were just about to explode. At the same time, the 2 wooden swords flew out, heading directly toward Li Daoyi. As for the other flying swords, they lost their spiritual power and then exploded, sending ripples out in all directions. A moment passed, and Li Daoyi was beginning to recover. However, everything had happened so quickly, he was still just staring in shock. His body was already outside, but before he had a chance to do anything else, he let out a blood-curdling howl. He hadn't pulled his right arm through in time. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's wooden sword slashed it off. Within the legacy zone, Meng Hao's face was pale, and he coughed up blood. Everything around him was disintegrating and being sucked into the vortex. The lightning mist made a groaning rumble. It had successfully blocked the exploding attack of the 10 pearls, but the glowing door rippled nonetheless, shrinking down to less than 2 meters in diameter. Soon the lightning mist was so thin it seemed as if it might fade away. Even the sparks of electricity were nearly undetectable. Meng Hao saw Li Daoyi escape, minus his arm, and sighed inwardly. Then he turned and rushed over to the half-violet, half-red mask, inside of which the 2 blood divinities were attempting to consume each other. At first, the red glow seemed to be winning out. But the instant Li Daoyi left, it suddenly became weak. Inside the mask, the Li clan patriarch trembled, his rage billowing up. Li Daoyi, he roared furiously. In the past, he had been a cultivator, but now he was incarnated as a blood divinity. As such, he had no choice but to follow the only true rule of the ruleless legacy zone. The winner of the legacy must have a blood divinity. Similarly, a blood divinity must belong to a legacy competitor. When a legacy competitor departed, the blood divinity would vanish. Only upon the competitor's return would the blood divinity reappear. However, the Li clan patriarch had already placed himself in the mask. He didn't disappear, and yet, because Li Daoyi had fled, he was now weakened. The glow which surrounded him began to fade. Meng Hao approached. Ignoring the disintegrating and collapsing around him, he reached out, circulating his 3 Dao pillars of his perfect foundation, causing all of the power of heaven and earth in the area to rush toward him. The spiritual energy entered his body and then flowed into the mask, merging into the mastiff. With this assistance, the mastiff's violet glow grew brighter, pressing down on the blood dragon that was the Li clan patriarch, completely cutting off his path of retreat. In that instant, the mastiff's control of the mask exceeded half, and yet it couldn't completely take it over. Still, the mask could not be taken away. The Li clan patriarch couldn't be swallowed up so easily. Despite its dangerous position, it still continued to struggle fiercely. If you're impenetrably thick-headed, then the worst thing that could happen is we will all die today, rang out Meng Hao's voice. Everything around them rumbled thunderously, collapsing into pieces. The glowing exit door was barely more than a meter wide. If you give in, and let my blood divinity take control of the legacy mask, then I won't permit him to consume all of you. Some of your spirit can remain, and eventually the day will come when you can emerge and transform back into a person. The choice is up to you. What makes you think I'll help you win? Replied the cruel voice of the Li clan patriarch. And what reason do I have to trust you? He knew the danger they faced, and also knew that refusing Meng Hao meant death. But he still didn't want to give in. You might not trust me, but you have no other options. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed. A moment passed, the space of 10 breaths. The surroundings were beginning their final descent into destruction. The vortex was only 3 meters away from Meng Hao, swallowing everything up. Above him, the exit was barely a meter wide. A helpless roar sounded out from the Li clan patriarch. If you want a refresher on the 8th Demon Sealing Hex, check out the surprisingly titled Chapter 102, 8th Demon Sealing Hex. Chapter 135, Breaching the Volcano. As Meng Hao said, the Li clan patriarch had no choice but to trust him. If he didn't, he would inevitably die. Trust Meng Hao and he had a chance at life. If he didn't trust Meng Hao and Meng Hao left, he would have no chance whatsoever at a continued existence. Even as Meng Hao spoke, the Li clan patriarch knew that his only choice was to stop resisting and allow the mastiff to consume him and take control of the mask. The mask flew into Meng Hao's hand. He grabbed it and then shot out through the rapidly shrinking exit. As he flew out, a booming rang out as the legacy zone was completely swallowed up by the vortex, gone forever. In the volcano, Meng Hao shot through the air in a beam of light, the blood lake and the altar trembling around him. The massive stone had collapsed into fragments that sank into the lake. Within an instant, the lake itself had dried up. The only thing left was a crater in the ground, as if all of it had been a mere illusion. Even as the lake dried up, thunderous booms could be heard from overhead. Meng Hao lifted his head to look at the sky above the volcano. Thunder and lightning filled the air like silver dragons. They formed an enormous mass, as if they desired to smash downward, but instead were blocked by a blood-red glow. The blood-red glow seemed alive, as if it wished to do battle with the heavens. It was so far away that Meng couldn't see it, but what he could see was that the glowing shield at the mouth of the volcano was disappearing. All this strange, celestial phenomena will definitely attract attention. I can't stay here. Gripping the mask in hand, he shot toward Chu Yuyan, at the same time sending some spiritual sense into the mask. It had been completely taken over by the mastiff, who was now the weapon spirit. Having completely swallowed up the possessed blood dragon, the mastiff was now in a state of hibernation. The Li family patriarch's cultivation base was incredibly powerful, thanks to his initial incredible strength, added to which was the power of the blood dragon he had possessed. Even though the mastiff, also a blood divinity, could consume him, he would need quite some time to fully absorb him. Meng Hao had no idea how long it would be before it awoke from hibernation. However, he could only imagine what it would be like when it woke up and emerged. It no doubt would have incredible power, which of course would be of immense help to Meng Hao. It was asleep for now, but belonged to Meng Hao. The mask, too, completely belonged to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's heart thumped, filled with anticipation. However, because the mastiff was sleeping, he was temporarily incapable of using the mask. How long will it sleep? Meng Hao took a deep breath. Deep within the mask, he also saw a tiny shred of the Li clan patriarch's spiritual consciousness. It was very weak, as if Meng Hao could exterminate it with the slightest thought. He considered for a moment, and then decided not to blot it out. Deep within the mask, he also saw a blood-colored book of scriptures. Next to the blood-colored book of scriptures was a flag with 3 streamers. After a moment's examination, Meng Hao recalled his spiritual sense and placed the mask into his bag of the cosmos. He landed next to unconscious Chu Yuyan, who was wrapped up in the black net. Meng Hao looked thoughtful as he glanced up at the thunder and lightning outside the volcano. The bloody glow and the glow of the lightning interlocked within the sky. Determination filled his face. I can't stay here. I've got to get away. The tribulation lightning is here for me, but it's provoked a response from the blood immortal's sacrificial altar. He flicked his wide sleeve to scoop up Chu Yuyan. Using the incredible power of his perfect foundation's spiritual sense, he examined the surroundings. He let out a cold harumph. In various cracks and fissures in the area, Chu Yuyan had hidden quite a few complete minor pills. He collected them together, then flew up and out of the volcano. This was the first time in half a year that he had been able to leave this place. Now that he was able to, his heart filled with anticipation regarding the future. But the anticipation on his face quickly turned into shock. As he gazed off into the distance, he could clearly see a massive, ancient temple that had the appearance of a war chariot, currently in the midst of bombarding the heavens. Surrounding it were a myriad of figures emitting a shocking aura, locked in combat with the lightning from the heavens. The tribulation lightning was shocking to the extreme. Even one bolt of it was enough to cause Meng Hao to fill with a feeling of dread that caused his pupils to shrink. So, this is the tribulation lightning sent after me? His heart trembled. He could only imagine what would have happened inside the volcano if he hadn't entered the legacy zone after consuming the perfect foundation pill. The tribulation lightning had attempted to break open the blood immortal's legacy zone, and in doing so had provoked the legacy, which sent the ancient temple of doom into war. Had he faced it alone with his perfect foundation, he would have been completely destroyed. Breathing deeply, Meng Hao shot away as fast as possible, grasping Chu Yuyan in tow. His scalp was numb, and he felt incredibly anxious. This was because he had noticed that the blood-red glow was beginning to fade, and the image of the ancient temple of doom was growing indistinct. Thankfully, the tribulation lightning was also beginning to disperse. There seemed to be only one volley left, and then it would be gone. Actually, to flee to the world outside the volcano wasn't really the best choice, but Meng Hao had no choice but to do so, and flee as quickly as possible. He knew that the tribulation from the heavens would attract widespread notice. Surely there were already many people in the surrounding areas. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ceased, the area would be crawling with cultivators. Under those circumstances, it would be very difficult to escape. Only if he made his move now would he be able to take advantage of the chaos. Exactly as Meng Hao had suspected, the surrounding area was already filled with nearly 1,000 cultivators who had been attracted to the area by the tribulation from the heavens. Of course, none of them dared to enter the area, instead choosing to watch from a distance. Now that the tribulation was fading, their eyes began to glitter. It wasn't clear who went first. In an instant, all of them flew forward from all directions, filling the tribulation zone. Meng Hao was fleeing as fast as possible. He suddenly frowned, his eyes flashing. He stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself for the space of a few breaths. Then his eyes filled with determination. If I keep going, I'll definitely run into some cultivators. Their first reaction will be to doubt me. If I don't continue flying in this direction, then I can do this. He turned around. Instead of flying toward the border of the tribulation area, he headed directly toward its center. This was opposite of his original direction. He didn't fly quickly, however. And as for Chu Yuyan, he had long since deposited her into the bag of the cosmos. It was not a bag of holding, after all, and its insides were an entire world. It was capable of temporarily holding a living person inside. Meng Hao flew along, carefully observing his surroundings. After about the space of about 10 breaths, his expression flickered. Ahead of him had suddenly appeared a group of about 10 cultivators. Like prismatic beams of light, they shot through the air toward him. The group of 10 split up. 3 or 4 of them shot forward at top speed, their gazes fixed upon Meng Hao. Their gazes immediately passed over him. He gave off the impression that he was doing exactly what they were, searching the tribulation zone. Currently, his eyes were fixed on the ground, not looking up toward them. Were it the opposite, they would have moved to bar his way. It was at this exact moment that the Temple of Ancient Doom completely disappeared. As the bloody red glow faded away, the thunder and clouds also began to break apart. But there was one lightning bolt that did not seem willing to abandon its mission. Even as everything disappeared around it, it shot down from the sky, directly toward Meng Hao. As it descended, it was clearly fading. However, it was still incredibly fast. it would without doubt fall onto Meng Hao. When it landed on him, regardless of how minor the injuries, it would most definitely arouse the notice of the surrounding cultivators. If they started to make speculations, then Meng Hao would definitely be in danger. At the moment, the 10 or so cultivators were gaping in shock as the lightning bolt approached from the distance. They immediately began to retreat. At this critical juncture, Meng Hao's mind was spinning. He suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. In a loud voice, he said, "So, there are some tribulation lightning aftershocks. Finally, I, Wang, get some good fortune from the heavens for me." Continuing to laugh, he charged onward. He waved his right hand, and instantly, the lightning mist appeared around him. Amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding cultivators, he shot directly toward the tribulation lightning bolt. "Is this guy crazy?" He called himself Wang. Maybe he's from the Wang clan. From their perspective, rather than seeing the tribulation lightning seek out Meng Hao, they saw him rushing toward it. And this was exactly what Meng Hao wanted. A massive explosion radiated outward. The tribulation lightning slammed into the lightning mist surrounding Meng Hao. A rumbling roar rose up, and Meng Hao's body trembled. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and within him, his 3 Dao pillars narrowly escaped being destroyed. This was only one tribulation lightning bolt that had been weakened by who knew how much. Furthermore, it had grown more and more weak as it descended down. Thankfully, it had occurred in this way. Meng Hao knew in his heart that he had gotten lucky. Without the blood immortal sacrificial altar, and without the temple of ancient doom, the moment he had achieved perfection, he would have perished. As the tribulation lightning dissipated from Meng Hao's body, it turned into innumerable arcs of electricity, which were then absorbed by his lightning mist. It seemed the lightning flag had also been damaged by the tribulation lightning. However, it was now able to reinforce itself. The lightning glow increased in intensity, as if it had undergone some sort of baptism. This left Meng Hao shocked, but he still managed to let out a loud laugh. "I didn't come here in vain, after all," he said, flicking his sleeve and laughing. "With the help of the tribulation lightning, my magical treasure has become complete. Excellent. Excellent." With that, he shot forward, looking for all appearances, as if he were seeking more tribulation lightning. This guy is refining treasures. Refining treasures with tribulation lightning. This Wang fellow is really daring. You were only looking at the treasure refining. You weren't looking at him. When the tribulation lightning hit him, it was like a baptism. For people who practice lightning-type cultivation, this kind of thing is extremely beneficial. The 10 cultivators charged onward, looking for more signs of tribulation lightning aftershocks. Chapter 136, Zhou Daya. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as the 10 cultivators passed him up. He continued to fly onward, although not as quickly. Soon, the other cultivators were much further past him. His eyes flickered slightly. He didn't leave, but continued to follow them, looking exactly as if he were seeking the source of the heavenly tribulation and, like the rest of the others, more tribulation lightning. "Why did that heavenly tribulation come?" said Meng Hao in the same tone as the others. He looked very thoughtful as he asked, "What is there about this place that provoked it?" "Good question. I've never seen heavenly tribulation like that before. Don't tell me there was a person here transcending tribulation? No one has done teach. At since ancient times, although you can read about it in the ancient records. Yeah, it's really weird." It was afternoon by the time the tribulation clouds began to disperse. The midday sun shone over the land. Nearly 1,000 people were scouring the area, but couldn't find any clues. Eventually, though, they found the volcano. Before anyone could enter it, 3 beams of light appeared overhead, each of them 300 meters wide. Soon 3 people appeared. No one could see their faces clearly as they flew directly into the mouth of the volcano. Even though the surrounding cultivators couldn't see their faces, they could sense the powerful pressure they radiated. Only late core formation cultivators in the pseudo-nascent soul stage could emit pressure like that. Within the large group of people, Meng Hao's pupils constricted. However, he didn't bat an eyelid. Moments later, the 3 people flew out from within the volcano. Their eyes swept over the crowd, which allowed everyone to see their appearances clearly. It's the Black Cloud Elders. So, it's them. They're the honor guard of the Black Civ Outer Sect. This place is within the area controlled by the Black Civ sect, so for them to appear is nothing out of the ordinary. Now that they're here, there's really no point for us to be here. The 3 old cultivators wore long black robes, upon which were embroidered flowery cloud shapes. After looking around, the 3 of them seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. Then a voice rang out. "This area is sealed. Leave this place." They sat cross-legged in midair as one of the 3 produced a jade slip. He flicked his sleeve, and the jade slip transformed into a black mist which rose up into the sky. Meng Hao lowered his head with a resigned look on his face, just like the surrounding crowd, then began to disperse along with them. "So, it turns out this place is close to the Black Civ sect. thought Meng Hao looking off into the distance. Suddenly, he increased his speed, transforming into a prismatic beam and shooting away. His right hand slapped his bag of the cosmos, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He looked at it closely. Wow. The wind generated by that rock blew all the way to the Black Civ sect. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind of that day back in the Reliance sect when he had walked along with Elder Sister Sue. I wonder how Elder Sister Sue is doing, he thought. He flew along for a few more days. After a while, he suddenly frowned. Spotting a location some distance away, he landed down next to a patch of forest. His right hand slapped his bag of the cosmos, and Chu Yuyan flew out. Her face was pale, and the instant she appeared, she looked at Meng Hao with cold eyes. She didn't say a word. His face calm, Meng Hao knelt down and ran his hands across her body. Of course, it was impossible not to feel the litheness of her figure. Her eyes widened and fury covered her face.
What
are you doing? She cried. But even as the words came out of her mouth, Meng Hao pulled his hand out from deep within the warmth of her robe to reveal 4 medicinal pills. These pills belong to me, he said, tucking them away. He had long since guessed that Chu Yuyan had hidden away some of the perfect foundation minor ingredient pills that she had concocted. Seeing him take away the pills, she let out humph. Her cultivation base was now restored, but being tied up within the black net, she had no way to free herself. As we agreed, I'm going to let you go. Meng Hao looked down at her, then waved his right hand. The black net widened, and then flew off of her. I told you I would get you out of there, and Meng Hao never goes back on his word. Almost the same instant that Meng Hao took back the black net, Chu Yuyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her cultivation base was back at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and now it seemed as if she were about to flash an incantation gesture. Meng Hao looked at her indifferently, as calm as ever. Her heart sank, and she said nothing for a moment. A complicated expression appeared on her face. The enmity between us is settled, she said, gritting her teeth. But when we meet in the future, we will still be enemies. As for everything that happened in the volcano, you can never speak of it to anyone. If you do, I will be forced to kill you. She hadn't been awake for long, and didn't know what had happened regarding the tribulation or the blood immortal legacy. But as for her feelings toward Meng Hao, they were vastly different than what she had felt when she first met him. He looked like he was still at the early foundation establishment stage. But the way he stood there so calmly filled her with a powerful dread. That dread was partly because of what she had experienced during the half-year inside the volcano. The other was because of a feeling of imminent danger which rose up from within her heart. She sensed that if she attacked at this moment, she would be doing something she would regret forever. Her cold words having been spoken, she suddenly flew up into the air, transforming into a white beam that shot off into the distance. At the moment, she wanted nothing more than to get as far away from him as possible. The events of the past half-year in the volcano were now complex memories that would never be forgotten. Meng Hao watched her beautiful, slender form slowly disappear. He also thought back to the half-year in the volcano. He thought about when her garment had been in rags, revealing her tender, snow-white skin and graceful figure. He stood there smiling slightly for a moment, before coolly saying, "If you've seen enough, you can come out now." His voice was met with only silence from the surrounding area. He lifted his right hand, and a 300-meter-long flame dragon appeared. Instantly, the entire area filled with blistering heat. "No, no, no," said Anala. Hermed voice. "Fellow Daoist, there's no need to get excited." The voice came from the air not too far away. Suddenly, a shimmering figure appeared which then coalesced into a young man. He had a somewhat depraved look to him, and in his hand was a paper talisman. He looked nervously at Meng Hao. The flame dragon's massive head was staring directly at him, its sinister eyes glowing. It seemed to be covering his every path of escape as it approached. His expression as normal as ever, Meng Hao said, "His Excellency has been following me for a while. I'm curious as to his objective." His eyes flashed coldly, causing deep anxiety to well up in the heart of the depraved-looking cultivator. His cultivation base was at the early foundation establishment stage. But facing up against Meng Hao, he felt an incredible pressure bearing down on him. This was especially so because of the 300-meter-long fire dragon that Meng Hao had summoned. His heart shook. From what he could tell, this fire dragon seemed to have the power of a cultivation base of the late foundation establishment stage. The fire dragon's appearance had basically locked down the entire area, forcing him to reveal himself. "Senior, I am Zhou Daya from the Golden Frost sect," he said, his face pale. He quickly held out his identification medallion for Meng Hao to see. "Fellow Daoist, please do not attack. I have no ill intentions. I just happened to see the flag you used to absorb the tribulation lightning. I was very excited and followed you to see if I could have a chance to trade for it." Having followed Meng Hao this entire time, of course, he'd seen Chu Yuyan. He recognized her, obviously, and was shocked. He knew that Chu Yuyan was a chosen of the Violet Fate sect and also Wang Tingfei's beloved and fiancé. And yet, he had just observed her wearing men's clothing, which obviously belonged to the young man who now stood in front of him. Seeing the complicated look in her eyes, and having heard what she said to Meng Hao, Zhou Daya, of course, had experienced countless speculations in his heart as to what was going on. In fact, he had come to the conclusion that he must have just witnessed some form of adultery. This in turn caused him to feel quite nervous. However, it also caused him to feel extremely excited. It's adultery, he thought. 2 adulterers. If the little patriarch knew about this, he would be really happy. In fact, he might even give me some kind of reward. The Golden Frost sect, said Meng Hao, gazing coldly at the depraved-looking cultivator. He frowned. Do you know Li Fugue? Li Fugue, said Zhou Daya, looking surprised. You mean Little Patriarch? Of course I know him. Everyone in the Golden Frost sect knows the Little Patriarch. From the expression Meng Hao saw when he looked into his eyes, it didn't seem as if he was lying. Meng Hao felt a tug at his heart. How could Fatty have become a Little Patriarch, he thought to himself. After a moment, his eyes fell to the paper talisman that Zhou Daya held in hand. Zhou Daya's heart flip-flopped. He hated to part with the talisman, but he forced himself to hand it over. Fellow Daoist, please don't take offense. I, Zhou Daya, acted crudely today. Please accept my invisibility talisman as a token of apology for my indiscretion. Meng Hao eyed the invisibility talisman, sweeping it over with his spiritual sense. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary about it, he accepted it. The Golden Frost sect is based in the state of frigid snow, said Meng Hao coolly, his eyes narrow. What brings you to this area? The Black Civ sect didn't participate in the Blood Immortal Legacy tournament, he replied carefully. Therefore, the sect dispatched orders to myself and a few others to come here and investigate. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There are people from various other sects in the area as well. Not long after I arrived, I saw the Tribulation Lightning. He seemed to be especially emphasizing that he was not alone here in the Black Civ sect region. Did your investigation produce any results? Asked Meng Hao placidly. This type of thing isn't easy to investigate. Recently, the Black Civ sect has been distributing a lot of treasures to attract rogue cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. After thinking about it for a while, I really think something is wrong with the whole situation. Meng Hao's facial expression didn't change. He looked at Zhou Daya for a moment, then without another word, flicked his sleeve and disappeared in a beam of light. As his figure disappeared over the horizon, Zhou Daya's heart began to relax. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Standing in front of Meng Hao, he had felt incredible pressure bearing down on him and had been careful to exercise extreme caution. Now, he was extremely happy, and his eyes shone brightly. Adultery. That guy and Chu Yuyen committed adultery. She was even wearing his clothes. I have to get back as soon as possible to tell Little Patriarch about it. This news is going to make him super happy. Back in the sect, Zhou Daya was somewhat of a gossip and loved to spread news. Having come across what he believed to be an excellent rumor, he immediately flew up into the air, heading back toward the sect's established rendezvous point. Chapter 137, 10th Patriarch of the Wang Clan. A few days earlier. The Southern Domain. The state of cloudy skies. This nation existed in the center of the Southern Domain. It encompassed a huge territory, vastly larger than the state of Zhao. Even in the Southern Domain, nations like this could be counted on one hand. Within the state of cloudy skies, there were no sects whatsoever. It was one of those uncommon nations that didn't have sex. Instead, in this nation there was a clan. This clan was named Wang. And this nation was also named Wang. Male members of the Wang clan who were mortal and could not practice kultai. Vatayan became part of the royal family of the state of cloudy skies. Those who could practice cultivation entered the Wang ancestral mansion. As for cultivators without the surname Wang, they formed auxiliary branches of the Wang clan. It had been this way for generation after generation. After Meng Hao consumed the perfect foundation pill and emerged from the Blood Immortal Legacy Zone, a sound could be heard. This sound came from the 10th mountain amongst the 3,000 forbidden mountains within the state of cloudy skies. It was the sound of breathing. The 3,000 forbidden mountains of the Wang clan were not connected. They were dispersed throughout the state of cloudy skies. Underneath each mountain was a wooden coffin. Only the most powerful members of the Wang clan could, upon death, be buried underneath one of the forbidden mountains. According to the legends, one of the Wang clan patriarchs from tens of thousands of years ago was buried in one of the forbidden mountains, although no one knew which one. There were many deep secrets within the Wang clan, many of which the 5 great sects only had general information about. Clues could be found in the ancient records, but the Wang clan secrets were just endless, and their history too deep. According to the legends, they came from the stars. Right now, within the 10th mountain, was a world of crimson light, the glow of blood and of fire. Here was a boiling sea that it seemed could never be extinguished within 10,000 years. Deep within the recesses of this volcano was a red coffin. The The coffin had no cover. Resting inside was an old man. His face was covered with wrinkles, and his body was skinny and shriveled, as if he had been dead for a very, very long time. And yet, no death aura whatsoever emanated off of the corpse. In fact, his eyes slowly opened, and when they did, the peaceful sea of fire suddenly began to move. It was not burning higher. In fact, the broiling heat seemed to reduce a bit. "I feel a perfect aura," murmured the old man. His voice was extremely hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a very long time. When he did speak, the entire 10th mountain began to rumble. This rumbling immediately drew the attention of the elder members of the Wang clan. Multiple figures suddenly emerged from within the Wang ancestral mansion. These old clan members' faces were filled with excitement. Based on their understanding, within the 10th mountain was one of their patriarchs. "Perfection," said the person inside the coffin, his eyes flashing with a mysterious light. When his eyes flashed, the roaring of the 10th mountain grew more intense. The group that had come from the Wang ancestral mansion all saluted respectfully. "Prepare 3,000 rebirth stones," said the old man in the coffin, his voice echoing out of the 10th mountain. "The time has come for me to reincarnate." When they heard this, the group of old clan members' faces grew even more excited. At the peak of the Dao-seeking stage, I sealed my cultivation base. At first, I thought that like members of the elder generation, I could only struggle on death's door, gazing at immortality and sighing, ignorant and unable to take those final steps. I couldn't step into the stars and return to my clan members. A slight smile appeared on the shriveled face of the old man. The smile seemed to be filled with an intense, ghastly strangeness. "But now, I have hope." His smile grew wider, and his eyes shone even more powerfully. The legendary founder of the Wang clan passed down a truth of the Tao from generation to generation. He was born mediocre, but one year, he was able to wrest away someone's foundation establishment, and thus tread the path of a powerful expert. Then, he became a legend. Now, a perfect foundation has appeared. I too shall tread the path of the legendary founder. I shall wrest away perfection, and then take the next step, immortal ascension. Except, this person's cultivation base is too weak. It's not sufficient to sustain my immortal ascension. I must wait a bit longer, just wait a bit, wait. Within the coffin, the old man's smile grew more vigorous. Then, after a while, he closed his eyes. The sea of fire within the 10th mountain once again dared to rekindle its inextinguishable flames. Several days later, underneath a seemingly endless, cloudless sky, a bright, greenish beam of light shot through the air. This was Meng Hao, slicing through the sky. As for Zhou Dia, Meng Hao had known all along that the young man was following him, but let him go anyway. Of course, there were some things that he shouldn't have heard, which Meng Hao prevented him from hearing. In any case, he was connected to Fatty somehow, so he'd let him go. It took a lot of spirit stones to concoct the perfect foundation pill. I still have some left, but not many. Meng Hao frowned, examining his bag of the cosmos and letting out a sigh. Before I entered the cultivation world, I was running low on silver. After I became a Qi condensation cultivator, I was always running low on spirit stones. Now I've reached foundation establishment, but I'm still running low on spirit stones. His brow furrowed as his longing for spirit stones was once again kindled. Now that his cultivation practice had reached this level, his need for spirit stones was even greater. And then there's the poison of the 3-colored resurrection lily. If I can't dispel it, it's going to be a real problem. His frown deepened. Furthermore, he muttered to himself, even though I'm much more powerful now that I have a perfect foundation, I'm cut off from heaven and earth. I have no way to absorb spiritual energy. The only way to get it is by consuming pills. I can't keep doing that forever. But he had been prepared for that. Given a second chance, he would definitely choose to consume the perfect foundation pill. You win some, you lose some. It's fair. Meng Hao lifted his head. Smacking the bag of the cosmos, he retrieved the blood-colored mask. A warm feeling filled his heart. Despite my current situation, at least I acquired the blood immortal legacy. Now I just have to wait for the mastiff to wake up. Then everything will be a bit better. His eyes shone with anticipation. He cast his spiritual sense deep into the blood-colored mask. He could sense the mastiff's slumbering form. Though he had no idea when it might awaken, he could sense a powerful pressure emanating from it, a pressure which was continuing to grow more powerful. And then there's this flag. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. His spiritual sense fell onto the dilapidated flag of 3 streamers. His spiritual sense entered it, only to find that it was like an ocean. Compared to it, Meng Hao's spiritual sense was incredibly small. He had no way whatsoever to do anything with it. However, he was able to sense an incredibly might within it like that of the heavens. It seemed mighty enough to lay waste to heaven and earth. My cultivation base isn't sufficient. Even though this treasure is somewhat broken down, it was still inside the Blood Immortals Legacy Zone. It must be extremely valuable. When my cultivation base is strong enough, I'll be able to use it, and I'm sure it will be powerful enough to shock the heavens. Palpitating with anticipation, he withdrew his spiritual sense. It was then that he caught sight of the character written on the third streamer, GG. Why does it have the character G on it? Is it a family name? He thought about it for a bit, then focused his attention on the scroll of the Blood Immortal Legacy. The instant he looked at it, he felt as if his head were about to be split in half. To the average person, this pain would be excruciating and difficult to bear. But to Meng Hao, it was nothing compared to the anguish he suffered during his poison flare-ups. His expression flickered somewhat, but as he focused on the splitting pain in his head, he caught sight of a special technique. Spirit-devouring scripture. Meng Hao's heart trembled as the three blood-colored characters appeared in front of him and branded themselves indelibly onto his mind. Meng Hao's head began to thrum as it was filled with an ancient voice. It was impossible to say whether the voice was male or female. If you cultivate according to my scripture, you can wrest control of spirit and blood and fuse them into your body. Refine them into a body of blood, spirit of blood, a blood immortal, a blood Tao. There are countless cultivation methods in heaven and earth. The bloodline of my legacy stretches back to the powerful first founder. The bloodline contains his will and can be passed on to tens of thousands of generations. When the bloodline is awakened in the descendants, they shall possess latent talent. My technique can be used to wrest away latent talent and then sense the almighty will of the founder. Refine the body, make the latent talent yours. Some have even tried to bring the ghost of the founder into the world, to destroy immortals and devils. Practicing cultivation according to the technique of my legacy is an insult to the heavens. But fear not ghosts and divinities. Overturn the vault of the heavens with a flip of a hand. Lower your head to cause heaven and earth to mourn. Slowly a scripture came to be branded onto Meng Hao's mind. Then a vast amount of miscellaneous information about the mask poured into his head. I am the Blood Immortal. My whole life was spent battling the heavens. I met defeat only thrice. I wrested spirits away from heaven and earth. Because I desired to wrest away the bloodline of G, the heavens shunned me and longed for my destruction. My body could be destroyed, but not my will. I was not willing to give in because of 3 defeats. Therefore, I created 3 techniques: the Blood Finger, the Blood Palm, and the Blood Death World. Descendants of the legacy of my Tao, do not forget that you must wrest away the bloodline of G. Make the Tao of heaven weep and the earth mourn. Remember the techniques of the Blood Immortal, the 9 killing magics. Remember, the day your Tao is achieved, put on my mask and hoist the flag of 3 streamers. Defy the ancients, topple the heavens. Without a face, a single word, the flames of war unify. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that fill the sky. Capture the gods, advance the troops, fire consumes the towers. Forge all spirits and bloodlines into the 9 killing powers. Meng Hao's body trembled, and he opened his eyes. He was still flying through the sky, above a vast empty space and barren mountains. His eyes continued to swim, and his mind echoed with the archaic voice. Wrest away bloodline, achieve success. The strength of the bloodline is up to the glory of the founder. Wrested latent talent of the bloodline can be refined into a body of blood, a body refined outside the body. No one person can hold the power of an entire bloodline. The blood of 3 generations is required to refine even a minor blood clone. If 6 generations of bloodlines are congealed, then a magnificent blood spirit can be achieved. If 9 generations of blood, then the great circle of the blood spirit can be completed. The ancestors determine the strength of a bloodline. The stronger the past generations, the stronger the blood spirit. Thus, it becomes death. 9 bloodlines, 9 experts. They become the 9 deaths, 9 deaths fused into one. This is the Blood Tao. Meng Hao panted, his mouth dry. At the moment, he was no longer flying. He had landed onto a barren mountain, where he now sat cross-legged, feeling the spirit-devouring scripture pulsing through his head. This was the complete scripture, the full legacy. But within the legacy was something that filled Meng Hao with the reek of blood. He sat in thought for a long time, before his eyes began to shine.
T.
Here are 4 magics within. Meng Hao was thoughtful for a while before looking down at the mask in his hand. The mask was completely featureless, with no eyes, nose, ears, or mouth. As he looked at it, his hand began to grow warm, and his eyes shined. It seemed as if he were about to put the mask onto his face. As the mask neared his face, it grew warmer and began to squirm. A bloody aura emanated from it. Just as Meng Hao was about to place it on his face, the copper mirror within his bag of holding suddenly let out a sharp sound that was like the call of a bird. The bird call entered Meng Hao's mind, and his heart trembled. The light in his eyes suddenly became clear, and he suddenly put the mask down. His eyes filled with a hard look. Are you looking to die, you discarnate soul? Chapter 138. Good luck charm. As Meng Hao uttered the words, his left hand flickered in an incantation gesture. He pressed a finger onto his solar plexus, and some blood from his cultivation base seeped out of his mouth. This blood was very precious. Cultivators could only produce so much of it. But Meng Hao didn't hesitate. He wiped the cultivation blood off of his lips with a finger, then pressed the finger onto the mask. According to the spirit-devouring scripture branded onto his mind, this was a simple method to take control of the mask. His fingers sank inside, deep into the mask's recesses. It pushed very far back, into a distant corner. There, face gloomy and uncooperative, was the Li clan patriarch. Your will is weak, cried the Li clan patriarch shrilly. Therefore, the mask tried to bewitch you. Meng Hao's finger paused before the Li clan patriarch. His eyes were cold, and he said nothing. After a moment, he pushed down, causing the Li clan patriarch to let out a shrill, depressed groan. His body grew dim as he was pressed down. It seemed as he might fade away. In the outside world, I could destroy you countless times over with a single finger, roared the Li clan patriarch furiously. Filled with stubbornness, he glared out with fading eyes. Meng Hao's finger paused, then slowly moved back. But then, just when the Li clan patriarch was heaving a sigh of relief, it pushed back down onto him. Another miserable cry rang out, not depressed, but anguished. The Li clan patriarch's body wasn't just growing dim, it was now draining blood qi. He looked incredibly dismal. However, he continued to hold his head up and glare at Meng Hao's finger. Was I bewitched by the mask itself, or were you secretly guiding it? Asked Meng Hao coolly. We're both well aware of what happened. These two finger attacks are punishment, and the repercussions have not disappeared. If it happens again, then I, Meng Hao, will be forced to break our agreement and obliterate you from existence. He pulled his finger back. The Li clan patriarch might look strong-willed on the surface, but was actually very perturbed on the inside. Fear lingered in his heart because of Meng Hao's ruthless tactics. Just now, he really had taken advantage of Meng Hao's period of enlightenment regarding the spirit-devouring scripture. He had secretly used some special methods to influence the mask and try to get Meng Hao to wear it. Just when he thought he had succeeded, Meng Hao had come to his senses. This discarnate soul is very strange, said Meng Hao, glancing at the mask. It's not because of the blood divinity, there must be some other reason. Having removed his finger, he squeezed some blood to drop onto the spirit of the Li clan patriarch. As the blood descended, it turned into a blood mist, which then enveloped the Li clan patriarch. Miserable screams echoed out. Meng Hao's expression was as usual. He pulled back his spiritual sense, allowing the Li clan patriarch to continuously wail inside the mask. A part of the legacy Meng Hao had acquired was a warning from the Blood Immortal. Now he knew that he should not put the mask on casually. If he did, he might lose himself. The Blood Immortal hadn't even explained the origin of the mask, and it seemed to have countless changes within it. However, wearing it had many advantages. Many of the techniques and magic of the Blood Immortal legacy could only be used while wearing the mask. For example, the 4 great magics. However, without a core foundation cultivation base, the mask could not be worn under any circumstances. That having been said, the techniques created by the Blood Immortal after his 3 defeats, the finger, the palm, and the death world, did not require the use of the mask. Instead, they had been branded onto Meng Hao's mind. Even though I'm the winner of the legacy, I couldn't control the power of the mask just now. And yes, that discarnate soul could. The Mastiff clearly took over the mask and became the weapon spirit, so how could the discarnate soul have done it? Meng Hao's expression didn't change, but this issue was certainly weighing on his heart. It was one of the reasons why he hadn't simply slain the Li clan patriarch. Putting the mask back into his bag of the cosmos, Meng Hao sat silently in thought. He looked around carefully, then took out the copper mirror. Holding it in his hands, he examined it carefully. If it weren't for the noise from the mirror just now, Meng Hao most certainly would have put on the mask. He wasn't sure what would have resulted, but considering the warning of the Blood Immortal, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in his heart. The sound just now was just like the call of a bird. He looked at the copper mirror for a while, and even sent his spiritual sense into it. But nothing happened, so, after some time passed, he put it back. Then, he lifted up the good luck charm he had acquired from Patriarch Reliance. He had studied it in the past to no avail. But this time, as he held it in his hand, he rotated his cultivation base and sent some spiritual energy into. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. So, it does have a fun. Tian, I wonder how Elder Sister Su is doing nowadays. I haven't seen her for so many years. I wonder if she'll remember me? An image coalesced in Meng Hao's mind of Su Qing's cold demeanor as she talked about the cosmetic enhancement pill. A warm look appeared on his face. It's been so many years. Meng Hao slowly raised his head and looked off into the distance. A long time passed before he rose to his feet and flew off of the barren mountain, heading off into the distance. Half a month later, a walled city within the Black Civ sect territory. A bustling city of cultivators. A young man sat in an inn, dressed in long, black scholar's robes. He sipped from a cup of alcohol he held in his hand. Occasionally, he would lift his head to look out the window toward the city center and the towering black pagoda there that rose up into the sky. This young man's skin was a bit dark, but his demeanor was scholarly and refined. He had delicately chiseled features that, coupled with his scholar's clothes, truly gave him the air of a mortal intellectual. He had a simple but elegant gait, with bright eyes that were filled with intelligence. His lips were pursed in a way that seemed to indicate he was not easy to approach. This was none other than Meng Hao. He had arrived in this place a few days ago to confirm the widely spread rumors regarding the Black Civ sect. He wanted to go see Su Qing but obviously couldn't just directly go looking for her. Instead, he figured he would take advantage of the gathering of rogue Foundation establishment cultivators called by the Black Civ sect. He wasn't sure exactly when the gathering was to take place, but he decided to come ahead to gather some information before making any final decision. I never imagined that there would actually be a Tower of Tang here, he muttered to himself, his eyes sweeping over the black pagoda off in the distance.
1.
Before, he had assumed that Towers of Tang only existed in the cities of mortal. But here one was right in the city of cultivators. He looked quietly at the Tower of Tang for a while, then put down his cup of alcohol. In his hand appeared an ancient piece of jade, covered with cracks. It wasn't the demon sealing jade, but rather the good luck charm Meng Hao had taken from Patriarch Reliance. He had studied it several times in the past but hadn't been able to determine its use. After establishing a perfect foundation, however, he had been able to reach some conclusions based on various clues. This good luck charm can actually shift a person's location. It's like a random teleport. Unfortunately, it's covered with cracks and can only be used a few times. He turned the good luck charm over and over in his fingers. By casting his spiritual sense into, he could sense it emanating its teleportation ability. There is no set teleportation destination. In other words, once used, the good luck charm could send me anywhere. I can't just test it out randomly. He glanced over the good luck charm again, then put it away. Considering his experience with the rock, he didn't want to be taken anywhere beyond his control. Who knew what terrible situation he might find himself in? As he sat and thought, more and more cultivators began to fill up the inn. This place only sold one type of alcohol, brewed from bamboo. It didn't burn in the mouth, but upon sliding down the throat, it let off a burning heat. Once in the stomach, it burned even hotter, causing the whole body to heat up. Such a feeling is hard to describe. If you liked such a feeling, then you would end up loving it. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't be willing to drink a drop. Not far from Meng Hao, a group of cultivators was conversing in low voices. Everyone's being a bit more cautious than usual. There's a lot of unfamiliar Foundation establishment cultivators around lately. That's right. They're all rogue cultivators, fishes and dragons mixed together. In fact, I saw a guy a few days ago who had intense killing intent. I think he must be a savage cultivator from the Black Lands. They're all here for the reward posted by the Black Civ sect. The Black Civ sect really didn't hold anything back. They're offering Civ Earth pills. Those are one of the 5 most effective pills for the Foundation establishment stage. It's even said that Grandmaster Pill Demon from the Violet Fate sect sings its praises. No one outside of the Black Civ sect can concoct it. It's not that they can't, it's that they're not able. Each Civ Earth pill is inscribed with a talismanic seal. Regardless of person or sect, if any attempts to concoct it, they will face the threat of extermination by the Black Civ sect. From their tone, it was obvious that they coveted the Civ Earth pills. In the midst of their discussion, someone entered from outside. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His expression was ice cold, and as he stepped foot into the inn, his gaze swept the crowd before he took a seat in the corner. He produced a chip of iron about the size of a fingernail, which he fiddled with as he sat there thinking, occasionally looking around the room. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He lifted his cup to his mouth and took a drink. He had been sitting there an entire day. Outside, the sun filled the sky with its glow. He had heard quite a bit about the Black Civ sect's gathering of Foundation establishment cultivators. Anyone cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage could participate and receive a Civ Earth pill, regardless of background or heritage. Anyway, back to the point. What exactly is the Black Civ sect trying to accomplish? They're one of the dignified 5 great sects of the Southern Domain. Why are they gathering so many Foundation establishment cultivators? There's obviously something strange going on. To offer up Civ Earth pills shows that whatever it is, it's obviously incredibly dangerous. Brother Sun, your information is a bit out of date. According to the rumors that I heard, the Black Civ sect discovered the site of an ancient battlefield. They've already tried to search it a few times, but were resisted by some ancient spell. If they can get enough Foundation Establishment cultivators to replace the eye of the spell, then they can break through. Obviously, it's incredibly dangerous. All of the rumors are just hearsay. Ancient battlefields are always incredibly inauspicious. No wonder the Black Civ sect is offering up Civ Earth pills. Although their voices were low and not very clear within the inn, considering Meng Hao had 3 perfect Dao pillars and could hold his own against the late Foundation Establishment stage, hearing the conversation of these individuals was not difficult. A perfect foundation was a legend that had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Once he reached the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, he would be a match for Dao children of the various sects and clans. That having been said, having a perfect foundation was very dangerous. This danger came when it came time to pass into core formation. During that time, the heavenly tribulation would be incredibly powerful, far more powerful than that of the Foundation Establishment stage. Meng Hao wasn't sure if he could pass through it. After all, if he hadn't been assisted by the Blood Immortal and the ancient Temple of Doom, then he surely would have perished under the tribulation lightning. Well, core formation tribulation is very far away. I can think about it now, but I shouldn't worry too much. Meng Hao took another drink from his glass. A warm, burning sensation filled his body. Meng Hao thought about the information from Shangguan Xiu's turtle shell, which described the perfect foundation and the perfect gold core. I wonder, when I reach core formation, will I be able to refine a perfect gold core? What will that be like? He hesitated for a moment, then put the matter aside. However, he had decided that he would begin to gather the ingredients needed to refine a perfect gold core. Dusk was approaching, and there were few cultivators left in the inn. Meng Hao was just about to get up and leave, when suddenly his expression changed. He turned his head, looking further back into the inn. There in the corner was the black-robed young man. He was no longer frowning, but instead was staring coldly at Meng Hao. A killing aura slowly emanated from him, surrounding him and transforming into what seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "You have something I need," he said coldly, his eyes fixed on Meng Hao. If you're interested in previous appearances of the Tower of Tang, check out Chapter 1, Scholar Meng Hao, and Chapter 59, Unable to See Chang'an. Chapter 139, Thunderclap Leaf. As his cold voice rang out, the black-robed young man stood up. He strode forward to stand in front of Meng Hao's table. He stared at him coldly for a moment, then sat down. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he looked at the young man. He said nothing, instead raising the cup and taking another drink. "You have a thunderclap leaf," said the black-robed young man, looking at Meng Hao. He lifted his right hand, revealing a chip of iron laying on his palm. It glinted and emitted a blackish-green glow. "This is not ordinary iron," he continued coolly, his bearing insufferably proud. "This is a treasure of wood iron, birthed at the moment a tree was struck by lightning. It is especially sensitive to lightning-based medicinal materials, such as the thunderclap leaf. So, do you want to trade your thunderclap leaf?" He placed the chip of iron onto the table. The movement seemed ordinary, but as his hand moved, a glow burst out from his palm, which transformed into an arc of electricity that expanded out. The young man was at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. As the arc of electricity spread out, his cultivation base enveloped the area, including Meng Hao. Killing intent slowly roiled out of him. It seemed as if Meng Hao were to even say half of the word no, the young man would attack. His eyes glowed with coldness. "Screw off," said Meng Hao indifferently, taking a sip of alcohol. The instant he said this, the black-robed young man frowned. "I haven't left the Blacklands for quite a few years. It seems people in the outside world have gotten really arrogant." A cold smile twisted the corners of his mouth as he slowly began to lift up his right hand. Meng Hao raised his head and looked at him. As soon Meng Hao's eye met the young man's entire body began to tremble. The hand which he had begun to lift up instantly stopped moving. He didn't dare to lift it any further. His heart began to beat quickly. Meng Hao's eyes were like 2 sharp swords which pierced his own. His heart thundered, and his head roared. His spiritual sense seemed unstable, and an icy coldness seemed to grow within him, causing cold sweat to cover his body. No killing intent radiated from his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by astonishment. The pressure exuded by Meng Hao had caused the black-robed youth's body to instantly become stiff. All of this was caused by a mere look from Meng Hao. This young man was not a cultivator of the state of clear skies, but rather a savage cultivator from the Blacklands. To him, bloody life-and-death battles were commonplace, so he had a sort of intuition when it came to matters of life and death. In this instant, he had a strong feeling that the person in front of him was not a cultivator at the early Foundation Establishment stage, but some savage spirit who could swallow him whole. The intense coldness multiplied, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. His heart beat rapidly, and he even felt as if his cultivation base were being suppressed. His face fell, and he didn't dare to move. The entire time, Meng Hao looked completely calm. Even though the person in front of him had emitted a killing aura and was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't take very long to slay him. Meng Hao put down his cup of alcohol. The final glance at the black-robed youth one last time, he rose, flicking his sleeve and leaving the inn. As he left, the black-robed young man's eyes suddenly flickered. He turned to look at Meng Hao's departing figure, his heart still fluttering with fear. A moment ago, he had been completely and utterly suppressed. It was not battle magic that had done it, but pure spiritual sense. What kind of cultivation base does this guy actually have? Thought the black-robed youth, his face flickering. It looks like early foundation establishment, but his spiritual sense exceeds mine exponentially. And although I couldn't sense any killing intent, as soon as he looked at me, my mind began to tremble. As Meng Hao disappeared into the distance, he suddenly stood up and began to walk after him. "Fellow Daoist, please wait," he blurted. "Senior, I am Lu Tao. Please, fellow Daoist, hear me out." He hastened forward, nearing Meng Hao. His attitude was completely different than from before. "I'm willing to pay for that thunderclap leaf," Lu Tao gushed as he approached Meng Hao. "If you can make yourself part with it, fellow Daoist, I would be extremely grateful. Whatever you want for it, I'll give, as long as I have it. Let's talk it over." The pressure exuded by Meng Hao was considerable, but the thunderclap leaf was very important to Lu Tao, so he really had no other choice. Meng Hao frowned, ignoring Lu Tao and proceeding forward. "Fellow Daoist, I beg of you. No matter how many spirit stones, magical items, or medicinal pills, I'm willing to negotiate. If I don't have what you want, I can think of a way to acquire it to offer in trade." He watched as Meng Hao continued to walk off toward a relatively remote area. This caused him to be a bit nervous. He knew that he had started out on the wrong foot. So, fearful that Meng Hao might suddenly attack him, he decided not to say anything more to provoke him. "Fellow Daoist, are you here for the Civ Earth pills of the Black Civ sect?" he asked resolutely. "Nowadays it's not hard to get your hands on them, but to get away safely is a different matter. Fellow Daoist, if you're willing to have a business discussion regarding parting with your treasure, I can refer you to a disciple of the Black Civ sect. This disciple has information about the Black Civ sect that outsiders could never know. It will definitely increase your chances of getting away safely with your Civ Earth pill." As the words left Lu Tao's mouth, Meng Hao continued walking. They were now in a remote, abandoned alley. "Fellow Daoist, Senior," Lu Tao said with a forced smile. "I very much wish to acquire the thunderclap leaf. It's very important to me. Is there anything you would be willing to trade for it?" His pace slowed a bit.
Men.
Ji Hao suddenly stopped and turned. He looked at Lu Tao. There was neither happiness nor anger in his expression. "Take out your wood iron treasure and let me see it," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes flashed brightly. When Lu Tao saw Meng Hao turn, it startled him. Without a word, he produced the wood iron treasure and offered it toward Meng Hao. The iron chip flew toward Meng Hao, who grabbed it out of the air. He sent some spiritual sense into it. Immediately, he was able to sense the thunderclap leaf within his bag of the cosmos. It emitted an aura of lightning that the iron chip absorbed. The iron chip then began to glitter. "So, he's not lying," thought Meng Hao. But the whole thing seems a bit too coincidental. He now knew that Lu Tao had used the iron chip to track him down because of the thunderclap leaf. But given his cautious personality, he still had some doubts. "I do happen to have a thunderclap leaf. If you want to trade, then you'll need to give a clear explanation of what you plan to do with it." He waved his right hand, tossing the wood iron treasure back to Lu Tao. The thunderclap leaf was something that Meng Hao had acquired from Patriarch Reliance. And in fact, he had acquired not just a leaf, but an entire tree. It had been protected by a restrictive spell cast by Patriarch Reliance. However, Meng Hao wasn't sure of its exact use. All he knew was that the lightning flag could be used to envelop and protect the thunderclap leaves. Well, Lu Tao hesitated a moment, looking at Meng Hao with a hint of irritation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and continued. "Senior, I have a life magic that can be refined from stone from the Lightning Fringe Mountains. In order to release its full power, I have spent the past few years searching everywhere for various lightning-type items. However, none of them can compare to the thunderclap leaf. It's just that thunderclap leaves are very rare, so when I sensed yours, I was too eager and accidentally offended you." In order to prove the reliability of his words, he pressed down on the pit of his stomach. An electric flow emerged from his mouth, which then transformed into a fist-sized rock. The rock was black, and its surface was encircled with arcs of electricity, as well as tiny plant-like vines that resembled rattan. "So, what was that you were saying about the Black Civ sect?" said Meng Hao coolly. "I can help you find someone from the Black Civ sect," he gushed. "They don't usually interact with strangers. If you pay this person a little bit, you can find out the reason why the Black Civ sect has arranged the gathering of cultivators. Fellow Daoist, if you're willing to trade me your thunderclap leaf, then I can take you to a secret meeting with me tonight. There will be about 7 or 8 other fellow Daoists there, along with a prestigious member of the senior generation to act as host. Not only can you trade magical items, you can also trade information. One of the people there is a Black Civ inner sect disciple. Fellow Taoist, please believe me. Nowadays, the state of Clear Skies has a bunch of dragons and snakes all jumbled together. There's good people and bad people all over the place. Cultivators from all sorts of sects and clans are here. Furthermore, there are many factions within the Black Civ sect. Of course, there will be conflicts between them. Therefore, news is bound to spread. It's normal. Of course, there's sure to be some bad information, but if all the information was fake, then no one would believe anything. So, of course, there will be some good information out there as well. You really will have to make your own judgment about that and to trust your intuition. Let me think about it for a bit, said Meng Hao, his face the same as ever. If I make a decision, I'll notify you. It was impossible for anyone to tell what he was thinking. He threw a jade slip to Lu Tao, who was about to continue to try to persuade him. Before he could, Meng Hao left the alley, walking quickly away and soon disappearing. Lu Tao had no choice but to watch him leave. But then, his eyes began to shine. The Constellation Priest of the Blacklands sect sure charges an arm and a leg, but what he said was mostly true. I really was able to sense the thunderclap leaf in this place. But now that I've found it, I have to think of some way to get it. Of course, since I infected this guy with my chi parasite, he'll never be able to get away from me. With a thunderclap leaf, I can refine the legendary eyeless larva. He held the jade slip in hand, his eyes glittering. Of course, he hadn't explained to Meng Hao the true details of how he planned to use the thunderclap leaf. Lost in thought, Lu Tao turned and left. What he hadn't noticed was that behind him was an invisible phantom figure, in whose hand was a flying insect about the size of a fingernail. It was trapped, unable to fly. The figure stood a short distance away from Lu Tao, looking at him coldly. As Lu Tao left, the figure followed him. This phantom was none other than Meng Hao, who had left, but had returned shortly afterward. He was using the invisibility talisman to secretly follow Lu Tao through the dark, starry night. Occasionally Lu Tao would take out the jade slip Meng Hao had given him. His face was gloomy as he eventually reached what appeared to be an ordinary mansion within the city. He knocked 3 times on the door, which then automatically slid open. Ripples seemed to spread out from the door as he entered. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao saw 4 or 5 more cultivators approaching. It was hard to tell whether they were men or women, but they were all of the Foundation establishment stage. One was even of the late Foundation establishment stage. Their faces were wrapped up, and they hurried along to the mansion, using the same method as Lu Tao to gain entrance. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. With the twist of a finger, he crushed the bug in his palm, then ripped up the talisman that concealed him. He flicked his sleeve, changing into a new set of clothing. He donned a wide bamboo hat and then covered his face with a cloth mask. Then, he walked toward the mansion. Chapter 140. Don't you know the rules? Meng Hao approached the mansion, lifted his hand, and knocked 3 times on the door. The door opened inwardly without a noise. Inside, everything was pitch black. There seemed to be some kind of black-colored shield in place. Looking at it, Meng Hao could see magical ripples on its surface, but nothing that indicated it would attack him. It was simply designed to control which cultivators could enter. Meng Hao observed it for a moment, thinking back to the several people who had arrived before him. He quickly understood. This prevents anyone other than Foundation establishment cultivators from entering. His face calm but covered by the bamboo hat, he strode forward into the shield. Within the space of a few breaths, a soft glow appeared, shining into his eyes. He now stood outside of what appeared to be the palace of a mortal prince. The palace was grand and imposing, like some enormous creature lying prone on the earth. It had a very solemn air to it. Outside the palace stood an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His expression was placid, and his cultivation base was at the late Foundation establishment stage. When he saw Meng Hao, he approached, eyes shining. He looked Meng Hao over and then quietly said, "Please produce your invitation slip, fellow Taoist. If you have no invitation slip, then your sect identification medallion will do." Meng Hao's eyes flickered beneath his bamboo hat. Without a word, he waved his hand, and a medallion flew forward to land in the old man's hand. The old man looked at it, and suddenly a look of respect appeared in his eyes. He handed the medallion back with 2 hands. "So, you're from the Violet." Meng Hao coughed, and the old man stopped talking. Without another word, he stepped back with a slight bow, allowing Meng Hao to continue. Meng Hao took the medallion back and strode past the old man into the palace. The medallion was the same one he had taken from Ding Exine. This was his second time going under an assumed name, and he was a bit more used to it this time. 1. He knew that this place would be a jumble of dragons and fish, quite chaotic. If they were really strictly checking the identities of the participants, then how could it be called a secret meeting? Having observed the outside for some time to analyze the situation, he now felt calm and unhurried. Upon entering the palace, he saw ornamental rock displays and streams over which arched dark green, wooden bridges. Not too far away was a pavilion, surrounded by musicians playing stringed instruments. The sound they produced was remarkable. 7 people were seated within the pavilion. Most of them maintained quite a bit of space from the others. As could be expected, they sat silently, sizing each other up. When Meng Hao entered, their gazes all came to rest on him. 3 of the 7 people wore masks. One of them was Lu Tao, who was sitting there frowning. His gaze passed over Meng Hao briefly. 2 others had not covered their faces. One was a woman who looked like a lady and appeared to be about 30 years old. She wore splendid garments and was quite good-looking. She had an alluring look in her eyes that exuded charm. She looked at Meng Hao for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Last was a middle-aged man wearing a long, yellow robe. A lonely expression covered his face, and he held a flagon of alcohol in hand, which he constantly drank from. He gave Meng Hao a quick glance with eyes heavy from alcohol. The features of the 4 others present were all concealed by masks. It wasn't even possible to tell if they were men or women. Without batting an eyelid, Meng Hao entered the pavilion and selected a table to sit at. Looking around, he saw that there were only 9 tables within the pavilion. Including his, 8 of them were now occupied. Obviously, the final table was reserved for the host, and not any other cultivator. After some time passed, a large man entered the palace from outside. He was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was big and tall, so much so that it would have been useless for him to try to conceal his identity. He strode into the pavilion, cold and haughty. As soon as he entered, he stopped in his tracks. His brow furrowed as he looked around. "This is not the first time I, Su, have joined the secret meeting," he said coolly. "Today I came with an invitation, and yet there's no place for me. Which of you fellow Taoists doesn't understand the rules?" He smacked his bag of holding, and instantly a blue-colored jade slip appeared. Its surface was inscribed with the character, "Secret." The jade slip glowed softly. With a smile, the young lady lifted her delicate hand to reveal her own jade slip, which she placed on the table in front of her. Next, Lu Tao followed suit, along with some of the others. Soon, only Meng Hao and one of the other disguised cultivators had not produced a jade slip. One of the other 2 was emanating the power of the late Foundation establishment stage. This person sat there calmly, completely ignoring the large man. Not daring to say anything, the large man's eyes came to rest on Meng Hao and the other person. Both of them were only at the early Foundation establishment stage. The large man's eyes glittered coldly. "You too. If you can't show me a jade slip, then you can just get the hell out of here. Give me a seat. If you don't, then you won't be leaving this place alive." His voice was filled with killing intent, which transformed into a coldness that filled the area. The rest of the people in the pavilion continued to look on with various expressions. None of them seemed willing to interfere. Apparently, they had no qualms whatsoever about observing a magical battle to the death. Meng Hao said nothing, and neither did the other disguised person. Everything was quiet within the pavilion. The large man surnamed Su snorted, and then strode, not toward Meng Hao, but to the other person, who happened to be a bit closer to where he stood. His eyes shining brightly, he was about to raise his right hand when suddenly, a light cough could be heard. It echoed throughout the pavilion, and as it did, everyone inside, including the hulking Su, turned their heads. An old man wearing a long, yellow robe entered. His face was placid, and his body seemed to be somewhere in between illusory and real. He didn't seem to be moving quickly, yet within 3 or 4 steps was already inside the pavilion. "Salutations, fellow Taoist Qingshan." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Qingshan." The instant the old man appeared, everyone with the exception of Meng Hao instantly stood up. Meng Hao's expression flickered, and then he, too, stood and clasped hands in salute to the old man. "There's no need to be so formal," said the old man coolly. "All of you are heroes of the current generation in the Southern Domain. I am merely here to host this secret meeting. Please proceed." He sat down at the 9th table and looked at the assembled people, his eyes bright and shining. Finally, they came to rest on the large fellow surnamed Su. Being gazed upon by the old man caused him to lower his head respectfully. Meng Hao did the same. This old man was a Foundation establishment cultivator, but was clearly beyond the late Foundation establishment stage. He was halfway to entering core formation, so he would be classified as a pseudo-core cultivator. A person like this in the state of Zhao would have a position higher than Grand Elder. His presence made Meng Hao a little bit nervous, but also led to some guesses about the whole thing. "Fellow Taoist Qingshan," said the hulking Su nervously. Bracing himself, he said, "I invite you to take charge of justice. I bear an invitation, and yet someone here has stolen my position." He clasped hands and gave a deep, respectful bow. "Who stole your position?" asked the old man lightly. His gaze was like lightning as it casually fell onto Meng Hao. "This person," cried the hulking Su, raising his hand and pointing at the other disguised cultivator. That cultivator gave a cold harumph. From the clear ring of the voice, it was obviously a woman. "That is my personal guest," said the old man, speaking neither fast nor slow, as if the affairs of these cultivators was beneath his interest. "She could not have stolen your position." Hearing this, the hulking Su gaped for a moment. But then, his gaze swept over to Meng Hao. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Since one of the two people was invited, that left only one without a jade slip. This must be the person who stole his seat. Everyone was now looking at Meng Hao, even the woman who had just humphed coldly. She looked over at Meng Hao with icy eyes. Beneath his wide, bamboo hat, Meng Hao's expression was the same as always. "Anyone who comes to this place has the qualifications to attend the meeting," said the old man placidly. "However, if you do not have an invitation slip, then you must wait outside the pavilion. When the time comes to conduct business, you may only place bids if everyone inside the pavilion has renounced claim." "So, it was you who stole my place," said Su. "You don't know the difference between life and death. There's no need to get up. If I don't tear you to pieces today, then I'll become a laughingstock." Su had an irritable personality, to begin with. Having his seat taken away in front of everyone had long since stoked his killing intent. His body flashed as the power of the mid-foundation establishment stage exploded out of him. He charged directly toward Meng Hao. No one moved to interfere. Even the old man just watched coolly. When he was about 3 meters away from Meng Hao, he lifted his hand, causing a massive magical palm to appear and descend toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao sat there just as before. He simply lifted his left hand and waved a finger toward the hulking man. When he waved his finger, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the entire palace was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the hulking man's expression changed. He suddenly felt as if he had lost control of his cultivation base and was now completely suppressed. This caused the pupils of the surrounding cultivators to constrict, including old man Qingshan. Meng Hao's right hand waved, and instantly, a roaring, 300-meter-long flame dragon appeared. Su screamed as it shot down into his body. His entire body shook violently. A look of disbelief and shock covered his face, and then despair. His skin burst into flame. A great wind buffeted him, slamming him into the ground. In the blink of an eye, his stalwart frame was reduced to bits of ash that drifted in the air. The only thing left was a bag of holding. It flew up and into Meng Hao's hand. He patted it lightly, then produced a jade slip upon which was inscribed the character "Secret." He placed it on the table. "Here is my invitation slip," he said. The others couldn't see his expression, as it was hidden by the bamboo hat. They could only hear his raspy voice coming out from underneath it. If you forgot the first time Meng Hao impersonated Ding Xian, you can read about it in Chapter 69 Young Lord Ding. Chapter 141, The Cosmetic Cultivation Pill, appears again 1. The pavilion was completely silent. Su's death was quick and clean, which caused Lu Tao's eyes to narrow. Fear filled his heart as he looked at Meng Hao, who sat there looking quite dignified. It wasn't just him. The well-dressed lady gave Meng Hao a penetrating look, and in her heart, she realized that this was not a person to provoke. The middle-aged man with the flagon of alcohol stopped Dr. Inking for a moment. His eyes narrowed and filled with a sharp look. The disguised cultivator of the late foundation establishment stage slowly lifted his head to look at Meng Hao. Hesitation seemed to blossom in his heart as he tried to analyze Meng Hao's cultivation base. As for the woman who was in disguise, she glanced at Meng Hao for a moment and then looked away. "If there are no further disturbances, then we can begin our secret meeting," said old man Qingshan slowly. He looked at Meng Hao with a friendly expression. "All of you made contact with the Secret Trade Alliance in the state of Clear Skies. If you do business here, I can serve as a witness. You can proceed without any reservations. If any problems occur, the Secret Trade Alliance will take responsibility. Now, I would like to invite all of the fellow Taoists to begin business." He spoke in a tone you would use with people of the same generation. Actually, Meng Hao's actions just now had not just caused the others to be frightened. This old man was somewhat in awe of him too. When he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a copper furnace inlaid with 8 golden dragons flew out. It landed directly in the center of the pavilion. "Fellow Taoists," said Lu Tao, clasping hands in salute to the others, "please allow me to go first this time." He waved his right hand, and a jade slip appeared, which then flew into the copper furnace that old man Qingshan had just placed in the middle of them all. "This is a list of all the items I'm willing to trade today. There's also a portrait inside. Fellow Taoists, if any of you see this person in the coming days, please send me a message with the information. I will repay you with a chunk of stone from the Lightning Fringe Mountains." He said nothing more. After this, the well-dressed, beautiful lady gave a slight smile and produced a jade slip. Without a word, she sent it into the copper furnace. The items she required as well as could offer for trade were all listed in the jade slip. Anyone who was interested would contact her. This secret meeting was really just a small-scale, hosted trade session. After all, most of the participants were not locals and needed to be prudent when dealing with strangers, especially in business. Thus, the Secret Trade Alliance came to be. They would organize similar meetings throughout the Southern Domain, all presided over by a third party who could bear witness. Soon, it was Meng Hao's turn. He thought for a moment. He actually wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but he pulled out a jade nonetheless. After branding it with some spiritual sense, he tossed it into the furnace. He had left a single message inside. What was the Black Civ sect up to, and how dangerous was their invitation? It didn't take long for the 8 participants to place their jade slips into the furnace. Old Man Qingshan lifted his right hand and flashed an incantation gesture toward the furnace. A droning sound arose. A. And D within the furnace, an intangible flame came into being. The jade slips inside began to melt, and as they did, the 8 golden dragons on the surface of the copper furnace began to squirm, as if they were alive. Mist poured out from them, instantly beginning to envelop everyone present. Meng Hao's heart flip-flopped. Although he didn't resist, he maintained the utmost vigilance. After the mist had completely covered him, everything grew quiet. Ahead of him, he caught sight of 8 glowing globes of light. It was as if he had been separated into his own area away from everyone else. Information began to pour into his mind. There were lists of dozens of available medicinal pills, magical items, and miscellaneous goods, as well as various descriptions of items desired for purchase. Soon, Meng Hao's eyes began to glitter. Pulling back his spiritual sense, he touched one of the glowing lights. Instantly, the information from the jade slip he himself had just prepared appeared in his mind. Now he understood. After perusing the information from his own slip, his attention was drawn to the very last glowing ball. Inside was a portrait. When he saw it, Meng Hao laughed coldly to himself. The portrait in the jade slip was of himself. Furthermore, the desired item was a thunderclap leaf. So, in this so-called secret meeting, you can ask for anything you need. This method is pretty good. You can confidently ask or offer things that you normally couldn't. If you strike a deal with someone, you won't know who it was you were dealing with. It seems there are 2 others who, like myself, want information about the Black Civ sect. He sat there cross-legged, waiting, sure that someone would contact him eventually. As he waited, he sent his spiritual sense out to examine some of the other glowing lights. Suddenly, a white light appeared out of nowhere within the mist. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. He touched it, and a message appeared in his head. I don't know very much about matters regarding the Black Civ sect, only a smattering. But what I do know is accurate. For my news, I require 500,000 spirit stones. Meng Hao frowned. When buying information in a place like this, one had to consider whether or not the information was true. It would be hard to determine. Just then, another white light appeared. Meng Hao took hold of it, and another message appeared in his mind. There are several rumors floating around regarding the Black Civ sect. I have some news from the inner sect. Whether or not it's true, you'll have to decide for yourself. If you want this news, you will need to pay 700,000 spirit stones. This is my first time doing business like this, thought Meng Hao with a frown. I don't have any experience, and I'm not sure how to trade. Furthermore, regardless of whether the information is good, the price is very steep. I don't have very many spirit stones at the moment. Ignoring the messages, he continued to examine some of the other glowing lights. He found that many of the lights had been updated with more details, or had prices increased or reduced. Suddenly, the copper mirror within his bag of the cosmos grew hot. A moment later, the heat disappeared. Meng Hao gaped in shock. He pulled out the mirror and examined it closely. He couldn't find anything all that different about it. Lost in thought, he placed it back. Then, he continued to examine the items for sale within the glowing lights. Soon, his eyes began to shine as he gazed at one of the glowing lights. Of the multiple items inside, one stuck out to him. Classic of Time. This item stuck out to him because within the glowing light, its name was somewhat dim. It hadn't been there before, but rather, had seemingly just appeared. It seemed that if Meng Hao's spiritual sense wasn't currently higher than that of the mid-foundation establishment stage, then he wouldn't be able to see it. It appeared to be cloaked by some mysterious technique, visible only to the spiritual sense of the late foundation establishment stage. The Classic of Time has a total of 3 volumes. Together, they describe time refinement, which can in turn produce the magical time sword. I'm making the first volume available here. If you're interested, please contact me. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. As he continued to examine the information, his eyes grew brighter. At the moment, there were quite a few requests floating about regarding foundation establishment pills. He ignored them, as he was completely focused on the introduction to the Classic of Time. And time is then produced. Lives are nothing. The magic of this sword can produce varying results. 3 of these swords can produce powerful magic, 9 and even more consummate magic, and with 18, time can be slain. Mystical trees can be used to forge the time sword. Because of their ancientness, such trees contain the vicissitudes of time. They include the spring and autumn tree, the missing breath tree, and the best of them all, the spiritualization tree. If none of these three are available, the mystical thousand times tree can also be used. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. He retracted his spiritual sense and took a deep breath, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was very interested in this time sword because he already happened to have a spring and autumn tree. A moment later, Meng Hao lifted his hand toward the glowing light. Instantly, a white glow shot out and circled around his hand. He branded a message onto it, then sent it toward the glowing light. It disappeared. It didn't take much time for the white glow to fly back to him. As soon as he touched it, some text appeared in his mind. Since you could see the information about the Classic of Time, it's clear you have the required cultivation base. However, I only have one of the volumes. Acquiring the other 2 volumes will require us to work together. There is one more person present who is willing to do so. If you wish to join us, then our chances will of course increase. If you plan to participate in the Black Civ Sect's activity in this land, then you must swear a Dao oath not to reveal our information to anyone, including your sect. Inscribe your Dao oath onto a jade slip and send it to me. With that, your share will be guaranteed. Meng Hao thought for a moment before his eyes shined with determination. He lifted up a jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. After a moment, he sent it into the white light, whereupon the jade slip disappeared along with the light. Some time passed, and Meng Hao's eyes watched with shining eyes as several white glowing lights appeared. Scanning them with spiritual sense, he found the message he had been waiting for. 1 year ago, the Black Civ Sect found a secret map. The map depicted a secret path to an ancient blessed land. The Black Civ Sect has entered the place several times in the past year, but they have reached a standstill outside of a precipice. This precipice can only be entered by Foundation establishment cultivators. Those who enter must meet the demands of the Black Civ Sect. The more objects they bring back from within, the more Civ Earth pills they will be given. Our meeting place is within this ancient savage land, where the shadows cast by the sun and the moon intersect. That is approximately 10 days from now. You must quickly make your way to the Black Civ Sect and join the group of Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators they are gathering. Meng Hao frowned. As the white light disappeared, a look of deep thought appeared in his eyes. The information available nowadays in the state of clear skies is all over the place, so it's impossible to say whether or not this information is true or false. However, most of it seems to involve some sort of ancient battleground or blessed land. It seems a lot of intelligent people have investigated and come to various similar conclusions. The state of clear skies belongs to the Black Civ Sect. To say that the chaos within the nation doesn't directly have to do with the sect is ridiculous. However, that Civ Earth pill would definitely be of help to me. Meng Hao had learned quite a bit about the Black Civ Sect matter from this secret meeting. However, the more he learned, the more suspicious he became. I have to go, he thought, having come to his decision. His spiritual sense swept over the rest of the glowing lights. He was just about to call it back when suddenly, his pupils constricted. Despite being sitting cross-legged, a strong spirit suddenly surged out of him. He stared fixedly at the same glowing light that contained the information about the Time Classic. A new item had just been listed for sale inside, a medicinal pill. The name of the pill was Cosmetic Cultivation Pill. Cosmetic Cultivation Pill. It was a common pill, and not very expensive. Among all the various pills, this was not one to catch anyone's attention. However, to Meng Hao, this pill contained memories from 6 or 7 years ago. Memories of a beautiful scene underneath the moonlight. I never could have guessed that I would see a cosmetic cultivation pill in this place, said Meng Hao with a sigh. He paid the price for the pill, and soon a glowing white light carried it over to him. The pill landed in his hand, and when he saw it, his entire body shook with surprise. Chapter 142. Black Civ Sect. As Meng Hao's body trembled within the mist, his eyes began to emit a powerful glow. Even his breathing grew rapid. His cultivation base rotated rapidly, causing the mist to seethe. Meng Hao didn't notice any of that, though. He was staring intently at the cosmetic cultivation pill and something that was etched onto its side. A mountain. The mountain had obviously been etched by someone's hand, not with magic. This was not a famous type of medicinal pill. It was ordinary. The etching was sentimental. The mountain depicted was something that people outside of the Reliance sect wouldn't know about. It was the East Mountain of the Reliance sect. The shape of that mountain had been branded into Meng Hao's mind, and he recognized it immediately. Who would possibly have placed this image of a mountain onto this cosmetic cultivation pill, which would then show up in the state of clear skies? A clear image suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's mind. It was a beautiful, cold woman wearing white clothing. She had brought Meng Hao into the cultivation world. Under the moon, she had glanced back at him. Su Qing. Elder sister Su. Meng Hao could not prove conclusively that this cosmetic cultivation pill was the one he had given to elder sister Su as a gift. But his intuition was telling him that it was. He held up the pill in his hand, slowly closing his fist over it. He sat there quietly. Beneath the wide bamboo hat, a storm began to brew on his face. If she never used this pill, and even took it with her to the Black Civ sect, then why is it here now? What has happened to her in the Black Civ sect?
This is a picture of the East Mountain.
Does she miss the Reliance sect? Or does she miss a person? What does this picture of the East Mountain mean? Did she give this pill to someone? Or did she sell it? The person I was just interacting with could not have been her. He loosened his grip and looked again at the etching on the side of the pill. His heart suddenly filled with a strong desire to see Elder Sister Sue. Deep inside, the answers to his questions existed already. Elder Sister Sue. A sharp look glowed in his eyes, and he took a deep breath. This pill told him that if she didn't sell or give away the pill, then the only other possibility was. He felt a stab of pain in his heart, and his eyesight grew blurry. In his mind was the image of Elder Sister Sue from all those years ago. So long ago. He slowly put the cosmetic cultivation pill into his bag. Of the cosmos. The Black Civ sect. And then there's this classic of time. Meng Hao slowly lifted his head, staring at the glowing lights in front of him. This was not a place where he could attack. It was impossible to tell what would happen if he did anything impulsive. He didn't want to beat the grass and startle the snake, thus putting his enemy on guard. He thought for a bit more, and then his eyes filled with determination. His mind was now made up. He would definitely go to the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao was in no mood to participate in the rest of the secret meeting. He kept thinking about the image of Elder Sister Sue from all those years ago. When the meeting finally came to an end, he let out a light sigh. The mist around him dissipated. Old man Qingshan nodded to the group and waved his hand. Then he turned and left. Those who remained in the pavilion didn't stick around to talk. One by one, they disappeared, randomly being teleported away. Such methods were making the secret trade alliance more and more popular. When Meng Hao reappeared, it was outside the gate of another mansion within the city. This location was halfway across the city from the place where he'd followed Lu Tao to. Meng Hao had already ascertained that the palace he'd been in was not located within the city at all. The place he'd followed Lu Tao to was merely an entranceway. He walked down the moonlit street, looking up into the sky. His long, lonely shadow stretched out on the ground, seemingly filled with bleakness. The moon above was the same, but the location was different. It seemed like years had passed since the previous day. Looking back in time, it seemed as if he had no place to call home. He sighed and walked onwards. He continued to walk until the sun rose, and then walking until he left this city of cultivators. Finally, his body transformed into a prismatic beam which shot through the state of clear skies toward the Black Civ sect. Several days later, the Black Civ sect was located in the east of the state of clear skies, in the middle of the 100,000 mountains. Its main gate was vast and mighty. Its majesty would strike awe into the heart of any cultivator who looked upon it. The 100,000 mountains surrounding it served as a foil to the 99 mountains within their center. Above these 99 mountains floated a massive mountain, upturned to create something that was almost a continent. On its underside, willows draped down, some a few dozen meters long, others hundreds. Clouds curled up around this massive land, giving it a truly celestial feeling. Richly ornamented buildings, pagodas, and temples covered it. Beneath it, the 99 mountains were all connected with colorful arching bridges. It was unsurprisingly beautiful. Gurgling water dripped off of the ragged rocks on the bottom of the floating mountain, making this sect a place of indescribable beauty. The faint sound of bells filled the air, reading an incredibly serene air. The highest peak of the floating mountain seemed to stretch up to the heavens. It was there that for generations had existed an enormous incense burner. 3 massive burning joss sticks stood up straight within the incense burner. They seemed inextinguishable, as if their fragrance would last throughout all eternity. Their smoke rose up into the sky to eventually be transformed by the wind into wisps like willow branches, and then dispersed. These were the lands of the Black Civ sect. In fact, if the Black Civ sect wanted to, it could claim the surrounding 100,000 mountains as part of the sect. After all, it was one of the 5 great sects of the southern domain. Its Dao reserves were profound, and its sect techniques tens of thousands of years old. The spiritual energy here was very thick. In fact, the spiritual energy in the surrounding 100,000 mountains was thicker by far than any of the spirit mountains within the state of Zhao. Any single mountain here had spiritual energy thicker than the valley where Meng Hao had reached foundation establishment. This was especially true within the 1,000 mountains. There existed spiritual energy so thick that even the mortals who lived in the region had increased longevity. From birth, they breathed in the spiritual energy and didn't need to practice cultivation to increase their lifespans. Within the 100 mountains, it was even more astonishing. A young man stood outside the 100,000 mountains. He wore a black robe, and his face was filled with a lofty and proud look. The 100 mountains of the Black Civ sect, he said coolly, is where only qualified members of the inner sect may practice cultivation. In fact, the 1,000 mountains are far superior to many so-called spirit mountains in the world. Standing around him were 5 cultivators, all of them gazing at the Black Civ sect. Each one wore different clothing, and had obviously come from different areas. One in their midst wore a scholar's robe. His skin was a bit dark, but he had a scholarly and refined disposition. It was none other than Meng Hao. The 10,000 mountains are for guests. However, my advice to you, fellow Taoists, is to not lightly tread into mountains other than the one assigned to you. The young man smiled as he looked at the 5 of them. There are many fierce beasts sealed in the area. Furthermore, there are certain mountains which are reserved for special use and are guarded by inner sect disciples. If you charge into one of those areas, you might not come out alive. The young man smiled as his gaze passed over them. Fellow Taoists, you all responded to the call of the Black Civ sect. Now that you are here, you are guests of the sect. You will stay within the 10,000 mountains, one person to a mountain. Everything you need to practice cultivation has been prepared for you. Upon entering your mountain, a disciple from the BL Axe Civ Sect Pill Mountain will deliver a Civ Earth Pill to you. This pill is a welcoming gift. However, I, Zheng, must remind you, taking the pill, entering the mountain, and signing your fingerprint signifies that you are entering an agreement. If you renege on your promise, or secretly leave, then you will be punished by the Black Civ sect. With a smile, he cupped hands and bowed. Nearby, 5 Black Civ Outer Sect disciples waited to receive them. Seems fair, said one of the 5 cultivators, an old man in a gray robe. The others voiced their agreement. Meng Hao said nothing as he gazed off into the endless mountains.
Very well then.
Fellow Taoists, you should not have very long to wait until we begin. Quite a few others have arrived already. The young man smiled and bowed again. Within Meng Hao's group of 5 was a middle-aged man with a sallow face. How many fellow Taoists of the Foundation establishment stage have come already? He asked suddenly. Not counting you ladies and gentlemen, there are already 97. The young man surnamed Jin nodded, then turned, transforming into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. Fellow Taoists, please follow us. We will take you to your respective mountains. The group of 5 young disciples, who obviously were from the outer sect, cupped hands and saluted respectfully, then led the way. The person leading Meng Hao was a young woman of about 26 or 27 years of age. Her cultivation base was at the 7th level of Qi condensation. She was pretty and had an intelligent air to her. Senior, please follow me, she said softly. Although Meng Hao's skin was a bit dark, he was cultured and refined. He had the air of a scholar, which wasn't common among cultivators. This caused the young woman to take more than a few glances at him. What was especially alluring was his clear eyes, deep within which seemed to glint a bit of demonic power. For a young, impressionable girl like her, being gazed at by Meng Hao made her blush. Senior, she said, lowering her head. Lead on, he said with a slight smile. Seeing her reminded him of the Reliance sect and of Su Qing. He looked off at the endless mountains of the Black Civ sect, and stubbornness glinted within his eyes. The young girl led Meng Hao to a tall, emerald green mountain. On its top was a residence and a courtyard. Rattan vines wrapped around everything, and a limestone path wound its way around the mountain. The wind blew, causing the spiritual power to curl up and about. The entire scene would cause anyone's spirits to rise. Upon reaching the courtyard, Meng Hao produced a pearl head ornament from the bag of holding he'd acquired from the man named Su at the secret meeting. He gave it to the young girl, then sent her off. She left, her face flushed, glancing back repeatedly at Meng Hao. Her heart seemed to be quite abuzz. Soon, the sky began to darken. As night approached, everything was silent. The only thing that could be heard was the chirping of insects which drifted in from outside. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the 2nd floor of the building, meditating. Suddenly, his eyes opened. It was at this moment that the silence outside was suddenly broken by a blood-curdling scream. It sounded like the struggles of someone in the throes of death. The silence was ripped to pieces as the screaming filled the air. Chapter 143. Ghost in the Night. Meng Hao stood in front of the 2nd floor window. The moon hung in the sky. Off in the distance, he could see a mountain covered with rippling spells that looked like a fine gauze. The miserable cry was coming from that mountain. At the moment, multiple figures could be seen flying up from various surrounding mountains to see what was happening. Soon, several prismatic beams shot toward the mountain. Not long after, the ripples and the spells faded away, and everything returned to how it had been moments before. Everything was quiet. Meng Hao frowned, and his eyes flashed. He remembered that mountain from which the scream had emanated was the same mountain that the sallow-faced man had gone to earlier that day. Having seen the figures emerge and fly toward the mountain, Meng Hao was about to go investigate, but then paused suddenly. His face flickered as he looked down at his bag of the cosmos. He slapped it, and the demon-sealing jade flew out, which he grabbed. It shimmered, emanating a mysterious glow. A very strange feeling rose up in Meng Hao's heart. He couldn't put his finger on what it was, but it seemed as if there were some invisible qi prickling at his heart. Thoughtfully, he took out the jade piece left by the 8th demon sealer and placed it in his palm. The archaic voice of the 8th demon sealer rang out in his mind. Some spirits in the cycle of reincarnation avoid burial. Their chi seems demonic and yet not. They are above living creatures, but infected with the tens of thousands of variations of the mortal world. The chi is serene. Consumed by bones and spirit, they can lead the way to the path. If you encounter such chi, you must seal it. Meng Hao thought for a moment and eventually decided not to leave. He stood next to the window, casting his spiritual sense out toward the direction where the blood-curdling scream had come from. The first thing he heard was quarreling voices. This is the 6th fellow Taoist to die. If the Black Civ sect doesn't provide an explanation right now, then we will leave. That's right. We responded to your call for the sake of a Civ Earth pill. If people were dying in battle, then very well, but recently people have been dying miserable deaths in the middle of the night. Then you seal the area up and don't allow anyone to investigate. It's very strange. Of course we have questions. There were about 10 cultivators near the mountain, staring coldly at the Black Civ sect cultivators who were preventing them from investigating
The scene of the death.
In the distance, no small amount of cultivators had flown out from their respective mountains and were watching from a distance. They said nothing, but all of them were exuding the power of their cultivation bases. A great pressure rose up, transforming into a sort of voiceless revolt. The Black Civ sect disciples' faces all turned very unsightly. It was at this moment, however, that a gravely voice suddenly sounded out. The sect will offer an explanation within 3 days. As the voice rang out, an old man wearing a wide Taoist robe appeared. The pressure exuded by his body caused the surrounding cultivators' faces to change. The Black Civ sect disciples all bowed. Greetings, Elder Chen. The old man strode forward. He stood below them at the foot of the mountain, and yet the Foundation establishment cultivators floating in the air above him were all silent. Many of them offered respectful bows. They obviously knew who this old man was. Meng Hao stood at the window, his expression the same as ever. However, a slight frown slowly appeared. The old man was an elder of the Black Civ sect, and his cultivation base was not at the Foundation establishment stage but core formation. His gaze swept over the gathering of people. When he spoke, his voice wasn't very loud, and yet it filled the minds of everyone in the area. I very much appreciate that you all were able to come to the Black Civ sect. In regards to the killings that have occurred in the past days, I too am quite furious regarding this matter. Within 3 days, I will slay the killer with my own hand. With Elder Chen present, we are much more at ease. Thank you, Senior, for administering justice. The Foundation cultivators bowed one by one and then returned to their respective mountains. An elder of the Black Civ sect had appeared. Although he hadn't offered an explanation, how could they possibly continue to argue about the matter? Soon, everything was quiet again. Elder Chen departed, as did most of the Black Civ sect disciples. The mountain from which the scream had sounded out was also quiet. No one was willing to make further attempts to go investigate. Looking pensive, Meng Hao returned to sit cross-legged and meditate. Within his mind echoed the words of the 8th demon sealer. There's something strange going on in the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao's eyes opened, filled with an intense glow. The prickly chi that he felt seemed to be growing thicker. He lowered his head for a moment, thinking. Then, he took out the Blood Immortal Legacy mask. Sending his spiritual sense inside, he saw the Li clan patriarch, enveloped by Meng Hao's blood mist. He seemed to be growing weaker lately. He no longer cried out like he had before. He didn't seem to have the strength. What do you know about the Black Civ sect? Meng Hao asked through spiritual sense. He'd always found the old man's blood spirit identity to be somewhat strange. The feeling was even stronger when he thought of Li Daoyi. I know dog farts, you little son of a B*****, said the Li clan patriarch, his hoarse voice full of venom. If you had any skill at all, you... Before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao calmly cut his finger and used a drop of blood to surround the old man in more blood mist. A miserable cry could be heard, and then Meng Hao retracted his spiritual sense. He asked no more questions, instead putting away the mask. Meanwhile, underneath the Black Civ sect's 10,000 mountains was an enormous network of limestone caves, like a giant labyrinth. Deep in its recesses was a tall platform adorned with burning torches. The dancing torchlight filled the place with flickering shadows. Atop the platform, 3 old cultivators sat cross-legged. Their bodies were withered, and as they sat there, they almost looked dead. A strong death chi swirled around them, and yet, their eyes were open and gleamed with ancient, netherworldly light. Their figures seemed to twist and warp, as if they existed somewhere between the physical and the corporeal, and not completely within the world. Situated in the middle of them was a hide. It appeared to be made from the skin of some wild beast. Its edges were tattered, and on its surface was some sort of map. The hide map appeared to be slowly wriggling. Standing atop it was the phantom image of a man, who at the moment was letting out a soundless scream. It looked like the ghost of a middle-aged man, his face sallow. This was one of the 5 people who had arrived with Meng Hao. His body started to get blurry and soon disappeared. When it did, the edges of the hide slowly expanded a little, and the hide became a bit more glossy. It was a scene that anyone observing would find incredibly strange. Some time passed, and then one of the old people spoke in a hoarse, scraping voice. Under the moonlight tomorrow, it will consume another person. Then we can begin. This time, we must succeed no matter what. We must. We must acquire that legendary item. Not just for us, but for the patriarchs. Then we can all awaken. We will no longer have to conceal ourselves in this realm of darkness, this empty place with no land to step foot upon. There still aren't enough Foundation establishment pups out there. We spread the news far and wide, but the sects and clans aren't easily fooled. Humph. It can't be helped. These Foundation establishment pups are just a part of the whole. With everything else we've prepared, we will definitely succeed this time. The sound of their voices slowly faded away. Soon the only movement was that of the wriggling hide, placed in between them like some sort of object of worship. The night passed uneventfully, and soon dawn broke. Meng Hao opened his eyes from meditation. Outside his residence, he saw a beam of multicolored light approaching. It turned into a woman wearing a black gown. She was tall and slender, with fair skin and beautiful hair that draped over her shoulders. She slowed as she approached, coming to a stop outside Meng Hao's residence. Disciple Han Bei, one of Black Civ Sect Pill Mountain, has been dispatched to deliver you a Civ Earth pill, she said. Fellow Daoist, can you please come out? She had an intelligent voice and a smile as beautiful as a flower in bloom. Her presence seemed to make everything brighter. Her eyes were alluring, her smile white and lovely. She wore a long, emerald green gown, trimmed with violet embroidery. Overall, she had an otherworldly look. Meng Hao emerged, and they sat at a table. She looked at Meng Hao, her smile unchanging. As she did, her eyes seemed to grow brighter, although whether this was done consciously or subconsciously was impossible to tell. Fellow Daoist, may I ask your honored name? She asked with a slight smile. Her voice was as pleasant as the call of a lark. Listening to it could be described as a pleasure. Meng Hao, he replied coolly, making no attempt to conceal his identity. Looking at the woman in front of her, he could tell that her cultivation base was extraordinary. It seemed to be at the early Foundation establishment stage. Meng. Han Bei looked at him in shock for a moment. She studied his face and then laughed. So, you are fellow Daoist Meng. This here is a contract. Would you please mark it with your thumbprint? Then I can give you your Civ Earth pill. Afterward, if you follow all the requirements laid out by the sect, then you will get a second. She lifted her delicate hand. Around her wrist was an emerald green bracelet. A glow flashed off of it, and within her hands appeared a paper scroll. She handed it to Meng Hao. His expression the same as ever. He looked at her bracelet for a long moment, then accepted the scroll. He looked it over, then lifted his right thumb and left a mark on the paper. Han Bei gazed at him the entire time. After he placed his thumbprint on the paper, she produced a jade box the size of a hand and placed it off to the side. Here is your Civ Earth pill. Please note, the pill cannot be consumed during the daytime. After all, its full name is Moon Civ Mother Earth Pill. When you consume it, it will drink in the moonlight. She smiled, then rose to her feet to take her leave. Before she could depart, Meng Hao suddenly said, "Have we met before?" His words caused her to stare at him in shock. "I don't recall ever seeing you before, fellow Daoist Meng." "My mistake," he said. "I took you for someone else." He frowned as if he were thinking deeply. Han Bei-like head. With a final nod, she transformed into a beam of light and departed. As she left, her smile turned into a thoughtful look. Meng Hao picked up the jade box containing the Civ Earth pill. After heading back into his residence, he opened it. Inside was a medicinal pill about the size of an infant's hand. It was white and wrapped in a wax seal. Despite that, a thick medicinal aroma wafted off of it, as well as rippling spiritual energy. Actually, one of these pills is enough for me, but I can't casually consume it. I need to test it out to see if it's real or fake. He put the jade box away, then closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Time slipped by, and soon it was late at night. The moon hung brightly in the sky, and everything was quiet. Outside of Meng Hao's mountain, however, a shadowy figure appeared noiselessly. It was very strange in appearance, like a rippling piece of hide. A closer look revealed that the person's features were none other than the sallow-faced middle-aged man who had passed away.
His eyes shone.
He looked around at the surrounding mountains, then selected Meng Hao's. His body flashed, and he floated up toward Meng Hao's residence. As he approached the residence at the top of the mountain, Meng Hao, who was sitting cross-legged meditating, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes glittered brightly. 1. Han Bei's name in Chinese is Anbei Han Bei. Han is a common surname. Bei means shell. Chapter 144. A figure in the crowd. Meng Hao gave a cold snort. His right hand slapped the bag of the cosmos, and the two wooden swords appeared soundlessly. Next, a talisman dropped into his hand, and his body became invisible. It was then that the figure of the sallow-faced man floated to the mountaintop. All the vegetation he passed on his way withered up, as if the life had been sucked out of it. The limestone path turned into ash, and it seemed as if the entire mountain was encircled with a dense death chi. However, no one outside of this particular mountain had any clue that this was happening. The figure floated up to the outside of Meng Hao's residence. Not pausing for a moment, it passed directly through the wall into the second floor. He floated there underneath the moonlight, his listless eyes flickering. A strange demonic air emanated from him. Everything around was quiet as the sallow-faced man looked around the second floor with his menacing eyes. Meng Hao hadn't moved even a centimeter. He sat cross-legged, invisible, looking at the figure in front of him. Naturally, he instantly recognized him. However, his appearance was very strange, as if something were wrong with him. Meng Hao thought back to the blood-curdling scream from the mountain the previous night. That was where the sallow-faced man had been. He already half understood what was going on. This person is dead and has been turned into an automaton. Or perhaps someone used some spirit puppet arts on him to control him. Suddenly, his body flashed as he moved to the side about 3 meters. There was a boom as the furniture near where he had been sitting all transformed into ash. The sallow-faced man, his eyes shining with a strange glow, charged toward Meng Hao, as if he could see him. Meng Hao's eyes flashed. Ripping up the invisibility talisman, he lifted his right hand and flashed an incantation gesture. The two wooden swords flew directly toward the figure in front of him. The figure didn't even attempt to dodge. Both wooden swords flew directly through, leaving 2 holes, from which no blood flowed. It was as if the sallow-faced man was made of only skin, with nothing else inside. If there were nothing more to it than that, it wouldn't be a big deal. But then, the holes that had been punched in his body began to merge together. They transformed into a large mouth, which suddenly ripped off of the sallow-faced man's body and shot toward Meng Hao, ready to consume him. Meng Hao's facial expression didn't change. He retreated backward, his hand flashing an incantation gesture. Then he waved forward, and a flame dragon roared into being, rushing toward the figure. As it neared, the figure didn't attempt to dodge, but instead charged forward and consumed the flame dragon. It turned its head to look at Meng Hao, its lips twisted into a hideous grin. Then it threw itself toward him. Meng Hao frowned, both hands flashing incantation gestures as they pushed forward into midair. A multitude of flying swords appeared. Instantly, they shattered into pieces, turning into a cloud of shrapnel which shot forward with incredible force. Like a tornado, it sped toward the sallow-faced man. At the same time, the 2 wooden swords circled back toward the figure, radiating sharpness. They stabbed directly toward its head. They were followed by the black net, which Meng Hao had just tossed out. Popping sounds rang out as the flying sword shrapnel ripped the figure almost completely in half, and the wooden sword stabbed into its head. But the figure, despite being horrifically injured, still looked at Meng Hao with the half face it had left, and smiled. It tried to rush toward him again, but was enveloped by the black net. Its body writhed as it attempted to squeeze through the gaps in the net. Its body appeared to be emitting some kind of gravitational force, which caused the second floor to shake, as if it were about to be sucked into the figure. Can't kill it because it's not really alive. No wonder it's killed so many Foundation establishment cultivators. With a frown, Meng Hao watched the figure trying to lurch toward him, its eyes filled with fierce coldness. Meng Hao lifted his right hand and flashed an incantation sign, then pointed down to the ground. Demon Sealing. 8th Hex, Body Sealing. He lifted his hand up from the ground and pointed at the broken figure in front of him. The entire building, the entire mountain shook. Although, they weren't actually shaking. It was only an illusion. Meng Hao's body and his finger were what was really shaking. In Meng Hao's eyes, the entire world seemed to congeal together. Then, multiple ghost images of the world appeared, one on top of another. The building and the mountain were there in the illusion, and as for the figure, a ghost image appeared of it as well. For the first time, a look of surprise and disbelief appeared on the figure's face. It seemed as if its mouth were shaping to cry out, but before it could, the ghost images of the world fell upon it, binding it up. It couldn't move at all. At this moment, Meng Hao stepped forward and lifted his right hand. Using his thumb, he cut his middle finger. Blood flowed out, turning it into a blood finger. This was one of the arts that had been branded onto his mind by the Blood Immortal Legacy, one of the 3 magical abilities that did not require the use of the mask. However, these arts required a very powerful cultivation base. After practicing a bit secretly, Meng Hao had been able to utilize the blood finger. However, as far as the blood palm and blood death world, he was still not able to use them. In any case, this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the blood finger had appeared in the southern domain. It was inherently powerful. When you consider that in the Blood Immortal Legacy spell, Matrix Meng Hao had already mastered the ability to focus the power of his cultivation base, then this finger attack, combined with the 3 perfect Dao pillars of his perfect foundation, would shock even the Dao children of various sects. Meng Hao strode forward and pressed the middle finger of his right hand between the eyebrows of the strange figure, then scraped it downward. A shrill scream sounded out as the figure's body began to tremble. A massive bloody cut appeared starting between its eyebrows and stretching down about 30 centimeters. Vast quantities of gray-colored chi poured out. Suddenly, its body could move again, and it retreated at top speed, shooting out of the second floor. Without hesitating, Meng Hao followed in pursuit, his eyes flashing. Everything was quiet, which was odd, so Meng Hao stopped. After thinking for a moment, he returned to his residence, and then slapped his bag of holding. He took out the good luck charm and cast some spiritual sense into it, then breathed a sigh of relief when he found what he was looking for. It was still operational. He chose not to teleport away, but instead looked coldly out of the building. There was no wind or rustle of leaves, no sign of trouble or disturbance. If there were, he could leave in an instant. Time passed, and suddenly a blood-curdling scream rose up from one of the surrounding mountains. Then a second and a third. In the end, there were a total of 5. 3 of them were actually Black Civ sect disciples who were in the region but hadn't hidden themselves. They screamed as their bodies withered up, their flesh and blood sucked away until their lifeless skin flopped onto the ground. This night would not pass peacefully. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators were on guard, and even many of the Black Civ sect disciples were dispatched out. It wasn't until dawn broke that things seemed to calm down. Many people saw that it was a broken-down figure who cruelly slaughtered the Black Civ sect disciple. Yes, and the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Eventually, the figure was put down by a Black Civ sect elder. To most of the cultivators, this counted as the explanation they had been waiting for. In the following few days, there were no more mysterious deaths among the Foundation establishment cultivators. Gradually, people stopped talking about the event. Time flashed by, and soon 6 days had passed since Meng Hao had arrived at the Black Civ sect. As the days passed, Meng Hao maintained his vigilance. However, no one bothered him during that time. On the dawn of the 7th day, the clear sound of bells rang out, filling the region of the 10,000 mountains and reaching the ears of all the Foundation establishment cultivators. Fellow Taoists of the Southern Domain, a voice echoed out. You have already received your Civ Earth pills. The time has come to perform your services. If you can help the Black Civ sect to acquire the object we seek, then you will be rewarded with more Civ Earth pills. Beam after beam of multicolored light shot up from the various mountains as the Foundation establishment cultivators flew into the sky. Meng Hao followed suit, flying up and floating in midair, looking around coldly. From the Black Civ sect 1,000 mountains, dozens of beams of prismatic light whistled up into the air. In addition, there were multiple black-colored feng shui compasses, each one around 30 meters in diameter. Upon each feng shui compass stood only one person. 3 or 4 wore Taoist robes of the Black Civ sect and were at the Qi condensation stage. The others were all of the Foundation establishment stage. The Qi condensation disciples all had embarrassed, nervous expressions on their faces, as if they didn't want to be here. However, they could not defy the orders of the sect. These were all outer sect disciples who had ordinary latent talent. Disciples with better latent talent would not have been dispatched out. Shortly afterward, 10 violet-colored feng shui compasses, 300 meters in diameter, flew out from the 100 Mountains region of the Black Civ sect. Upon each of these compasses sat a cross-legged cultivator. One of them was the girl named Han Bei. As far as the 9 other violet-robed cultivators who sat cross-legged on the compasses, there were both men and women. All of them seemed in high spirits. These were obviously chosen from the sect. They flew forth and then hovered in the air. Further off in the distance, 3 golden-colored, 3,000-meter-wide feng shui compasses appeared. They flew forward. On each of these compasses sat a person. 2 were men, and 1 was a woman. One was Elder Chen, and the other 2 appeared to be middle-aged, with cold expressions. The power of core formation rippled out from them, attracting everyone's attention. After the golden feng shui compasses, another, smaller one appeared. It was only about 300 meters in diameter. And violet-colored. Sitting cross-legged on this feng shui compass was an old man in a violet robe. He had a black birthmark on his face, which somewhat spoiled his transcendent demeanor. He looked fierce, and the instant he appeared, it seemed as if everything suddenly grew dark. However, what caught Meng Hao's attention wasn't the old man. Behind him was a massive feng shui compass with hundreds of cultivators. Amidst them was a lonely-looking woman. The instant he caught sight of her, Meng Hao thought of that day years ago, under the moonlight. In his mind, he could see her looking back at him, and could even hear the words she had spoken. I went to the pill cultivation workshop. The cosmetic cultivation pill you gave me before wasn't purchased by you.
1.
One, if you want to reread the part with the quote from Elder Sister Sue, it's at the very end of Chapter 37, Water and Ink in the Evening. Chapter 145, An Ancient Mountain Path. Patriarch Violet Civ. I never imagined that the person leading us would be the Black Civ sect's nascent soul, eccentric Patriarch Violet Civ. They say his killing aura is incredible. Years ago, when he was forming his nascent soul, his name rocked the Southern Domain. Once he wiped out 3 sects in a single night. According to the rumors, the Black Civ sect has already entered that danger zone 5 times. Each time they leave behind people to stay on guard. Today is the 6th time. Even still, look at how many people they've mustered. This sect is so powerful. No wonder they're one of the 5 great sects of the Southern Domain. Meng Hao heard the talk around him and also felt the pressure exuded by the violet-robed old man. But his vision was focused further back on the enormous 9,000-meter-wide yellow feng shui compass, which was flying in his direction. Standing atop it, amidst hundreds of cultivators, was a woman. She wore a long, black gown, and her face was pale white, almost bloodless. This made her already chilly disposition even icier. However, looking at her, Meng Hao got the sense that in truth, she was actually just covering up her fragile heart. Elder Sister Sue, he murmured as he looked at her. Finally, he could rest a bit at ease. Now, they weren't so very far away from each other. And yet, despite being so close to each other, they were still worlds apart. It was at this point that Meng Hao frowned. He noticed that standing next to Elder Sister Sue was a pretty woman with a coquettish air and a sneer in her eyes. It seemed as if she were criticizing Elder Sister Sue, who then lowered her head as if she didn't dare to speak. Her face grew even paler. A cold glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. Along with Elder Sister Sue, there were several hundred disciples on top of the massive feng shui compass. Their cultivation bases were varied, but it was obvious that they were ordinary disciples, not chosen of the sect. Also on the feng shui compass was a gigantic pitch-black statue of a bare-chested man with wings growing out of his back. The wings were half spread open, giving the statue a very peculiar look. Even more strange was that a very tall hat was perched atop the statue's head, which seemed very out of place. If that were all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. But upon further inspection with his extraordinary spiritual sense, Meng Hao noticed that the statue was not entirely lifeless. It was breathing. With every breath, it sucked in a bit of qi from the hundreds of Black Civ sect disciples who stood around it. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. Many of the disciples on the feng shui compass looked in very high spirits. They obviously had no idea what the statue was doing. On the 10-sided violet feng shui compass was a refined and elegant young man. He stood up with a smile and spoke to the group of rogue cultivators, including Meng Hao. Fellow Taoists, I presume many of you know me. I am Xie Jia, one of the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao recognized the voice as the one who had spoken moments before. I think quite a few fellow Taoists have some speculations regarding our trip today, he said with a smile. I will explain further once we are on our way. Please follow me. The violet feng shui compass upon which he stood suddenly expanded in size until it was 3,000 meters wide, and then flew toward them. Meng Hao and the other Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators all seemed to be thinking different things. However, one by one, they began to fly, transforming into beams of light and shooting toward the violet feng shui compass. Among the roughly 100 rogue cultivators, most were at the early Foundation establishment stage, like Meng Hao. There were 18 of the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and as far as the late Foundation establishment stage, there were only 3. Of those 3, one was the old man whom Meng Hao had arrived with. Another was a fierce-looking man who wore white robes and let off a ghastly air. He had no beard, and even his Adam's apple was very small. However, he was surrounded by a desolate killing aura. The last was a woman. Her features were plain, and she was somewhat overweight. However, her late Foundation establishment cultivation base rippled, causing everyone around her to treat her very politely. The 3 of them joined Xie Jia on his feng shui compass. Xie Jia treated them much more respectfully than he did the others, leading them off to the side with him. At the same time, Meng Hao looked around at the Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators and caught sight of Lu Tao over in the corner, along with the richly dressed woman from the secret meeting. There was another person who caught Meng Hao's attention. This person appeared to be at the early Foundation establishment stage and milled about innocuously in the midst of the crowd. Meng Hao's eyes passed over him at first. It was a hard-to-describe qi that caught his attention. It as like the stench which might roll off of a rotting corpse. No one else seemed to notice, but after a while, Meng Hao thought about the information from the demon sealing jade. He also thought back to the prickly qi he had sensed in the Black Civ sect. The feng shui compass began to vibrate beneath their feet and then shot forward. Together with the other Black Civ sect feng shui compasses, they transformed into colorful beams of light as they sped through the air. The direction they were heading turned out to be the 100 mountains of the Black Civ sect. Meng Hao stood there quietly, unmoving. Anyone who looked at him saw a cultivation base at the early foundation establishment stage. He stood in the middle of all the cultivators. Other than Lu Tao, no one seemed to notice him. Elder sister Su didn't notice him either. Her face was covered with a bitter expression, as if she was pondering her own future. As the feng shui compasses neared the middle of the 100 mountains, the tendrils of smoke rising up from the massive incense burner began to twist in the air above the sect. Layer upon layer, they twisted together to form an enormous ring of smoke. As the smoke ring formed, the space in the middle began to ripple. Meng Hao watched as the lead feng shui compass entered into the smoke ring and then disappeared. His eyes flickered as the violet feng shui compass he stood on entered the ring. Soon all of the feng shui compasses and cultivators had entered, whereupon the smoke ring disappeared and the Black Civ sect returned to its normal state. Outside of the 100 mountains, a shield appeared. Shields also sprung up around the 1,000 mountains and the 100,000 mountains. The entire sect was now sealed up tight. No one could leave or enter. About the same time that the Black Civ sect sealed itself, divine sense from multiple locations began to sweep about the state of clear skies. This was divine sense from various sects and clans within the southern domain, come to investigate what was happening within the Black Civ sect. Because of different agreements that they had with the Black Civ sect, they couldn't interfere. Back on the feng shui compass, Xie Jie's voice rang out. Fellow Taoists, there's no reason to be alarmed. This is one of the Black Civ sect's most valuable treasures, the Heaven-Forged Furnace. In ancient times, it was inscribed with void-penetrating runes that turn it into a teleportation portal. As to where the teleportation portal leads to, I'm afraid none of you are familiar with it. Even I myself don't really know. The teleportation just now had caused a buzz of conversation to arise, but after hearing Xie Jie's words, everyone quieted back down. Meng Hao looked around coldly. They seemed to be surrounded by blackness interspersed with points of light that looked like stars. Everything around them was empty, without the least bit of light. Only the glow emitted by the feng shui comp. Asses illuminated the people on them. Ahead, one feng shui compass after another flew along. Most of the Black Civ sect disciples were sitting cross-legged meditating. Only the group of chosen on the violet feng shui compass was staring out into the blackness. Further away, the three core formation eccentrics seemed to be discussing something amongst themselves with divine thought. And then, there was the most powerful person of all, Patriarch Violet Civ, who sat motionless meditating, his eyes closed. Elder sister Su was sitting silently in the midst of the several hundred Black Civ sect disciples. The statue in their midst seemed as if it were about to melt into the blackness of this dark world. Ghost images resonated out from it, adding to its bizarreness. On Xie Jie's feng shui compass, one of the three late foundation establishment cultivators, an old man in a gray robe, frowned and said, Fellow Daoist Xie, you said you've been to this place a few times before. Yet, you don't know how to describe where we're going. Xie Jie seemed to hesitate in thought for a moment, and then looked around for a moment. Well, he said, I do know a bit about the path we're traveling. As fellow Taoist too surmised, this is a path that cultivators in ancient times would use to travel to the stars to collect foreign spirit lineages. It is a path between mountains. The surrounding cultivators stared in astonishment at him, and then looked around them, seemingly intent on fixing everything around them into the memories. It's not a true path between mountains, said Xie Jie, looking around contentedly at the shocked looks on the faces of the Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators. Only immortals can tread that path. This is just a subsidiary branch, like one of the hundreds of streams which flow into the Milky Way. That having been said, it's still a path we should not be able to walk, which is why we need the power of the heaven-forged furnace of the Black Civ sect. It can protect us as we travel the path. It turned out that this was not a true path between mountains, but only a branch of one. Even still, to open it required the power of a great sect. An ordinary sect wouldn't be able to. Xie Jie's eyes swept over the crowd and came to rest on Meng Hao. He frowned a bit, then said, you must be fellow Taoist Meng. Please come sit over here. He had actually taken notice of Meng Hao much earlier. Before departing earlier in the day, the three core formation patriarchs had personally charged him with the task of keeping an eye on Meng Hao. He wasn't sure why and didn't understand why three core formation patriarchs would pay attention to a trifling early foundation establishment stage rogue cultivator. He smiled at Meng Hao, but this smile was not genuine. He had no goodwill toward Meng Hao and had called his name simply to sow discord among the other cultivators. Perhaps in this way he could get some clues about Meng Hao. Exactly. As he had anticipated, his words caused the surrounding rogue cultivators to look over at Meng Hao. Many of them stared. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, as if he didn't care in the least. He'd known that his actions the other night would arouse some sort of attention. It was unavoidable. So, hearing Xie Jie's words, he nodded slightly. I'm fine where I am, he said. My cultivation base is weak, so it wouldn't be suitable for me to sit amongst such powerful figures. Of course, The three core formation eccentrics who were communicating with Divine thought up ahead noticed this. They didn't interfere. They weren't sure what extraordinary abilities Meng Hao possessed. This was why the Black Civ sect leader had issued special instructions to pay attention to Meng Hao. Xie Jie smiled lightly and was about to say something else, when suddenly the feng shui compass shook and suddenly stopped moving. The feng shui compasses up ahead also stopped. The magical light emitted by the compasses instantly went out. The faces of the three core formation eccentrics changed. The eminently powerful Patriarch Violet Civ opened his eyes for the first time. They shone with both dignity and caution. An archaic voice suddenly echoed out in the minds of all the cultivators. Everyone quiet. It was as if an intangible seal had been placed on all of them, preventing them from speaking. Within the silent darkness around them suddenly appeared a beautiful, five-colored glowing light. In front of them appeared an enormous jellyfish, tens of thousands of meters large. Its countless tentacles swayed gently, and its semi-transparent body slowly rippled. Its glow shone down into the eyes of the onlookers. Within the body of the jellyfish, everyone was able to see a rotting corpse. It appeared to have been half digested by the jellyfish. Chapter 146. This is Ultimate Vexation. There was a hole between the eyebrows of the corpse, which appeared to be completely frozen. It was as if the rest of the corpse might decay, but this spot would exist for all eternity. Everyone stood stock still, gazing at the jellyfish as it slowly floated along. Its long tentacles drifted through the midst of the feng shui compasses, then proceeded on into the distance. Finally, Patriarch Violet Civ let out a light sigh. He stood and faced the departing jellyfish. Clasping his hands together, he gave a deep, respectful bow. Then, his ancient voice slowly filled the air. That was the third-generation ancestor of the Black Civ sect. His cultivation base was at the peak of the Dao-seeking stage. As he was attempting to reach immortal ascension, a patriarch of the Wang clan mounted a sneak attack against him. He was not able to achieve immortality, and fell to this path. That year, our sect and the Wang clan fought a bloody war that lasted for 3,000 years. Eventually, the hostilities ceased. However, all of you Black Civ sect disciples should take to heart this bit of sect history. It seemed that for many of the Black Civ sect disciples, this was their first time hearing of the matter. Their eyes glittered brightly as they listened. Meng Hao's heart thumped as he silently watched the jellyfish depart. Soon, the group proceeded onward. They didn't encounter any more strange phenomena like the jellyfish. They flew for about 2 days, until suddenly, the blinding glow of the feng shui compasses disappeared down a smaller branch of this path between mountains. Meng Hao could now see an incredible mountain range that stretched out seemingly without end. Everything was gray as far as the eye could see, with no vegetation present whatsoever. Far in the distance was what appeared to be a massive, fissure-like canyon that formed a path. On either side of the path were cliffs that stretched down so far that the bottom wasn't visible. Surprisingly, there were several hundred cultivators sitting cross-legged outside of the canyon. Their faces were all pale, and they looked somewhat down and out. 40 or 50 of them were wearing random styles of clothing, and were obviously not Black Civ sect disciples. They were a group of Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators who had arrived much earlier than the group Meng Hao was part of. The two groups exchanged glances. The rest of the cultivators were Black Civ sect disciples. When they caught sight of the group led by Patriarch Violet Civ, their expressions grew brighter. They all stood up, and from within their midst emerged a beautiful, middle-aged woman wearing resplendent clothing. She emanated a mature grace, although her face was somewhat pale. When she saw Patriarch Violet Civ, she let out a light sigh and nodded. The woman didn't notice Meng Hao, but he recognized her. She was the one who had taken Su Qing away from the Reliance sect all those years ago. Together with Patriarch Violet Civ, there are now 2 nascent soul cultivators present, thought Meng Hao. Exactly, what is this place? Is it really a blessed land? He thought for a moment, then lifted his hand up to pat his bag of the cosmos. He then held up the good luck charm and sent a bit of spiritual power into it. He still sensed the teleportation ability within, which lessened some of his anxiety. One of the main reasons he decided to come to the Black Civ sect was because of his ability to rely on the good luck charm's teleportation. Patriarch Reliance had kept this object in his collection, which caused Meng Hao to be confident in it, even though he never tried it out. Out of the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of Su Qing within the large group of cultivators. Her brow was furrowed as the coquettish woman next to her ridiculed her. Meng Hao frowned. He could see that elder sister Su was unhappy. He glanced at the coquettish woman, and the coldness in his eyes grew icier. It was at this moment that Patriarch Violet Civ stood up, and the feng shui compass beneath him shrank down. He strode forward toward the beautiful woman, and they began to converse in low tones. An unsightly expression appeared on the face of Patriarch Violet Civ as they continued to discuss some matter. Then, they turned together and walked toward the fissure-like canyon. Next, all of the Black Civ sect disciples left the feng shui compasses, transforming into beams of light as they shot into the fissure. The cultivators sitting cross-legged outside of the fissure also rose to their feet and moved in. Xie Jie clasped hands toward the rogue cultivators, including Meng Hao. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." The feng shui compass beneath them began to shrink. Everyone seemed to be considering what to do. However, no one retreated. Taking their various thoughts with them, the group turned into beams of light and shot into the fissure. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he flew forward slowly. Behind him, the group containing Su Qing began to follow. However, she was obviously not a Foundation establishment. She couldn't achieve true flight and instead flew along on top of a colorful mist. Meng Hao slowed down a bit, but then Xie Jie suddenly turned and looked at him, his eyes flashing like lightning. It seemed he was about to say something, but then didn't, as a woman suddenly approaching Meng Hao from off to the side. "Fellow Daoist Meng, we meet again." The woman wore a long, violet robe. She was beautiful and charming, and when she smiled, her teeth were white. She flew along at Meng Hao's side. Fellow Daoist Han," said Meng Hao, looking at her and nodding. This was the woman who had delivered the Civ Earth pill to him a few days ago. The group of people, nearly 1,000 strong, whistled through the air into the fissure. Cliffs rose up on either side of them. Nothing was visible beneath them, as if the fissure was bottomless. "Fellow Daoist Meng," Hanbei said suddenly, her voice light and pleasant, "you have a very refined style. Presumably, you come from an extraordinary family. Do you really need to participate in this event just to get a Civ Earth pill?" Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he looked at her. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about, fellow Daoist Han." At this point, the group had flown quite a distance into the fissure. The cliff walls around them were gradually turning black in color. The rocks were now beginning to glitter. Before Hanbei could respond to him, the surrounding cultivators began to speak excitedly. "This is the Crystal Cliff. What is this place? There's so much crystal. It's even superior to high-grade spirit stones." Some of the cultivators flew up and struck the crystal cliff face, clearly intending to dig some out. However, the instant they struck the cliff wall, blood-curdling screams rang out as their bodies withered up. Their life force, flesh and blood were sucked away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were transformed into drifting ash, including their bags of holding. The places where they had touched the cliff walls now seemed to have grown a bit more crystal than before. It twinkled mysteriously. Seeing this, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. The surrounding rogue cultivators sucked in their breaths. As for the Black Civ sect disciples, they didn't even seem to notice. Apparently, they were already aware of what the crystal cliff wall could do. "Brother Meng," said Hanbei with a deep, meaningful smile. "You're being watched. Please look out for yourself. By the way, are you really surnamed Meng?" Before he could respond, she left aside. Suddenly, an enormous roaring sound could be heard. It filled the air, causing everything to shake. Then, just as suddenly, it disappeared. Meng Hao frowned as Hanbei flew away from him. Then his gaze fell onto an enormous stone door up ahead, which Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful middle-aged woman had worked together to destroy. The stone door was refusing to stay in pieces. It seemed to have been congealed by some unusual power that caused it to grow back together. Past the stone door, Meng Hao saw another group of 200 cross-legged cultivators. They stood up. In front of them was a pale-faced young man who held a pearl in his hands. The pearl lit off a gentle glow which seemed to be slowing the recovery process of the stone door. "Junior Lu Wu extends greetings to the patriarchs." As he spoke, Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful woman entered through the stone door. They flicked their sleeves, causing the door to repair itself even more slowly. Next, the group of 1,000 cultivators, including Meng Hao, shot quickly through. It didn't matter whether or not they wanted to because behind the group were the 3 core formation eccentrics. With them taking up the rear, no one would dare to retreat backward. The path beyond the stone door was even stranger. There were 4 similar doors in total that had to be destroyed, beyond each of which waited more Black Civ sect disciples. As they proceeded, Meng Hao grew more and more cautious. Obviously, the Black Civ sect had investigated this area more than once. In fact, they seem to have done so many times. These stone doors are like seals. This place. Meng Hao looked ahead, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he stopped moving. He wasn't the only one. Everyone stopped and stared ahead. There in front of them was a large black door. This door was not made of stone, but rather of some metallic substance. It was inset into both cliff walls and emitted a black glow. On the surface of the door was an enormous face. The face's eyes were closed, as if it were sleeping. As they approached, the eyes suddenly opened, and the face emitted a roar which caused everything to shake. Even Patriarch Violet Civ couldn't prevent himself from coughing up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao did as well. The blood spit up by the group of people turned into a stream that the giant face sucked in. After gobbling up the blood, it let out a burp. The face's voice was like the roar of thunder. In accordance with the orders of my master, I guard ultimate vexation. Without the pendant, you may not enter the… what are you guys doing here again? Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful woman both clasped hands and bowed deeply, reverent looks on their faces. Patriarch Violet Civ pulled out a bamboo tube, out from which flew a dilapidated hide. When he saw the hide, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. The feeling he got when looking at it was exactly the same as that from the strange figure that night. As the hide flew out, the indistinct image of an eye appeared. The eyes stared at Meng Hao. Their gazes locked, and Meng Hao's pupils constricted. The hide unfurled and came to rest in front of the face. If you forgot about the beautiful, middle-aged woman, then you should reread Chapter 42. Who dares to touch him? Chapter 147. Looking at each other. You can only use this thing one time, said the face, yawning. As it spoke, a fierce cry suddenly rang out from behind the group of people. Meng Hao looked back and saw that the strange statue that was being carried along suddenly was melting. It turned into 3 globes of black mist. Inside each mist sphere was an old person surrounded by an aura of death. These were none other than the 3 people who had been on the tall platform beneath the Black Civ sect. The elder shot toward the face within their black mists. Next, they merged into it, causing it to twist and distort. Slowly, the mouth opened wide. An archaic voice sounded out. Enter quickly. We can only hold on for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. The voice sounded as if it had sprung from the yellow springs of the underworld. It echoed out, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Before anyone could make a move, a flickering figure emerged from within the depths of the mouth. It was a middle-aged man. It seemed as if his entire cultivation base was burning. Half of his body was completely destroyed, and his crimson core was visible inside, burning. His hair was wild, and his face twisted with insanity. As he rushed out, he screamed, "All dead." The 100 names pillar was not completed. All dead. Ha ha ha. All dead. That's Elder Zheng. It is. He was in the advanced group that came here. How did he end up like that? A buzz of conversation immediately arose amongst the Black Civ sect disciples, who had instantly recognized the man. Xiejie's pupils constricted, and Hanbei's expression flickered as she narrowed her eyes, within which flashed a strange light. The other Black Civ sect chosen all had similar reactions. The man rushed out in a frenzy, spewing lunacy, which echoed about within the fissure. Everyone was shocked at his words. His shocking condition was even more astonishing. Considering his crimson core was visible, it was obvious that He was a core formation eccentric. For him to be in such a miserable state, and obviously insane, left everyone wondering what they might possibly be facing inside. The man's words continued to echo about, especially the word dead, which he'd uttered 3 times. It was like an invisible hammer, which struck down onto the hearts of those who heard him. The Black Civ sect disciples were slightly less affected. After all, they knew a bit more about this place than Meng Hao and the other rogue cultivators. Their numbers had increased as the group passed through one door after another, and now there were about 200 of them. The faces of each and every one twisted. An intangible shadow of death seemed to spread out from the crazed core formation eccentric, filling the area. However, even as the man flew out of the black door ranting, Patriarch Violet Civ's eyes shone with a powerful glow. He strode forward toward Elder Zheng and raised his hand. Color suddenly seemed to fade from the world, and Elder Zheng rushed toward Patriarch Violet Civ, seemingly out of control. As he lurched forward, Patriarch Violet Civ lifted his right hand and slapped the man on the top of the head. The slap rang out with a boom that shook everything. Crazed Elder Zheng's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly grew clear. The burning of the crimson core within him began to fade. He had recovered his wits, but before he could say anything, Patriarch Violet Civ let out a cold harumph and then flicked his sleeve. A black wind appeared, sweeping up Elder Zheng and tossing him away. Ramblings. You're an elder, so I've spared your life. Return to the sect and go into secluded meditation for 100 years as punishment. Patriarch Violet Civ acted quickly and efficiently. He lifted his hand, and immediately Meng Hao and the other Rogue Foundation establishment cultivators felt an intense pressure that sent their hearts racing. Rogue cultivators from outside the sect, he said coolly, you have accepted our sect's medicinal pills and have signed our contract with your thumbprint. We have arrived at the ancient blessed land. Unfortunately, its interior is unstable and also incompatible with high-level cultivation bases. If you are able to acquire some of the designated items, then you can trade them for more Civ Earth pills. Take these jade slips. Pressure filled the area. He flicked his sleeve, and immediately 200 jade slips flew out to hover in front of the rogue cultivators. There is no doubt that this is a dangerous place, but it is not a death trap. After all, many of our sect's own disciples will enter with you. Please, rest assured. As he spoke, the beautiful middle-aged woman next to him coolly looked over the crowd. The two of them did not need to utter any threats. Considering the cultivation bases, no one could possibly defy them. Meng Hao silently placed the good luck charm into his bag of holding. Around him, the other rogue cultivators maintained similar silence. It was impossible to tell what any of them were thinking. These were people who had reached Foundation establishment but were not members of any sect. There might be some among such rogue cultivators who are stupid and foolish, but most of them could scheme and calculate. They had chosen to come to this place for their own benefit, and were also aware that there would be danger. 7 or 8 figures flashed ahead, heading directly toward the black door. As soon as they entered the mouth, they disappeared. With them having taken the lead, the others followed in quick succession, flying forward wordlessly into the face on the large black door. Murmuring to himself, Meng Hao looked at Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful middle-aged woman. In the very rear were the core formation eccentrics, who were watching over the proceedings with cold faces. Elder sister Su seems to be in some sort of trouble. Now that I'm here, I can't just ignore it. His eyes filled with determination. His body flew up along with a few dozen nearby cultivators, who all turned into beams of light that shot toward the face in the black door. About halfway there, he turned his head and looked back. He saw Xie Jie with his faint, hypocritical smile. There was pretty Han Bei, as well as the other black Civ sect chosen. And off in the distance, amidst the crowd, was pale-faced Su Qing. When Meng Hao's gaze fell upon her, Su Qing suddenly trembled, staring in shock. A look of disbelief filled her face as she looked back at him. Many years had passed, and Meng Hao had experienced great change. But she recognized him immediately. She had brought him to the Reliance sect, and he had become her junior brother. He was the one who had given her the cosmetic cultivation pill underneath the moon. Scenes from the past filled Su Qing's mind. The memories of that time, the frustrations, all merged within her heart to ripple out like a dream. Their gazes locked. There were 1,000 people in between them, but despite the distance and the time, they were not far apart. Rather, they were very, very close to each other. Meng Hao gave her a warm smile. The entire reason he had come to the Black Civ sect to begin with was to see her, an old friend. Now, he had seen her and she him. He turned and disappeared into the mouth of the face in the black door. The moment he vanished, Su Qing's heart suddenly seemed to grow empty. Without realizing it, she took a step forward. But it was too late. Meng Hao was gone. Feelings welled up inside of her that she didn't understand. On the outside, she was as cold as ever. Usually, no one could touch her heart. She protected it fiercely. However, for some reason a feeling of joy had arisen inside her. Then Meng Hao had disappeared, and she felt as if she had lost something. She rarely experienced such feelings, and when she did, she would suppress them. Today, however, the feeling could not be
suppressed.
Hey, I'm talking to you, slut. It was the coquettish girl who was standing next to her. If you want to pretend you can't hear me, fine, she said venomously. But do you really think you can avoid me? Humph. She laughed coldly. You got injured last time. If elder brother Xiao hadn't asked junior sister Han to save you, then you would have died inside. But instead of being thankful, you got more standoffish. It's just a little cherry. Why do you care so much about that? What an idiot. The coquettish woman looked at Su Qing's cold, beautiful face and gave a grim smile. The more jealous she got, the more she wanted Su Qing to end up like her. Su Qing turned around to face the woman who had treated her so poorly all these years. One word at a time, she said. That day in the Blessed Land, it was your own elder brother Zhao who broke the rules and almost got me killed. And elder sister Han didn't save me because elder brother Zhao asked her to, but because she took my bag of holding and just happened to grab me along with it. Her demeanor was cold, and her expression very serious. This was the personality that she usually kept hidden from her fellow disciples. The coquettish woman could never have anticipated that the Su Qing who she constantly taunted would ever talk back to her. She stared for a moment, and then laughed coldly. So, the slut dares to speak, she said derisively. Elder brother Zhao has already arranged everything. You won't be able to get away this time. I'm going to stand there and watch while your cherry gets taken. Eventually you'll thank me. The cultivators around her began to fly up into the air toward the black door. Su Qing's body flashed as she stepped onto her colorful mist and shot forward. The coquettish woman was behind her, laughing coldly. But then she noticed a man up ahead, wearing a violet robe. He looked back, and a charming smile instantly covered her face. The handsome man in the violet robe was young and had a cultivation base of the early Foundation establishment stage. He nodded at her slightly. Then his gaze fell upon Su Qing, and his eyes filled with a burning desire. This was none other than the man the coquettish woman constantly spoke about. Elder Brother Zhao. Chapter 148. Things are about to go down. After everyone entered the black door, the massive face began to warp. 3 misty figures dissolved out of the face, which then transformed into 3 wizened old cultivators. They looked as if they had just crawled out of the grave. Without hesitation, they head back toward the statue from which they had come. As they moved toward it, massive amounts of black aura emanated off of them, as if they were corroding. "What happened?" said the face.
Oh well.
"Anyway, without the authentication item, you cannot enter." It looked confused for a moment, but then its eyes grew clear, and it began to howl. Currently, there were only 11 people left within the fissure. In addition to Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful middle-aged woman, there were 9 others, all of them core formation cultivators. They ignored the howls of the face in the door, sitting down cross-legged and closing their eyes. At the same time, their hands flickered with incantation gestures. In the middle of the group of 9 appeared a ginseng fruit, floating in the air. The fruit was glittering and translucent. Its interior roiled as if it contained good fortune from the heavens inside. The spirit fruit writhed along with the rotation of the 9 cultivation bases, and it looked as if it were beginning to grow a head and 4 limbs. Patriarch Violet Civ and the beautiful middle-aged woman stood off to the side, their gazes fixed onto the spirit fruit. "I went in once," said the middle-aged woman with a frown. But after the space of about 30 breaths, the expelling force within became very intense. Even with my divine sense, I was unable to locate the object. I can only hope that the 100 Spirits Tower will be effective. It's still not quite complete. Hopefully this time there will be enough. Patriarch Violet Civ was silent for a moment before coolly replying, "I personally prepared this spirit ginseng. With the ginseng form, we can stay inside for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Everything is prepared. If we cannot succeed this time, then in accord with the words of the sect leader and the patriarchs, we will open the blessed land to the public. We will borrow the might of the entire southern domain to refine the object of legends. After all, to cultivators like us, that object is the only hope we have other than the rebirth cave." The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and then said, "If that happens, though, we will be forced to share. Even if the Black Civ sect does the refining, the more people who are involved, the less of a chance we will get our turn. I might have it a bit better off, but you and the others will be much more limited."
True.
"Even if we have to sacrifice some of our own sect's disciples this time, we will not fail." A dark violet color appeared within the birthmark on his face, giving him a very fierce appearance. The world spun, making it impossible to determine which direction was which. Everything was murky. It wasn't long, though, before everything began to grow clear. The dark sky grew a deep blue color. The earth below was filled with dark soil. Verdant foliage was everywhere, covering the hills, which rose and fell off into the distance. A large river snaked through mountains, and the gurgling sound of water could be heard. This was what Meng Hao saw when he appeared. No one else was visible, only him. "This place is pretty big," he said, looking up into the sky. The sun was beginning to set, filling the sky with a beautiful red color. In fact, upon closer observation, Meng Hao is able to see evidence of an invisible moon. The meeting place for our classic of time. Group is the place where the image of the sun and moon intersect. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he strode forward, transforming into a beam of prismatic light. "And then there's that supposed 100 Spirits Tower. What's that?" Meng Hao felt misgivings in his heart. As he moved forward, the first thing he did was retrieve the good luck charm from within his bag of the cosmos. Probing it with spiritual sense, he felt a bit more at ease. He was really coming to value the good luck charm more and more. No wonder Patriarch Reliance had this charm in his collection. It can even teleport out of this place. He put the good luck charm back. This was now his life-saving treasure. Elder Sister Sue was right behind me, but who knows where the Black Civ sect people appeared? Did they come out together, or were they sent in randomly? The latter is more likely. Well, in any case, I need to find her as quickly as possible. A fierce glow appeared in his eyes as he thought of the cold laugh of the coquettish woman who had stood next to Elder Sister Sue, and of Su Qing's pale face. As he thought about her, he took out the jade slip distributed by the Black Civ sect. Imbuing it with some spiritual sense, he saw a list of names. He perused the list, retracted his spiritual sense, and then crushed the jade slip. Then he shot forward in search of Elder Sister Sue. Time passed, and soon evening fell. The sky grew dark, and the moon rose. Everything was dark. Meng Hao currently stood on a small hill, looking out at some ancient ruins not too far off in front of him. At the moment, the moon was covered by dark clouds, causing the ruins up ahead to be somewhat obscured. They seemed incredibly old, as if they had seen the passing of many ages. Meng Hao got the feeling that many, many years ago, it had been a bustling city. Now, though, it was half consumed by the land. Only a few structures were visible, and even they were falling apart. On this moonlit night, it seemed very lonely. The wind blew across the ruins, carrying strange sounds with it. It sounded like countless people murmuring softly. Meng Hao couldn't make out what they were saying, but all of the voices combined together created a very bizarre feeling. In front of the ruins was a stone stele. Almost nothing remained of the characters that had once been carved into it, but now it was almost completely blank and covered with cracks. He looked it over, and was about to turn and leave, when suddenly his expression flickered. The dark clouds passed, and suddenly moonlight spilled down. Meng Hao caught sight of something in one of the cracks in the stone steel. There inside was a golden vine-like twig. It seemed to be squirming. It was covered with leaves that wrapped around tiny pieces of fruits the size of a thumb. He recognized this fruit from the jade slip he had just crushed. It was one of the items the Black Civ sect wanted, and was called a moonstone fruit. His expression calm, Meng Hao did nothing. He simply sat on the hill cross-legged, looking out with cold eyes. Not too much time passed before a figure sped out from the nearby forest. It was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base at the early Foundation establishment stage. He shot directly toward the stone steel, arriving in front of it in the blink of an eye. He reached up to grab the moonstone fruit. However, the instant he touched one of the fruits, a cold light sprang out from within the stone steel. The middle-aged cultivator shot backward, a look of shock on his face. The cold light transformed into several beams, which swept toward him. Popping sounds rang out, and the man coughed up blood. Astonishment was written on his face as he attempted to defend himself. But before he could do anything, his body began to tremble. Suddenly, his head flew off of his shoulders, severed. At the same time, the golden vines in the cracks of the steel extended out, entwining around the headless body. One of the vines stabbed into the bloody flesh. It seemed to be swallowing something. Sure enough, in the space of a few breaths, the cultivator's body shriveled and withered. Meng Hao saw all of this happen. He continued to sit there quietly, a brilliant glow emanating from his eyes. What are the vines consuming, he thought. Even as he watched, the stone steel began to ripple and distort, and a grim-faced young man wearing a violet robe walked out of it. He was at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, close to the late stage. Wrapped around his arms were thick rattan vines, which stretched out like tentacles. He looked very fear-inspiring. Meng Hao had seen him before. He was one of the Black Civ sect disciples that had traveled in the group with him to this place. He had been among the chosen on the Violet Feng Shui compass. The young man didn't give a passing glance to the shriveled-up corpse. Instead, he raised his head to look directly at the hill where Meng Hao was seated. His eyes flashed. Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, looking back at him. There was only a few hundred meters distance between them. They looked at each other for the space of a few breaths. Then, the young man dashed forward and leaped into the air, his body transforming into a prismatic beam that shot toward Meng Hao. Meanwhile, in a different location not too far away, Su Qing sped along, her face pale. The colorful mist beneath her feet was on the verge of falling apart. Behind her was elder brother Zhao from the Black Civ sect. A smile covered his face. At his side was the coquettish woman, who was surnamed Shui. Together, they pursued Su Qing in a leisurely fashion. Junior sister Su, you were able to get away last time, because you got lucky, he said. He was quite handsome, this young man named Zhao. This time, however, I paid off elder brother Xia. He issued a secret order for any disciple who caught sight of you to notify me. Look, we've only been here for a couple hours, and I already found you. He laughed, and the sound of his voice rang into Su Qing's ears, causing her face to grow even more pale. She gritted her teeth tightly. She said nothing, instead shooting forward as fast as possible. However, it didn't really matter how fast she went. Zhao was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and there was really nothing she could do to evade him. Junior sister Su, you're lucky to have elder brother Zhao take a fancy to you. When it happened to me, I didn't like either, but things are fine now. Just give in, and everything will be fine. The coquettish woman did nothing as the young man named Zhao rubbed his hands across her body. She laughed. I don't want to make it hard on you, said Zhao, the fire in his eyes growing stronger. I just want your cherry. I have a Foundation establishment pill that I can offer in trade. It's a fair price, but you just keep refusing me. You can't blame me for taking it by force. He lifted a finger on his right hand. The finger sent a stiff breeze flowing. It rushed past Su Qing, causing her robes to lift up and reveal quite a bit of skin. Su Qing trembled a bit, and some blood seeped out of the corners of her mouth. And yet, she just clenched her jaw and kept moving forward. The young man named Zhao just laughed a few times. His eyes burned as he lifted his hand again. Chapter 149. Killing Intent. Meng Hao stood on the top of the hill, calmly watching the violet-robed youth charging toward him. As he approached, he kicked up a wind, and the 7 or 8 tentacle-like vines expanded to the size of pythons. At their ends were wide mouths filled with sharp teeth. Mid-Foundation establishment stage, said Meng Hao calmly, his face not changing in the slightest. He himself was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, but he had a perfect foundation. He might not know any techniques from the Foundation establishment stage, but he had the boundless core C from when he was at Qi condensation, thanks to the sublime spirit scripture. Also, he had reached Foundation establishment after having achieved the Great Circle of Qi condensation. He was equipped with all of this when he experienced his explosive growth during the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. The battle prowess of his cultivation base was at such high level that he was able to go up against a Dao child of the Li clan, Li Daoi. Although he had not achieved victory, he had severed his opponent's arm. If it had been a cultivator who was not a Dao child, Meng Hao could have killed him easily. After reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, he would definitely be able to hold his own against the Dao children of the various sects and clans. So, there is no need to even mention a mere chosen of the mid-foundation establishment stage. The violet-robed youth approached with a cold smile and powerful killing intent. Meng Hao stood there, framed by the dark night, the moonlight shining down on him.
His EXP.
Reshan was as calm as ever as he lifted his hand, using his fingernail to slice open the skin on his finger. He stepped forward casually, and the instant the violet-robed youth arrived, waved his finger in a seemingly random fashion. As the finger descended, a great wind sprang up. In response, the violet-robed youth's expression changed. His pupils constricted, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, his vision turned red. This was not an illusion, it was real. Everything was red, and there was only a solitary finger, covered with fresh blood. It shot toward him. The vines wrapped around his arms had been viciously writhing forward with open mouths ready to devour, but suddenly they began to emit miserable shrieks. They quivered, and before they were even 30 meters from Meng Hao, had collapsed into blood. The blood transformed into a shield which surrounded the violet-robed young man. All of this takes some time to describe, but happened in time it takes for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. The violet-robed youth began to scream. He no longer charged forward, but tried to move backward in retreat. Meng Hao sprang into action. He took a step and then flew into the air toward the violet-robed young man. He lifted his hand and touched the blood shield with his index finger. Break. He said the word lightly, and then an explosion filled the air. The blood shield collapsed, and the vines on the young man's arms broke to pieces. Only the violet golden fruit rippled with signs of life. It seemed to be begging for mercy. You. The violet-robed youth's face was pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with intense fear. This was the first time he had even shown fear. He was a chosen of the Black Civ sect, and a violet-robed disciple at that. His position in the inner sect was very high, and he had never been defeated with battle magic. Usually people sought him out because of his popularity. But now, seeing the expressionless Meng Hao in front of him, he was filled with an unprecedented feeling of life or death danger. At this critical juncture, the violet-robed youth lifted his hands and flashed an incantation gesture, then swiped his palm forward 7 or 8 times in succession. Each swipe sent ripples out, which then congealed into a massive, black-colored hand that faced up against Meng Hao. Meng Hao, expression calm, opened his mouth and spat out the lightning mist. The mist slammed into the hand, and a boom filled the air. The violet-robed young man's expression filled with despair. He was about to make another incantation gesture when Meng Hao arrived in front of him. Meng Hao's knee flew into the air, slamming directly into the young man's neck, whose head filled with a buzzing sound, and then an intense pain. The hand which had been making an incantation sign went limp, and his entire body bent to the side. All of the blood in his body rushed to his head, making his once handsome face a dark reddish-purple color. He opened his mouth to speak, his expression fearful and his body trembling. One can only imagine what he wished to say as he faced death. He never spoke the words. Meng Hao stretched out his hand and used his fingernail to slice open the skin between the young man's eyebrows. His hand then made a strange gesture, and he pushed down. A boom could be heard, and the young man's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. All of the blood in his body, which had already gathered in his head, began to fountain out of the cut on his face. He couldn't even cry out. All he could see was blood, shooting out like a geyser from between his eyebrows. His pale body slammed into the ground and twitched a few times before lying still in death. The blood that had shot out of his body seemed to be burning. It turned into a mist which then congealed into a drop the size of a fingernail. The drop of blood shot toward Meng Hao, who snatched it out of the air into his hand. 3 generations of blood can form a small body. 6 generations of blood can form a full body. 9 generations is called a blood spirit, or death. Meng Hao spoke the words coolly. What he had just used on the violet-robed youth was none other than the spirit-devouring scripture. This violet robe indicates that he was a chosen of the Black Civ sect. As a chosen, he must have a powerful bloodline. He lifted up the blood and looked at it for a moment before putting it away. Then he looked down at the young man's corpse. He picked up the bag of holding, as well as the violet golden fruit which had been begging for mercy just now. The violet golden fruit quivered in Meng Hao's hand as if it were alive and pleading for forgiveness. Meng Hao does not keep useless objects. What can you do? Show me. He tossed the violet gold fruit onto the ground. It immediately began to wriggle. Vines sprang out of it, quickly growing in length. In the space of about 10 breaths, there were 10 or more vines, all of them 30 meters in length. They burrowed partly into the ground and then stretched up into the air, swaying back and forth, filling the area. It was quite awe-inspiring. Not good enough, said Meng Hao, shaking his head. The tentacle vines trembled. Suddenly they bent, shooting toward the corpse of the violet-robed youth. Shockingly, it began to rip the corpse apart like a melon and swallow it down. Meng Hao frowned as the vines consumed the body within the space of a few breaths. Then, each of the tentacles began to tremble and suddenly, leaves with glowing magical symbols began to sprout out. Meng Hao was quite shocked. Not much time passed, and soon nearly 100 leaves had appeared. The magical symbols drifted off of the vines and floated toward Meng Hao. They began to merge together to form a book of leaves. Meng Hao took the book and flipped through it. His eyes filled with a bright light. The magical symbols were filled with the power of something similar to spiritual sense. After examining them closely, he realized that they described a technique. It was called the 19 Black Cloud Strikes, and was the magical technique that the violet-robed young man had just now used to attempt to fight him. Unfortunately, it wasn't complete. Only 5 of the strikes were described, whereas the rest were incomplete, missing various mnemonics. Perhaps the young man hadn't completely mastered the technique. Meng Hao studied it for a moment, his eyes narrowing. With his perfect Dao pillar, it wasn't difficult to deduce how to use the technique. After a while, he realized that the reason the manual wasn't complete was because the violet gold vines were not powerful enough. That having been said, he was still quite excited. He looked at the vines. If he allowed them to continue to develop, things would be different. He put away the book of leaves and nodded his head. He waved his sleeve, and a drop of blood flew out to descend onto the vines, branding them deeply. This blood seal was one of the random techniques that Meng Hao had acquired from the Blood Immortal Legacy. The vines began to shake, and their color slowly changed. Soon, they were dark red, looking somewhat demonic as they swayed in the air around Meng Hao. A demonic aura drifted up from them, although it was almost impossible to detect. Meng Hao looked at the vines thoughtfully for some time, and then glanced back at the ruins up ahead of him. Taking up the violet-robed youth's bag of holding, he examined its contents. Amongst several jade slips was one that attracted his notice. It was pure white, and after casting his spiritual sense into it, a map appeared in Meng Hao's mind. On the map were many white dots, all of which were moving. In addition to the white dots, there were about 200 gray dots, most of which were also moving. He observed the map for a bit before he was able to determine his location. Then his attention was drawn to a place not far away from where he was. There, he could see 3 white dots, 1 in front, 2 in pursuit. The person in front was being chased. He frowned, and his heart began to pound. He sent his spiritual sense into the first of the 3 glowing lights, and an image appeared in his mind. The image was none other than pale-faced Su Qing. She was biting her lower lip and speeding forward as fast as possible. In that instant, Meng Hao's killing intent rocketed to the sky. Studying the images of the 2 figures pursuing Su Qing, he saw that one was the coquettish woman. She was being held by the playful-looking young man named Zhao. As soon as he saw this, a cold air began to emanate from Meng Hao's body, and his eyes shined brightly. The vines around him sensed his killing intent and began to radiate the same aura of death. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hao transformed into a beam of colorful light that shot towards Su Qing's location. The swaying, red-colored vines followed, burrowing along underneath the ground. Chapter 150, Simple and Uncomplicated. Zhao Shanhe was quite proud of himself. He held Shui Yunqi in one arm as he shot in pursuit of tender Su Qing. A smile covered his face, filled with lechery. He lifted his hand, sending a wind blowing past Su Qing, lifting up her garments. He laughed loudly. Seeing Su Qing so stubborn and yet so weak filled him with excitement. He continued to send wind shooting over her, which caused more and more damage to her garments. She bit her lip as she fled. Soon, a feeling of desperation began to well up within her. The fawning of Shui Yunqi coupled with the occasional vicious remarks uttered by Su Qing caused Zhao Shanhe's eyes to shine even more brightly. Yet he wasn't in a hurry. It didn't seem to him that Su Qing would fall into any good fortune like last time. She couldn't escape him, so he would enjoy the process of capturing her. That was what he liked the most. The weaker his prey, the more exciting it was. The more she struggled, the crueler he would be. Su Qing, I've had my eye on you from the year you entered the Black Civ sect. I even spread the word about it. Why do you think no one has bothered you all these years? And yet, you continue to refuse my goodwill. You really don't know how to appreciate favors. You can't blame me for being ruthless. He let out a hearty laugh. Were he in the sect, he would have more qualms about breaking sect rules, especially because there were so many people around. However, in this place, he didn't have anything to be scared of. Furthermore, he was a conclave disciple of the Black Civ sect, which was a position even higher than the inner sect. He could really call the wind and summon rain among his fellow disciples. TL note. This expression means to stir up all sorts of trouble. In addition to all that, one of the patriarchs of his Zhao clan was an elder of the Black Civ sect. Plus, several hundred years ago, a Zhao clan member had reached the nascent soul stage and become a sect patriarch, then went into secluded meditation and still hadn't emerged. Because of that nascent soul patriarch, the Zhao clan was deeply entrenched within the Black Civ sect. Actually, despite being a conclave disciple, Zhao Shanhe did not have extraordinary latent talent. No other person in the sect with his latent talent would ever have been able to reach foundation establishment. However, with the support and direction of a core formation patriarch, along with multiple foundation establishment pills, he was finally able to do it. After becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, Zhao Shanhe was quite pleased with himself. He had grown up in the sect, and other than a few people who could not be provoked, everyone must bend to his will. If he wanted wind, it was windy. If he wanted rain, it was rainy. Within the Zhao clan, there were two sons of the current generation. One was him, the other was F. From another branch of the Zhao clan, his cousin, Zhao Binwu. Like him, Zhao Binwu was a conclave disciple. In terms of latent talent, his was above and beyond Zhao Shanhe, and he was viewed as an important member of the clan to be nurtured. Zhao Shanhe was well aware of this, of course, and didn't get involved with rivalries with him. Instead, he immersed himself in pleasure. Normally, if he fancied a female disciple in the sect, she wouldn't refuse him. After all, even if she wasn't willing, refusing him was useless. The patriarchs didn't pay attention to such matters. If anything, he could expand the clan. In any case, if a female disciple really did get pregnant, she would instantly be in a much higher position than before. Due to a variety of lucky circumstances, Zhao Shanhe was like a spoiled rich kid within the sect. He wasn't very well known in the outside world, but within the sect, he was quite infamous. Look, the stars are out. It's almost time. We can use the stars as our wedding candles, and this place will serve as nuptial chamber. What do you say? He laughed again, lifting a finger to send another blast of wind at Su Qing. Her body trembled and blood seeped from her mouth. Actually, Zhao Shanhe had to carefully control the spiritual energy he used, otherwise it would kill her. As her body quivered, the colorful cloud beneath her feet suddenly fell apart. Su Qing fell down to the ground. Laughing melodically, Shui Yunqi shot forward and grabbed her, shoving her down into the dirt. Su Qing couldn't even struggle. Her face was pale, and her features somewhat wan. However, coldness filled her eyes as she watched Zhao Shanhe walking over, untying his robe as he came. A look of desperation filled her, and she tried to bit off her tongue, but Shui Yunqi restrained her jaw. Now, junior sister Su, you can't do that. If you really want to kill yourself, you'll have to wait until elder brother Zhao is done having fun. Shui Yunqi laughed. Her words were spoken tenderly, but were filled with sinister viciousness. Excellent, laughed Zhao Shanhe, looking appreciatively at Shui Yunqi. He stroked her face, which caused her eyes to shine. It seemed his approval was very stimulating to her. Zhao Shanhe looked at Su Qing, who was helplessly pinned against the ground by Shui Yunqi. His gaze roved over her lithe curves, and he laughed. If I gave you some medicinal pills, he said, then I wouldn't be able to enjoy the struggle. So, of course, I won't give you any. His robe was now completely untied. Su Qing's body quivered, and tears seeped out of her eyes. She couldn't struggle. Shui Yunqi's cultivation base was higher than hers. Plus, she was exhausted from fleeing and was being held down tightly. There was no way to flee. The coldness on her face dissipated, replaced with bitterness and desperation. Her eyes emptied. Suddenly, it seemed she could see the Reliant sect and Meng Hao standing on the East Mountain.
Shi Ti.
Hot of Mount Daqing, and the young scholar stooping down and tossing a rattan vine over a cliff. She remembered the first time she saw Meng Hao one. She had been standing behind him as he searched for rattan vines. She watched him throw the vine down the cliff and had heard him talking about immortals to the people below. At that time, she'd thought that this mortal scholar was very interesting. Thus, she'd taken him with her. She thought about the stares of the crowd too when Meng Hao had offered her the medicinal pill. And she thought about how he had gazed back at her right before he entered the black door. It's all over. The streaming tears made her face seem very bleak. She couldn't stop herself from shaking. She was scared. From the day she had left the Reliance sect until now, she had not experienced any happiness. And now it seemed everything was coming to an end. When she was a little girl, she had realized that she wasn't very intelligent, and in fact, sometimes very foolish. Therefore, she had mastered the ability to cover it up with a cold smile. She used coldness and silence to conceal her lack of intelligence and to make the world a bit simpler. She didn't like complicated things because she often didn't understand them. She liked peace and quiet. She liked to practice cultivation by herself. As she did so, she watched the years pass, observed the ebb and flow of life, and recalled beautiful memories from the past. This was her, Su Qing. A cold exterior and a simple heart. She tried hard not to cry. Her body shook, and she closed her eyes. She didn't want to look at Zhao Shanhe and his overwhelming strength. She was simply a qi condensation cultivator in a sect where happiness was unachievable. She had no strength to resist, nor even the ability to die. As she closed her eyes, Shui Yunqi laughed and then spoke into her ear, her voice cool and complex. Hey, you can't fight back, so just close your eyes. That's what I did all those years back. If you want to blame something, blame your aloofness and blame your cultivation base. You're just too weak. Zhao Shanhe's laughter echoed out. He waved his right hand, and a pink glow spread out. It enveloped the entire area within a 30-meter radius, creating a glimmering, pink shield that concealed everything within. The three of them were completely hidden. From the outside, the area didn't look unusual at all. At the same time that the cloaking shield went up, a fiery beam of light shot across the sky nearby. It screamed through the air, a cold-faced Meng Hao in its middle. He arrived in the blink of an eye, his gaze sweeping the land. He frowned. There didn't seem to be anything unusual at all in the area. He was about to leave, when his eyes flashed. He took out the jade slip and examined it. It was then that he noticed that the white, representing Su Qing, as well as the two others, had vanished. He wasn't sure why, but a feeling of deep unrest rose up in Hai's heart. He looked down at the ground, and then waved his hand. As he did, a 30-meter-long flame dragon roared out, shooting downward. A boom sounded out, and dust rose up from the ground. However, there was one area, about 30 meters in diameter, from which no dust rose up whatsoever. It was clearly different from its surroundings. Zhao Shanhe was concealed inside the shield, looking pleased. He licked his lips, and his eyes shone as he prepared to throw himself upon Su Qing. Suddenly, a boom could be heard from outside. He frowned, looking up, his pupils constricting. Shui Yunqi also looked up in astonishment. She reacted to the situation quickly. Almost reflexively, she pulled out a sharp sword and placed it against Su Qing's neck. This was because she had seen a young man outside wearing a black scholar's robe. His eyes glowed with killing intent, and as he lifted his hand, she could see that one of his fingers was coated with blood. He touched the surface of the shield, and an explosion shook everything. He opened his mouth, and a mist of lightning roiled out, slamming into the pink shield. Another explosion rocked the earth and sky, echoing out. The shield couldn't withstand the power and collapsed in a boom. In the midst of her despair, Su Qing opened her eyes. She stared blankly as the shield disintegrated. Beyond where the shield was breaking apart, she saw a person. Killing intent and murder boiled off of him. Behind his body writhed a mass of dark red vines. He looked like a death immortal who had just emerged from the yellow springs of the underworld, filled with rage and insanity. As he approached, a massive wind kicked up that shook everything. Are you two looking to die? It didn't seem possible for Meng Hao's voice to contain more fury than it did. It came out as a roar that filled their ears, as if it had been transmitted from hell itself. Meng Hao, said Su Qing, smiling. Her smile was beautiful and didn't contain any of her usual coldness. It was a simple smile. Simple and happy. 1. The first time Su Qing met Meng Hao was in Chapter 1, Scholar Meng Hao. 2. The stares of the crowd was from Chapter 5, This Kid Isn't Bad.